My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1403 to Chapter 1467. At the same time that the Yang family and the Li family received the summons from Chief Number 1, Ning Guanyao, as the premier, also received this message and rushed to Zhongnanhai. The black Audi A8 drove in Yanjing City late at night, and the lights outside the window were dazzling. Ning Guanyao sat in the back seat, thinking about what the upcoming conversation would involve, but a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Only a few important people could get through his private phone. He took it out and looked at it. The corner of his mouth revealed a smirk, and he picked up the phone. "Old Mang, it's so late, why do you still have time to call me? Shouldn't you be resting and recuperating at this time? Your Mang family has been shocked this time." The person who called was Mang Kaiyuan. "Premier Ning, don't make fun of this old man. There are no cowards among the true descendants of our Mang family. As for the reason why I called, does Premier Ning still want to hide it from this old man?" "Of course not," Ning Guanyao said, "with the Mang family's heavenly means, they must know that Chief Number 1 has called me over to participate in an emergency meeting." Mang Kaiyuan was quite proud. "Premier Ning, the cooperation between the Ning family and my Mang family has been getting more and more stable over the years. Every year, the red packets that should be sent and the etiquette that should be sent have not been left behind at all. At this critical moment, Premier Ning can't drop the chain." "Don't worry, old Mang," Ning Guanyao said in a relieved tone, "you should also know that this time, Yangqing has broken my bottom line, Huaxia. He directly sent troops to bomb the country and humiliated my army. No matter how much Chief Number 1 cares about the Yang family, he will not sit idly by. In principle, he has already stood on the side of the Mang family. Old Mang, you don't have to worry too much." "Hee," Mang Kaiyuan said, "Premier Ning, don't think that this old man doesn't know that your daughter, Lin Ruashi, is legally married to Yangqing. Although I heard that they broke up recently, their relationship is still there. Yangqing has a close relationship with you. This old man is a sensitive person. I'm very afraid of being stabbed in the back." Ning Guanyao snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry, Boss Mang. That brat mistreated my daughter. I'm going to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. How can I be partial to him? That's for the best." Mang Kaiyuan sneered, "You and I are grasshoppers on the same boat. No matter how bad my Mang family is, we still have the protection of our ancestors. For the good of Premier Ning, please do your best this time, otherwise it won't be easy to get along in the future." The corners of Ning Guanyao's mouth curled into a grin, and his eyes revealed a touch of resentment, but he still calmly said, "Of course, Elder Mang, don't worry." After hanging up, Ning Guanyao fiercely threw the phone away and cursed, "Old fart. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" "Humph." Not long after, the car entered Zhongnanhai. Under the gaze of a large number of black-clothed guards, Ning Guanyao entered the emergency conference room in Zhongnanhai alone. The light was soft, and the conference room was filled with a calming incense. The antique tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Inside the conference room, Yang Gongming and Li Moshen were both dressed in military uniforms. They sat there with their backs straight. In this meeting, only the 3 patriarchs and the number 1 chief were present. There was no need for the other so-called high-ranking officials to come. "You two came early." Ning Guanyao greeted them with a smile, straightened his suit, and calmly sat down. "Premier Ning, you have a lot of things to do. We 2 old fellows have nothing better to do, so we naturally came." Li Moshen laughed and said. Although both of them had a lot of problems in their hearts, on the surface, they were very harmonious. After chatting for a while, the door of the conference room opened again. 2 experts with faces as cold as steel knives entered first and nodded to invite the chief in. The other 3 people also stood up with solemn expressions and held their breath. Even the most senior Yang Gongming didn't dare to be negligent. Soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man wearing a white suit, a dark gray round-neck woolen sweater, and black trousers walked in with a warm smile on his face. The man was slightly bald. His hair was combed until it was shiny and glossy. His earlobes were round, his nose was high, and his eyes were like crescent moons. He looked a little charmingly naive. No matter how one looked at it, this middle-aged man with a beer belly and light steps was no different from the boss of a small company who was returning home from work to take out the garbage on the street. However, Yang Gongming and the other two bowed their heads in unison and respectfully said, "Chief." The middle-aged man showed a kind smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. He waved his hand and gestured for the three to sit down. "Hey, don't just stand there. I haven't seen you for a while, but you're still so polite." "It's my duty." Yang Gongming smiled. The number one chief laughed and sat down. Only then did the three sit down. "How is Sir Yang?" "You look good," number one asked with a kind gaze. "Thank you for your concern, Chief. This old man has been recuperating well," Yang Gongming said. "The old marshal is the treasure of the national army. It's a great fortune for the country to be healthy." "I'm very pleased," number one grinned and asked, "Is everything going well at home?" With this question, the three muttered in their hearts, "So fast, he's getting to the point." Yang Gongming paused for a while before answering, "Other than having an unfilial descendant, everything else is good." Number one looked a little confused. "Oh? Why do you say so?" Yang Gongming smiled bitterly. "Chief must have known about the trouble my grandson caused, that's why he asked me to come over. Why bother asking so many questions?" Number one had a look of realization. "Oh, hee. You've misunderstood me. Your grandson Yang Chen has indeed crossed the line. I'm here to talk to you. But I'm asking about the family. Family affairs are family affairs, and national affairs are national affairs. Sir Yang's grandson is also loyal and patriotic. Young people should be taught well, right?" Ning Guanyao and Li Moshan listened attentively. Number one's words gave Yang Gongming a lot of face. He didn't directly point it out, but tactfully expressed his dissatisfaction with Yang Qing. But in the end, whether this matter became a national affair or a family affair depended on whether someone was loyal and patriotic. Yang Gongming naturally nodded and was very grateful. "Since you mentioned it, why not ask for the opinions of the two here?" Number one turned to look at Ning Guanyao and said, "I heard that the cause this time was a dispute between Yang Qing and the Meng family. The Meng family's ancestral temple was destroyed and some treasures were taken away. Premier Ning, do you know?" "Chief, I've also heard a little about it. Recently, I've been busy with work, so I didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, it's not my job," Ning Guanyao said implicitly. "You've also worked hard. Why don't you care more and ask for your opinion?" number one said. Ning Guanyao slightly pondered, then said, "I think Yang Cheng's approach is indeed a bit excessive. This is detrimental to the dignity of our army, and he doesn't take his motherland seriously. If this goes on, he may think that the world is big enough for him to run amok. In the end, something bigger will happen. I think it's better to be impartial and teach him a lesson. First, it's to give justice to the Meng family. These years, the Meng family has done a lot for the public. In the past, the donations to the affected areas were also among the best in the central China industry, which is a manifestation of patriotism and love for the people. Second, some of the forces that Yang Qing has developed abroad are after all a motley crew. In the future, it may lead to worldwide hidden dangers. After all, Yang Qing is a member of the Yang family, Huaxia's people. If something happens in the future, Huaxia, will not be able to escape the responsibility, and the international public opinion will not be good." Number one nodded, "That makes sense, but what does Premier Ning think about this punishment?" "This. Guanyao doesn't dare to talk nonsense." "Chief, decide." Ning Guanyao kicked the ball back. First, it was hard to say. Second, it would be completely opposite to the Yang family. It was not worth it. "You." Number one smiled indifferently, looked at Li Moshan and said, "Minister Li, what do you think?" Li Moshan's expression was solemn as he said, "Chief, a few days ago, I came to see you and talked about the Meng family's actions in recent years. They have been using underhanded means to plant their connections in the political arena. The Meng family, relying on their deep background, has become somewhat arrogant and don't know what is good for them. I think, this time, Yang Qing is in the wrong, but if it wasn't for the Meng family being domineering first, it would not be like this." So, if you really want to punish them, then both sides should be punished together. Both sides are responsible. By saying this, it was equivalent to not helping anyone. In fact, since number 1 didn't issue an order to stop Yangqing, it has already shown that there is indeed something wrong with the Ming family. At this time, Li Mo's hen is just helping the chief to mention it. Number 1 cast a satisfied look. Li Moshen's words were well guided. After thinking for a while, he said, the Ming family's power in Xianxia cannot be underestimated. Although it is now a country ruled by law, we can't take too big a step. The gains do not make up for the losses. Yangqing's power abroad is indeed a headache. If it is not handled well, it may lead to international retaliation. It is also dangerous. Not to mention, he is no longer in Xianxia. It is not good for us to send people to the international waters. In my opinion, this matter should not be punished in ordinary ways. Taking into account the interests of the people of Xianxia, it is better to get in touch with the Ming family and Yangqing. If we can resolve this peacefully and contribute to the country, it will be the best. What do the three of you think? Number 1's eyes were filled with a gentle smile, but faintly, there was an irresistible force that made the three of them understand that he had already made his decision. The three of them naturally did not dare to have any objections. To put it bluntly, after talking so much, the chief is just putting on a superficial effort. In his heart, the matter has already been settled. The eastern sea reflected the white of the sky, and another morning arrived. In the international waters, in a single room inside the yacht Erebos, Mengyu, who had already woken up, looked at everything around her with hatred. She couldn't remember what happened last night, only that she was knocked out after the explosion, but there was no doubt that it was Yangqing who brought her here. In other words, the game between her family and Yangqing had been won by Yangqing again. And she had most likely become a hostage. Her phone was no longer with her, and she couldn't contact her family. She didn't dare to go out rashly because there was a boundless sea outside, and there was even a frigate sailing beside the yacht. She knew that it was almost impossible to escape. The door was pushed open, and a white woman wearing a blue maid uniform walked in. She looked to be in her 50s, and there were many wrinkles on her face. Miss Meng, you're awake. Welcome to Erebos. I'm Cheryl, who is in charge of your meals. The plump Cheryl smiled very amiably, pushed the breakfast cart to the dining table, and placed the exquisite Western-style breakfast on the table. Mengyu asked in English, is this Yangqing's territory? Cheryl answered without hesitation, His Majesty Pluto's Xianxia name is indeed Yangqing. Did he ask you to take care of me? Mengyu looked at the breakfast, and it didn't look like it was for a hostage. Cheryl smiled and said, don't panic, we don't know about the unhappiness between Miss Meng and His Majesty Pluto. We are just doing our duty to entertain the guests on the ship. Because His Majesty Pluto didn't give any special orders, and only asked Miss Meng to stay on the ship, we will treat you as a guest. Mengyu didn't believe that ruthless and overbearing man would have any good intentions. When she had just woken up, she felt that her body had taken some medicine that made her muscles weak and weak. Fortunately, her internal energy was good, and she could recover her fighting strength after half an hour of detoxification. Maybe there were other toxins in the breakfast, just to make her obediently surrender. Mengyu looked at Cheryl's plump body, and her defenseless appearance. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and a plan came to her mind. Cheryl, what delicious food did you bring me? Mengyu revealed a gentle smile and walked to Cheryl's side. Oh, I'm sure you'll like it. Our head chef, Old Fanny, makes apple pie, toast. Halfway through her sentence, Shirley felt something tighten around her neck. Mengyu had quickly grabbed her from the side. He picked up an expensive silver table knife and pressed it against Cheryl's throat. Don't move. Get me out of here. Otherwise, I will slit your throat. Mengyu felt a burst of excitement in her heart. She had captured a hostage and completed the first step of her escape. Shirley showed a helpless expression, but she did not panic at all. Miss Meng, why are you doing this? This is the Erebos, you can't escape. Cheryl felt a little regretful. Don't talk nonsense to me. Get out. I want to get my phone back and have someone send me back to the territorial waters of Xianxia. Mengyu's knife was even tighter against Shirley's skin. Cheryl sighed slightly. Child, you will regret this. As soon as she said that, Cheryl's elbow was like a cannonball, striking backwards at lightning speed, shaking off Mengyu's arm that was holding the knife. Mengyu only felt a sharp pain in her arm. Before she could react, her feet were in the air. She was actually put down by a hook kick. Cheryl's fat body seemed to have turned into a super combat mecha with nuclear power in an instant. It was strong and powerful, as fast as lightning. Mengyu exclaimed. Cheryl's fat body actually sat on her waist, pressing her firmly onto the carpet. Clapping her hands, Shirley turned around and looked at Mengyu, who was so embarrassed that she was about to cry. She smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, Miss Meng. Everyone on the Erebos retired from Zero. Although we are all old bones, it is still possible for us to deal with an ordinary inner force martial artist. You're a killer. Mengyu cried out helplessly. That's in the past. I'm now a maid on this yacht. Cheryl smiled amiably. Dressed in a pink sakura kimono, Hanya walked in from outside the door. Looking coldly at Mengyu who was on the ground, Hanya said disdainfully, You want to escape from here? Everyone here used to occupy the top 50 places on the global assassin ranking. You're simply delusional. Last night, Hanya had keenly sensed that the people on this ship were not ordinary. After asking old Fanny, Hanya already knew that these maids were actually extraordinary. Mengyu wanted to die. Who would have thought that a famous killer in the underground world would be willing to come here to be some waitress? Xianxia has a saying that suits you very well. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I will let you see the price of trying to escape. After bowing respectfully to Cheryl, Hanya grabbed Mengyu. Under Hanya's strength, Mengyu had no ability to resist and was tightly held down. Seeing Hanya take Mengyu away, Cheryl helplessly shook her head and drew a cross on her chest, mourning for a certain child. On the wide deck outside the yacht, Yangqing was holding the phone that old Fanny had gotten for him, contacting Lu Mingyu who was in China. Mingyu darling, listen to me, your parents will definitely be fine. I was just about to settle the score with those old fellows from the Ming family. Their direct descendant granddaughter is in my hands, they won't dare to hurt your parents. Don't be impulsive, you won't be able to save your parents even if you go, you'll only mess things up. Listen to me, didn't you and Qianni just quit your job? I'll send someone to bring you to the Mediterranean, okay? Xianxia and Ning are also there. Hey, you, don't look like you're about to cry. Early in the morning, when Lu Mingyu received a message from Yangqing, she was extremely worried. After all, her biological parents were captured, and she couldn't return home. Yangqing was also hiding overseas. She felt as if half the sky was about to collapse. Yangqing tried his best to persuade her for a while, and finally calmed the woman down. After making Yangqing promise that there wouldn't be any accidents, she accepted the suggestion of going to the Mediterranean for a temporary vacation. As for how to bring the two women over, it wasn't difficult for Yangqing, and it wouldn't take much effort to send a private plane. After making the call, Yangqing glanced at Mengyu, who was looking at him stubbornly on the deck, and asked Hanya, what's wrong with her? Master, she wants to take Miss Cheryl hostage to escape, Hanya said truthfully. Yangqing was currently in a fit of anger. He had escaped far away, ran to the high seas, and didn't even dare to go back. Wasn't it all because of this group of old fellows from the Ming family? Now that he didn't dare to use his cultivation, he couldn't deal with the old ones, and you, a young one, dared to threaten him to escape. Looking at Mengyu's enchanting and beautiful face that didn't want to admit defeat, Yangqing sneered a few times and said, Let me ask you, why did the Ming family suddenly change their attitude and want you to marry me? You better answer me obediently, I'm not in a good mood right now. Bah. You're in a bad mood? This young miss is even worse. Yangqing, you sneak attacked me, what kind of man are you? Do you have guts to take a woman as a hostage? I think you're only SOSO. Let me tell you, if you have the guts, kill me. I'll wait for Lu Qingshan and his wife to be buried with me. Mengyu mocked. Yangqing's face darkened. This woman was really stubborn. If this was a woman he liked, this would be called tsundere, but this was his enemy, so he could only say that she didn't know how to appreciate favors. With a big stride forward, Yangqing grabbed Mengyu and turned this woman 180 degrees. Mengyu's legs were grabbed by Yangqing, and her body was upside down. She tried to use her fists and palms to attack Yangqing's legs, but Yangqing mercilessly kicked her in the chest. Ah! Mengyu cried out in pain. 2 of the ribs in her chest were broken. The pain made her cry out in grievance. Since she was young, she had always been a proud daughter of the heavens. There was actually a man who didn't hesitate to destroy a flower and just kick her. Yangqing, you will die a horrible death. Mengyu wanted to eat this man. Up to you. Yangqing walked to the front of the yacht as if he was carrying a little chick. He threw down a rope from the side and dropped it into the sea, tying it to the hull of the yacht. Mengyu felt a numbing pain on her white legs. Yangqing had actually used his bare hands to cut a few wounds, and a dark red liquid flowed out. You! Without waiting for Mengyu to say anything, Yangqing loosened his grip and directly threw Mengyu into the sea. Splash! The seawater was bone-chilling. Although Mengyu had internal energy to protect her body, she was still so cold that her gums were trembling. The drenched woman couldn't think too much and subconsciously grabbed the rope that fell from the yacht. Since the yacht wasn't moving, it wasn't difficult for her to grab it. However, the wound on her leg was still bleeding. Once it was soaked in sea salt, it immediately felt as if it was being torn apart. Mengyu's delicate body trembled as she raised her head and looked at Yangqing with incomparable hatred. What are you trying to do? An ominous premonition made Mengyu's heart turn cold. Yangqing said indifferently, nothing much, it's just that you're a bit disobedient as a hostage. I think it's more reliable to send some good brothers to take care of you instead of sending people to keep an eye on you. Good brothers? Mengyu wasn't stupid. Feeling the pain from the wound on her leg and the loss of blood, she couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. There are sharks here. Mengyu exclaimed. Yangqing shrugged his shoulders and reached out to call Xianxia over. He ordered, you stay here and watch her. If she wants to climb up, she must answer the question I just asked and promise to kowtow to me. Otherwise, you can kick her down. Xianxia's heart was inexplicably happy and quickly agreed, yes, master. Yangqing didn't care anymore and walked straight back to the cabin. He hadn't had time to eat breakfast yet. Old Fanny had specially prepared a welcoming breakfast, so he had to finish it. Mengyu, who was holding the life-saving rope in the sea, turned pale. If she had to kowtow to Yangqing and admit her mistakes, she might as well kill her. This was a matter of the dignity of the Meng family. If he really shot her, she wasn't afraid, but when she thought of being bitten and dismembered by a group of sharks, she felt a chill and found it even more difficult to accept. Xianxia stood at the bow of the ship and looked at her coldly. She was somewhat looking forward to it. Mengyu raised her head and tempted Xianxia. You and I are both women. Why do you want to work for that devil? He's just using you to help him do things. If you help me escape, our Meng family will not treat you unfairly. How about it? Xianxia was expressionless, but her eyes were full of disdain. If it weren't for Yangqing's instructions, she would have already killed this woman because she was disrespectful to her master. Mengyu realized that she couldn't convince Xianxia. Her heart was burning with anxiety. She was thinking of a way to escape when she suddenly saw a dark blue dorsal fin in the distant sea. Sharks were known for their sensitivity to blood. Yangqing knew that there were a large number of great green sharks in this area of the sea. These sharks were fatal to ordinary people, but for Mengyu, who had decent internal energy cultivation and had trained in martial arts, she could still resist for a while. Mengyu's breathing was extremely rapid. Seeing a great green shark coming to her side, she hurriedly grabbed the rope and climbed up a few steps. The shark was very interested in the ankle that was still bleeding. It jumped out of the sea and opened its bloody mouth at the white and tender calf. Mengyu couldn't care less about the shock in her heart. She kicked the shark's nose, making a muffled sound. At least she didn't lose a section. Mengyu's face was already green. Her hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. She was in a sorry state and sobbed. She didn't know why she had to suffer such mental and physical torture. As the number of sharks increased, there were already 7 to 8 sharks jumping under Mengyu, trying to bite her. Mengyu didn't dare to let go of the rope. Continuously kicking these sharks made her physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing that the number of sharks increased, Mengyu couldn't care too much. She frantically tried to climb up the rope to the boat. Xianxia, who had been guarding there, wouldn't let her succeed. The leader of Yamada's sect was watching excitedly and couldn't wait for this woman to be eaten by the sharks. Without waiting for Mengyu to reach the railing, Xianxia had already kicked Mengyu's chest. Ah! Mengyu still had 2 broken ribs. She had been in extreme pain. Now that she was heavily injured, she fell into the sea in pain. A group of sharks saw their delicious food falling and pounced over. Mengyu instinctively used her remaining internal energy and continuously punched and kicked the sharks in the sea. She killed 2 sharks with one slap and the scarlet blood dyed the sea red. A few sharks saw that their companions were dead and immediately opened their mouths to devour the 2 dead sharks. This gave Mengyu a chance to catch her breath. She once again grabbed the rope and hung herself in the air. Not bad, but you seem to have used up a lot of energy, Xianxia said coldly with an expressionless face. Mengyu realized that this woman was also a complete demoness. She clearly wanted to see him exhausted by the shark, and then be eaten until not even his bones were left. As a child of the Meng family, she was not afraid of death, but she could not accept that her beautiful body was bitten by a group of beasts in the sea. Her internal organs were scattered, and she was eaten alive. When she thought of this, she felt disgusted. Coupled with hunger and cold, the stench of the seawater, and the pain from her broken chest, she had a nervous breakdown. Mengyu cried hysterically, "Let me go up. I'll talk. I'll talk. Kowtow and apologize to my master? Can you do that? Young miss of Meng family?" Xianxia was not willing to surrender to this woman. How could Mengyu care so much? Being able to live was the best. She already understood that Yangqing simply did not see her as a human, let alone a young miss of the Meng family. I'm willing. I'm willing. Let me go up. Mengyu was already weak. Fighting with the sharks continuously had exhausted the last of her strength. Xianxia coldly snorted and pulled the rope upwards, throwing Mengyu onto the deck and giving her another heavy jolt. Mengyu's bones were about to fall apart. The dress that she was wearing, because of fighting with the sharks in the sea, was torn and tattered. Only the collar of her chest was left. From head to toe, her snow-white skin was covered with bright red scars. What was worse was that she was only wearing a black and red bra and a pair of sexy underwear of the same style. If one were to disregard her current sorry state and the bloodstains all over her body, her jade-like body would really be lying on the deck. It would really be a wonderful scenery. Feeling that she was temporarily safe, Mengyu's tears trickled down. She did not want to enter the sea again. That group of sharks made her feel like she had died no less than 100 times. Every second felt like a century. After all, she was a pampered young miss. Even in the business world and in the gang, she was resourceful. But the test of life and death was not so easy. What, you've decided to kowtow to me and admit your wrongs? At this time, Yangqing had finished eating. He took a white towel and wiped his mouth. He leisurely walked to the deck. All of Mengyu's muscles were sore and powerless. Her pair of charming eyes now stared at Yangqing blankly, as if she had already become numb. Yangqing glanced at this woman's exposed body with interest. Her figure was indeed good. She had the capital to be proud of. Master is asking you a question. Xianxia mercilessly kicked Mengyu's thigh. Mengyu screamed in pain and rolled a few times on the deck. She gritted her teeth and tears flowed down. Didn't your Meng family keep saying that you want me to kneel and kowtow? Today, I'll let you have a taste of it. I'll count to 3. If you don't do it, I'll continue to throw you to feed the sharks. Yangqing casually raised his hand and began to count, 1. 2. No. Mengyu squeezed out the rest of her strength. Her face was pale. She turned around and knelt in front of Yangqing unwillingly. It was as if the woman's bones were broken. With great difficulty, Mengyu bent down and heavily knocked her forehead on the deck. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mengyu felt that her dignity was like a tile that was exposed to the wind and the sun. It was peeling off layer by layer and drifting away with the sea breeze. Do you know where you went wrong? Yangqing walked in front of the woman. With one foot in front of the place where the woman was kowtowing, he condescendingly asked. Mengyu sobbed, We shouldn't have lied to you. It seems that you still don't understand. Yangqing stretched out his hand and pointed at the group of sharks that still refused to disperse. He said, "Do you know what's the biggest difference between sharks and other fish?" Mengyu raised her head. She didn't understand and shook her head. "They don't have swim bladders." Yangqing said. "Swim bladders?" Mengyu was even more confused. She was in a daze and didn't know what Yangqing meant. Yangqing said firmly, "That's right. Sharks don't have swim bladders. From the moment they're born, if they don't want to sink into the sea, and if they want to stay alive, they have to constantly use their bodies to survive in the sea by moving their bodies non-stop. From the moment a shark is born, it has never stopped fighting for its life. Therefore, those who can survive are all experts in the sea. I'm like a shark. From the moment I became sensible, I understood that I could only rely on my own strength to fight, and kill. I never thought that a family or a force could surpass me. And you guys, you're just a bunch of idiots who rely on the glory of your ancestors to act like tyrants and look at the sky from the bottom of a well. You guys might occasionally be able to suppress me, but it's impossible for you to defeat me. Because I'm the king." Mengyu's expression was bitter. Many complicated expressions flashed through her eyes. She was in a daze as if she was infatuated. On the side, Hanya looked at the man she followed emotionally. Her eyes were full of eager emotions, but she didn't dare to show too much. After a long silence, Yangqing asked again, "Why do you suddenly want to marry me?" "To tell you the truth, I will let you live for the time being." The last line of defense in Mengyu's heart had collapsed. Perhaps it was because she realized that she couldn't defeat the man in front of her, or it was a kind of surrender. It's because of the pressure from the number one chief. Number one? Yangqing frowned. What do you mean? Mengyu wiped the seawater and tears on her face. Her lips were a little dry and cracked. She said in a quiet voice, "I'm not very clear about the specifics, but our Meng family has eyes in the central government, so the most core decisions can be quickly obtained. Because of the conflict between you and our Meng family, the number one chief met with the Li family head. He already wanted to use your hand to suppress the development of our Meng family. Otherwise, that Jiang Xiaobai wouldn't be so bold to let you have a conflict with us. The power behind the number one chief is not something our Meng family can contend with, so Grandpa and the others plan to let you marry me. In this way, the Yang family and you can form a front with us, and also solve the problem of ancestral spirit treasure. The most important thing is that if you become a family with us, then the number one chief will no longer have the idea of dealing with our Meng family. The number one chief is the person who cares about the overall situation of the country the most. He will not have personal emotional factors. He will only consider the stability of the country and the safety of the people. Number one is so capable, what he wants to do can be found out by your Meng family. You seem to be more resourceful than him? Yangqing doubted. Mengyu was afraid that Yangqing wouldn't believe her, but she couldn't say the specific details. She could only argue, there are no real secrets in officialdom. Every family that can survive for a long time has its own way of obtaining information. I am not the head of the family, so I don't know how this came about, but I have no reason to lie to you about this kind of thing. Yangqing already believed 70% or 80% of it. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he was really used as a knife. Thinking of this, he had a little more understanding of the number one official. He looked very cheerful and kind on TV, but behind his back, he really knows how to kill people with a borrowed knife. In the middle of this, of course, the Li family added fuel to the fire. Although Li Dun has a good relationship with him, he is afraid that in the face of this kind of thing, he will still put national interests first. Yangqing ate a loss, but he didn't say anything. He paced back and forth for a while, then said, "Now that you are in my hands, let your family release my father-in-law and mother-in-law, then I will let you go back." Mengyu's eyes flashed with a trace of intention. She really didn't want to stay on the ship for a moment longer. "You give me the communication tool, I will tell my grandfather." Hanya on the side threw a mobile phone to her. This mobile phone was specially made by Jane. No country's technological level can detect it. Zhonghai, in a very large private villa bought by the Meng family. Many of the core members of the Meng family have already arrived at the villa, including some of the Ming family's branch family patriarchs. Meng Qua, Meng Tian, Meng Wei, and Meng Qi, the four elders, were sitting high in the top position. They just listened silently, disdaining to discuss anything with these juniors. Below, Meng Kaiyuan and dozens of representatives of the branch family, as well as the main leaders of the Huanan gang, were discussing how to deal with this crisis. Yangqing was able to break through the defense of the Huaxia Navy and attack the location of the Meng family with the Tomahawk missile. If it weren't for Meng Qua and several other elders, the Meng family would have been a headless dragon. Yangqing's vicious and ruthless methods made the Meng family shudder in fear. However, what made the Meng family even more worried was that the dispute between the Meng family and Yangqing was not over. The number one chief above would not really give up. In recent years, the Meng family had been constantly expanding their connections in secret. They had joined hands with the Ning family. Whether it was in the business world or in the officialdom, they had gradually infiltrated many corners. The reason why the number one chief did not care before was because once he took action, the roots of the old tree would be entrenched and the country's vitality would be greatly damaged. But this time it was different. With Yangqing, this unstable factor, as a pawn, the number one chief is likely to take advantage of the situation. In any case, suppressing Yangqing will take a lot of effort, and suppressing the Meng family will also take a lot of effort. With the intention of eliminating one of the two, he will eliminate the one who benefits the most. Yangqing is now missing. None of us here are stable. We can't guarantee when he will rush out again, said a branch family patriarch. I don't think he dares to come back. With several elders here, he is no match for them. This time, he has angered the higher-ups. As long as he returns to the country, the number one chief will catch him. Otherwise, wouldn't I, Huaxia, lose face? White Horse Hall's hall master Bai He shook his head and said, not necessarily. Even if the number one chief wants to catch Yangqing, he will definitely wait for him to fight with our South China gang. At that time, even if Yangqing is arrested, our years of painstaking effort will be in vain. In my opinion, go and catch all the people around Yangqing. Doesn't he have a daughter in Zhonghai? Let's see if he dares to do anything to us after we catch him. Are you stupid? Zhang Xian, who had just become the hall master of the Golden Hall, scolded. Originally, the Yang family did not make a move this time because we agreed that Yangqing's personal grudges would not be affected by the Yang family. But if we catch Yangqing's daughter, won't it implicate the bloodline of the Yang family? At that time, the soldiers of the Jiangnan military region will directly surround us. Even if we don't hurt our muscles and bones, we will lose a layer of skin. That's right, it's better not to touch the people around Yangqing. The last thing that the number one chief wants to see is a disturbance. The reason why the number one chief caught Lu Qingshan and his wife is because Lu Qingshan is not a good person, so the higher-ups did not care. As for Yang Chen's women, a few of them were reputable figures. It was said that two of the more average ones had left the country this morning. None of us know what other means Yangqing has planted in the country. If we provoke him and he assassinates our relatives, wouldn't that be a loss? Hearing this, everyone felt that it was inappropriate. After all, the Meng family had a lot of relatives, and they were all in the open, so it was easy for Yangqing to catch them. Meng Kaiyuan listened to them and felt a headache. Now, he was depressed because he couldn't even find Yangqing. That brat's fleet came and went without a trace, so there was no radar at all. In the vast sea, who knew where they were? Leader, there's a phone call, it's the eldest miss. A guard came forward with Meng Kaiyuan's mobile phone. What? Yuer. All the Meng family members were excited. Could it be that Meng Yu had escaped? Quickly track the phone signal. Bai He reacted immediately and ordered the Huanan gang technician who had been connected to the network not far away. Meng Kaiyuan's hands trembled slightly as he took the phone and asked gently, is this Yuer? It's grandfather. Meng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that her grandfather was fine. She immediately said, Grandfather, I'm currently on Yangqing's yacht. He said that as long as we release Lu Qingshan and his wife, he will let me go back. Oh? Meng Kaiyuan frowned. Yuer, wait a moment. I'm in a meeting with your uncles, so I can't make the decision alone. I'll discuss it with them. Meng Yu's heart turned cold when she heard this, but she was also filled with bitterness and helplessness. When the children of ordinary families were kidnapped, when the elders heard that they could exchange hostages to save them, why would there be a need for discussion? However, the children of the Meng family were different. They had to consider the interests of the family before they could choose their life and death. However, when she thought about how her grandfather doted on her the most, Meng Yu firmly believed that her grandfather would definitely agree to exchange her. After Meng Kaiyuan explained Meng Yu's situation, everyone present fell silent. Right now, they were not very optimistic about this deal. How could Yangqing be let go so easily? After a long while, the hall elder Meng Qi, who had been sitting on top of the hall, said that Yangqing brat is very cunning. Yesterday, he clearly said that he would go to the meeting alone, but he set up missiles and explosives there, waiting for us to jump into the fire pit. In fact, these words were also the thoughts of many of the Huanan gang members, but they did not think about it. Who was the one who invited Yangqing up and set up a banquet at Hongmen? Meng Kaiyuan saw that everyone understood and was silent in his heart. Although he felt very uncomfortable, he could not go against everyone's wishes, not to mention that the elders were against it. Dad. Yuer's contribution to the Huanan gang is not small at all. Meng Ke could not hold it in any longer. As his biological father, he was most concerned about his daughter. Humph. Meng Ke, you have to take the overall situation into consideration. Right now, the only cards in our hands that can control Yangqing are Lu Qingshan and his wife. If we let them go, Yangqing will crazily take revenge in the dark, but we won't be able to find him. What should we do? After Meng Ke's face turned green and red, he revealed a deathly pale expression and was speechless. Meng Kaiyuan sighed deeply and said to Meng Yu, who had been waiting bitterly on the phone, I'm sorry, Yuer. It's not grandfather. I know. Grandfather. There's no need to say any more. Meng Yu's voice trembled slightly, but she forced a smile, I'm fine now, don't worry about me, I believe that grandfather can save me. The phone was hung up immediately, and there seemed to be the sound of Yangqing cursing on the side. Meng Kaiyuan's heart ached. After all, he had watched his granddaughter grow up. How could he not understand Meng Yu's sorrow? Idiot. Have you found the location of the signal? Meng Kaiyuan roared at the group of technicians. A man in charge of the technical team stood up and said with cold sweat, Sect leader, the other party's technology is too advanced. We can't accurately lock onto it, we can only roughly know that it's in the eastern high seas. High seas? The high seas are so big, a big Pacific Ocean, aren't you talking nonsense? Meng Ke also stood up and shouted angrily. Suddenly, Meng Kwa, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly stood up. His eyes swept across the crowd like torches and said, knowing that it's east is enough. Meng Tian, Meng Wei, the two of you follow me to the sea. Find that evil creature and take his dog life. When Meng Tian and Meng Wei heard this, they turned pale with fright. Elder Meng Kwa, if we leave the territorial waters of Xianxia, it will be a violation of the Treaty of Gods. Humph. Isn't that kid also called Hell King? What ability does he have? Gods? That's just a group of people angling for fame. I don't think it's worth it. If there's really a strong expert, can't the three of us even run back to Xianxia? Although Meng Tian and Meng Wei were nervous, they couldn't lose face in front of these descendants of the Meng family, so they nodded and agreed. They hadn't experienced the war between the gods and the ancient cultivators of Xianxia, so they didn't know much about the gods and didn't think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, the three crossing tribulation stage elders flew out and disappeared into the eastern sky. The leaders of the Huanan gang were stunned. They were really godlike characters. Unfortunately, except for those who were recognized as the most talented children in the family and could receive special training, most of the descendants of the Meng family couldn't reach their level. If it weren't for the crisis of the family, these elders wouldn't have appeared. On the deck of the Erebos, Yang Cheng's ears were sensitive, so he heard what Meng Kaiyuan said on the phone. This old guy didn't even want his own granddaughter and insisted on holding on to Lu Qingshan and his wife. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 5 orifices. He was waiting to give Lu Mingyu an explanation. I say, you woman, are you really your father's daughter? Aren't you known as the leader of the younger generation of the Meng family? Why the *CK don't you want to go back? Yangqing pointed at Mengyu and couldn't help but curse. Mengyu had kept her head down since the phone call. Her heart seemed to be sealed with a layer of ice and then mercilessly shattered, causing hot blood to gush out. She didn't know what she was feeling at the moment. She was like a kitten that was originally loved by its owner and held in his arms every day. But one day, because its owner was too busy with work, he simply abandoned the kitten in a dark and gloomy alley. She realized that the warmth and affection she had felt in the past seemed to be illusory, like a soap bubble that would dissipate into the air with a little poke. Hearing Yang Cheng's angry scolding, Mengyu finally couldn't help but raise her head. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She stretched out her hand and opened her mouth to shout. She tried to grab Yang Cheng's finger that was pointing at her and crazily bit it. Yang Cheng was stunned. Why was this woman suddenly baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like she wanted to bite him? Are you crazy? How could Yang Cheng let her grab him? He directly pushed her forehead, causing Mengyu to tumble. Falling onto the ice-cold deck, Mengyu cried even more bitterly. It seemed like there was nothing left in this world that she was reluctant to part with. She hated herself. Why was she born in such a family? Why did she have to fall into the hands of such a violent man? Hanya looked at her with disdain and lightly spat out a Japanese word, cowardly woman. Although Mengyu didn't understand Japanese, she knew that Hanya looked down on her. However, at this moment, she felt that there was nothing to care about. She had lost her self-esteem, her family, and her freedom. A layer of death appeared in Mengyu's eyes, and her heart was disheartened. Yangqing could naturally tell that this woman was basically a cripple, but he didn't have the heart to be protective of the fairer sex. For a woman he didn't like, no matter how beautiful she was, how could he care so much? Yangqing took the phone and dialed a number. "Make Dawn, have you done what I asked you to do?" Yangqing asked. The head of the Secret Service was very proud. "Your Majesty Pluto, although I'm not young anymore, I haven't reached the point where I can't do anything. I've already done it." "Very good, immediately send the things you found to that family. You know what to do." "Hee, understood." "That. Your Excellency, is my grandson, Brewster, alright?" Dawn carefully probed. Yangqing smiled slightly. "Not bad, Brewster is quite reliable." "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. If there's anything wrong, Your Majesty Pluto, feel free to beat him up." Dawn's heart calmed down a lot. After all, he was old. If his grandson could always be the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Fleet, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. He was very clear about the power of this fleet. It was meticulously built by Jane, and although it seemed to be no different from the weapons of other countries' navies, the internal equipment was completely ahead of its time. Yangqing could roughly guess Dawn's thoughts. In fact, although the Ghost Fleet was the strongest naval force under him, it was also in the past. Now, he was even more clear that recovering his cultivation and seeking a higher cultivation realm was the most powerful force. These worldly forces were not so important to him. Dawn had worked for him for many years, so it wasn't impossible for his grandson to continue commanding this fleet. Looking at Mengyu, who was lying motionless on the deck with lifeless eyes, Yangqing frowned and said to Hanya, "Bring her in, just don't let her die. Leaving her on the deck to look like a corpse will affect your mood." Hanya actually felt that it would be better to throw her down to feed the sharks, but she still obeyed and carried Mengyu into the cabin. Yangqing looked at the time and estimated that it wouldn't be long before the people from the Meng family called. Thus, he found a recliner on the deck, called for a cocktail, and began to sunbathe. However, just as Yangqing took a sip of the fragrant wine, a huge pressure came from the sky, and 3 black figures whistled over. Yangqing's heart trembled. He stood up and looked at the 3 old men, thinking that he had misjudged them. The 3 elders, Meng Qua, Meng Tian, and Meng Wei, had actually found him. "Humph, you didn't run too far. Evil creature, do you really think that I won't be able to find you if you escape from Xianxia?" Meng Qua sneered with a hint of playfulness. Facing the 3 people who were staring at him covetously, Yangqing's palms couldn't help but sweat. Were they really going to force him to use his cultivation? "Don't you know that you have violated the alliance of gods?" Yangqing frowned. What is the gods? You? You and your accomplices are also worthy of being called gods? Mengque laughed wildly. You are simply overestimating yourself. You are just a little bastard who can only be suppressed by this old man's saber and not be able to move. Today, I will let your blood splash 5 steps away and your head be separated from your body. After saying that, a yellow light flashed in Mengque's hand, and the long saber appeared once again. Elder Mengque, Meng Yu is still in his hands, Meng Tian reminded him. Humph, she's just a female junior. She's not some amazing talent that can be cultivated. If she dies, then so be it. If I split this ship of hers and she's still alive, then that's her fortune. Mengque said indifferently. Although Meng Tian and Meng Wei felt that Mengque was too cold-blooded, they also knew that Mengque was really angry with Yangqing. Last night, he had lost a lot of face. As for Meng Yu, in the secular world, she had a bright future in cultivation. However, in their opinion, she had no hope of entering the soul formation stage, so her death didn't have much of an impact. At this time, Hanya flew to the deck like a shadow. Looking at the 3 black-robed elders in midair, she asked sternly, Your Majesty Pluto, do you want to use the tracking missile to kill them? Yangqing shook his head, it's useless. Make everyone stay in the cabin and don't come out. Yangqing knew that without a group of Meng clansmen who needed protection, these 3 crossing calamity stage cultivators could easily avoid the missile, and even if it really exploded, it wouldn't hurt them. Unseal. Yangqing still didn't dare to use his cultivation. He could only use his spiritual force and the law of space to soar into the sky. Oh, you still want to resist? I will let you die with understanding. Mengque signaled Meng Tian and Meng Wei to move aside. He pointed his saber at Yangqing, and a huge amount of water essence stage true essence began to quickly condense. Although they were above the sea, the earth attribute spiritual qi could still be obtained. With the gathering of the earth yellow spiritual qi, the long saber began to make a deep sound, like a beast that wanted to trample on the enemy. Yangqing didn't immediately decide to attack. Instead, he urged 2 parallel spaces to cut the space in the sea, pushing his yacht and the warships on both sides several nautical miles away. Above the blue sea, this scene was like a scene from a movie. The yacht that was under Yangqing's body just now had already appeared several nautical miles away in the blink of an eye, and the seawater collided with each other irregularly, creating turbulence. In this way, even if the battle started, the true essence stage wouldn't be able to easily destroy the warship. Ridiculous, when you die, your subordinates won't be able to escape. In Mengque's view, Yangqing's actions were superfluous. Eat my saber. The long saber slashed down majestically. The majestic and heavy true essence stage had already cut a depression of hundreds of meters in the seawater under Yangqing's body. Yangqing mobilized dozens of parallel spaces to form an arc shield, trying to block it, but it was still quickly cut into pieces. The true essence of a water essence stage cultivator was too strong. Such a small amount of parallel space couldn't stop it at all. The penetrative power was so strong that it directly shattered. Yangqing dodged the saber, and with his speed, he instantly moved towards Mengque's body. Even if there was no true essence stage, Yangqing believed that their bodies were definitely not as tough as his. If he could penetrate their bodies, he could suppress them. In your dreams. A true essence shield instantly opened up, and at the same time, it also emitted a layer of dense earth yellow mist like true essence, radiating from Mengque's body. Yang Qing felt his own space law stagnate, as if he had fallen into sand, and every movement was extremely strenuous. With such an insignificant skill like the spatial laws and brute force, do you really think you can compete with this old man's exquisite Huaxia spell? This heavy sand technique is derived from an ancient Dao technique, and it just so happens to counter your spatial transfer. Do you feel that your entire body has been sucked in by true essence and you can't move? Mengque laughed complacently, looking at Yangqing struggling in the air, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Yangqing was annoyed in his heart. If he had his original cultivation, once he used the power of the heavens and earth, his opponent was only at the aqua water stage. This little bit of earth spirit adhesion could be broken in an instant, but his own spatial laws were too weak, and he was unable to cut off this true essence. Mengque grinned, and the blade in his hand fell. This time, the 1,000-kilogram blade chopped straight towards Yang Cheng's body. There was no way to avoid it. Yang Cheng relied on his brute force to tilt his body, but the blade still cut into his shoulder. Clang! When the blade cut into Yang Cheng's shoulder, it was as if it had cut into tough metal. The true essence violently flowed, and the earthing yellow true essence seemed to shoot out in all directions. Yang Cheng's body seemed to have been struck by lightning, falling straight into the sea, like a human-shaped cannonball. Boom! The sea splashed high into the air, and Yang Cheng felt an intense pain in his shoulder. His body uncontrollably fell hundreds of meters into the sea before slowly stopping. At such a depth, if an ordinary person did not rely on special equipment, they would not be able to feel this kind of pressure. However, Yang Cheng only felt that the muscles and tendons in his shoulder were rapidly recovering. The spatial laws could be used once again, and after Yang Cheng continuously used spatial transposition, he rushed out of the sea. When Meng Kuo and the other two saw this scene, they were somewhat startled. Yang Cheng's body had actually recovered. Just now, he had clearly been badly mutilated by the 1,000-kilogram blade, but in the blink of an eye, only his clothes were torn, and his vigorous body was exposed to the air. There were no signs of injury at all. You can take it, but do you think this old man can't chop you to death? Just right, let this old man chop to his heart's content. I don't believe that you can still recover after I chop off your head. Meng Kuo brandished imminent and once again rushed towards Yang Cheng. His whole body was constantly displaying the sand-sinking technique. It was as if a sandstorm tornado was moving quickly in the air. Once Yang Cheng was shrouded in it, he would be unable to move. Yang Cheng tried to use the space laws to dodge, but because the scattered true yuan had completely disrupted the surrounding parallel space, Yang Cheng was completely unable to move freely. He dodged continuously, but all he got in return was the Earth's spiritual true origin sticking to his body, which was then controlled by Meng Kuo. Fortunately, the Qianjun in Meng Kuo's hand was only a middle-grade magic treasure. Moreover, it was not mainly sharp, but it relied on stability and heaviness. If that was a high-grade magic treasure and it was extremely sharp, then Yang Cheng would not be able to withstand a few hits. Amidst the earthen yellow quintessential essence, Yang Cheng's chest, back, legs, and even the dangerous area near his neck, were all attacked by imminent. The blade that was chopping down brought along a line of floating blood on Yang Cheng's body. In midair, Yang Cheng was like a fish on the chopping block, constantly rolling around. I chop. 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 Meng Kuo was too lazy to use any special techniques to enhance the power of the blade. Yang Cheng's spatial laws had been completely shattered by him. Moreover, he was also controlled by his technique, so he had no ability to resist. He was just annoyed that Yang Cheng always used small movements, not letting him chop the most fatal spots. But every time Yang Cheng was cut, no matter how deep, he could quickly recover. This made him extremely annoyed, but he could also sense that as Yang Cheng's blood flowed out, Yang Cheng's life force was also gradually weakening. As long as he continued to chop more than 100 times, Yang Cheng would eventually die from excessive blood loss. As long as he did not have cultivation and did not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then Yang Cheng would just be a strong human body. Meng Tian and Meng Wei, who were at the side, were a little dumbfounded when they saw Meng Kuo slashing so violently and crazily, yet Yang Cheng was still able to hold on. They could not help but admire the strength of Yang Cheng's life force, but eventually, he would not be able to hold on any longer. Yang Cheng had long forgotten what pain was. He kept dodging the attacks, but was also being attacked. No matter how much blood he lost, he still tried to get close to Meng Kuo. Gritting his teeth, Yang Cheng did not make a sound. As long as he could still resist, he would not choose to use his cultivation, because that would mean that he would lose to Han Dun. There was a possibility that he would never be able to change back to himself. In the distance, be it Xianxia on the yacht or the commanders on the 3 ships, they were all using their naked eyes or binoculars to watch the scene in midair. Xianxia saw that Yang Cheng was being continuously slashed by the black-robed old man with blood flowing out. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She wanted to go up and help, but she did not know how to fly in midair. She was clear that her strength was inferior to an ant at this moment, but she could not sit back and watch. Captain Fanny, why didn't you launch the missiles? His Majesty Pluto will die if he continues to be attacked like this. Hanya shouted agitatedly. Old Fanny, who was at the side, frowned and said in a deep voice, Lady Hanya, His Majesty Pluto's purpose of sending us far away is to let us avoid him. Our attacks will only make things difficult for him. But we have to believe in His Majesty Pluto's choice. Old Fanny said in a loud voice. In midair, Mengqin noticed that Yangqing was actually trying to get close to him to attack, and he was so angry that he trembled. Evil creature! Let's see how long you can hold on for. Mengqin roared, 1,000-kilogram wild thunder slash. The 1,000-kilogram long saber in his hand brought along a thunderous electric current. Although the blazing high-temperature electric current was not heavenly thunder and was just the power of ordinary thunder and lightning, because of its extremely high temperature and destructive power, its power was extraordinary. The long saber entwined with electric current once again slashed at Yangqing's chest. While leaving a half-foot-long wound, it also charred Yangqing's muscles and skin. Ah! Yangqing finally could not bear it anymore and let out a mournful scream. His body was once again heavily struck into the sea, rolling up a huge wave. Elder, this brat is almost at his limit. Why don't the three of us attack him together and dismember his corpse into 1,000 pieces? Elder, you have been fighting for so long, let us two brothers vent our anger. Meng Tian stepped forward and said with a sneer. Mengqi's face was gloomy. He looked at Meng Tian and Meng Wei, nodded and said, All right, last night you guys were also badly battered by him. Next, I'll let you guys stab him a few times. Meng Tian and Meng Wei's faces were filled with joy. The two of them summoned their respective flying swords. Both of them were low-grade magic treasures, but it was enough to deal with the current Yangqing. Once this brat is dead, we'll search his body for our Meng clan's spiritual treasure. Then, we'll kill all of his subordinates. Our mission to leave the mountain this time is almost over, Mengqi said with satisfaction. While they were talking, Yangqing, who was in the sea, had already recovered from his injuries and once again floated up into the air. It was impossible to escape at this moment. Firstly, it was very difficult. Secondly, he could not abandon his subordinates and old friends. However, to defeat these three crossing tribulation stage cultivators, Yangqing felt that it was impossible without using his cultivation. Did he really have to risk his life and try to use his cultivation? His body was getting weaker and weaker. If it wasn't for his abnormal body, an ordinary crossing tribulation stage cultivator would have died dozens of times already. However, he was afraid that if he had to endure dozens of slashes, he would start to lose consciousness. Yang Chung was a little annoyed. He was too careless. He should have let the ship go deeper into the Pacific Ocean. This place was too close to Xianxia. The nearest god, Poseidon, lived in Hawaii. Poseidon might have already noticed the battle here. However, he was worried about Xiaxia's cultivators and felt that nothing would happen to him, so he did not rush over. Yangqing had indeed guessed most of it correctly. The use of the law of space would naturally alarm the other gods. However, all the gods were clear about Yangqing's abilities. They would not know that Yangqing's cultivation could not be used. Naturally, they thought that if there was a battle that Yangqing could not handle, then it would be useless for them to go. Moreover, it was near Xianxia, so there was no need to start a fight. Just as Yangqing was smiling bitterly and wondering if he should really use his cultivation, the two brothers, Meng Tian and Meng Wei, had already turned their flying swords into two long rainbows and stabbed toward Yangqing from the left and right. At this moment, Yangqing could not increase his speed at all. Under the envelopment of the true core strength of the three brothers, the movement of the law of space was extremely slow. Just as two more bloody wounds were about to appear on his body, the two flying swords suddenly twisted and turned around dozens of meters away from Yangqing. As if they had hit a reflective wall, the two flying swords mercilessly stabbed toward their two masters, Meng Tian and Meng Wei. This shocking change made Meng Tian and Meng Wei think that they were blind, but they reacted quickly. They controlled the flying sword to circle around them in an arc so that they wouldn't be hurt. Yangqing sensed the changes in the space around him. After a moment of surprise, he suddenly realized what was going on. Mirror dimension? This was an extremely profound use of the law of space. It could reflect the enemy's attack as if it was a mirror. In fact, it was done through exquisite space cutting and stitching. And now, in this world, there was probably no other person who could use this law of space to appear here. Athena. Yang Cheng's divine sense weakened. At this moment, he realized that a woman in a black dress had appeared in the sky. A pair of bare snow feet were extremely eye-catching under the sunlight. As her black silk dress danced in the wind, one could vaguely see her fair and long legs. On the woman's proud snow neck, that absolutely beautiful face that was shrouded in mist was still the same as before. It was not very clear, but it was exceptionally moving. Athena's eyes were filled with extreme natural arrogance. She looked at Meng Qi and the other two with an extremely contemptuous gaze that could drive them crazy. Meng Qi and the other two looked as if they were facing a great enemy. This woman gave them an incredibly strong sense of oppression, and they didn't even notice that someone was coming. Yang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he felt depressed and felt that he had to rely on this goddess to survive, he couldn't care less. It wasn't the first time that Athena had made a move. He couldn't be swallowed by the chaos just because of Meng Qi and the others. It wasn't worth it. But why didn't the other gods rush over? Instead, it was this mysterious woman who came? Could it be that she knew his current situation because of the prophecy spell? Yang Qing could only guess so. Who are you? Meng Qi and the other two elders stood together and looked at Athena from afar. They couldn't understand how Athena managed to turn the flying sword back in an instant. Didn't your elders teach you the consequences of violating the covenant of gods? Athena said indifferently. Her simple words were filled with murderous intent. Meng Qi and the others felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know why they were so weak. Are you a sovereign as well? Meng Qi probed. Athena was too lazy to reply. She said coldly, you are not worthy for me to kill you. You have violated the covenant. Kill yourselves. Hearing this, no matter how careful Meng Qi and the other two were, they began to burn with anger. Haha. Are you kidding me? You're just a woman who's in cahoots with this evil creature. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you know where we come from? If you really dare to fight us, then bring it on. Meng Qi's 1,000-kadi-long saber once again condensed into a 10-feet-long light blade, while Meng Tian and Meng Wei both pushed their flying swords to the extreme. The flying swords began to look blurry, and the light they emitted was the result of a large amount of true inner force gathering. Athena suddenly ignored the three of them and looked down at Yang Chen. Hades, you're too stupid. Even if you've inherited old Hades' divinity, your understanding of the laws of space is still too shallow. The corner of Yang Cheng's mouth twitched. He had always been quite confident in his cultivation, but being called stupid by Athena made him feel a little sullen. Huaxia's cultivation technique is different from the comprehension of the laws of space. Even now, you still don't understand what space is. Athena seemed to be able to see through everything that Yang Qing was thinking. Yang Qing smiled embarrassedly and said to Meng Qi and the other two, I say, big sister, even if you want to give me some pointers, there's no need to say it now. They're about to attack you. Athena snorted in disdain, them? They're already dead. These words were as arrogant as they could be. Meng Qi and the other two were about to attack, but they were actually sentenced to death? This old man has never liked to deal with women, but you, this woman, are really ugly. Watch my 1,000-kadi blade. As Meng Qi roared, the long blade in his hand danced like a violent waterfall. Because of the large amount of true essence gathered, it was more ferocious than any of the slashes that had been aimed at Yang Qing. Yang Qing didn't dare to take this slash head-on. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose half his life. However, Athena didn't move at all. She stood in midair as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Meng Qi's saber light disappeared for some reason when it was 10 meters in front of Athena. It was as if it had broken into another space. The saber light did not appear in the space where Athena should have appeared, but was instead absorbed by another space. After that, Meng Qi, Meng Tian, and Meng Wei felt a boundless suction force beneath them, and it started to drag them down. Yang Qing, who was standing far away, could see clearly and feel that the space where Meng Qi and the other two were standing was constantly collapsing. Obviously, it was only the space that was constantly collapsing, but the three of them couldn't resist falling at the same time. Yang Qing had never seen such a space law. It was like a whirlpool on the sea, sucking people down. But in fact, the whirlpool was constructed by countless parallel spaces. Mengque and the other two were naturally unwilling to give up. Realizing that the situation was not good, they frantically bombarded the surrounding parallel spaces with their true essence. The true essence of 3 crossing calamity stage experts exploded at the same time. But no matter how they destroyed the surrounding parallel spaces, the speed of their falling did not slow down at all. When they reached the bottom of the seawater began to howl like a tornado. After another 10 seconds, the entire tornado formed by the seawater suddenly stopped, and the seawater suddenly fell down. The whole sea returned to calmness, as if nothing had happened. However, Xianxia discovered that the 3 crossing calamity stage elders of the Meng family had actually disappeared. Ignorant cultivators, they've already been devoured by the parallel space. With their cultivation, they can't withstand the pressure of such a thick space. They'll definitely be crushed to death, Athena said casually. Xianxia could imagine how terrified Mengque and the other two were when they fell from the sky. The ability to kill 3 tribulation-passing stage cultivators with just one move of the space law was too terrifying. Don't be surprised, Athena looked back at Xianxia and said, their strength is still too low compared to the truly powerful cultivator Xianxia. This kind of technique is useful against them, but as long as the true essence is strong enough, it won't be so easy to do. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, you didn't use any strength at all. Even if they were several times stronger, I'm afraid they still wouldn't be your opponent. This is the power that you have never properly comprehended the law of space, Athena said proudly. Hades, your situation is within my expectations. Do you still think that your path is right? Just like how you have always insisted on walking your own path, I also have my own persistence. I will not regret it, Xianxia said firmly. Athena didn't intend to persuade him. After hearing what Xianxia said, she coldly looked at him and was about to leave. However, Xianxia immediately stopped her and couldn't help but ask, I'm very curious, why did your law of space have such a strong attraction? What kind of power dragged them down? Athena seemed to sigh faintly. As I said before, you don't understand what space is at all. Do you think that in this universe, there is really such a thing as power? Xianxia stared blankly, completely confused. What kind of nonsense is this woman talking? However, Athena didn't have any intention to say more. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared. Xianxia thought for a long time, but he still couldn't understand. What is power? Isn't this something that physicists should consider? Xianxia thought that he should ask Jane this question. Perhaps women have more ideas than him. No matter what, he finally escaped a disaster. The Meng family lost 3 crossing tribulation stage elders. In a short period of time, perhaps they won't send any experts out of Xianxia to find trouble with him. Xianxia was also relieved. Back on the ship, Xianxia, old Fanny, and the others were happy to have a new lease of life. This made Xianxia a little embarrassed. To put it bluntly, they all survived because of Athena. Your Majesty Pluto, Xianxia called to look for you. Cheryl came out of the cabin at this time, holding a mobile phone with Xianxia's private number. There were very few people who knew the number. After Xianxia got the news from Mengyu, he roughly guessed who called. He took the phone and listened. Sure enough. Minister Li, you really made it hard for me this time. Xianxia's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The other party was Li Mozhen. If it wasn't for Li Dun's face, he would have cursed out loud. Li Mozhen smiled and said, you don't seem surprised that I called. It was the old man who told you how to get through to this number, wasn't it? At this point, it's time to be frank. My old man definitely wants to avoid arousing suspicion. I don't think the number 1 chief will lower himself to such an extent. I guess you'll be the one to talk to me, Xianxia said. Since you said so, it seems like you know a lot of things. I will not deny it. Yes, this time, we indeed have the suspicion of using you, but you should also admit that if you didn't insist on fighting with the Meng family, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Li Mozhen calmly said. Xianxia smiled lightly, you think I'm in a bad situation now? Isn't it? The power behind the Meng family is not something you can imagine. They have already sent 3 elders. That is just the tip of the iceberg. With just you, do you think you can go back to Xianxia? Li Mozhen said with a bit of ridicule. Yangqing laughed in his heart. You still want to use the Meng family to pressure me? He deliberately said in a regretful tone, I just wanted to ask someone to help me pass a message to the Meng family. The three elders of the Meng family, Meng Qua, Meng Tian, and Meng Wei, have disappeared forever. What did you say? Li Mozhen slightly lost his composure. After a moment of silence, he said in disbelief, You killed them? This time, it's not my turn. Yangqing pretended to say, They came to the high seas to kill me. In the end, they violated the Treaty of Gods. It just so happened that Athena came back. You don't know that Athena is a violent woman. She directly crushed those three old guys into the space. Not even their bones were left. TSK, if I had that method, the Meng family would have been destroyed by me. When Li Mozhen heard this, he couldn't help but have a headache. This matter has become big, the Meng family will not let it go. Yangqing, I advise you, if you still want to set foot on Huaxia's land, don't expand this matter. Try to push the responsibility to the gods. The Meng clan is not something you can shake. Nonsense. Yangqing immediately refuted. What do you mean push the blame to the gods? Since I've accepted the divinity of the previous Hades, I can't ignore the affairs of the gods. Not to mention that Athena saved me this time. Why are you so stupid? I'm just saying it verbally, it's not like I'm going to make you fall out with the gods. You used to be quite slippery, why are you? Alright. I'm not a modest gentleman, but I still need to be loyal. Yangqing felt that Christine, Stern, and his sister were much friendlier than Huaxia and the other old men. Li Mozhen sighed and didn't seem to know what to say. Actually, I've always wanted to know, what is the power behind the Meng clan? Yangqing had long asked. Li Mozhen didn't answer directly, but mysteriously said, I'm afraid no one knows much about this matter except the number one chief. I only know some general things. But I can tell you one thing, that is, the power behind the Meng clan is enough to rival the whole of Hongmeng. Yangqing suspected that he had misheard, but when he came back to his senses, it seemed that only this explanation was reasonable. Otherwise, why didn't Hongmeng send anyone to stop this turmoil? There was only one reason, Hongmeng had encountered a cultivator organization that they couldn't intervene rashly. However, it was not difficult to understand why Hongmeng could control all the rogue cultivators. Were there no other rogue cultivators who were dissatisfied with Hongmeng and wanted to set up their own sect? Just like Hongmeng, most of the cultivators didn't have much interest in the secular world. Even if there was an organization, they wouldn't easily show up in public. And the Meng clan was estimated to be the bridgehead of that organization, just like the Tang clan in the past, which was responsible for some things in the secular world. Li Mozhen heard that Yangqing didn't speak, and thought that Yangqing was afraid. He smiled and said, Don't panic, since I called you, naturally I have the intention to help you. Help me? Yangqing smiled evilly and said, I'm afraid there are conditions. That's natural, there is no free lunch in the world. Li Mozhen slowly said, the number one chief said that if you are willing to contribute to the country and return the Meng clan spirit treasure, he can order the Meng clan to release Lu Qingshan and his wife. As for the news of the death of the three elders, we can find a way to help you settle it. You have to believe that the number one has that ability. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said, in the past, Lin Jigua asked me to help him train a berserk dragon army. Could it be that he wants me to help him train another army this time? There's no need for you to train any army, Li Mozhen said, we just want to know, how did your fleet silently enter the territorial waters of Huaxia, and after sneak attacking the Hope Hotel, disappear without a trace and escape? Yangqing's face was solemn, and he said without hesitation, impossible, the technological facilities that my fleet is equipped with are enough to subvert the entire world. If it is given to Huaxia, the national defense of other countries will be useless. Although I have no intention of helping other countries, I can't change the fate of all mankind because of me. This is a violation of the Treaty of Gods, the main gods can't take the initiative to participate in human wars. You blockhead, even if you give that technology to our Huaxia, we won't invade others. Li Mozhen said gloomily. Bullying the weak is human nature. Perhaps you won't, but can you guarantee that the other people in power won't? If it wasn't for the fact that Huaxia's cultivators were restrained by the gods abroad, they probably wouldn't have the so-called seclusion and would have long since conquered the entire world. Yangqing sneered. Li Mozhan felt a headache coming on, and said in exasperation, "All right, since you say so, I'll see what kind of ability you have to refuse our olive branch. Let's wait and see." Yangqing smiled confidently. After hanging up the phone, Yangqing sighed. Actually, he didn't have a concrete grasp of the direction of the situation, but it was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the technology of the Ghost Fleet. Xianxia, who was at the side, said in confusion, "Your Majesty Pluto, Huaxia is your motherland, why can't you give the technology to Huaxia?" Actually, even if Huaxia has the latest technology, he might not be able to threaten the other international powers. After all, the United States and the European Union also have their own hidden military forces. Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know why my fleet is called Ghost?" Xianxia shook her head. She thought it was just to match the name of Pluto, but it seemed that there was another reason. Yangqing recalled, "When I asked Sauron to help me build this fleet, in order to let this fleet avoid the eyes of the world's major navies, I specifically asked Jane to make an unprecedented stealth system for my fleet. This not only includes missile crews, anti-missile, and a series of functions like the Aegis system of the United States, but the most important point is that it can avoid all the current detection methods in the world. This system took Jane nearly half a year to make. For Jane, it was a very difficult invention. In the end, the name used was kunai." Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, and said, "This is the name of the artifact of Hades, the invisible helmet?" "Yes, it's the invisible helmet, kunai. This artifact has been missing for tens of thousands of years. Jane named this stealth system kunai, which also means to return it to its rightful owner. And my fleet, because of the existence of kunai, can be unimpeded in the world, like a ghost that no one can see, so it's called the Ghost Fleet." Yangqing smiled and said, "Jane is very clear about the destructive power this system can bring. It can sneak attack any military stronghold in the world, because this technology is nearly 30 years ahead of the world's technology. So, she asked me to promise that this system must not be used by any other forces or countries. I swore to keep my promise, and I must do what I said." Xianxia showed an envious look. Princess Jane must be very pleased that Master remembered his promise to her so clearly. Yangqing shrugged. For a woman who had done so much for him, there was no reason to forget his promise to her. But, Huaxia's Meng family must hate Master to the bone. "I'm afraid it'll be difficult to go back now," Xianxia said worriedly. Yangqing smiled playfully, looking at the time, "The Meng family should have received my gift by now. Give the phone to Mengyu and tell her to call Meng Kaiyuan again." Mengyu was mercilessly dragged out again. At this moment, this woman's face was as white as paper and her expression was wooden, as if she was immersed in an inextricable pain. After being slapped twice by Xianxia, she finally heard what she was called. A hint of resistance appeared in her eyes, but she couldn't resist Xianxia's raised wrist, so she could only make the call. As soon as the call connected, he heard Meng Kaiyuan's furious roar. "Bastard! Yangqing! Are you still human? You're worse than a dog. Do you think my Meng family will be afraid of you? Grandfather! It's me." Mengyu bit her lips, her eyes red. When Meng Kaiyuan heard this, he panted heavily and said, Why is it you? Give the phone to Yangqing. Let him listen." Mengyu seemed to have been struck by lightning and almost dropped the phone on the deck. Her heart, which was already on the verge of breaking, seemed to have shattered into countless grains of sand at this moment. Meng Kaiyuan was so angry that he couldn't care less about what Mengyu was thinking. At this moment, his granddaughter's safety was secondary. The family's reputation and his face as the head of the family were the most important. Yangqing took the phone from Mengyu's hand. Looking at the woman's dazed expression, he didn't feel any sympathy. Being born in such a large family, one's status depended entirely on one's own ability. In fact, one should have seen through it long ago. It was just that a daughter like Mengyu was too pampered. Even now, she still held on to the illusion that she was really special and irreplaceable in the eyes of the elders. "Old man, what's wrong? Are you excited this time?" Yangqing said with a smile. On the other end of the phone, in the conference hall of the Meng family in Zhonghai, the Meng family and the South China gang's upper echelons were already in an uproar. All of this was because a few minutes ago, a servant had passed in a box of discs and a letter. These two things had already been firmly suppressed under Meng Kaiyuan's palm. You want to use these to threaten me? Do you think I, Meng Kaiyuan, am so easy to deal with? I don't want to waste my breath with you. The things have already been delivered. They are just copies, and the original is in my hands. If you want to save your family's face, you'd better obediently let my father-in-law and mother-in-law go. Go back to where you came from, don't provoke me. After Yangqing finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Meng Kaiyuan's throat emitted a voice like grinding gears because of his anger. After his facial muscles twitched, he directly smashed the phone into pieces. On the high platform, the only remaining guardian elder, Meng Qi, suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, Meng Kaiyuan, you'd better settle this matter immediately. How dare you? After saying that, Meng Qi didn't seem to want to stay here any longer. He flew out of the conference hall and disappeared. Meng Kaiyuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, lowered his head and agreed. As soon as Meng Qi left, he roared towards the guards in the conference hall, go. Call Meng Qin, Meng Zhixin, and Zhang Ling over. Everyone in the conference hall was uneasy. Some were secretly gloating and looking forward to it. Meng Qin and Meng Zhixin did not have the qualifications to discuss matters here as they were not Huanan gang's direct descendants. However, Meng Ke and Meng Zhilong, who were the hall master and vice sect master respectively, were present. At this moment, the two of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. They revealed a fierce glint, and their expressions were complicated and indescribable. At the same time, in a luxurious guest room of the Meng family's villa, a scene of white flesh being eroded was playing out. On the big bed at the center of the room, Meng Zhixin was making love to an enchanting woman who was also naked. One of Meng Zhixin's hands was on the woman's breasts, pinching them into all kinds of weird shapes. The soft flesh looked like it had been whipped, and there were traces of red marks on it. Her other hand was hugging the woman's waist. Although she was a little fat on her waist due to her age, it added to the charm of a mature woman. The two's private parts were constantly colliding at high speed, making splashing sounds. The woman's hair was disheveled, and she was sweating profusely. It was as if her soul had left her body. Swaying her white body, she suddenly raised her head and let out a high-pitched scream. Her whole body began to convulse. This woman was Meng Zhixin's stepmother, Zhang Ling. Meng Zhixin obviously did not have any pity for her. Regardless of Zhang Ling's naked body, he continued to thrust forward. His hand that was grabbing the snowy peaks on her breasts was now grabbing Zhang Ling's hair. As if he was riding a mare, Meng Zhixin roared in a low voice. Finally, he thrust forward and poured his essence into his mother. Zhang Ling was invaded by a boiling hot feeling. She was so excited that her eyes rolled back as if she was about to faint. But in the end, she showed a satisfied smile, turned around, and threw herself into Meng Zhixin's arms lazily. Meng Zhixin also vented his irritation. One of his hands slid down Zhang Ling's back, and the other took a cigarette and lit it for himself. The mother and son were obviously used to this atmosphere as they smoked. My dear Xiao Xinxin, you're great today, Zhang Ling smiled in satisfaction and said, you're getting stronger and stronger, much stronger than your father's silver spear and wax head. Don't talk about my father on my bed, Meng Zhixin said coldly. Humph, what are you afraid of? The dignified Meng Zhixin is actually a soft worm. Haha, people will definitely laugh at you if they know about it, Zhang Ling said disdainfully. Meng Zhixin's hand ruthlessly grabbed Zhang Ling's chest and twisted it, causing Zhang Ling to scream in pain. Let me tell you, no matter how useless he is, he's still my father. I don't care if you like it, but don't talk nonsense. Meng Zhixin said coldly. Zhang Ling looked at him with grievance, Xinxin, you know I like you. I really love you. If it wasn't for my father's decision to ally with Meng Qin, I would rather stay single for the rest of my life for you. Tisk, Meng Zhixin sneered, alright, save it in front of me. A slut like you still wants to talk about love with me. A hint of sadness flashed through Zhang Ling's eyes, but it was fleeting. She chuckled, that's right, I'm a slut who seduced my own son. I don't deserve to talk about love. Then isn't that Li Jingjing you like? Seducing a married man, and doing it so brazenly. Shut up. Meng Zhixin thought of how Yangqing had taken Li Jingjing, and the anger in his heart surged again. Zhang Ling wasn't afraid at all. She sneered, I wonder where Yangqing went this time. He even took Meng Yu as a hostage. The heavens are really helping us. As long as Meng Yu dies, the competition for the family's direct descendants will most likely be your brother Meng Zhilong's strongest competitor. Meng Zhilong is much easier to deal with than Meng Yu. At that time, Just as he was halfway through his words, the family guards knocked on the door. Young Master Zhixin, the gang leader invites you and second madam to the meeting hall. Zhang Ling and Meng Zhixin's expressions both changed. They weren't afraid of being discovered. The door was locked, and it wasn't a big deal for their mother to be in their son's room. Why would they invite us to such a meeting? Zhang Ling asked curiously. Meng Zhixin got up and began to put on his clothes. Anyway, Yangqing is gone. What's there to be afraid of? Maybe something really happened to Meng Yu. Hearing this, Zhang Ling's face lit up. She immediately took some tissues to dry the sticky liquid on her body, sprayed some perfume, and got ready to go. In less than 10 minutes, Meng Zhixin and Zhang Ling arrived at the meeting hall, and Meng Qin was already there. Almost everyone in the meeting hall looked at the three of them with a strange look. The air was filled with a suffocating smell. Meng Kaiyuan looked at his grandson and daughter-in-law without any love in his eyes, only ruthless indifference and hatred. Dad, why did you call us here? Meng Qin sensed that something was wrong, and his smile was a little forced. Meng Kaiyuan threw a CD in front of Meng Qin. Go and play a video on the CD. Hearing this, many people looked at Meng Kaiyuan in surprise, as if the CD shouldn't be played. Meng Zhilong and Meng Ke almost went up to stop him. Although Meng Qin was puzzled, he didn't dare to hesitate. He walked to the projector and put the CD in. He clicked on a video file on the CD, and the video immediately appeared on the huge projector screen. In a luxurious hotel suite, a man and a woman were crazily doing the most primitive exercise. Meng Zhixin and Zhang Ling's faces turned pale, and Meng Zhixin's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. How, this is... Meng Qin's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned around in disbelief, looking at his second son who had knelt on the ground. Zhang Ling murmured in disbelief, how could this be? This was the absurd thing that she and Meng Zhixin did in the hotel, and she couldn't even remember which day it was. How could there be a video? Then, Zhang Ling seemed to think of something, and she turned around and screamed at the kneeling Meng Zhixin, Meng Zhixin. It's you. How dare you secretly record it? Zhang Ling didn't understand why there would be a CCTV in the hotel she went to, but after thinking about it carefully, it could only be Meng Zhixin. Otherwise, who would dare to play tricks under the eyes of the Meng family? She helped Meng Zhixin, but Meng Zhixin didn't completely trust her. He recorded the passionate video of them, and kept it as a trump card to control himself in the future. Meng Zhixin's mind was in a mess. This video was hidden in the safe box in his private mansion, so how did it fall into Meng Kaiyuan's hands? But no matter what was done could not be undone, and everyone present had probably accidentally seen it all. Meng Zhixin, who was drenched in cold sweat, immediately cried and kneeled on the ground, Grandpa. Grandpa, you have to believe me. I was tricked by that bitch Zhang Ling, and that's why I did such a disgraceful thing. This wasn't my intention. Without waiting for Meng Kaiyuan to speak, Meng Qin had already rushed forward and kicked his youngest son. Shut up. Unfilial son. I'll kick you to death. The scene was a mess, and the 2 men and 1 woman had become a complete laughingstock. As the elder brothers, Meng Ke and Meng Zhilong, couldn't understand why Meng Kaiyuan had to expose the family's dirty linen again. All of you, shut up. Kneel. Before they could figure it out, Meng Kaiyuan had already shouted, and everyone quieted down. Meng Qin, Meng Zhixin, and Zhang Ling were all red in the face, and they knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to lift their heads. Meng Kaiyuan's voice was like a great bell, and his eyes were like knives as he stared at the 3 of them. I, Meng Kaiyuan, have failed to discipline you and raised you 3 evil creatures. You have lost the face of the Meng family and damaged the reputation of the Meng family. Today, if I don't set an example, I, Meng Kaiyuan, will not be able to convince everyone to lead the Huanan gang, and I am not worthy of being the head of the family. Now, I will kill these 3 evil creatures in front of all my brothers and the elders of the collateral family. I will make an example out of righteousness. After saying that, Meng Kaiyuan suddenly pulled out a loaded Browning pistol from the waist of his personal guard and aimed at his second son, Meng Qin. Everyone was shocked. No one thought that Meng Kaiyuan would be crazy enough to kill his own son and grandson to consolidate his position and quell the anger of the elders. Meng Ke quickly grabbed his father's arm and persuaded, "Dad, this is all Yang Cheng's trick to make us kill each other. Don't be fooled." Meng Kaiyuan shook off his eldest son's hand. "Even if it wasn't Yang Cheng who sent this, I, Meng Kaiyuan, will not allow my descendants to be inferior to pigs and dogs." Bang! Bang bang! 3 consecutive gunshots, and the smell of gunpowder stimulated the nerves of everyone present. Almost everyone was stunned. Meng Ke and Meng Zhilong did not expect Meng Kaiyuan to shoot so suddenly. They did not even have time to stop him. Meng Qin, Meng Zhixin, and Zhang Ling's faces were fixed with disbelief and unwillingness. Their foreheads had been pierced by bullets, and there were bleeding holes. As the 3 warm corpses fell to the ground, Meng Kaiyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of pain, and it was quickly covered by a touch of ferocity. The old man could sit in the position of the gang leader for decades, and his prestige was as high as a mountain. He relied on extreme cruelty and iron blood. Even to his own children and grandchildren, if he had no choice, he would kill them. The people present originally had some thoughts of ridiculing him, but now they did not dare to gossip anymore. They were even more afraid of Meng Kaiyuan, and they were obedient to him. Meng Kaiyuan's 3 shots not only killed the 3 scum of the Meng family, but also cut off many people's thoughts of seizing power. Perhaps it was because of the gunshots, but Mon Qi, who had floated out earlier, returned to the conference hall with a slightly relieved expression. Meng Kaiyuan bowed and said, "Elder, the 3 evil beasts have been killed as a sign of respect for the family rules." Mon Qi nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, I didn't make a mistake. If you don't handle this matter well, you don't need to be the patriarch anymore. I already have a plan. I'll ask the clan's old ancestors and find someone to replace you. This old man is very satisfied with your handling of this matter, but this matter is not over yet. Yang Qing, that bastard, is biting our Meng family's weakness. What are you going to do?" "Don't worry, Elder. Actually, the name list that Yang Qing brought isn't much of a threat. I'll give Premier Ning of the Ning family a call right now. I believe he'll be able to counterattack." "That's good." Meng Qi didn't ask any more questions. These mundane matters should be left to Meng Kaiyuan to think about. He only cared about whether or not the clan's spirit treasure could be found. With a turn of his body, he wrapped up his black robe and swiftly left the meeting hall. In fact, Meng Qi had gone out earlier because he had suffered quite a bit of anger, and secondly, he had gone out to see if he had seen Meng Qi and the other 2 elders return. In the end, Meng Qi and the other 2 didn't seem to have returned. This made Meng Qi puzzled. Logically speaking, after such a long time, the entire Pacific Ocean should have circled once. After all, Yang Qing was still on the phone. There was no reason for Meng Qi and the other 2 to not be able to find Yang Qing. On the Pacific Ocean, the water was blue and the sea breeze was blowing. On the deck of the Erebos, Yang Qing was sunbathing. Beside him, Hanya had already changed into a bikini and was kneeling beside Yang Qing. She did her best to serve her master food and drink while massaging him. The female ninja's proud upper body was like a wave, and a certain part of her pink thong could be faintly seen. Her 2 buttocks were white and clean, as if she wasn't wearing anything at all. She was extremely sexy. Yang Qing knew that this woman had always been unable to find a sense of security because he hadn't slept with her, but Yang Qing really didn't want to get into any more romantic debt. Although a woman like Hanya was purely offering herself as a sacrifice and didn't need him to be responsible, he still felt that he had let down Lin Ruoshi. Even if the woman had already decided to divorce him, Yang Qing's heart was still worried. More than half an hour had passed, and Yang Qing had been waiting for the news the entire time. He was guessing how the Meng clan would be in chaos right now. Finally, the news came. Yang Qing's phone rang. Hanya was a very professional secretary. She placed the phone in a comfortable position for Yangqing and pressed the answer button. Yangqing, you've really dug a hole for yourself this time. The one who called was Li Mozhen. What do you mean? Yangqing asked. Did you use spy channels to investigate all the officials who were involved with the main clan, their corrupt background, as well as their shady lovers, illegitimate children, and especially their overseas assets? Yangqing suddenly smiled. Oh? So you know? The news is quite fast. I did check all this information. It's not difficult for me to check. I have the world's most powerful hackers and the most powerful agents. I just gave the list of officials related to the main clan to Main Kaiyuan. The specific evidence is in my hands. These things, you should also want to know. Doesn't the number one chief want to know who under his eyes should be killed? 2 days ago, Yangqing arranged for Maekdan to search for the information of these officials related to the main clan. He was waiting for this moment to give a head-on blow. If the main clan lost so many years of operating the network, the loss would be great. You're confused. Li Mozhen scolded, you're too naive. Do you think that the chief doesn't know about these people and this information you found? You can find it from abroad. Can't we find it in our country? It's not that we don't know these people are related to the main clan, but even if they are indeed corrupt and do some shady business, these people can't be moved and replaced. Yangchen was puzzled. What do you mean? Could it be that they gave money to number one? Yangqing never participated in politics, just like he didn't do business. For these things, he only looked at it on the surface and didn't know much. Li Mozhen smiled bitterly and said, do you think that corrupt officials can be killed? As the saying goes, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. An official is a job that does not produce social labor. To put it bluntly, this kind of administrative function, from the beginning of his birth, is destined to continue with exploitation and privilege. You may think that I'm shameless, but as an official, if he is not greedy, is he really purely serving the people? Sacrificing himself to help others? Do you think that in this society, how many people can do this? Yangqing was stunned. Sacrificing himself to help others, perhaps only Buddha would do this. In this world, no country's officials are truly incorruptible. Maybe there are, but only a few. Out of 10 officials, 9 are corrupt. This is inevitable. This is human nature. People often hate corrupt officials because they don't have the opportunity to be an official. If they can be an official, will they really be an incorruptible official? Not necessarily. As the number one official, what he considers is whether this official has any achievements. If someone else replaces him, will he really do better than him? It's not that he is a corrupt official, so he should be replaced immediately. Governing a country is not to be swayed by emotions. You can't blindly be black, nor blindly be white. If you can't stand the sand in your eyes, then you are a nationalistic youth, not a country scholar. Li Mozhen's words made Yangqing finally come back to his senses. Although I don't fully agree with your words, but I understand. Yangqing smiled helplessly and said, it seems that even if Meng family really confesses, you will not deal with them. That's inevitable. Many of these officials are department-level officials, and even ministerial-level officials. They have their own connections. Your name list, we must suppress it. Don't think otherwise. Meng family is not something you can easily shake. Moreover, your move has made number one very dissatisfied. Let me tell you, Yangqing, Meng family may worry about the number one official and Yang family, so they won't dare to capture the woman around you, your daughter. But, if number one is not satisfied with you, forget about kidnapping your woman, your daughter. Even if he kills your woman, you have no way to resist. Vice Premierly, aren't you being too disrespectful with your words? Yangqing was a little annoyed and said, I am not a soft persimmon that can be pinched easily. Even if number one's background is extraordinary, if he could cure me, he wouldn't let me sunbathe here peacefully. Li Mozhen sighed and said, Yangqing, I am now speaking to you as an elder. Uncle Li, I have always liked you as a young man. First, you have a good relationship with my grandson, and you saved that little bastard's life. Second, our generation is old, and there are too few capable young people in Xianxia. You will be our hope. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't put too much importance on your face. You are not qualified to really think that you are invincible in the world. It is not a big deal to show your sincerity in front of number one. Number one is not that kind of unreasonable person. Think about it, you sent warships to bomb Xianxia, and also made the matter of the Ming family so public. Number one did not directly deal with you, which is already giving you a lot of face. Don't be too domineering. What is the difference between you and a hedonistic young master? With Li Moshen's soft words, Yangqing was too embarrassed to play the hero. Indeed, he did go too far. Not only did he not give in, but he also involved the face of the military and the government of Xianxia. For number one, this country is protected by him. It would be strange if he didn't feel ashamed to be fired a few missiles for no reason. If it were not for the fact that he did have a lot of power overseas, perhaps number one would not have held back until now. Li Moshen continued, those officials will definitely not be moved. In order to consolidate his position, Meng Kaiyuan even showed his determination in front of number one. Even his own son Meng Qin, grandson Meng Zhixin, and that woman named Zhang Ling were executed together. Think about it, an old man who can even kill his own son and grandson, how can he be moved so easily? You are still holding on to the Meng family's spirit treasure. You have already taken advantage of it. It is time to stop. Yangqing was stunned. He didn't expect Meng Kaiyuan to be so decisive. He had underestimated that old man. Uncle Li, you said it yourself. This matter has already affected number one's reputation. You must give an explanation. But the Meng clan will not let me go back to Xianxia, most likely they will send people to find trouble with me. Even if I want to go back to Xianxia and continue living my life, it won't be that easy. Yangqing was somewhat helpless. To be honest, living a good life in Zhonghai, spending more time with his women, and watching his precious daughter grow up was exactly the life that Yangqing yearned for. Li Moshen can tell that Yangqing has the intention to change his mind. He chuckled and said, I heard from old Yan that you are quick-witted when it comes to practicing martial arts, but you are a fool when it comes to handling certain matters. It seems to be true. Don't keep me guessing. Why are you the same as my old man? Last time, he said something about me. What does he mean? Yangqing was still worried about Yang Goming's words. Li Moshen smiled mysteriously, in fact, it is very simple. You want to go back to Xianxia, but you don't want to be disturbed by the Meng clan. As long as number one is willing to come forward, it will be solved. Zhang Nanhai, Chief Number One's office. The office with simple decorations covers a large area, but there are not many furnishings. Every piece of furniture is old, and there are many antiques that have been touched by the leaders of the past generations. In front of the wide rosewood desk, Ning Guanyao, dressed in a suit, was standing there solemnly, facing the smiling Chief Number One. Chief, many cadres in the south are complaining. Some people in the military are also pressuring Yangqing. They think that this time, Yangqing went too far and insulted the prestige of the country. If there is no explanation, I'm afraid this matter will affect the unity of our party. Number One calmly smiled and said, I also know that Minister Li is talking to Yangqing. After all, our Xianxia is a country of etiquette. We can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Ensuring the safety of the people is the first priority. If you want to make a move on Yangqing, it will cost you a lot of money. But Ning Guanyao said, Chief, in order to deal with the Meng clan, Yangqing dared to investigate so many of our important officials. If he continues to be so unruly, in order to retaliate against the Meng clan, I'm afraid it will cause social unrest in our country. Number One bowed his head and looked at the copy of the list on the table. Below the list, there are many specific corruption contents of the officials. If this information is spread out, it is indeed enough to cause turmoil in the whole country. This made his face not look good. Ning Guanyao was secretly proud in his heart. He thought that this Yangqing was really a newborn calf, lacking some meticulous thinking. This kind of information related to the stability of the country, he dared to investigate it and take it out as he pleased. He thought that he could deal with the Meng clan. Who would have thought that this would help the Meng clan? Does he really think that no one can subdue him? Although Ning Guanyao himself didn't know what kind of people were supporting him, from the information that came out from the Ning family, he knew that it was definitely not an overwhelming force that Yanqing can resist. Oh right, Chief, Ning Guangyao planned to continue to use strong medicine. Just now, I received a call from Meng Kaiyuan. He said that the Meng clan will bear the losses caused this time and will donate 20% of this year's military expenses to the Jiangnan military region. The Meng clan doesn't want their family to have a conflict with Yanqing and cause the military and the government to be in trouble. They are very considerate of our work. Number 1 revealed a smile. Oh, old Meng is really a patriot, respectable and commendable. Sigh, it's just that Yanqing really doesn't know what's good for him. Number 1, you have to endure it again and again, but he is so presumptuous again and again. Ning Guangyao looked like he hated iron for not becoming steel. Old Meng said that the Meng clan is very worried about Meng Yu, who fell into the hands of Yanqing. They are willing to exchange Lu Qingshan and his wife for Meng Yu. As for the Meng clan's spiritual treasure, it was also robbed by Yanqing. If Number 1 can make the decision to let Yanqing return the spiritual treasure, they will also donate 5 additional large airports to the 4 provinces of the Central Plains for free. Ning Guangyao tossed out the benefits one after another. These were naturally what Meng Kaiyuan had told him to do. Originally, Meng Kaiyuan couldn't open his mouth to speak of this. There was the suspicion of using the power in Number 1's hands. But this time, Yanqing's approach has caused Number 1's dissatisfaction. He could push the boat with the current and let Number 1 feel that the Meng clan is much more reliable than Yanqing. Number 1's brows twisted. It's not that he couldn't see the inside of this, but as the supreme leader, he doesn't need to consider whether to use or not, and he doesn't need to consider who is right and who is wrong. At present, it seems that standing up for the Meng clan is indeed more beneficial to the country. He has gradually lost his patience with Yanqing. At this moment, Li Mo's hen, who has been talking to Yanqing outside, knocked on the door of the office and walked in. At this time, the Li clan's patriarch's face was like a spring breeze. There was an unknown smile on his face. He looked at Ning Guangyao with interest. Chief, I finished talking to Yanqing. Li Mo's hen stood together with Ning Guangyao and said respectfully. Number 1 asked calmly. Does he have any regrets? Li Mo's hen nodded slightly, then shook his head. He has no regrets, he said. I want to make a deal with you. As soon as these words came out, Ning Guangyao frowned, obviously very puzzled. Oh? Interesting. Chief Number 1 chuckled and said, I've been working in the department since I was young, and I've never done business before. What does he mean? Did he agree to hand over the stealth technology of the fleet? Li Mo's hen sorted out his thoughts and said leisurely, Yanqing still refuses to hand over the stealth technology. However, he is willing to use his influence abroad to increase the oil imports of Xianxia by 60 million tons every year from the Middle East and Central Asia for the next 5 years at a 50% discount on the price of crude oil. What? Not only did Number 1's expression change, but Ning Guangyao also opened his mouth in shock. Impossible. Isn't this like using half the price to import 1/5 more oil every year? After 5 years, it's equivalent to using half the price to buy 1 more year of oil? Ning Guangyao cried out involuntarily. Everyone present was a big shot who was extremely familiar with the country's economy and energy lifeline. With the current annual oil imports of Xianxia of less than 300 million tons, no one knew better than them what 60 million tons of oil at half the price meant every year. At this moment, Number 1's eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. For the first time, he became excited. Speak, what are his conditions? No wonder Number 1 couldn't wait to know the details of the deal. After all, oil was the blood needed to run the world's machines and the power of industry. Oil wasn't something that people would be willing to sell just because you had the money. There were only so many resources in the world. If you wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from the US and the EU, you had to pay the price. As the world's second largest oil importer, Xiaxia's desire for oil was even greater. After all, Xiaxia couldn't start a war for oil, but the US could. This kind of secular competition and tug-of-war between countries was what Number 1 was most concerned about. As for the matter between the cultivators of Xiaxia and the gods, it was a different level of competition. Number 1 himself was only a spokesperson and wouldn't directly intervene. Li Mozhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yangqing said that a woman named Li Jingjing beside him wants to enter politics, but it's too slow to start from the bottom. He hopes that you can help Li Jingjing reach the top in a short period of time and gain real power. Not only was number one a little surprised, but even Ning Guanyao felt it was unbelievable. That's it? Chief One asked in disbelief. Li Mozhan nodded. He said he didn't ask for anything else. The descendants of the Yang family are really stubborn. He's not willing to give in. Number one smiled and looked very amiable. Chief, I've checked the information on the woman named Li Jingjing. There's nothing wrong with her. Her background is clean and her family used to be very poor. When Yangqing was still selling mutton skewers in the market, he fell in love with a woman Yangqing knew. As the head of intelligence, Li Mozhan got this information easily. Chief One nodded approvingly and said with a smile, the fact that a young woman can fall in love with a mutton skewer seller means that she's simple and honest. There won't be any problem with her character. How about this, I'll personally ask someone to prepare a letter of appointment and help her get a diplomatic resume. Just say that she's from a certain embassy in Europe. In this way, she can enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a young overseas official. Isn't the director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs a woman? This way, Yangqing would probably be more at ease. After she trains for a while, she can try to be a spokesperson or something like that. Let's just get a department-level promotion now. You see, that's not a problem, right? Li Mozhan naturally agreed. The bureau chief's arrangements are very detailed. I don't think Yangqing will have any objections. And, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the future, Li Jingjing can also talk to Yangqing about some things. Let his woman talk to him about problems, he must be embarrassed to refuse a lot of things. In fact, with number one protecting her, everyone had to open their claws and see clearly. Who would dare to touch Li Jingjing? Number one smiled and pointed at the old man. Oh you, why do you have to tell me all about my little tricks? It could be seen that number one was in a good mood and was quite pleased with himself. If he could really use Li Jingjing to get more benefits from Yangqing, it would be killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Ning Guanyao's face was a little stiff. Meng Kaiyuan asked him to help, but now that number one was obviously tempted by the benefits Yangqing offered, he had no reason not to help Yangqing. Gritting his teeth, Ning Guanyao smiled stiffly and said, Bureau Chief, Yangqing can't be boasting, right? 300 million tons of half-price crude oil for 5 consecutive years. Not to mention that the price is astronomical, the implications are also very unusual. It's hard to guarantee that the United Nations and the international public will be pressured by it. As soon as these words came out, the smiling number one's face changed. He put on a fake smile and lowered his head. He took the teacup on the table and gently took a sip. Premier Ning, young people are willing to serve and contribute to the country. Moreover, they are the descendants of a red general family. We should encourage them more, don't you think? When he raised his head, there was a hint of cold anger in number one's eyes. Ning Guanyao was startled. This was the first time he saw number one looking at him with this kind of eyes. He was also a dignified country's prime minister, but unexpectedly, he was suppressed to the point that he didn't dare to breathe. That generous and amiable chief, at this time, did not have half a smile on his face. Instead, he was like a high mountain, with irresistible power that deterred him. This was not the cultivation base of a cultivator, but the majesty of a country's number one chief sitting in this position. Ning Guanyao had a strong hunch that number one must have long known that he had a close cooperation with the Meng family. It's just that, number one's idea was to look at the overall situation. If it wasn't a critical moment, he would not point it out. This time, the benefits that Yangqing could bring to the country were far more than the Meng family's little money. Therefore, number one was not willing to interfere. Swallowing his saliva, Ning Guanyao forced a smile and nodded, yes, I was overthinking. Number one returned to his smiling face, as if nothing had happened just now. He said, you were thinking too much. That kid even broke into the CIA in the United States alone, and even changed their director. How many countries in the Middle East could do that? As long as he is willing to do it, he won't boast. It's just that without enough benefits, he won't be so obedient. Chief, Yangqing only made this one request, the Meng family. Li Mozhen hesitated and didn't know what to say. Number 1 waved his hand and said, even if Yangqing didn't mention it, I would still take care of it. A young man who serves the country, I can't let his heart be cold. You go and tell Meng Kaiyuan, don't make trouble, he should rest, he is old, he should take care of his body. Tell him to release the hostage and exchange it with the hostage in Yangqing's hand. This matter will end here. The Meng family's dirty linen must not be spread out. As for the spirit treasure, say that Yangqing is not willing to exchange the family's spirit treasure, but give him real evidence and use legal means to solve it. If he dares to make trouble again, he will be dealt with according to the law. But, the forces behind the Meng family. I said, this is a society ruled by law. The forces behind the Meng family must also abide by the law. Number 1's fingers tapped on the desk. Li Mozhen laughed in his heart. What Number 1 said about dealt with according to the law was nothing more than a warning to the Meng family. Yangqing is of great use to the country. Whoever dares to touch him will harm the national interest, he will not be polite. As for how Number 1 will restrict the forces behind the Meng family, he must have his own ability, so he can't ask more. After talking about these things, Number 1 also specifically mentioned a few words about the Yang family. Yang Pejuan retired from the Jiangnan Military Region Commander and went to the military school to be a professor. Number 1 felt that it was a waste of talent, so he directly restored him back to his position as the commander of the Jiangnan Military Region and removed the acting commander. Guoxiuhua raises money for various places to open orphanages all year round, so she should also issue a series of medals. Although there has been such honor before, this kind of honor, the more the better. As the head of the military commission and the political circle, this kind of thing is nothing more than a few words. Of course, the premise of all this is that Yangqing must implement the oil contract within 3 days and promise not to take the initiative to find the Meng family after returning to China. Number 1 readily agreed, which didn't make Yangqing feel surprised. 300 million tons of oil in 5 years, whoever doesn't agree is a fool. Although it's not an exaggeration for Yangqing to have eyes and ears in foreign countries, after all, most of these relationships were inadvertently saved by some dignitaries, or sought protection from some people, or took over from the previous king of hell. These relationships are not particularly close. Although they are willing to give him face, there is also a limit. This time, when he sent oil to Xianxia, Yangqing also has to subsidize the oil oligarchs in the Middle East. Although it's affordable for Yangqing, it's still tens of billions of dollars. If he says that he doesn't feel pain, he would be deceiving himself. Hanya knew that this crisis has been offset by Yangqing with oil. While admiring Yangqing for being able to make such a big deal, she also felt that it was not worth it for Yangqing. Master, Huaxia's leader is too stingy. The price you paid is too high. If it were the leaders of other countries, they would have already helped you to dispose of those bastards. How can he pretend that he doesn't know anything and easily spare the Meng family? It's too easy for them. Yangqing had just finished a phone call to Lu Mingyu to report the safety of Lu Qingshan and his wife. At this moment, he ordered old Fanny to sail the yacht to the Zhonghai port. After he was done, he turned to Hanya and said, "You are wrong. This is what I want to see. I don't want anyone to deal with the Meng family for me." Hanya was stunned, and then said in surprise, "Could it be, after Master returns to China, you still want to continue to fight with the Meng family?" "Not now." The dark waves in Yangqing's eyes surged. "When I recover my strength and become strong enough, I will personally wash away today's shame. I was beaten like a dead dog, I will bite back like a mad dog. The people of the Meng family laid a fence in my heart and obstructed my Tao. If I can't personally get rid of the shadow laid by the Meng family, in this life, because of this matter, it will be difficult for me to reach the peak I want to go to." Hanya stared at Yangqing blankly. Obviously, for Japanese ninjas, Tao was too illusory and completely unknown. Seeing the woman's silly look, Yangqing felt funny. He subconsciously scratched her forehead, messed up her bangs, and then turned around and walked out of the cabin with a smile. Such an unintentional action made Hanya lower her head shyly, and her beautiful watery eyes revealed the joy of a young girl in love. In Zhonghai, nightlife had already begun. On a street full of bars, neon lights teased people's nerves and stimulated the hormones of young men and women. Under the bright purple and red light, the crowd was bustling with activity. Peddlers selling cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks were everywhere. In a small, smoky bar, there weren't as many customers as in the other big bars on the street, but there were already several tables full of customers drinking heartily. However, at this moment, many of the customers and waiters in the bar were looking in one direction. It was a woman who looked exceptionally quiet. The woman wore a light gray sweater, a black scarf, and tight trousers. She looked neat and elegant. A head of black, soft, and shiny hair hung down to her waist. The side profile of her face could be vaguely seen. Her delicate skin looked like a crystal jade carving under the light. That enchanting temperament was like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. However, she appeared in this inharmonious and dirty place. The woman was sitting at the bar counter. She ordered a glass of whiskey and slowly sipped it. She seemed to have something on her mind and drank very slowly. About a few minutes later, another beautiful figure that did not match the small bar walked into the bar. However, this time it was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was filled with mature charm. Her hair was tied up in a noble manner, and she wore a black and red winter dress. The material was luxurious, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was expensive. Such a beautiful young lady would come to such a place? This caused the regular customers of the small bar to be somewhat surprised. It seemed that the appearance of these two women had added a bit of beauty to the entire bar. Very quickly, the young woman found the long-haired woman sitting at the bar counter. She revealed a soul-stirring smile, quietly walked over, and sat beside the woman. "Give me a glass of whiskey as well." "Just like her, thank you." The waiter was a young man who had just arrived. Facing the woman in front of him who had a completely different demeanor, but was also as beautiful as a dream, his expression was unnaturally nervous. He immediately nodded vigorously, yes, Mississippi, from beginning to end. The long-haired woman didn't even look at the charming young woman beside her. It was as if she was immersed in her own world, and everything had nothing to do with her. The beautiful woman drank half of the whiskey, pursed her plump red lips, and turned to the woman beside her. She smiled curiously and said, "Lin Ruashi, I never knew that you would be interested in coming to a place like this. How did you know I was here?" Lin Ruashi turned her face slightly, and her watery eyes rippled as she looked at Tang Wan. "Please. This is Zhonghai, and I've been here for almost 20 years. Every street and every building has been imprinted in my mind. To put it bluntly, when you were still a little kid in kindergarten, still studying in middle school with braids, and a little hipster in university, I was already one of the few people at the top of the pyramid in this city. It was a piece of cake for me to find someone here." Lin Ruashi frowned. Tang Wan was saying that she was still very young in front of her. She couldn't help but say, "Your words are really annoying. Anyway, you've never thought that I was good, so I have no reason to make you happy." Tang Wan joked, "What are you doing here? Is it because you quarreled with Yanqing, so you came here to get drunk? You don't seem like that kind of woman." Lin Ruashi was silent for a while, and her eyes revealed a bit of reminiscence. Sometimes she was smiling, and sometimes she was sad. "This is the place where I first met him," Lin Ruashi said lightly. This bar was the bar that she accidentally entered because of Lin Kuan's matter, the company's matter, and Su Jihong's matter. All kinds of troubles were mixed together, and she was in pain. She didn't have many memories of that night because she was too muddle-headed and in so much pain that she wanted to die. She had tried countless times to recall why she had chosen this bar, but she couldn't remember the reason. She only felt that it was preordained by the heavens. She also didn't know which bar was good and which was bad, but fortunately, she didn't go to other bars. Otherwise, she might have already walked on a path of no return. Tang Wan was stunned for a while, and deliberately teased, "I really thought that you wanted to divorce him, so I came here happily to see you make a fool of yourself. But since you came to this place, I'm afraid that divorce is just a casual talk. Since you miss him so much, it seems like there's no hope of divorce." Lin Ruashi knew that Tang Wan was joking, so she didn't get angry. She just calmly said, "You guessed wrong. I came here not because I miss him, but because I want to cut off my past with him. From this small bar, we came together, and now I came here for the last time to say goodbye to him." I don't have any nostalgia for him anymore. He is not suitable for me, and I am not suitable for him. Our divorce is just a legal process. Tang Wan's smile froze on her face, and her eyes revealed a rare confusion. I've always thought that I could guess your thoughts, but this time, I can't seem to see through you. Lin Ruoshi, you're not really going to divorce me, are you? Why not? Lin Ruoshi asked. Tang Wan shook her head and sighed. I always thought that you were a smart woman. You should know better than anyone that you can't make Yongqing love you wholeheartedly. You can become his only wife, which is enough to make us jealous. Why do you have to go to the extreme? Do you really think that you are the most special one? Don't be silly. If it wasn't because the woman Yongqing loves the most is you, do you think that the Yang family will let you, the daughter of Ning Guanyao, be their daughter-in-law? Do you really think that in the eyes of Aunt Gua, you are really the most suitable daughter-in-law candidate? Maybe you don't care about this, but... Enough. Lin Ruoshi interrupted Tang Wan's words, and asked with a faint smile, didn't you always want me to move my seat away? Now that I am going to divorce him, won't you have a better chance? Tang Wan was a little angry. You don't have to joke with me like this, I have long given up hope for love. His appearance is already a miracle, I am already very satisfied now, and I don't have any extravagant hopes. I just hope that the man I like can be happy, and not leave behind painful regrets. If another woman was in your position today, I would also advise her like this. Lin Ruoshi was silent, and said sourly, now that you put it like this, it seems that I am indeed the most insensible one. Do you have any difficulties? I really can't understand such a simple truth. How can you not understand it? You are not such an impulsive woman. Tang Wan couldn't help but ask. Lin Ruoshi's expression was a little complicated, and after a long time, she let out a relieved smile. This time, you are really wrong, I don't have any difficulties, but there is one thing that I really can't bear. Is it about Lan Lan? Lin Ruoshi nodded, and said with tears in her eyes, not only Lan Lan, if Lan Lan was born with any of you, I can accept it. But, Lan Lan was born to 17. As long as I see Lan Lan, it is as if that woman also appears in front of me. Tell me, even if she passes away forever, deep in Yongqing's heart, he will still love her the most. As long as Lan Lan is at home, Yongqing will never forget 17. Do you know, the way he looks at Lan Lan, it is so gentle, so cherishing, so deeply regretful, and because of that, it is as if blood is flowing out of my heart, and I can't stop it no matter what. Tang Wan didn't know much about 17, but she also knew that it was that woman who made Yongqing disheartened and returned to Xianxia. Lin Ruoshi, you are so willing to lose to a woman who is already dead? Tang Wan asked. Lin Ruoshi chuckled, and revealed a trace of helplessness. She is dead, but she will forever live in that man's heart. I lost completely. Tang Wan stared at the woman, as if it was her first time seeing her, and her eyes were a little blurred. I realized that this time I really can't see through you. In that case, I've won this time, Lin Ruoshi said coldly. She raised her head and downed the whiskey in one gulp. She exhaled, put down a red bill, and turned to walk out of the bar. But at this moment, a burly man in a dark green coat with a buzz cut and two companions blocked Lin Ruoshi's way with an evil smile on his face. Pretty lady, you're leaving so soon? It's still early. Do you want to have a drink with me? The man with the buzz cut asked casually. Lin Ruoshi furrowed her brows impatiently. She circled around and prepared to continue walking. Hey, why aren't you replying? Are you looking down on us? Another man reached out to stop Lin Ruoshi. Aya, don't be so rude. The man with the buzz cut smiled and asked his companion to step aside. He leaned closer to Lin Ruoshi and smelled the faint jasmine fragrance. He smiled and said, pretty lady, we're all civilized people. We won't be rough. Let's have a drink together. Many people in the bar saw this scene and did not make a sound. These three men were also troublemakers in this area. Relying on their connections in the police station, they had done a lot of immoral things in their daily lives, so they were not surprised at all. Tang Wan saw that Lin Ruoshi was stopped and didn't do anything. She thought that the woman didn't know how to deal with it, so she stood up and walked over to help her. She didn't want to stay here for long anyway. She could just leave together. But before Tang Wan could walk behind Lin Ruoshi, the woman suddenly moved. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were filled with coldness. Without any expression on her face, she suddenly grabbed the man's throat with one hand. Then, Lin Ruoshi's arm easily pressed down. The man's body was like a wooden club, smashing hard on the floor. Bang! The man felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. His throat was grabbed and he had difficulty breathing. His eyeballs were about to fall out. Lin Ruoshi slowly stood up. Her white sneakers had stepped on the man's face and crushed the bridge of his nose. A stream of blood flowed from his nose. His white sneakers were stained with bright red flowers of blood. But that wasn't the main thing. What made the three men feel cold was the cold aura that the woman exuded. This kind of indescribable psychological pressure made them feel extremely fragile, like withered leaves drifting in the wind, about to shatter into pieces at any time. If they were people from the underground world, they would definitely know that this was an incomparably condensed killing intent. Lin Ruoshi glanced at the two men who were still standing, and both of them shuddered. "Do you still need another drink?" The two men swallowed their saliva, and one of them replied with a trembling voice, "No, no." Lin Ruoshi quickly retracted her foot. She didn't even frown when she saw the stains on her sneakers. She didn't even bother to look at the crew-cut man who was lying on the ground with a broken nose. She quickly walked out of the bar and disappeared into the endless crowd. The lights on the bar street were still magnificent, but everyone who saw this felt gloomy. Tang Wan stood in a daze for a while. When she came back to her senses, Lin Ruoshi had already disappeared. Faintly sighing, Tang Wan found that she had never felt that her IQ was not enough. What happened to all of this? Hanzhong City, Meng family's meeting hall. Hall guardian elder Meng Qi sat at the head of the table. On one side was the patriarch Meng Kaiyuan, and below him were a group of Huanan gang's top brass and Meng family's direct descendants. Many of the people present had ugly expressions on their faces. Because from the atmosphere, they could tell that this was not something to be happy about. Meng Qi pondered for a moment, and then said in a clear voice, "This old man has just received instructions from the ancestor. This time, because of the enmity with Yangqing, we can't make a big move for the time being. My Meng family's clan protecting spirit treasure must be taken back, but considering the stability of the country and the enmity with Yangqing, it is not appropriate to make it too public. Therefore, in the future, we must make a decision after a long discussion. From today onwards, if anyone dares to find trouble with Yangqing and the people around him in private, they will be punished for betraying the gang and the family." They couldn't believe that even with the Meng family's heaven-defying methods, they would still be led by the nose by Yangqing. Could it be that this brat was the reincarnation of Vairocana, and his palm had turned into a five-finger mountain? However, they didn't dare to disobey the instructions of the elders. Even Meng Zhilong, who had lost his father and brother, didn't dare to say anything, let alone the others. After everyone left, only Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Ke were left to face Meng Qi. "Elder, Kaiyuan is ashamed. I actually caused the Meng family to suffer such a great calamity," Meng Kaiyuan said with a blush of shame. Meng Qi sighed, "It can't be blamed on you. Our family is unlucky, producing those evil creatures, which is why we brought that bastard Yangqing to cause trouble." The ancestors were also under pressure. There were great divine beings from above who came to give clear instructions that they were not allowed to cause trouble for Yangqing for no reason. Without sufficient evidence, they were not allowed to snatch the clan protecting spirit treasure. Even the ancestors don't dare to disobey, so how can we fight against them? I still underestimated that brat Yangqing. Ning Guangyao replied to me that Yangqing used 300 million tons of oil to import at half price to move number one's heart. Number one not dealing with our people this time is already an act of mercy, Meng Kaiyuan said dejectedly. Meng Ke was speechless. 300 million tons. That brat opened an oil field abroad. Meng Kaiyuan said with an ugly expression, "To be able to make number one smile, there is no lack of capital. Just the fact that he was able to send a fleet to bombard Zhonghai and leave without anyone noticing is already unimaginable. No matter what, let's not bother with him for now. When things calm down, we will recuperate. One day, we will be able to catch that brat's weakness and take back my clan protecting spirit treasure. Lu Qingshan and his wife have already been released. That girl, Meng Yu, should be sent back soon. Let her know her shame and take good care of the gang." Meng Qi said in a deep voice, also, like Meng Qin and Meng Zhixin, if they appear again, they will be killed without mercy. Yes sir. Meng Kaiyuan lowered his head heavily, but his eyes were slightly red. He had personally killed his son and grandson who had grown up. No matter how cold-blooded he was, his heart would still ache. However, sacrifice was an unavoidable process in front of the family's great cause. At the same time, the Erebos had already docked at the pier in Zhonghai. Yangqing could not wait to go back and hug the chubby little girl. This little girl did not know how to call him and did not stick to him at all. It was really troublesome. He bid farewell to old Fanny, Cheryl, and other old friends. He originally wanted to ask them to stay in Zhonghai for a few days, but these old guys were used to being lazy and were not interested in the atmosphere in Zhonghai, so they politely declined. After saying goodbye, Yangqing was ready to disembark, but Hanya suddenly ran to Yangqing's side and said hesitantly, "Master, that woman said that she wants to see you for the last time. She has something to talk to you about." "Mengyu?" Yangqing frowned. This woman already said that she would be released, why did she still refuse to leave? "Bring her over." Mengyu had already changed into a clean set of clothes and combed her hair. She looked a little thinner, and her posture was somewhat pitiful. Seeing Yangqing, the woman's eyes seemed to be much calmer than before. "Hanya said that you have something to talk to me about. I am still in a hurry to go back and hug my daughter. If you have something to say, just say it." Yangqing was not interested in staring at the woman. Mengyu gritted her teeth. After a trace of struggle flashed on her face, she suddenly exhaled with a determined look. Plop. Mengyu kneeled in front of Yangqing. This made Yangqing and Hanya shocked. Did this woman go crazy again? "Mr. Yang, I want to become stronger." Mengyu's eyes were firm and eager, looking at Yangqing with hope. Yangqing was stunned for a while, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Why do you want to become stronger?" Mengyu's eyes were filled with deep hatred, like a swamp full of thorns. "You're right. In front of the family's interests, I'm nothing. I can't accept this. Those good-for-nothings have relied on me to gain so many benefits today, but when I'm in danger, why do they have to treat me like this? I don't want to work for those people who make me feel disgusted anymore. I want to live for myself. I want to become stronger, I want to make them regret everything they did to me today." Yangqing finally understood. This woman's heart was broken by Meng Kaiyuan and the others. The feeling of being abandoned by this family made her love turn into hate. Seeing everything clearly, she was determined to take revenge on those people. Thinking of this, Yangqing laughed and said, "Today, the person who threw you into the sea to feed the sharks was me. Although today you may hate those Meng family members who disregarded your life, sooner or later, you will transfer your anger to me. At that time, when you feel that you are strong enough, maybe you will find a way to take revenge on me, right?" Mengyu widened her eyes. After being stunned for a moment, she nodded her head forcefully and said resentfully, "Yes, I will never forgive you for what you have done to me. I can't wait for you to die in front of me right now." "Impudent." Hanya flashed forward and ruthlessly slapped Mengyu's face. Mengyu's face immediately swelled up. The corner of her lips was cut by her teeth and blood flowed out. However, Mengyu had no intention of retracting her words. She continued to stare at Yangqing viciously as if she wanted to peel off his skin. Yangqing stopped Hanya from slapping her a second time and said with interest, "I like the look in your eyes. You dare to say such words in front of me. It means that you are indeed unafraid of death. There's nothing you don't dare to do." Mengyu was stunned. She didn't expect that Yangqing would actually reveal a satisfied expression after such an impudent act. "Do you know why I named this shot Erebos?" Yangqing suddenly asked. Mengyu shook her head blankly. Erebos, in the ancient language, means endless darkness. Yangqing grinned and said, "On this ship, I have killed countless people. Those who can survive are either my friends or my servants. So, you agree? I like ambitious people to be my subordinates, because what I want is not a dog. What I want is a wolf that can bite and tear apart the enemy for me. I am very satisfied with your temperament now. However, you must be mentally prepared. One day, when I feel that there is no longer a need for you to exist, I might directly erase you from this world. Although Yangqing had a smile on his face, it was like a gust of cold wind. Meng Yu nodded heavily. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yang. You should change the way you address me. Yangqing pointed at Xianxia. Call me master like her. Meng Yu's expression turned strange, but she still obediently said, Master. She knew that this was asking her to put down any dignity. Yangqing smiled in satisfaction. He pulled out a short blade from Xianxia's waist and threw it in front of Meng Yu. The sharp short blade reflected the cold night light. Master, this is? Pick her up and cut your face. I want to see the bones. Draw a steel fork. 2 cuts will do, Yangqing said lightly. Ah? Meng Yu cried out involuntarily, her face deathly pale. Even if she had to humiliate herself by calling Yangqing master, it was far from comparable to having her destroy the beauty that she had been proud of since she was young. If I don't destroy you completely, how can I be reborn? Why, do you still want to marry into a good family? Yangqing teased. Meng Yu swallowed her saliva and slowly picked up the dagger. Her eyes were a little unfocused and cold sweat dripped down her temples. This scene caused Xianxia, who was watching from the side, to be in high spirits. She was looking forward to seeing a beautiful woman turn into an ugly monster in front of her. I'll count to 3. If you don't beat your face up to the bone, then there's nothing to talk about. Yangqing said and raised his fingers. 1. 2. Ah. Meng Yu let out a shrill scream, like a hysterical wail. Xing, xing. After 2 flashes of cold light, the woman's face was split open. At the bridge of his nose, his white bones could be seen. Fresh blood, like free tap water, began to gush out continuously. Meng Yu let out a painful scream. Although her eyes and mouth were not cut, she could imagine how ugly she was at this moment. Yangqing seemed to be prepared. He walked forward, pinched Meng Yu's mouth and stuffed a pill in. Meng Yu only felt a comfortable and warm substance flow into her body. Her whole body felt warm, as if there was a flow of air flowing through her veins. Following that, her face felt numb and numb. After the pain was reduced, she began to feel nothing. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, was also dumbfounded. Her eyes were shining as she looked at her master. She really wanted to know what kind of miracle pill Yangqing gave her, to be able to turn white bones into vitality. Very good. You can even abandon your own appearance. I'll believe in your determination for now. The pill I gave you can repair your injuries and help you quickly improve your internal force. Since the elders of your main clan are able to step into the crossing tribulation stage, then your cultivation technique should be good. If you work hard, breaking through to the Xiantian realm within a year is not a problem. If your perception is good enough, stepping into the deity transformation stage is not surprising. Meng Yu subconsciously touched her cut face. Unexpectedly, it was as smooth as before. This difference between heaven and hell made her cry with joy. She couldn't help but admire Yangqing for being able to torture her to death. Thank you, master. Meng Yu said this time with much smoothness. Yangqing used the lowest grade pill, the Bodhi pill. But for those cultivators who couldn't refine pills or didn't have the materials to refine pills, low-grade pills were precious. The Meng family didn't have the resources to give pills to these young people. After all, if they couldn't break through to the soul formation stage, it was equivalent to wasting the pills. However, Yangqing didn't care. He still had a lot of pills in his interspatial ring. Giving a bottle of low-grade pills to Meng Yu to cultivate was not a big deal. Yangqing thought far ahead. He was very curious about the power behind the Meng family. If Meng Yu could enter the soul formation stage and enter the real upper echelons of the Meng family, she might be able to help him find the answer. After explaining to Meng Yu what to do next, Yangqing let Meng Yu leave. As for the pill, it must be kept strictly confidential. Meng Yu also knew that if this kind of good thing was discovered by the elders of the family, they would inevitably be suspicious, so she was very careful. After Meng Yu left, Yangqing took out a bottle of red dew pills and a dragon cloud pill and gave them to Xianxia. Don't look at me with those sour eyes. I know your loyalty. These pills are for you. Although you don't practice Huaxia's internal force, the Japanese's Aikido is about using martial arts to enter the Tao. It also pays attention to the unity of heaven and man. If you practice Aikido to a profound level, it may not be a bad way out. These pills can help you improve your perception and absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Take it, Xianxia said with a smile. Hanya's heart was naturally very happy. She shyly took the pills. Her resentment towards Xianxia for helping Mengyu also dissipated. After dealing with these matters, Xianxia got off the ship and went to the dock. He drove the car that Hanya had already prepared and went back to the courtyard in the western suburbs. When he entered the house, the lights downstairs were still on, but there was no trace of anyone in the hall. Xianxia excitedly came to the second floor, but he just happened to see Tang Wan's figure carefully coming out of Lanlin's room and was about to close the door. Hearing the footsteps, Tang Wan also turned her head. When she saw Xianxia coming back, she revealed a happy look. She seemed to be relieved and said with a bit of resentment, "You finally came back, why didn't you say in advance?" Xianxia walked in front of the woman and hugged her soft waist. "Why are you here? Isn't it because of you? You sent Xianni and Mingyu to the Mediterranean Sea. Lan is with Minwan. I just happened to be at home, so I came to help take care of the child." Tang Wan's voice was very soft. She pointed to the room and said with a smile, "I just went in to take a look. She's really sleeping soundly. You, as a father, not being at home doesn't seem to affect her mood to sleep." Xianxia felt ashamed, but he still couldn't wait to poke his head into the room. On the big bed, the small body was habitually lying there, and the chubby face was also squeezed. Xianxia couldn't help but be unable to move his eyes away. Tang Wan was also a mother, so she could naturally feel Xianxia's father's satisfaction. This was something that no one could replace. Only those who had experienced the feelings for their children knew best. But because of this, Tang Wan slowly began to believe that Lin Ruoshi might have left Xianxia because of Lan. Xianxia looked deeply for a while before closing the door. He didn't wake his daughter up. Tang Wan's eyes were like water as she teased, "The little boy has become a father. He seems to have matured a lot and is more like a man. You're asking for a beating." One of Xianxia's hands slapped Tang Wan's plump buttocks. With a paw sound, the buttocks seemed to tremble a few times. Ing. Tang Wan's face immediately turned red. Her winter dress was actually very thin, and she was wearing smooth black lace stockings. The heat from Xianxia's big hand could be transmitted to every pore on her buttocks through the dress. It was extremely stimulating. Xianxia also felt the wonderful feeling of this palm. He lowered his head and saw the towering twin peaks on the woman's chest and the straight and beautiful calves under her skirt. He couldn't help but breathe heavily. I'll make you a cup of lemonade. I brought my homemade lemon slices and wanted to give Lan a try. I'll let you try it first." Tang Wan noticed the passion in the man's eyes and pushed Xianxia away with a red face, wanting to run downstairs. How could Xianxia be willing to let go? He hugged the woman and pressed her against the wall of the corridor in a domineering manner. Tang Wan let out a soft cry, but her soft lips had already been bitten by Xianxia. A tongue forcefully broke through her teeth and swept across her mouth. The man's heavy breathing made Tang Wan feel a little dizzy. After a series of muddle-headed wet kisses, Tang Wan sensitively felt that her body actually had a feeling. Her mouth was full of orchid fragrance and her eyes were blurry. "What's so good about lemonade? If I want to drink, I'll drink your saliva." Xianxia licked his lips and smiled evilly. "Don't say that." So. Tang Wan felt that it was too vulgar, but she didn't know why her heart was beating wildly, as if she was very excited. Xianxia stuck out his tongue and slid it across the woman's smooth and soft face. Tang Wan's skin was as smooth as a young girl's. There was no foundation at all, and it was as delicate as white jade. After being licked by the man, Tang Wan's entire body quivered, and a trickle of water began to flow down her lower body. "You want to say that I'm disgusting, but your body seems to like it very much. Lil Wan, you're really getting more and more naughty." Xianxia teased the beauty below him, feeling very pleased with himself. Tang Wan was a little sullen because of his provocation. She was about to lose her balance, yet he was still watching her make a fool of herself. She couldn't help but make up her mind. She stretched out a soft hand and grabbed towards the towering mass between Xianxia's legs. "Oh. Yangqing cried out. It wasn't because of pain, but because that soft palm was covering his life force. It was extremely comfortable. Tang Wan blushed and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled. Who told you to bully me? Believe it or not, I'll crush you. Yangqing grinned evilly. You want to fight violence with violence? Alright, let's see who admits defeat first tonight. After that, Yangqing carried the woman's voluptuous body and rushed back to his room. It had been a while since they had been intimate. Naturally, it was like a bolt from the blue. Not long after, the whole room was filled with pink and rain clouds. Tang Wan, who had achieved certain results in her cultivation, was much stronger than before. She fought with Yangqing for more than 2 hours. She didn't know how many times her body convulsed, but she was finally defeated. Yangqing's bedsheet looked like it had been soaked in water. Neither of them wanted to lie on the bed. He carried Tang Wan to the balcony. The sky was dark and no one would pass by the courtyard in the western suburbs. Yangqing sat on the deck chair and placed Tang Wan in his arms. Under the tranquil starry sky, the night breeze blew, enjoying the soothing peace after the pleasure. Xiaowan, can you not spray so much water in the future? Tomorrow when Minwan washes the bedsheet, she'll definitely look at me with a strange expression. Yangqing pretended to be helpless and joked. Tang Wan didn't even have the strength to hit him. She rolled her eyes at him. It's not like I can control it. Who's like you? You only come once after 2 hours. Now that the two of them were honest with each other, there was nothing to hide, so they didn't have to be shy when they spoke. At this moment, Tang Wan happened to look at the mansion where Lin Ruoxi lived. She recalled what happened at the bar that night and said faintly, Yangqing, I went to look for Ruoxi tonight. Yangqing's relaxed expression froze for a moment. He revealed an unnatural awkwardness. After a long time, he smiled stiffly and asked, Oh, what's wrong? Look at you. Tang Wan noticed that the man's heartbeat had changed. She narrowed her eyes and said, You're pretending to be calm. You must be curious about what I said to her. Yangqing blushed. Humph, if you know, why don't you say it? Tang Wan pouted in a flirtatious manner. This kind of mischievous expression would never appear unless she was in front of the man she liked. I just can't figure it out. Lin Ruoxi isn't a stupid woman. Even if she wants to have a cold war with you because you're a playboy, there should be a limit to it. How could she really give up her position as the empress? Occasionally, she would throw a tantrum at you and make you obediently stay by her side. What else could she do? So I originally thought that she was waiting for a way out, and I went with the intention of giving her a move. After all, it's not good for the two of you. If you're not good, I'll feel uncomfortable as well. Tang Wan said gently. Yangqing's heart felt warm. Tang Wan said it lightly, but it was a selfless sacrifice. Guess where I found her? Tang Wan asked. How would I know? However, she's either at the company or at home. She's a workaholic, and this has never changed. Yangqing smiled with some nostalgia. Back then, he often quarreled with Lin Ruoxi for overworking himself, but now things have changed. Tang Wan shook her finger, You guessed wrong. Tonight, she went to the bar where you first met, and she was drinking whiskey by herself. Yangqing's eyes narrowed, and he was pleasantly surprised, Really? Don't be happy too early. At first, I also thought that she went there because she missed you. But she told me that she just wanted to make a final conclusion, and end where she started. I could tell that she wasn't joking. She really cared. Lan Lan is 17's daughter. Yangqing couldn't help but feel a trace of bitterness and sorrow. The flame of hope that had been ignited was also extinguished by the night wind. Tang Wan asked doubtfully, There's one more thing, I think it's very strange. As she spoke, Tang Wan briefly recounted how Lin Ruoxi was intercepted by the 3 hoodlums, and how she suddenly stomped on the man until he bled. Why do I feel like she's a completely different person, or rather, there's something more to her, something that she didn't have before, Tang Wan said in bewilderment. Yangqing naturally knew what Tang Wan was talking about. How could he not understand? Back then in Beijing, Lin Ruoxi had killed more than 10 post-celestial stage martial artists by herself, and then fought with him in Hui Lin's backstage resting room. These were all unimaginable things, but Yangqing didn't ask too much. If the woman didn't want to say it, he wouldn't force her to say it. Moreover, Lin Ruoshi might not know it herself. Chatting with Tang Wan, the two of them slept on the balcony until dawn. Fortunately, there wouldn't be any trouble with a cold, but when they woke up, they felt that it was a little absurd. Mo Qianni went to the Mediterranean Sea, and for the time being, Yangqing also wanted the women to focus on their cultivation, so he didn't let them rush back. Tang Wan gladly took over Mo Qianni's work and was responsible for taking care of Lan Lan with Min Wan. After all, she had single-handedly brought up Tang Tang, such a problematic girl. Tang Wan was more experienced in taking care of children, so it was very easy for her to have a good relationship with Lan Lan. Moreover, as the chairman of the Maple Forest Group, her working hours weren't particularly long. Other than many important decisions, she was usually free, which was more convenient than Mo Qianni. In fact, the chubby little girl was already very familiar with Tang Wan, so she didn't have any objection. Anyway, Tang Wan's concubine's cooking was delicious, and she had a lot of money to buy toys for herself. That was enough. As for Yangqing's return home, Lan Lan didn't find it strange. This father was always strange, and she didn't know what he was doing every day. She still preferred to play games with the more smart concubines like Xiao and Jane. As for concubine Anqin, she was too clumsy. It was better to ask her to play with her when they went to the amusement park. Yangqing stayed at home for 2 days. In addition to playing with Lan Lan and teaching her martial arts, he was thinking about how to restore his cultivation. He even refrained from enjoying the pleasure with women at night, even if there was no Lin Ruoshi to control him now. To restore his cultivation, Yangqing couldn't wait. There were always people eyeing him covetously, and he was unable to resist. The feeling was uncomfortable. 2 days later, Mother Wang suddenly ran over early in the morning with a brocade box. She sighed awkwardly and said, "Young master, Miss asked me to pass this to you." Yangqing took it and looked at it in puzzlement. It was a jade-like Fengxiang bracelet. This bracelet represented the mistress of the Yang family. This magical protective artifact was exchanged from Lin Ruoshi to him. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Yangqing tried to calm himself down. After receiving it, he put it directly into the space ring. Since Lin Ruoshi didn't want to wear it, he couldn't force her. He had already said to let go, and he couldn't go back on his words. However, Yangqing didn't intend to give it to other women. This matter made Yangqing a little depressed. However, that night, Xiao and Jane ran over excitedly, and brought Yangqing an exciting news. The early spring sun was already warm, spreading a faint golden radiance. On the balcony of the second floor of the mansion, Tang Wan brewed a pot of English black tea and gave it to Yangqing, Jane, and Xiao to savor. These days, other than going to the company to deal with some necessary business, Tang Wan didn't return home. She lived with Yangqing and his daughter, taking care of Lan Lan and enjoying the rare intimate time. Because her mother was here, Tang Tang would always come to visit. Of course, it was inevitable that she would get along well with Lan Lan. Although it had only been 2 years since she first got to know Yang Chen, Tang Tang had matured a lot. She was no longer the crazy problematic high school girl from back then. When she brought Lan Lan out to play, she looked like a big sister. This made Tang Wan always show a satisfied and happy expression, as if she treated the two girls as her own. This made Yangqing feel helpless. This woman's motherly love was overflowing. At this moment, Yangqing was holding a piece of news material that Jane had brought. It was a report from various newspapers that Jane had extracted from the internet. There were pictures in the report. The content was a red and gold object the size of a pigeon's egg. It looked a bit like a human heart. Looking at the densely packed English and Korean words, Yangqing asked curiously, "Buddhist heart saraira discovered by Korean archaeologists? What is this, a saraira?" "It's not as simple as a saraira." Jane took a sip of the black tea and gave Tang Wan a thumbs up. She explained, "Usually, after a senior monk passes away, the saraira left behind is a Buddhist bone saraira. In essence, the Buddhist bone saraira is made up of many phosphates and carbonates. It can also be said that it is the product of carbon rearrangement under high temperatures. However, this newly discovered Buddha heart saraira was formed from the heart of an enlightened monk. This discovery has shocked the Buddhist associations around the world. You and Qing'er have been studying it for so many days. Do you think that this Saraira can help me subdue the chaos? Yangqing found it unbelievable. Xiao Qiqing said sternly, hubby, if this Saraira is real, then it's very likely that it's not just an ordinary Saraira. I once read some books about Buddhist cultivators in ancient times. The real Western Buddhist sages, great Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and even golden arhats all walked the path of Mahayana Buddhism. The Mahayana Buddhist Dharma emphasized that achieving the Tao by oneself was a small Tao, while saving all living beings was the great Tao. Those who attained the great Tao and delivered all living beings from suffering would be able to attain the Xianxia golden body, immortal and indestructible, able to change and transform, vast and divine. In other words, a true Buddhist great venerate wouldn't just have their bones turn into sarairas. Their organs, limbs, and bones would all transform into Buddhist golden bodies. The Buddha nature was the Buddha heart. In order to cultivate the golden body of Buddha, the first step was to cultivate the Buddha heart. If this Saraira was really the Buddha heart, then it was very likely that it was left behind by a Buddhist great venerate who hadn't attained immortality and indestructibility. Even if he was already dead, the Buddha heart could still be left behind. It was enough to show that it already had the Buddhist karma to deliver all living beings from suffering. As I said before, although chaos can devour all living beings and is almost immortal and indestructible, it's ultimately too violent. It can't abandon its mortal thoughts and doesn't understand the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it can only be ranked together with the other three ferocious beasts as the four great ancient ferocious beasts. It's hard for it to truly be conferred as a god. If hubby could have the Buddha heart condensed from the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma to protect your body, you might be able to suppress chaos. After all, chaos hasn't recovered its heaven-reaching ferocious power from ancient times. Yang Cheng's eyes lit up. Being able to meet Xiao Qiqing was indeed a great favor from the heavens. So there was such a saying. He didn't have the chance to go to the hidden clans to read the ancient books and records passed down from ancient times. Fortunately, Xiao Qiqing told him. But then, Yangqing thought for a while and frowned. I'm worried that it's not fake. After all, you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Jane shrugged. This relic was sent to the nearest research institute for testing as an unknown object. The Korean scientist who tested it, Zhang Ru, happened to be my student. I've already asked her, and she wouldn't dare to lie to me. It's hard to determine the specific age of this relic. It was found in a noble graveyard more than 2,000 years ago, but the relic was obviously formed earlier than that era. Although it was found in Pusan, Korea, the tomb was the tomb of an ancient general of Xianxia. It should be a general at that time who took this Buddha heart relic to protect his own safety. Xiao Qiqing giggled. Hubby, do you know that Korea has been making a big fuss? They said that the Buddha heart relic is in Korea, and the root of Buddhism is in Korea. And the Koreans also said that Vairocana is also from Korea. Guanyin, Dipankara, and even Shaolin's patriarch Bodhidharma are from Korea. I'm dying of laughter. Yangqing covered his forehead. He didn't think there was anything strange about this. Korea would definitely deny the news that this general was from Xianxia. How could the Koreans give up such a good opportunity to show the prestige of their country? However, with the news being reported by the major media all over the world, Yangqing felt that it was more difficult to deal with it. This thing? If it's real, it might indeed have extraordinary power. After all, the ancients would only put valuable things in the tomb. And at that time, cultivators didn't live in seclusion like they do now. It's not impossible for some high-ranking officials and dignitaries to get some treasures. Yangqing sighed. It's just that. Now the whole world is staring at this Buddha heart relic. If I go and snatch it directly, it might cause trouble. Just thinking about the Buddhist association all over the world looking for him to reason with, Yangqing felt like he was going to collapse. He couldn't possibly become the enemy of all the Buddhist believers in the world, right? Xiao Qiqing rolled her eyes cutely. Idiot hubby, do you only have robbing and killing in your mind? Can't you approach the relic legitimately? Legitimately? Yangqing blinked. Qing'er, you want me to buy it? That's too ridiculous. No matter if it ends up in Korea or some holy land of Buddhism, they won't sell this thing. There are Buddhist associations all over the world, and no one is willing to give it up. I think in the end, the Korean government can only place it in some important Buddhist temple. Since that's the case, hubby, why don't you contact the Korean government directly and let them take a closer look at it? Xianxia smiled mischievously. It's fine if it's useless, but if it's useful, then wouldn't I have to snatch it away? Yangqing spread his hands. At this time, Jane shook her finger. My dear husband, Yangqing, don't worry. I have already thought of a countermeasure. Looking at Jane's secretive smile, Yangqing felt a headache coming on. What the hell were these two women thinking of? But no matter what, he still had to go to Korea. Yangqing didn't want to let go of any opportunity. If he didn't recover his cultivation, God knew when Hongmeng would come to seek revenge and rob him. He couldn't stop them. Jane also went with Yangqing. Firstly, she wanted to see her student, Zhang Ru, and secondly, she was the one who could help the most. Because Xianxia didn't have much ability to protect herself, and she was afraid that Mother Wang would worry, she had to give up. Anyway, they could contact each other by phone at any time. With Tangwan taking care of them at home, Yangqing didn't think that Lanlan would need his useless father. It was just a few days away. Apart from saying that she wanted a lot of gifts with a serious face, the chubby little girl didn't say anything else, such as, Daddy, I will miss you very much, and so on. This made Yangqing feel hurt. Which bastard said that daughters were sweet little cotton-padded jackets? The plane was flying to Seoul. Naturally, Yangqing couldn't help but think of Xianxia. This girl called him once before the new year, but when Yangqing called back, the person who answered was Eun-young. Later, Xianxia didn't call again. Yangqing himself had things coming one after another, so he didn't care too much. After all, he wasn't a person who liked to call, and he didn't have the habit of calling his women. He didn't know if Lin Ruoshi had called Xianxia, but he didn't hear the woman mention it, so he guessed that she didn't. At this moment, Xianxia didn't call again. Yangqing thought that the girl should be busy in college, or she listened to her grandfather's words and decided to marry Kim Jip. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The little girl who used to be a vendor would have such a day. Yangqing couldn't wait to see how she was. However, Yangqing didn't call in advance to inform her. Instead, after flying to Seoul with Jane, he asked her student, Zhang Ru, to pick them up and then give Xianxia a surprise. A day later, the plane landed smoothly at Seoul Airport in the afternoon. Although it was the beginning of spring, Seoul was still chilly. Yangqing bought a first-class ticket, not because he had too much money to spend, but because he didn't like the people around him sneaking glances at Jane from time to time. Perhaps it was because he had opened his heart and treated Jane as his woman. Yang Chen's vinegar jar was much bigger than before. Jane had long gotten used to being the center of attention from the people around her. She was rather happy with Yang Chen's narrow-mindedness. She acted as if she didn't know anything and chatted and laughed along the way. When she had nothing to say, she would take out her modified tablet and start writing and drawing. For Jane, her time was very valuable, because some inadvertent thinking was likely to become a great invention. Of course, these inventions did not mean that they would be made public to the world. After getting off the plane, Yangqing in a black jacket and Jane in a moose-colored British trench coat quickly attracted a lot of attention in the airport. Just like an international superstar walking on the street, it was inevitable that people would look at them, but this superstar was holding hands with an Asian man who didn't deserve her. Such an eye-catching combination was naturally easy to be seen by the people who came to pick them up. Teacher! Teacher, I'm here! A woman's excited shout came from behind the crowd not far away. Soon, a woman in a white lady's suit and a black knee-length skirt ran to Yangqing and Jane. The woman looked about 30 years old, her hair was tied up behind her head, and she didn't wear any makeup. Her face was small, and her facial features were delicate. She belonged to the type that wasn't stunning at first glance, but was more comfortable to look at. It was as if the people in the entire airport terminal had disappeared. The woman was excited, and her eyes were even a little wet as she rushed over. Teacher Alexander! You're finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Since she knew that Jane's surname was Alexander, this woman was naturally Jane's student, Zhang Ru. Although she was very excited, she still ran to Jane and stood still, as if she didn't dare to take the initiative to hug Jane. But Jane smiled gracefully and went forward to give her student a hug. Zhang Ru, long time no see. You haven't changed much. Old. Before Zhang Ru could speak again, Jane suddenly covered Zhang Ru's mouth with one hand. Zhang Ru's eyes widened. She did not understand what he meant. Jane cutely bared her fangs and looked around. She said, "You're already in your 30s, right? How old do you think I am? People might think that I've undergone plastic surgery to look like this. This is Korea, I don't want to attract any weird looks." Although Jane was joking, Zhang Ru still nodded obediently and spoke very softly. "Teacher, the car is ready. Please follow me to the parking lot." Zhang Ru looked at Yangqing strangely. "You are?" In fact, Zhang Ru was very puzzled just now. Why would Teacher Alexander, who was like a goddess in her heart, be holding on to a man who didn't seem to match her Xianxia? "I'm your teacher's man." Yangqing grinned. Jane happily held Yangqing's hand and said, "Zhang Ru, his name is Yangqing. You have to respect him as much as you respect me in the future. Don't treat him like a younger brother just because he's younger than you." Yangqing touched his forehead. What kind of analogy is this? Zhang Ru's eyes were actually a little worried, but she still forced a smile and invited the two to leave together. Yangqing had already sent someone to book the presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel in Seoul. It was only a short distance away from the upcoming Buddha Heart Relic opening ceremony. On the way to the hotel, Zhang Ru glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time. She saw Yangqing and Jane talking in a language that she did not understand. Jane would smile from time to time. It was obvious that she was whispering sweet nothings to each other. Zhang Ru frowned. "Teacher," Zhang Ru could not help but interrupt and asked in English, "Why are you interested in the Buddha Heart Relic? Are you going to do some research on it? I remember that you're not very interested in religion and history." "Oh, it's Yangqing who's coming this time. I'm just accompanying him to take a look." "He's more interested in the relic," Jane replied. Zhang Ru forced a smile and asked, "Mr. Yang, from what you just said to Teacher Jane, it was Italian, right? Are you an Italian returnee?" "Not really, I've been to many countries, but I've only settled down in Xianxia in the past 2 years." How could Yangqing not notice Zhang Ru's hostility towards him? Although he did not quite understand, he was not interested in arguing with her. He answered whatever she asked. "Oh? Where do you live and what do you do?" Zhang Ru asked again. Yangqing smiled, "I live in Zhonghai now, and I'm unemployed." "I say. Miss Zhang Ru, why do you look like you're checking my household registration?" When Zhang Ru heard the 2 words Zhonghai, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "Nothing, I'm just curious about how great the man chosen by my most admired teacher will be. As a person from Xianxia, I still admire Mr. Yang's ability." "So you're from Xianxia? I thought you were Korean." Yangqing showed a surprised look. Zhang Ru frowned, "Why? Do I look like a Korean?" "No, it's just that the way you look at me is like a Korean." "You look down on me," Yangqing pretended to be sad. Zhang Ru blushed immediately. She was afraid that Jane would be unhappy, so she quickly denied it and said with a smile, "Of course not, I'm just curious about Mr. Yang's background. I won't ask any more." Jane was smart. She knew that Yangqing was a little unhappy that Zhang Ru always stared at him like a thief. She tried to smooth things over, "Dear, Zhang Ru is a very good girl. When she came to Imperial College London 3 years ago, she spent half a year to enter the elite class that I specially taught. Her results are very good." "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." Zhang Ru was a little shy but happy. Yang Chen, on the other hand, felt a little emotional. 3 years ago, Jane was just a high school student who had just enrolled in school. But now, she was a special professor of many famous schools in England and America. She only taught the most elite students, because ordinary students from famous universities couldn't understand what she was saying. It was precisely because she was such a genius that Jane's students admired her very much. "Oh right, Zhang Ru, didn't you say that you went back to Xianxia to work? Why are you in Seoul?" "I wouldn't know if I didn't read the newspaper," Jane asked curiously. Zhang Ru's expression was slightly complicated. She smiled faintly and said, "I was the one who volunteered to be an exchange scholar to work in Korea for a few years." I want to do more international cooperation projects. Although they could tell that she was not sincere, Xianxia and Jane would not ask too much. After all, it was her private matter. In order to be as low-key as possible and not attract attention, Xianxia did not send anyone to Seoul. Zhang Ru was the main researcher of the Buddha Heart Sarira, and Jane was an internationally renowned scholar. It was a piece of cake for them to bring Xianxia into the ceremony to take a look at the Sarira, so there was no problem of getting close to it. However, there was no one to help them. They had to do the hotel check-in themselves. After a series of procedures, Zhang Ru realized that the two of them were sleeping in the same room. This time, Zhang Ru could not help but signal to Jane that she wanted to talk to her. Jane was a little confused, but she still followed Zhang Ru to a corner of the hotel lobby. She asked, "What's wrong, Zhang Ru?" "Teacher, how can you sleep in the same room with him?" Zhang Ru asked anxiously. Jane was a little confused. "Why not? He is my lover." "No. Teacher, even if he is your boyfriend, how can a distinguished woman like you sleep with him casually? Even if you don't sleep in the same bed, you can't." "Teacher, I am a married person. I have more experience in this aspect than you. It's okay to be in a relationship with a man, but you can't do it casually. It will ruin your reputation," Zhang Ru advised worriedly. Hearing this, Jane could not help but laugh. "Zhang Ru, thank you for your kindness. I know you think he looks too ordinary and doesn't deserve me, but what I want to say is, I have known him for more than 8 years. I didn't choose a boyfriend randomly. We love each other, so you can rest assured that I am not blinded by love." After saying this, Jane turned around and walked away, leaving Zhang Ru standing in the same place with a stunned face. 8 years. Zhang Ru said bitterly, 8 years ago, I was just a child. Teacher, you're not even 10 years old. What do you know about love? Teacher, even if you're immersed in the river of love, you can't deceive yourself like this. Who would believe such a lie? Although Zhang Ru was Jane's student for more than a year, they only met once or twice a week. Most of the time, it was in class. Although she admired Jane, she didn't really know much about her identity. Therefore, she only knew that Jane was the Princess of Wales. She couldn't accept that a man who didn't look like a successful person would be so close to Jane. Little girls always lost their way in love. Even someone as wise as Teacher Jane was no exception. Zhang Ru thought. She looked up and saw Xianxia and Jane walking into the elevator together. Zhang Ru felt even more uncomfortable. She had always regarded Jane as her most respected idol. She couldn't tolerate a man who was completely unworthy of her being with Jane. Moreover, he was a jobless who didn't even dare to explain his background. Biting her lip, Zhang Ru felt that she couldn't ignore it. She took out her phone and dialed a number that she hadn't dialed for a long time. It didn't take long for the phone to be connected. There was a surprised voice of a man on the other side. Xiaoru? Who else could it be? Zhang Ru's tone was very cold. The man smiled gently, "It's really you. I just didn't expect you to be willing to call me. How are you recently? Is work very hard?" Zhang Ru's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. She took a deep breath and said indifferently, "Don't worry about it, Mr. Director. I'll make it short. I need your help with something. If you're willing, then do it. If not, then forget it." The man smiled helplessly, "I knew it. You must have something to ask me. Why? Do you think I'm too troublesome? Well, I'm hanging up." "Hey. Don't." The man immediately stopped her with a bitter smile, "I was just saying." It was a slip of the tongue. If you want to talk to me, just say it. As long as it's not against the law, I'll try my best to help you. The corner of Zhang Ru's mouth twitched slightly. There was a trace of pride in her eyes. "Help me find a man named Xianxia who lives in Zhonghai. He should be in his 20s, and he's a returnee." "What? Xianxia?" The man suddenly cried out involuntarily. "Why are you making a fuss?" Zhang Ru frowned. "Do you know him?" The man pondered for a moment before saying, "I know him. The one who went to your place in Daehan must be him." "You. Why do you want to investigate Xianxia?" "It's good that you know." Tell me everything about him. Who is he? Zhang Ru asked immediately. The man sighed, Xiao Ru, it's not that I want to hide it from you on purpose, but this person. I can't tell you where he came from, because even if I tell you, I'll definitely be lying to you. Enough. Zhang Ru's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. I knew you didn't take me seriously at all. You were like this in the past, and you are still like this now. You always talk mysteriously, as if I am trying to get information from you. Aren't you just a small bureau chief? Why do you talk so mysteriously all the time? Let me tell you, if you don't tell me, I'll investigate it myself. The more you act like this, the more suspicious this person is. Xiao Ru. Listen to me, this person is very dangerous. You must not provoke him. Without waiting for the man to finish, Zhang Ru had already hung up the phone. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Dangerous? A man who dared to approach Jane must be an extremely daring person. How could he not be dangerous? If he was a rich businessman or the son of a rich family with a decent background, he would not dare to say his identity. Could it be some underworld figure? Thinking of this, Zhang Ru was frightened. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to Jane's background and wanted to plot something? Right, Buddha Heart Saraira. Her teacher said that this Xianxia came for the Buddha Heart Saraira. Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of her and her teacher's convenience to secretly lay his hands on the Saraira? Although she felt that it was extremely daring, she had to be on guard. After all, he was a person that person said was dangerous. Just as Zhang Ru was panicking and did not know how to deal with it, a woman's voice called her name from not far away. Professor Zhang, why are you here? Zhang Ru raised her head and saw a valiant Korean female police officer in a police uniform walking over from the main entrance. The female police officer looked to be in her 40s, but she maintained her appearance well. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her eyebrows were slender. She wore a police cap and looked very neat. Captain Huang. Zhang Ru smiled and her eyes lit up. This female police officer was the captain of the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department's Special Security Department, Huang Xiuyan. As a woman, to be able to become a captain in Seoul, she definitely had extraordinary work ability. As Zhang Ru was the main researcher of the Buddha Heart Saraira, and the main guards of the Buddha Heart Saraira were the Special Security Department led by Huang Xiuyan, the two of them naturally knew each other. It's like this. My teacher, the chief of the British Royal Academy of Sciences, Professor Jane, came to Seoul today and also wants to take a look at the Buddha Heart Saraira. I just brought my teacher here to stay, Zhang Ru said. When Huang Xiuyan heard this, her eyes were filled with anticipation. The chief of the Royal Academy of Sciences? That's an amazing person. No wonder Professor Zhang could be qualified for the research of the Buddha Heart Saraira at such a young age. It turns out that you're a great teacher and a great disciple. Huang Xiuyan had already started to silently decide if she should report this to the chief police officer, or perhaps invite Jane to appear at the opening ceremony as an official guest. This would once again increase the prestige of the opening ceremony in Korea. This was the effect that Zhang Ru wanted. She immediately pretended to be distressed and said, Captain Huang, there's something that's troubling me. I hope that you can help me. Oh? Professor Zhang, feel free to mention it. We'll do our best to help the research team, Huang Xiuyan said seriously. Zhang Ru immediately mentioned Yang Chen's matter. She guessed that this man might have bewitched Jane, and was actually after the Buddha's Heart Saraira. However, Jane was very protective of him, and hoped that the security department could provide surveillance and protection. Huang Xiuyan's face suddenly turned ugly, as if something had particularly touched her. Professor Zhang, do you know why I'm here? Zhang Ru shook her head. Let me introduce you. Huang Xiuyan gestured for Zhang Ru to follow and walked to the center of the hotel lobby. There were a few monks and nuns in Buddhist robes, as well as some officials in suits and leather shoes, discussing something. More than a dozen bodyguards were guarding the area, and the police were also standing guard around the area. Among the crowd, a nun who looked to be in her 50s, wearing a nun hat, seemed to have the highest status and was quite dignified. She was fiddling with the prayer beads in her hand and was talking to the officials. Behind the nun was a slightly short and fat monk who looked to be in his 50s. He looked to be in his 50s, with an average appearance and kind eyes. The other monks, whose status was obviously lower, couldn't get a word in edgewise. Everyone, let me introduce you to the main researcher of the Buddha Heart Saraira this time, Professor Zhang Ru, who detected the origin of the Saraira. Huang Xiuyan introduced. Ba, Professor Zhang is really a fated person in our Buddhist sect. On behalf of my fellow Taoists, I thank you, Professor, for finding the Buddha's heart for our Buddhist sect, the nun said with a smile. Zhang Ru immediately returned the greeting. Abbess is too kind, Zhang Ru is just doing her duty. The Buddha Heart Saraira was discovered by the archaeological team. Huang Xiuyan introduced. This is the president of the Korean Buddhist Association, Abbess Yu Lian. Behind her is the director of the association, Master Zi Hao. The rest of you are also Buddhist monks of the Republic of Korea. These monks were originally staying in their own hotels, but they will be staying at the Hilton Hotel tonight. Why is that? Zhang Ru knew that these monks were far richer than she imagined, so they usually made their own arrangements. Huang Xiuyan whispered, to tell you the truth, I was planning to tell you tonight, Professor Zhang. During the Buddha Heart Relic opening ceremony, we received a threatening letter from the underground terrorist organization North Bio, saying that they want to take away the relic. North Bio? Zhang Ru had never heard of it. Yes, Professor, you definitely don't understand, but such an organization does exist. Our special security department has already gathered the armed police and the army to set up an ambush. But these important monks and officials who will be attending the ceremony, if they are separated, it will be difficult to protect them, so we decided to gather them at a few designated hotels. The Hilton Hotel's geographical location is relatively safe, so we let these masters stay here. Professor Zhang, you can also stay here later, the room is already empty for you. When Zhang Ru heard this, she suddenly thought of something. Captain Huang, you mean, that Yongqing? Yes, I want to thank Professor Zhang for informing me. I will definitely send someone to keep an eye on him and immediately go to investigate his background, Huang Xiuyan said. Zhang Ru didn't relax much. She didn't expect that there would be a hidden whirlpool at the opening ceremony. After all, she was just a woman, alone in a foreign land. Zhang Ru suddenly felt a little scared. At the same time, in the Hilton presidential suite, Yongqing was lying on the comfortable big bed, looking sideways at Jane tidying up her appearance in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but smile and said, You're already beautiful enough, what else do you need to tidy up? Jane combed her amber-colored hair and tidied up her scarf and collar in a professional and elegant manner. This is an attitude of being responsible for one's appearance, and also a respect for outsiders as a lady. After Jane finished tidying up, she turned around happily and said with a smile, Okay, let's go find your little beauty Xianxia. Yongqing said unnaturally, Why do you say it in such a tone? Xianxia is like my sister. Really? Jane didn't believe it. Yongqing wanted to say really, but when he saw Jane's beautiful eyes that were like a blue lake, revealing the slyness and wisdom, his heart was a little drumming, and he didn't know how to open his mouth. It was as if something buried deep in his heart, something that he didn't want to reveal, had been seen through. Jane showed an expression of I knew it and didn't say much. She pulled up Yongqing and kissed the man's face. Let's go, don't be in a daze. Yongqing nodded gloomily. In front of this woman, he was always at a disadvantage. At this moment, Yongqing's cell phone rang. Looking at the number, Yongqing was stunned. He picked it up and asked, Why is it you? What's going on with the Meng family? A gentle man's voice came from the other side. It was Deputy Director Jiang Xiaobai. That. Mr. Yang, it's not about the Meng family. Then what is it? Yongqing was puzzled. He didn't do anything. Jiang Xiaobai was a little embarrassed and said, It's my private affairs. Yongqing suspected that he had heard wrongly and said with interest. Your private affairs? What does your private affairs have to do with me? It's like this, Mr. Yang, have you seen a woman named Zhang Ru? Her face is small and pretty, Jiang Xiaobai asked softly. Zhang Ru? How do you know who I'm meeting? Yongqing frowned. Even if he couldn't use his divine sense, he shouldn't have been tracked so easily. Jiang Xiaobai sighed and said, Jiang Xiaobai can't help. Xiaobai the corners of Yongqing of his mouth twitched several times, and finally, couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai are of Yang, Yang are of Yang Qing Jiang. Xiaobai smiled bitterly on the other end of the phone. Mr. Yang, it's true. Zhang Ru and I are both from the same hometown in the East Province. We met in college and got married after 4 years of dating. However, maybe because of work, she felt that I didn't take care of the family enough and didn't open my heart to her, so she alienated me. A few years ago, she went to England to study, and then returned to work for less than 2 months before she asked to go to the Seoul Research Institute. When Yang Chen heard this, he almost had an idea. Jiang Xiaobai was the focus of the security department. How could it be possible to let his wife know all about his work? It was inevitable to be mysterious. Zhang Ru was also the kind of suspicious character. She naturally felt that her husband was deliberately hiding something from her and didn't take her seriously. Are you divorced? To be exact, it's separation, Jiang Xiaobai said embarrassedly. Yang Qing suddenly felt that he and this deputy director Jiang were a bit in the same boat. The difference was that there were many women around him, and he was a bachelor. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Yang Qing's tone was also a bit euphemistic. Jiang Xiaobai immediately told him about Zhang Ru's opinion of Yang Qing and said, Mr. Yang, Xiaoru is a suspicious person, but she is not a bad woman. She may value Princess Jane too much, so she will do something that will not make you happy. But. Alright, I understand. For your sake, I won't do anything to her unless she does something I can't stand. If that's the case, she can't blame me. This is Korea. If I want to kill someone, it's a piece of cake. Even the heavens can't stop me, Yang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something, but Yang Qing hung up the phone. Jane had been listening to the phone by the side, and now she was laughing her head off. I didn't expect Zhang Ru to have such a marriage. That director Jiang is a good person. Yang Qing shrugged, there is always a great woman behind a successful man. I just hope that kid doesn't become a counterexample. Talking and laughing, the two walked out of the hotel hand in hand, found a taxi, and went directly to the Park family's mansion in the Gangnam district of Seoul. After getting in the car, Yang Qing and Jane looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Found out? Jane said with a smile, my students are quite fast. It seems that they got the police to keep an eye on us. Jane, who had received professional training, had a very basic ability to discover that someone was following them. You really got shot while lying down, what a good student you taught. Yang Qing smiled bitterly and said, I could have quietly approached the Buddha's heart Saraira, but now it's going to be a little troublesome. Doesn't this mean that my students are very concerned about me as a teacher? Jane said proudly. Yang Qing helplessly scratched the woman's straight nose and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Anyway, everything had to wait until he saw the Buddha's heart Saraira. At present, he didn't even dare to confirm where the Saraira was. More than half an hour later, just in the evening, the car stopped in front of the Park family's mansion. When Yang Qing walked to the door, the bodyguard at the door was already in front of him and asked in Korean, May I ask who you are looking for, sir? Because the previous bodyguards had been replaced, the new bodyguard didn't recognize Yang Qing. Tell your Miss Xianxia that Yang Qing is looking for her, Yang Qing said calmly. The bodyguards communicated through the walkie-talkie. Soon, the door was opened, but it wasn't Xianxia who came out to greet them, but her maid, Eun-young. Seeing Yang Qing and Jane standing outside the door, Eun-young was obviously startled. A complicated look flashed in her eyes, but she still smiled gently and said, Mr. Yang, Miss Jane, I didn't expect the two of you to come suddenly. Welcome, please come in. As the benefactors of the Park family, there was no reason not to let Yang Qing and Jane in. Arriving at the familiar hall of the Park family, Yang Qing looked around. Why, is Xianxia not at home? Eun-young lowered her head and said, Mr. Yang, Miss is listening to Master's homework in the study, maybe. Before she could finish, Park Cheon's loud laughter came from upstairs. Haha, Mr. Yang, Dr. Jane, it's a sin to be late for such a distinguished guest. Park Cheon, dressed in a gray wool sweater, walked down the stairs. His face was flushed and he was clearly in good spirits. The elixir given by Yang Qing was enough for him to live to 100 years old. Behind Park Cheon, Yang Qing finally saw a familiar figure. It had been half a year since they last met, and compared to before, Xianxia had become a slender and elegant young lady. Her jet black hair was tied up in a simple ponytail, and beneath her bangs was a classic oval-shaped face with delicate features that exuded a spiritual charm like a spring in the mountains. After the childishness had faded, the reserved and elegant features of a lady from a wealthy family were revealed. Dressed in a simple yet lively chiffon dress, the girl looked like a princess from the Eastern Kingdom. She was no longer the delinquent girl who sold fried skewers on the street. Putting aside the difference in temperament and figure, Xianxia, who was not even 20 years old, was not inferior to Lin Ruoxi in terms of facial features. This caused Yangqing to be momentarily dazed. It was not because she was too beautiful, but because he did not expect the gap between her and her past self to be so huge. In the past, Xianxia was considered a little beauty, but now, she was a real beauty. Sure enough, the influence of the environment was very important. Park Cheon must have put in a lot of effort to bring his precious granddaughter into the upper class. In less than half a year, he was able to make such a huge change in Xianxia. However, Yangqing felt that the current Xianxia seemed to be missing something. "Xianxia, Mr. Yang and Dr. Jane are here to see you. They are not ordinary people. You should thank them." Park Cheon smiled. Xianxia's bright eyes lingered on Yangqing for a while, but she did not show much excitement. Instead, she smiled gently at Yangqing and Jane and nodded gently. "Mr. Yang, Dr. Jane, it's been a while." Yangqing felt as if his heart was being squeezed by something. Xianxia's voice was cold and distant. It was an extremely cold emotion. It was a polite greeting. There was no joy in it at all. Yangqing knew what he was missing. It was a passionate shout of "Brother Yang." It was a hug that rushed over excitedly. How could this be? The beauty in front of him was Xianxia, but she was no longer Xianxia. Yangqing felt his heart suffocate. He subconsciously clenched his fists and his eyes were burning as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. "Xianxia, are you all right? Why did you suddenly become so obedient and call me Mr. Yang?" Yangqing tried to speak calmly and forced a smile. "It's only right. Mr. Yang is my grandfather's savior. This is the respect I deserve." Xianxia was still smiling faintly. She did not reject Yangqing's gaze. A wave of fear struck Yangqing's heart. Yangqing was afraid. He was afraid that Xianxia had left him. He could not accept this. Park Cheon did not seem to feel anything and smiled politely. "Why did you two suddenly come to visit? Why didn't you inform us beforehand so that we could host a banquet for you?" "There's no need for that, Mr. Park. Yangqing and I are here to watch the Saraira opening ceremony. We haven't seen Xianxia for a long time so we decided to come along," Jane answered. "I see. Why isn't President Lin here this time?" Park Cheon glanced around. Behind him, Xianxia was also puzzled. Yangqing did not want Xianxia to worry so he casually said, "She's busy so she can't come." Park Cheon showed a regretful expression. "Since you're here, please stay for dinner. Although there aren't any fancy delicacies, we do have some home-cooked dishes." Yangqing's mind was muddled and he did not think much about it. He agreed but he could not tear his eyes away from Xianxia. Jane could tell that Xianxia's attitude was very different from before. She quietly tugged at Yangqing's hand and motioned him to calm down. It was not good for him to be in such a daze. After everyone sat down in the dining room, Park Cheon, Yangqing, and Jane chatted about health issues. Jane answered most of the questions while Yangqing was not in the mood to entertain Park Cheon's questions. Xianxia sat obediently beside her grandfather without saying a word or looking at Yangqing. Yangqing was not used to this cold unfamiliarity. It was not that he needed a warm welcome but Yangqing felt that Xianxia was not as happy as she used to be. When dinner was about to start, a familiar father and son pair appeared outside the door. It was Kim Jip and his father, Lawyer Kim. "Oh, what an unexpected guest. I didn't expect Mr. Yang and Dr. Jane to be here too." Lawyer Kim smiled kindly and greeted Yangqing and Jane. Although the Kim family was also a famous family in Seoul, they were, after all, just a legal family. Lawyer Kim was also very modest. Kim Jip's expression was as cold as ever, but he still greeted Yangqing and Jane respectfully. Both father and son sat down. It was obvious that they had planned to eat together. Both of you, I'm old and muddle-headed. I forgot to mention an important joyous event. Park Cheon pointed at Kim Jip and Xianxia. Both of you came at the right time. The day after tomorrow will be the day after the Buddha Heart Relic opening ceremony. The Park family and the Kim family will hold a formal wedding ceremony for Xianxia and Kim Jip at Seoul's Jogi Temple. We will use the blessing of the Buddha Heart Relic opening ceremony to complete this sacred ceremony. What? Yang Qing wondered if he had heard wrongly, but when he saw Park Cheon's joyful expression and lawyer Kim's nodding smile, he knew that they were indeed getting married. Yang Qing was no stranger to Xiaoxi Temple. His brain had recorded all the important buildings and their origins in the world's major cities. This was the main temple of the Jogi sect of Korean Buddhism. It was the leader of the entire Zen sect in Korea and was extremely sacred. It was not unusual for the Buddha Heart Relic opening ceremony to be held at Xiaoxi Temple. What made people wonder was how Park Cheon managed to arrange for Xianxia and Kim Jip's wedding to be held at Xiaoxi Temple. However, money makes the world go round. As one of the most influential families in Korea and one of the top 10 richest families in Asia, Park Cheon's relationship with the government was definitely not simple. After all, weddings were a good thing. Many big families would invite eminent monks to perform rituals to protect the newlyweds. With that in mind, it was not surprising that the Park family was able to pull off such a feat. Yang Qing frowned and asked Xianxia, why didn't you contact us when you were getting married? If we didn't come, wouldn't we have missed your wedding? In fact, Yang Qing was wondering why they were getting married so suddenly. Didn't Xianxia object to this marriage? Mr. Yang and General Lin are both in Zhonghai and have a lot of things to do. I didn't want to disturb them. After all, marriage is a matter between the two of us. It's not appropriate to disturb too many people, Xianxia replied calmly. Disturb? Yang Qing mocked himself. Why do you sound like you're treating me like an outsider? Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. To Mr. Yang, of course, Xianxia is just an outsider. I'm not related to you, am I not? His mocking tone made Yang Chen's scalp go numb and his heart turn cold. Xianxia. Don't talk nonsense. Park Cheon scolded her sternly before turning to apologize to Yang Qing with a smile. Mr. Yang, this child is getting more and more impudent. I'm worried too. She's about to get married but she's still spouting nonsense. Lawyer Kim waved his hand. Mr. Yang is a magnanimous man. I'm sure he won't mind. President, please don't blame Xianxia. She's much more sensible than my son. Kim Jip came with me to take care of the wedding details. He doesn't know anything and he's always putting on a sour face. It's really giving me a headache. The two of them were already in-laws. On the other hand, Kim Jip and Xianxia, the newlyweds who were engaged and about to get married, hadn't even glanced at each other since they walked in. Park Cheon smiled. Mr. Yang, Dr. Jane, please. Don't leave Seoul the day after tomorrow. Come with us and attend the wedding at Xiaoxi Temple. The Buddha Heart Sarira will be enshrined in Xiaoxi Temple in the future, but not everyone will be able to see it. If you're interested, you can take a look tomorrow or the day after. Yang Qing was a little numb at the moment. He couldn't tell if it was because of Xianxia's wedding or Xianxia's current state. In short, he was in a terrible mood. Jane, on the other hand, was clear-headed. She agreed on behalf of Yang Qing and gave her blessings. Then let's bask in the glory of the two newlyweds and wish Xianxia and Kim Jip a happy marriage for 100 years. Haha, thank you, Dr. Jane. If Xianxia were to give birth in the future, she might need Dr. Jane's help. Park Cheon joked. It's hard to hire me. I won't do it without tens of millions of dollars. Jane teased. Dinner had yet to begin but the atmosphere was joyous. Kim Jip, who had been silent all this while, took a sip of the tea on the table. He furrowed his brows and glared at Eun-young who was standing nearby. What's wrong with this tea? It's so hot. With that, Kim Jip splashed the tea at Eun-young's position. Eun-young stood there, too afraid to dodge. Her dress was splashed with water and she could only apologize. I'm sorry, young Master Kim Jip. I'll change it for you now. Eun-young immediately ordered someone to clean up and refill the tea. Although Kim Jip had always been Park Cheon's bodyguard, in the eyes of the maids, he was more highly regarded by Park Cheon than the young masters of the Park family. Even if Eun Young was the most valued one among the maids, her status was still far below Kim Jip's. Kim Jip, why are you being so unruly? It's just a little hot tea. How many times have I told you to be more gentle? Lawyer Kim said unhappily. Kim Jip silently nodded at his father as an apology. However, his expression was not pleasant and he continued to glare at Eun Young with dissatisfaction. Park Cheon, on the other hand, chimed in, no wonder Kim Jip. The new maids are always making mistakes. Although they weren't loyal enough in the past, they are much more reliable than the current ones. It's a good thing that Kim Jip has a temper. How can a man achieve great things without a temper? I was hoping that he would be able to protect Xianxia in the future. It was just a small interlude, but it attracted Yang Cheng's attention. In Yang Chen's mind, he suddenly recalled the scene he saw at the Park Clan last year. Squinting his eyes, he fell into deep thought. During dinner, Lawyer Kim and Park Cheon discussed the final details of the wedding preparations. Kim Jip had been busy with the wedding with Lawyer Kim for the past few days, which was why he was not with Park Cheon. After dinner, Xianxia wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up gracefully. She said to Park Cheon, "Grandfather, I'm going upstairs. I'm a little tired today." "Oh, you're going up so soon?" Park Cheon waved his hand. "All right, rest early. Don't read until late like the past few days. You have to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow and be the bride the day after. Don't tire yourself out." Xianxia nodded meekly. Without looking at anyone else, she decided to go upstairs. Yang Qing stood up and said, "Wait, Xianxia, it's been a while. Let's have a chat." Xianxia paused and said without turning her head, "Mr. Yang, if there's anything you want to say, please say it now. Some words are better spoken in private." "Why? It's only been half a year and you're not even willing to talk to your big brother Yang. You can't put on such airs." Yang Qing joked. Xianxia turned her back to him and bit her lip. Her eyes were filled with conflicting emotions as she said, "Mr. Yang, my fiancé is here. It's not appropriate." "Sigh, Xianxia, Mr. Yang is my grandfather's savior. Don't throw a tantrum. I believe Kim Jip won't mind." Park Cheon advised. Kim Jip was smart enough to respond, "I don't mind." He was just like a robot. Xianxia had no choice but to turn to the side hall and said, "Mr. Yang, follow me." The two entered the side hall. This room was far from the dining room, so they were not afraid of being overheard. The few servants in the hall were also chased out by Yang Chen, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. "Speak, what's the matter?" Xianxia was a little impatient. She turned her head away and did not look at Yang Qing. Yang Qing felt a slight pain in his heart. He walked to the girl and asked seriously, "Xianxia, tell me, did something happen? Are you mad at me? I don't understand what Mr. Yang is talking about." "I'm fine, don't worry about me," Xianxia said. "Enough." Yang Cheng's voice became heavier. Xianxia was not afraid. She glared at Yang Qing with a pair of cold eyes. "This is my home. Please don't speak to me in such a fierce tone." Yang Qing tried to calm himself down and took a deep breath. "Xianxia, I really want to know what happened in the past 6 months. Why are you speaking to me in such a strange tone? Did your grandfather say something to you? Or do you have some other difficulties? Mr. Yang, don't you think it's strange? We didn't have much of a relationship to begin with. We might have been close in the past, but that was because we lived under the same roof. Now that we haven't seen each other for half a year, it's normal for us to become cold." Yang Qing was speechless. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Finally, he looked up. "All right, since you said so, I only have one last request." "What is it?" "You didn't call me Mr. Yang before. I want to hear you call me Big Brother Yang again." Xianxia's delicate body trembled slightly. Yang Qing saw this slight change. Yang Qing grinned. This girl was indeed hiding something. She was Su Xianxia, not someone else. "You're very boring. I'm free to call you whatever I want." Xianxia turned around and wanted to leave. Yangqing grabbed the girl's fair arm. Let go of me. Xianxia was embarrassed and angry. How could she struggle free with her strength? She immediately blushed. Oh, now you finally know how to be shy. You're not like a popsicle anymore. Xianxia, of all people, why did you learn from your sister Ruashi? You're still lacking compared to me. Yangqing was quite proud of himself. Xianxia's disguise seemed to have been removed. Her true self was exposed to the air. She was extremely fragile and it made her feel indignant. Yangqing. Let go of me. Xianxia clenched her teeth. Her eyes were glistening with tears. How could Yangqing let go? It was a crucial moment. He had to make this girl speak clearly. Call me Big Brother Yang and I'll let you go. Xianxia finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face. She sobbed. You. What is this? When you didn't want to talk to me, you threw me far away like trash. Now that we've met, you want me to talk to you? Do you think I, Xianxia, am a toy? Yangqing was a little confused. He said, Xianxia, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I, Yangqing, have wronged many people, but I don't think I've wronged you, Xianxia. Since when have I ever thrown you away like trash? When did I treat you as a toy? I did come to Korea because of the Buddha heart relic, but I also came to see you because of my big wish. I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you. On the other hand, you didn't even give us a letter when you got married. I came to see you, but you still put on airs and gave me a cold look. You're the one playing with me, aren't you? Even a clay bodhisattva had 3 points of fire. This time, Yangqing was inexplicably scared by Xianxia, so he was naturally very unhappy. Miss me? Xianxia sneered, to think that you have the face to say such words. If you really miss me, why didn't you give me a call? You didn't even talk to me once in half a year. Yangqing was speechless for a moment, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Xianxian smiled and said, this. Xianxia, it's not that Brother Yang did this on purpose. You also know that I'm not the kind of person who likes to keep in touch on the phone. Furthermore, ever since we parted ways here, a lot of things have happened to me in the past 6 months. I'm in almost endless trouble, and I almost went to a place and couldn't come back. I didn't have the nerve to say it just now, but your sister Ruashi is still asking for a divorce. This time, there's really no way to save it. What? Sister Ruashi wants to divorce you? Xianxia's bright eyes widened in shock. Her small mouth opened so wide that she could eat an egg. It was obvious that this had shocked her quite a bit. This time, Xianxia didn't have the time to quarrel with Yangqing, and immediately asked what was going on. Yangqing rubbed his nose, and embarrassedly and proudly recounted the general situation of the matter. That's about it. Ruashi insisted that I make a choice between her and Lanlan. How could I not want my own flesh and blood? Lanlan's birth mother is the regret of my life. I can't do anything that will let Lanlan down. Yangqing sighed. Xianxia's expression was extremely complicated at this moment. It was unknown if she was sad, surprised, or something else. In short, she had mixed feelings. But overall, the way she looked at Yangqing was much gentler. It seemed that this kind of thing was indeed shocking enough. Seeing this, Yangqing immediately said, Xianxia, you really wronged your big brother Yang. When you called home, Mother Wang received it, and Mother Wang asked me to call you back. Do you remember this? Xianxia nodded, I remember, but you didn't call me. What didn't I call you? I clearly called, and it was Jing who answered. She said that you were sleeping, and that you would call me back when you woke up, but you didn't call me back either. I thought you were fine. Xianxia saw that Yangqing's expression didn't seem to be lying. She frowned and said, You really called me? Yes, absolutely. Why would I lie to you about this? Yangqing pointed to the door and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask Jing later. If you fight with her. Halfway through his sentence, Yangqing suddenly came to a realization. Looking at Xianxia's confused expression, he was stunned and said, Could it be? Jing didn't tell you? Xianxia's expression changed, and she nodded, Yes. I asked Sister Jing at that time and she said she didn't call me back. At this moment, both of them thought of something, but they couldn't help but fall silent. After a long time, Xianxia opened her mouth again. Brother. Brother Yang. Yes. Yangqing raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, you've finally become my Xianxia again. Xianxia blushed, bit her thin lips, and asked, a few months ago, I called you, Sister Ruoxi, and my home in Zhonghai many times. Did you? There's no need to ask, I didn't receive a single call. Yangqing said with a bitter smile, Xianxia, I finally understand why you hate me so much. Do you think that I, Ruoxi, and Mother Wang didn't answer your calls on purpose? Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but cry again. She pursed her lips and nodded. I thought, you guys didn't want me anymore. Woo. Woo. At the end of crying, Xianxia cried out and directly threw herself into Yangqing's arms. Brother Yang. I miss you so much. I miss everyone. Woo. Yangqing exhaled, gently hugged the girl, and patted her back. Silly girl, I told you that you're silly, but you still refuse to admit it. Even if I'm heartless, your sister Ruoxi isn't that kind of person. If I'm not mistaken, your calls were intercepted by special means. As long as it's related to our Huaxia region, it's blocked. Our calls must have been monitored. When they saw that it was our number, they were picked up by someone else, or they simply didn't let you know. Xianxia leaned against Yangqing's chest, her tears drenching Yangqing's shirt. It must be Grandpa's doing. He always told me that you wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, didn't want Sister Ruoxi to have any ideas, and deliberately didn't want to contact me. Xianxia finally understood. Yangqing could only guess that Park Cheon would do this, and he could understand why his old man would do this. However, he deserved to die for making Xianxia suffer so much. Of course, he was Xianxia's grandfather after all. Yangqing wouldn't be so cruel to him. Silly girl, you're really slow. If I didn't want to talk to you and didn't want to contact you, why would I come to your house to see you? Do you know how much my heart ached when I saw you being so cold just now? Yangqing also understood why Yunjing had a strange look in her eyes when she saw him. Xianxia thought about it and felt that she was too slow, but she raised her head and said happily, Brother Yang, are you sad because I'm cold to you? Yangqing shook his head, no, I can accept your coldness and enthusiasm, I just don't like to see you unhappy. I hope you can live happily. Xianxia was slightly disappointed, but she still smiled and nodded, as if the lively and beautiful Xianxia from before had returned. Brother Yang, it's fortunate that you're here. It seems that the heavens are helping me. Xianxia suddenly said. What's wrong? Xianxia pouted and said, I don't want to marry that Kim Jip, but grandfather said that the opening of the Buddha Heart Sarira is a rare auspicious sign, so we must try to hold the wedding the day after tomorrow. Yangqing laughed strangely, just now, some people kept calling you fiancé, why don't you want to get married now? You. Xianxia lowered her head shyly and said, I'm angry at you, my brain has gone haywire. Yangqing sighed and touched Xianxia's face, don't be silly, marriage is a very serious matter, I'm just an outsider, I can't forcefully interfere. Why not? Didn't you snatch Sister Anqing back from Japan to Zhonghai? I don't want to stay here anymore. For the past 6 months, my life has been filled with studying and socializing. This is not the life I want at all. No one can confide in me, no one will care what I like. Now, I know that grandfather lied to me, and even Sister Yunjing lied to me. I don't want to live with them. I want to go back to Zhonghai. Xianxia said angrily. What are you talking about? Anqing is different. I have a relationship with Anqing first. She is my woman, so naturally, she can't marry someone else. But I treat you like my own sister, completely different. Your grandfather did it for your own good. He let you, Anqing, stay here and inherit such a big family business. He must have invested a lot of effort in you. From what I can see, he doesn't want to hurt you, and Kim Jip is a good man. Even if you don't like him, feelings can be slowly cultivated, Yangqing advised. I won't listen, I won't listen. Xianxia anxiously shouted, Brother Yang, didn't you say that you wanted to see me happy? If I marry Kim Jip, I won't be happy for the rest of my life. Yang Cheng's face was bitter. How could he not know what Xianxia was thinking? She had feelings for him for a long time, but Yangqing did not want the seed to blossom and bear fruit. Xianxia should have her own life, while she still had the best years of her youth. She was a girl who could stand alone in a storm of blood. There were already many women around him who needed his care, and love. He already had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Xianxia deserved a complete love, a man who loved her completely, to live an ordinary and comfortable life with her. She should not have to face all kinds of dangers after being with him. Yangqing did not think that Kim Jip was a perfect partner, but at least he seemed to be a gentleman. He had been by Park Cheon's side for many years, so Park Cheon must have known this. He was a responsible man. It could be seen from his response to Park Cheon's emergency situation. He was loyal and responsible. Su Zhenxiu, I agree with your grandfather's choice on this matter. Don't mess around. When you mature, you will understand your elders' good intentions. Yangqing said sternly. Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. Brother Yang. How could you do this to me? I hate you. Xianxia cried and ran out of the room. Yangqing let out a long sigh. He felt terrible. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, it seemed that Xianxia was angry at him again. However, Yangqing did not think that his judgment was wrong. He was no longer the frivolous boy he once was. He could not make promises just because a girl liked him. By the time he returned to the dining room, everyone had already finished their meal. Everyone had witnessed the scene of Xianxia running upstairs in tears. Yangqing did not want to stay any longer. He nodded at Jane and said, President Park, we're leaving. We'll be there on time for the wedding. Park Cheon was satisfied. He got up to personally send them off. Lawyer Kim and Kim Jip followed suit. Outside the door, Park Cheon grabbed Yang Cheng's hand and shook it solemnly. Mr. Yang, I think a woman as talented as Dr. Jane would never fall in love with an ordinary man. You are indeed wise. I want to thank you for your decision. Park Cheon's words were vague, but they contained a lot of information. Firstly, he had long known about the relationship between Yangqing and Jane. Secondly, he also knew that Yangqing had discovered what he had done to Xianxia. Moreover, Park Cheon could imagine what Yangqing had said to Xianxia. Yangqing did not have a good impression of this old man. He said seriously, President Park, with all due respect, I may be an outsider, but I don't want Xianxia to have an unhappy life in this family in the future. Even after Xianxia gets married, I will take care of her and not let her get hurt. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. There was a hint of threat in his words. Park Cheon's expression changed slightly. She's my granddaughter. I will do my best to take good care of her. Park Cheon did not want to say more. He gestured for them to leave. There was no need to call a taxi to return to the hotel. Park Cheon sent a Mercedes-Benz to send Yangqing and Jane back to the Hilton Hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, two teams of Korean police officers suddenly rushed out from the opposite side and behind them, surrounding Yangqing and Jane. Yangqing and Jane looked at each other with a smile. The police had been tailing them since the afternoon. They had not let up and now they were going to arrest them. Huang Xiuyan in her well-ironed police uniform walked out from the two groups of policemen, her gaze filled with judgment lingered on Yang Chen for a while. Mr. Yangqing, I am Huang Ziyuyan from the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department's Security Department. We now suspect that you are a member of a terrorist organization. We are now arresting you as a suspect. Please cooperate with the police. Yangqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Officer, you have my entry and exit information, right? Are you sure you've checked my information? Huang Ziyuyan sneered. We requested to see your file to the Huaxia police. But the file they gave us is full of loopholes. You were a hawker in Huaxia 3 years ago. How could you graduate from Harvard University in the United States? Moreover, you are involved with the Park family of the Starmoon Group. We have reason to suspect that you are a high-caliber spy. You are close to the rich and powerful with ulterior motives. Yangqing was dumbfounded. How could she even think of this? Spy? It was inevitable that Huaxia would not provide the real information. His specific information was not something that the police could obtain. It had to be approved by the Ministry of State Security. It was only natural that Huang Ziyuan would not be able to find it. As for his relationship with the Park family, Huang Ziyuan would not be able to find it in a short time. Hence, her speculation was wrong. Just as Yangqing was feeling a little distressed, Zhang Ru somehow ran into the encirclement of the police and grabbed Jane's arm. "Teacher, this man is very dangerous. Captain Huang said that his information is suspicious everywhere. You'd better stay away from him with me. He must have a purpose for approaching you." While speaking, Zhang Ru stared at Yangqing with great vigilance, for fear that the suspect would explode. Jane bit her lip and held back from laughing exaggeratedly. Maintaining a bit of restraint, she winked mischievously at Yangqing. The meaning was very clear. She thought it was very interesting and wanted to watch a good show. Yangqing was completely speechless about this Zhang Ru. If it weren't for that woman being his wife, he would have taken out his mobile phone and smashed her. At this moment, he could only say to Huang Ziyuan, "Captain Huang, do you mind if I make a call? I can prove my innocence." Huang Ziyuan crossed her hands in front of her chest and said arrogantly, "Of course you can, but every word you say will be used as evidence in court." Yangqing sighed and directly dialed Li Dun's phone number and asked him to contact the National Intelligence Agency of South Korea. Only they could directly manage this situation. When Li Dun received Yang Chen's call and heard about it, he laughed so hard he almost fainted. However, he was a little embarrassed because he had used Yangqing before, so he quickly relayed the situation to the Korean side on behalf of Yangqing. A few minutes later, Huang Xiuyan received a call from her superior, ordering her to release Yangqing immediately. Originally, Huang Xiuyan wanted to ask a few more questions because Yangqing was really suspicious, but her superior's order was very firm. She was not allowed to ask any more questions and only treated as a VIP. This time, Huang Xiuyan was a little embarrassed. She signaled her subordinates to step aside and bowed to Yangqing with a stiff face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, our information was wrong." Yangqing was too lazy to pay attention to her. He strode straight to Zhang Ru and frowned, "I don't care if you have a problem with me, but you'd better not do this kind of stupid thing again. Otherwise, I won't care if you are Jane's student or not. You won't even have the chance to regret it." Yangqing exerted a little pressure on Zhang Ru, which made her angry but not dare to say anything. She only felt an irresistible majesty, which made her feel very uncomfortable. But she saw with her own eyes that Huang Xiuyan publicly bowed to Yangqing, which showed that Yangqing's background was definitely not ordinary. She had guessed wrong. Jane, who was on the side, reached out and held Zhang Ru's cold hand. She rolled her eyes at Yangqing and said, "All right, my dear Yangqing, don't scare her. She was just thinking about my safety." Yangqing also wanted to scare this woman to not meddle in other people's business. Jane gave him a way out, so he went along with it. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go." Yangqing took Jane's hand and turned to the elevator. After Yangqing and Jane left, Huang Xiuyan walked to the side of Zhang Ru, who was a little lost. She sighed and said, "Professor Zhang, it seems that there was really a mistake. Thank you for reminding me. But now, I want to check the security situation of the opening ceremony for the last time. I still have to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow, so rest early." Zhang Ru nodded blankly and watched the police leave the hall one after another. She stood there alone and could not help but feel a little lonely. At the same time, Yangqing and Jane took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel hand in hand. On the top floor, apart from the two presidential suites, there was a blue open-air swimming pool and a series of leisure and entertainment facilities specially built for the hotel's VIPs. When Yangqing and Lin Sanju walked to the door, they suddenly discovered that there were two bodyguards in black standing outside their room. There was also a hotel manager pacing back and forth in front of the door. "Who are you?" Yangqing frowned. The hotel manager immediately greeted them and smiled apologetically. "This must be Mr. Yang and Miss Jane. It's like this. Due to an emergency, your room needs to be adjusted." "Adjustment? What do you mean?" Jane was puzzled. The manager explained, "Because of the government and the police's temporary decision, some important officials from other cities who will attend the Buddha Heart Saraira opening ceremony tomorrow, as well as the president of the Buddhist Association, Abba Xu Lian, and director Master Zihao, will all stay in our hotel. And all the business suites and luxury suites in our hotel are already full. As for the remaining 2 presidential suites, one has been given to a few senior monks in the country, and the other one has to be reserved for Abba Xu Lian and Master Zihao. Yangqing sneered, "We booked the room first and paid for it. Now you want to change it just because you say so? This is also a last resort. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, we will compensate you double the amount." The manager kept bowing his head and apologized, "Please understand our difficulties. After all, Abba Xu Lian is a person of virtue and prestige. If she stays in an ordinary room, it will make things difficult for the hotel's management. Moreover, this is also what the several senior officers asked us to do. I don't want to listen to these reasons. If you don't make them scram out of the room I booked, then I'll kick them out." Yangqing couldn't help but get angry. Today was really strange. He was treated as a spy by the police, and even his room was taken away for no reason. Seeing that Yangqing was unwilling, the manager's face darkened and he said gloomily, "Mr. Yang, please pay attention to your words. Tomorrow's opening ceremony is one of the most important events in the Republic of Korea this year. Abba Xu Lian is a master who opened the light for the Buddha Heartsarira and is revered by thousands of people. If you don't let her rest well, you're going against the Republic of Korea." Yangqing sneered, "You've finally revealed your true nature. In the end, you're just chasing us out. So what? This is an official decision. I'm just fulfilling my duty." "Humph, a thief nun sleeps in the same room as a monk, and you still say that you're revered by thousands of people? I want to see what kind of dirty business these two are doing inside." Yangqing directly pushed the manager away. How could the manager's small body take it? With a bang sound, he slammed into the wall, and his bones were about to fall apart. The 2 bodyguards noticed that something was wrong and immediately came forward. They stood in front of Yangqing like 2 small mountains. One of the Korean men said fiercely, "Scram. This is the territory of the Republic of Korea. Huaxia's monkey, don't embarrass yourself. Monkey is your ancestor." Without saying a word, Yangqing's hand slapped the shoulders of the 2 men at lightning speed. Ka. The shoulders of the 2 men were dislocated from the slap. The 2 bodyguards shrieked in pain. They wanted to use their remaining arms to fight back, but Yangqing caught their fists and easily squeezed them. The bodyguards didn't know what happened to the bones in their hands, but they had already broken into a ball. The pain made their eyes roll back and they directly fainted. The noise outside finally attracted the attention of the people in the suite. The bodyguards who were guarding other places also rushed over. A total of 7 or 8 burly bodyguards surrounded Yangqing and Jane. The door was opened. Master Zihao, who was wearing a yellow monk's robe and holding prayer beads, walked out. The monk looked at the situation in front of the door and revealed a shocked expression. Ba. Benefactor, why is this happening?" As Master Zihao spoke, he even walked to the wall and helped the hotel manager who was wailing in pain up. The manager's face turned green as he said, "Master, this Huaxia is very vicious. Quickly get the bodyguards to beat him out." The bodyguards looked at Zihao and waited for the mage to speak. However, Zihao's expression was awkward and he could not bear to give the order. Ba, forgive people when you can. This benefactor is surrounded by a murderous aura. Harming others and harming yourself, why bother? An old female voice came from the room. Master Zihao, the manager, and the group of bodyguards immediately bowed respectfully. Abba Xu Lian. Abba Xu Lian, who was dressed in a nun's attire, seemed to be chanting Buddhist scriptures in her room. Walking out, she looked at Yangqing with a kind expression and said, "Almsgiver, this poor nun and junior brother Zihao are both monks. Originally, we didn't want to fight over this residence with the 2 of you, but unfortunately, this happened too suddenly. A few important people hoped that this poor nun and junior brother Zihao could stay here to ensure safety. Could benefactor consider this poor nun's kind advice, even if it's not for the monk's face, for the Buddha's sake, please agree to change your residence tonight. This poor nun guarantees that no one will pursue tonight's matter." Abba Xu Lian is really compassionate, the manager immediately flattered. Abba Xu Lian's gaze was especially gentle, like a pool of lake water in the mountains, clear, quiet, indifferent, but with traces of wonderful ripples. This kind of dreamy and illusory gaze made one's mind unconsciously fall into it, unable to extricate themselves. The bodyguards, the manager, and even Zi Hao seemed to relax after looking at Yu Lian. They looked at Yu Lian with sincerity. Yangqing, on the other hand, frowned. He felt that this gaze was very strange. It was as if a strange thing was knocking on his mind, making his mind a little chaotic. He then looked at Jane beside him and realized that the woman was actually looking at Yu Lian like everyone else, revealing a look of admiration. Thief! How dare you hypnotize me? Yangqing suddenly understood and roared in Mandarin. His voice was like a great bell, like thunder, stirring up the entire corridor in front of the door. Zi Hao, the manager, and the others were startled by Yang Chen's shout, but they soon regained their composure. They didn't understand what Yang Chen was shouting about. Jane looked at Yangqing in surprise. She clearly heard the word hypnotize and couldn't help but look at Yu Lian in astonishment. A cold light flashed in Yu Lian's eyes. There was a hint of panic and bewilderment, but it was only for a fleeting moment. She said very gently, "Benefactor, since you are still not willing to exchange with junior brother then I will not force you. I will just assume that Benefactor has no affinity with Buddhism. Let us part here." Yangqing sneered, "What, I saw through your hypnosis and you want to escape? If your followers knew that the master was just a cover and the real master was hypnosis, what do you think they would think?" From Yu Lian's expression, Yangqing could tell that this nun understood Chinese, so he spoke in Chinese. This time, Yu Lian also spoke in Chinese and said solemnly, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Please don't make wild guesses." After saying that, Yu Lian signaled Zi Hao and the bodyguards, who were still confused, to walk towards the elevator. These people didn't understand what Yu Lian was saying, because Yu Lian's expression was very sacred, so they thought that she was promoting some Buddhist doctrine. Yangqing felt that things weren't over yet and wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Jane, who shook her head and advised, "She's the president of the Korean Buddhist Association, we don't have any evidence to prove that she used hypnosis. Messing with her will only cause trouble. We should keep a low profile this time, we haven't even seen the Buddha Heart Sarira yet, let's put everything else aside for now." Yangqing agreed. Although this damned nun was very suspicious, his own cultivation was more important. After all, the people she harmed were Koreans, so it had nothing to do with him. This damned nun's hypnosis is not simple. Even someone with a strong will like you was almost hypnotized by her just now. If it wasn't for my strong will, the fact that I inherited the divine spark, and the fact that my spiritual force is far superior to mortals, I wouldn't have been able to see through her hypnosis so easily. Yangqing sighed. However, Jane said hesitantly, "I don't think that's hypnosis. Hypnosis is actually a kind of psychological suggestion. It can achieve its goal by relaxing the body and mind, stimulating a certain sensory organ, focusing one's attention or imagination, etc. Yu Lian's hypnosis doesn't conform to the scientific definition of hypnosis at all. I feel that she might have some special ability, or some secret technique." When Yangqing heard this, he also felt that there were many strange things in this world. Whether it was adepts or cultivators, they all had special abilities. After Yu Lian's group left, no one came to disturb Yangqing and Yu Lian's rest. Perhaps it was because she was afraid of Yangqing, or perhaps it was because she had a guilty conscience, but Yu Lian was too embarrassed to think of a way to get back at Yangqing. After all, no one else knew about the hypnosis. Late at night, Yangqing lay on the big bed. He couldn't help but think about Xianxia, so he couldn't sleep. Jane leaned against the man's side, one arm around his waist, and asked softly, "Do you regret it?" "What? Didn't you tell Xianxia to obediently marry Kim Jip?" Yangqing silently touched the woman's hair and did not answer. "Actually, since Lin Ruoshi wants to divorce you, no one will object if you bring Xianxia back to Zhonghai," Jane said. Yangqing laughed bitterly, "Jane, even you have times when you are confused. I agreed to separate from Ruoshi because I think she will be happier than staying by my side. I accept any one of you because I want you to be happy, not because you are my spoils of war, and not because of my possessiveness. You may not know this, but Tang Tang had those thoughts at that time, but I always stopped her. Because I know she is still young and doesn't understand a lot of things. Yuan Yi is a man she can trust, so I think she will understand sooner or later that being with Yuan Yi is the most suitable. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Tang Tang to understand, and that's why everything happened today. Xianxia and Tang Tang are about the same age. The reason why she is so close to me, I think to a large extent, is because I helped her a little when she was at her most lonely and helpless. Her feelings for me may be more gratitude and dependence, it's just that she can't tell. Although there is no one like Yuan Yi around Xianxia, she shouldn't be with me. Sooner or later, she will regret such a young and reckless decision. As for Kim Jip, I think he is very reliable. Even if he hasn't really fallen in love with Xianxia, he won't let Xianxia suffer. Yang Chen finished his sentence slowly. His emotions were evident in his words and actions. For a long time, Jane did not respond. Yang Chen felt a little strange and looked down. Looking over, only to find that Jane was looking at him with a pair of beautiful sapphire eyes, there was some indescribable charm. Yang Chen blushed and coughed. "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm great?" Jane shook her head slightly, her soft hair rubbing against Yang Chen's arm, emitting bursts of natural fragrance. "Darling, let's do it." The soft and gentle words made Yang Chen feel his entire lower abdomen was already burning. The crazy secretion of adrenaline made his scalp tingle and his ears hot. After 2 heavy breaths, Yang Chen rejected, "Forget it, before you enter the innate stage, I will never do that. It will greatly reduce your cultivation." Jane smiled charmingly and said in her seductive English, "I've studied what's going on with the primordial yin you mentioned. From a medical point of view, it's just that you can't enter the vagina routinely, but we can do it anal. My mother said you like to enter her behind." Yang Chen was about to cry, "Dr. Jane, can we not use medical terms to describe such an ambiguous matter? Also, how can Catherine tell her daughter this?" Jane pouted, "It's not like you don't know, as long as she's in front of me, her IQ never exceeds 10 years old." "Alright, stop it." Yang Cheng's expression turned serious and touched the woman's face. "I can't accept using that method for the first time with you. I will feel sorry for you and will always have regrets." Jane was slightly startled, then 2 red clouds appeared on her face. She nodded happily and said nothing more. The Buddha Heart Sarira opening ceremony the next day was carried out as scheduled. Early in the morning, as important guests of the Park family, Yang Cheng and Jane were both qualified to enter the venue of the ceremony. Last night's incident made Zhang Ru feel quite awkward when she saw Yang Cheng again, but there was still a lot of dissatisfaction in her eyes. She felt that Yang Cheng was too overbearing and was definitely not a good person. However, as the main researcher, Zhang Ru was busy checking the content of the final academic speech with the Korean government and did not have the time to care about this. On this day, the ancient Xiaoxi temple was also decorated with gold and jade, and the Buddha's aura shone brightly. Senior monks led their respective disciples and chanted sutras loudly in every corner of the venue. Abbess Yu Lian of the Buddhist Association was naturally the moon surrounded by stars. This nun was not affected by last night's incident. Her face was red as she chatted with a group of monks from all over the world and was pursued by guests from all over the world. According to the schedule, in the morning, the senior Korean officials would talk about the excavation and research of the Buddha Heart Sarira. At noon, the Sarira, which was strictly guarded by the army, would appear in the center of Xiaoxi Temple and be worshipped by guests from all over the world. After noon, the Buddha Heart Sarira would be arranged to enter the inner hall of Xiaoxi Temple, and Abbess Yu Lian would lead a group of Korean senior monks to open it. The opening ceremony would last until the evening, and during this time, other guests would attend the banquet in the banquet hall of the hotel closest to the temple. As monks abstained from alcohol, although it was called a banquet, it was actually just some fruit juice and vegetarian dishes. After the opening ceremony at night, everyone would return to Xiaoxi Temple to pay their respects to the Buddha Heart Sarira. After being worshipped in the monastery for 3 days, the relic would once again be monitored by the military. Only when the pure gold Buddha statue tailored for the relic was completed and the relic was placed into the Buddha statue would it be revealed to the world. After all, such a huge golden Buddha statue was not something that could be snatched or destroyed by those lawbreakers. When Park Cheon appeared with Xianxia and the Park family, he immediately became one of the most eye-catching families in the venue. After Exchanging pleasantries for a while, they finally arrived at their reserved seats. As Xianxia's fiancé, Kim Jip was no longer suitable to follow Park Cheon around, so he entered with lawyer Kim and kept a low profile as usual. Following closely behind them was the Gong family led by Gong Jicheng and Gong Wu. Now that Park Cheon had recovered, the Gong family was no longer as arrogant as they used to be in Seoul's upper-class society. Yang Qin was acquainted with both the Park and Gong families, so it was inevitable for him to greet them. He also noticed that Gong Wu, the young man who once wanted to marry Xianxia, would occasionally glance coldly at Xianxia. Dressed in a ladylike dress, Xianxia was even plainer than the day before. Her pretty face was stained with frost. When she saw Yang Qing, she only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. It was obvious that she was still angry at Yang Qing. Yang Qing did not find it strange this time. It was only natural that Xianxia did not want to talk to him. He smiled calmly and sat down with Jane to wait for the ceremony to begin. The ceremony in the morning was mainly broadcasted by the TV station to provide an explanation to the people of South Korea. Most of the speeches were boring speeches and simple research reports on the Buddha heart relic. Yang Qing waited until noon in boredom. Finally, he saw the officials step down from the stage and the army and the Buddhist monks enter the center of the venue to welcome the Buddha heart relic. At that moment, Yang Qing suddenly felt a strange movement in his dantian. The two opposing forces were the heaven and earth energy from the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture and the chaos energy from the Chaos Cauldron. They were in a deadlock. However, for a moment, Yang Qing felt that the chaos energy seemed to be afraid and retreated a little. Although it was only for a moment, Yang Qing's cultivation showed signs of recovery and chaos once again exerted its strength to fight against him. It was enough to make Yang Qing ecstatic. Jane noticed that Yang Qing's body was trembling slightly. She asked nervously, "Hubby, what's wrong?" Yang Qing grinned and held Jane's little hand. Chaos reacted. It seemed to have sensed that the Buddha's heart Sarira was approaching. Just now, its power retreated a little, but it quickly fought against me again. It seemed to be trying to hide something. Jane's eyes lit up. So, chaos felt threatened? I can't feel whether the Buddha's heart Sarira has a strong spiritual power or not. But judging from chaos's behavior, that thing might really be useful. As long as it can break the stalemate in my dantian and increase my strength, I'll be able to counter chaos. Yang Chen calmed down. This wasn't the time to be excited yet. He looked at the place where the relic entered. Accompanied by endless chanting of Buddha's name, 8 monks finally carried a square platform made of redwood into the venue. On the high platform, a square box was concealed by a golden silk cloth that was covered with Buddhist scriptures. After the platform was placed in the center of the venue, Abbess Yu Lian chanted the Buddhist scriptures and walked to the square box. She nodded slightly and reached out to slowly remove the silk cloth. For a moment, the Buddha's heart Sarira that all the dignitaries and celebrities were looking forward to finally appeared in everyone's eyes. In a special transparent explosion-proof glass cabinet, a heart-shaped reddish-gold object was emitting a faint soft light under the sunlight. That wisp of red and gold-colored glass that moved the heart and soul caused many people to arouse the desire to prostrate themselves in worship. It really does possess indescribable Buddha nature. This time, Yang Qing could clearly feel that the chaos in his dantian was very unstable. Sometimes it wanted to be fierce, and sometimes it was timid. It was completely different from the domineering state it was in before. Yang Qing thought to himself, so, you also have something to fear. No one knew if primal chaos was enraged because of this, but the ferocious power of primal chaos once again overturned the seas. However, with Yang Qing's current strength, he was still able to control it without causing any trouble. Mr. Yang, it seems like this trip to the Buddha heart relic is worth it. Even if I'm not a Buddhist, this relic is still able to cleanse my soul. Park Cheon chuckled beside him. Yang Qing replied with a smile, but in his heart, he said, I'm not here to look, I'm here to take it away. After receiving the Buddhist rites and worship from the guests from all over, Priestess Yu Lian led a group of senior monks to the inner hall of Shaoxi Temple and officially began chanting sutras to consecrate the light. Seeing this, Yang Qing made a move to walk towards the relic. Sigh. Jane hurriedly pulled Yang Qing back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She said in a small language that no one else could understand, Hubby, even if you want the relic, you can't snatch it so blatantly now. I'm not going to snatch it, I'm just asking them to lend it to me. If it's useless, I'll return it to them. Yangqing chuckled. Jane glared at him. If this isn't snatching, then what is it? Look here, even though the reporters have left, there are still hundreds of guests, police officers, and a regiment of Korean army stationed outside. Not to mention the private bodyguards. If you were to snatch the relic right under their noses, wouldn't they fight you to the death? Yangqing replied nonchalantly, what's there to be afraid of? I'll kill whoever dares to stop me from taking the relic. I'll kill as many as they come. In order to restore his cultivation, Yangqing didn't care about these people's lives at all. If they really dared to make a move on him, he would kill them. After all, he was in Korea, Xianxia, and the other big shots wouldn't stop him. You can get it without anyone noticing. Why do you have to go against the whole of Korea? Have you forgotten that I said before I came here that I have a way? Jane blinked. Yangqing scratched his head and pointed at his ear. Let's hear it. Jane immediately whispered her plan into Yangqing's ear. The method was actually very simple. Before Jane came to Korea, she had asked Zhang Ru for a research report on the Buddha's heart relic. She said that she was helping her to check it, but in fact, she was recording some of the elements of the Buddha's heart relic. Jane's secret 3D printing technology was 100 times better than other scientific research labs in the world. If needed, she could create a super-realistic Buddha's heart relic anytime in a short period of time. All they had to do was find a quiet night and Jane would use her hacking skills to hack the alarm system in Xianxia Temple. Then, Yangchen would sneak in and switch the real one with the fake one. It would be a piece of cake. Even if the Koreans found out, other scientists wouldn't be able to find out that the Buddha's heart relic was fake. Even if they found out that it was fake, no one would know that it was Yangqing who took the relic. After listening to Jane, Yangqing nodded and smiled. That's a good idea. Anyway, the relic will still be in Xianxia Temple for the next 3 days. With our abilities, it won't be difficult to steal it. Along with the heaven-shaking Buddhist chant, the Buddha's heart relic was finally sent into the inner hall of Xianxia Temple. Although it was impossible to get close to the inner hall from the outside, there was still an entire regiment of military forces and a large team of police officers guarding outside the temple. It would be very difficult for any criminals to cause damage from the outside. Although Yangqing was a little tempted, he had no choice but to listen to Jane's advice and wait for her to make the fake Buddha's heart relic. However, Yangqing had made up his mind to stay near Xianxia Temple for the next few days. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. If the Buddha's heart relic disappeared, it would be a big problem. At this time, Park Cheon came up and said, Mr. Yang, this old man can't attend the afternoon's banquet. I still have to bring Xianxia to make the final preparations for tomorrow's wedding. The two of you will take your leave here. Yangqing didn't plan to attend any banquet, and he wasn't interested in getting to know those people, so he said, Xianxia is getting married. As her brother, I should also prepare some dowry. Let's go together. I'll go prepare something too. When Xianxia heard Yangqing mention the dowry, her face became colder and colder. She looked at Yangqing with resentment in her bright eyes. However, Yangqing didn't change his mind. This wedding should be done as it should be. He couldn't let a girl do whatever she wanted just because of her willful thoughts. Since he had chosen to return to this big family, he should have been mentally prepared for this. Park Cheon was overjoyed, thinking that Yangqing was going to give him some elixir. He immediately agreed and led the crowd out of the temple. However, just as the guests were about to leave the temple, a loud boom was heard. An explosion. Ah! The deafening clap of thunder sent the women into a frenzy of screams. They were frightened by the sudden explosion. Yangqing immediately looked to the south of Xianxia Temple, less than a mile away. There, smoke and dust filled the air. That was where the huge explosion had come from. What made the guests in the venue even more panicked was that gunshots had started raging again. Two. A series of submachine guns rained down on the outer wall of the temple. Screams of Korean men could be heard from all directions. The entire Xianxia Temple was covered in blood. What's going on? Where's the police? Where are the soldiers? A Korean military officer who had rushed to the podium yelled into the microphone. The 3 stars on his military rank indicated that he was a lieutenant general in the military. He was an extraordinary person. After all, the opening ceremony was a national ceremony. The military had also sent a few iconic figures to participate. A Korean soldier with a crooked hat rushed in and cried at the general on the podium, "General Chung. This is bad. The 27th Regiment outside has betrayed us." "What?" General Chung's eyes widened in anger. He was stunned for a moment. However, not long after, a group of more than 100 blood-stained soldiers rushed in fiercely. Their leader was a muscular man with a beard. Although he was wearing an army uniform, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. The man had thrown his cap away and was holding a submachine gun in each hand. He fired wildly into the sky as soon as he entered the door. This frightening scene made the celebrities and dignitaries present turn pale, and they retreated to the inner area of the venue dejectedly. "Be good and don't move. We've surrounded the entire temple. The police and the army are done for," the bearded man announced with a cold smile. None of the people present were fools. When they heard this, most of them had guessed what had happened just now. It turned out that this group of terrorists had sneaked into the South Korean army outside, and while the real army and police were careless, they suddenly exploded and annihilated them. Everyone could guess that if it wasn't for the fact that someone had arranged for these terrorists, it would have been impossible for them to do all of this. After all, if it wasn't for special circumstances, an official regiment of soldiers wouldn't be able to casually carry out a mission. At this time, Yongqing was also a little surprised. He never thought that other than himself, there would be someone else who cared so much about this Buddha heart relic. However, before the situation was clear, Yongqing did not plan to interfere. Are you from North Buyu?" General Zhong asked in a deep voice. The bearded man laughed evilly. He raised a submachine gun and aimed it at the lieutenant general on the stage. "General Zhong Jun of the Combat Command, I recognize you. The officers under you have already been killed by me. Everyone here is our man. I advise you to be like the others and scram to the side. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Perhaps we will spare your dog life." Zhong Jun's face turned purple and he was extremely angry. However, facing the muzzle of the gun, he finally softened. He was still young and didn't want to lose his life in vain. This group of people were completely desperate. At the same time, Zhong Jun was also glad that the reporters had already been invited out. Otherwise, if they saw his weak side in the report, wouldn't his position be in danger? "Brother Hao, the hostages are all here. They are all women, so it's easy to deal with them." A man with a lewd laugh led a dozen or so terrorists to the center of the venue. Each of them had a gun pointed at a female hostage. Zhang Ru. Jane was a little surprised to see that Zhang Ru had also been captured by those people. She was pointing a gun at him with a face full of panic and tears. As a researcher, Zhang Ru was one of the first to leave the venue. She didn't expect that because of this, she would be caught red-handed by the terrorists. "Well done." His eyes fell on Huang Xiuyan, who was in a police uniform. He grinned and said, "Oh, isn't this Captain Huang? I'm really sorry. You've been so careful to guard against us, but you've been disappointed. We've been watching your deployment. You've done a good job." This was undoubtedly a great mockery to Huang Xiuyan. She had been assigning tasks for so long, yet she did not notice that there was a problem with her own people. Huang Xiuyan's face was flushed red with humiliation. She spat fiercely. "Damned North Bio bastards. Do you think you can still escape? Very soon, this place will be surrounded by the army. You won't be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you hear the explosion just now?" Hao sneered. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Huang Xiuyan cried out involuntarily, You planted a bomb in Seoul?" "That's right. We have randomly selected some residential areas and downtown areas in Seoul and planted high explosives there. If anything happens to us, those explosives will detonate. If you want to kill tens of thousands of Seoul residents in order to capture us, then send the army over." Hao said slowly, "Moreover, unfortunately, I don't know where the remote control explosives are, nor do I know how many remote control devices there are. The countless distinguished guests present were so panicked that they couldn't speak. It was as if the air had frozen. This group of terrorists was so crazy that they did not hesitate to use the lives of tens of thousands of ordinary people to threaten them. "Are you doing this for the Buddha Heart Sarira?" Zhong Jun asked. "General Zhong, aren't you spouting nonsense? Otherwise, would we have come here to pray to Buddha and burn incense?" Ah Hao snorted coldly, waved his hand, and said, "Men, go in and bring me the Sarira. Those eminent monks are all respected figures, bring them out as well." More than 10 armed North Bio immediately rushed into the rear hall of Xiaoxi Temple upon hearing the order. After a commotion in the rear hall, gunshots suddenly rang out, startling the celebrities outside. They were all scared out of their wits, afraid that the bullets would land on their bodies. Very quickly, a person rushed out carrying the special transparent box of the Buddha Heart Sarira. The soldiers behind him seemed to be stained with a lot of blood, and at the same time, they were also holding 7 or 8 eminent monks hostage. Abbot Xu Lian, Master Zihao, and the others from the Buddhist Association were also captured. However, their expressions were still solemn, as if they were not afraid. When Jane saw this scene, she frowned and said to Yongqing, "Hubby, that Abbot Xu Lian clearly has hypnosis, why didn't she hypnotize these soldiers? Could it be that she did it on purpose? I'm not sure about that. That nun is not a good person either. Perhaps she is an accomplice of the North Bio. After all, the North Bio has a strong network, and many of the higher-ups in Korea are their people. However, it could also be that her hypnosis technique is unable to hypnotize too many people. If that's the case, if she resists, she will be easily killed by those people, so she can only be captured," Yongqing said calmly. Jane was a little puzzled. "Why don't you seem to be anxious? The Buddha Heart Sarira has been taken by them." Yongqing smiled relaxedly. "Isn't that better? I just need to follow those people and snatch the Sarira. Anyway, all the responsibility will be pushed to the North Bio, and it will save us the trouble of stealing it." Jane covered her mouth and laughed. "You really have a belly full of evil ideas. But this is good. Since the North Bio dared to make a move on me last time, you should teach them a good lesson this time. They can disregard the lives of tens of thousands of civilians, so their deaths will not be regretted." At this time, the man called Ah Hao gave a few more orders. He ordered a group of North Bio survivors to hold Zhang Ru, Huan Shouyan, and a group of female hostages, as well as Abbot Xu Lian and the other eminent monks, to lead the way out of Xiaoxi Temple. As for the remaining troops, they pointed their guns at the back, to prevent some powerful bodyguards from suddenly going up to do anything. Outside Xiaoxi Temple, alarms were already ringing, and the police and military in Seoul were quickly sending reinforcements. However, because a large number of hostages were in the hands of the North Bio, and a large number of explosives were hidden somewhere, even the upper echelons of South Korea were helpless. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation, so South Korea immediately cut off all the media reports from all over the world. All the communication devices were also cut off. For a time, the entire Seoul became a sealed-off forbidden area. The army controlled the streets, and the civilians did not understand what was going on. A wave of panic enveloped the entire Seoul. Ah Hao led his men and captured Lieutenant General Zhong Jun. He took him as a hostage outside Xiaoxi Temple and confronted the South Korean military. "General Zhong Jun, we kept you alive so that you could send a message to your colleagues." Ah Hao pointed his gun at Zhong Jun's chin and sneered, "Our ship is already waiting for us on the Han River. We will take the hostages and the Buddha Heart Sarira with us. We will head to the sea, board the ship, and then head to the high seas. When we think it's safe, we will naturally release these monks and hostages. I'll give you 5 minutes to make your decision. If you don't answer after 5 minutes, we will detonate a bomb. Every minute, we will detonate a cup of bombs. Until you agree, or until tens of thousands of people die in Seoul." Zhong Jun's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to disobey. He could only nod his head silently. When Ah Hao let him go, Zhong Jun immediately ran towards the Korean army. Bam! Suddenly, the Desert Eagle in Ah Hao's hand fired, hitting one of Zhong Jun's right knees. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhong Jun knelt on the ground with a thud. "General, you should crawl back slowly." Ah Hao laughed maniacally, while the other terrorists from the North Bio Nation also laughed out loud. This crazy laughter caused the Korean soldiers on the other side to break out in cold sweat. They didn't even dare to go up to help Xianxia up, afraid that they would also be shot. Xianxia was in so much pain that his facial muscles were trembling, but he still crawled back to his own formation with all his might, dragging out a bloody path. Seeing all of this, the generals and officials all had gloomy expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to get angry. The hostages captured by the North Bio nation were a small matter, but the large number of bombs they had buried was the biggest factor that made the Korean government unable to move. After all, the population density of Seoul was too high. The strength of the North Bio nation once again caused the upper echelons of South Korea to tremble in fear. To be able to transport a large number of explosives into Seoul without anyone noticing was a great shame to the intelligence agency. Inside the venue, although the North Bio people had retreated, there were still people guarding the entrance. Hundreds of celebrities and dignitaries from all walks of life did not dare to move. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. No one knew if the North Bio people would go crazy and start a massacre. After all, they were all outlaws. Park Cheon, who had been through life and death, was very calm. He analyzed how to protect his family while observing the reactions of the people around him. To Park Cheon's surprise, Xianxia did not seem nervous or afraid at all. The girl looked around from time to time as if searching for something. "Child, what are you looking for?" Park Cheon asked. Xianxia's expression remained impassive as she replied, "Mr. Yang, heir. Mr. Yang is missing." Park Cheon was taken aback. Kim Jip and the others who heard this also looked over in surprise. Their eyes fell on Jane. At Jane's side, Yang Chen was no longer there. "Don't ask me, I don't know where he went." Jane winked playfully. Yang Chen had naturally left the temple. Now that the Buddha Heart Saraira was out of his sight, Yang Chen made his move. It was not difficult for Yang Chen to avoid the North Bio people who were guarding the entrance. With a few blind spots, Yang Chen moved to the edge of the wall and jumped out of the wall. The North Bio people had already reached the main entrance. There were some Korean soldiers outside, dealing with the corpses of the dead policemen and soldiers. When they saw Yang Chen suddenly jump out from behind the tall wall, they were shocked. However, Yang Cheng's speed was so fast that before they could see Yang Cheng's face clearly, Yang Cheng had already rushed out of the encirclement like a gust of wind and disappeared into the green forest outside. The soldiers who were busy sealing off the scene and dealing with the corpses thought they had run into a ghost. In their shock, they did not give chase. Yang Cheng's figure was like a ghost. The assassin's ability to hide had long been ingrained in Yang Cheng's bones. In addition, his speed was so fast that it was completely inhuman. It was difficult to catch him with the naked eye, and no one could detect his movements. In just a short while, Yang Cheng had already arrived at a corner of a large building outside the Chaoshi Monastery, looking at the hundreds of North Bio warriors from afar. The Buddha Heart Saraira was already in Hao's hands, looking at the military people mockingly. The frontline commander of the military was on the phone with the higher-ups, wiping his cold sweat anxiously. Clearly, the higher-ups were also hesitating. It's already been 3 minutes, and there's still no reply. TSK, looks like the leader of the Republic of Korea doesn't take the lives of the people seriously. Hao smiled at the hostage, Huang Xiuyan, and said, "Captain Huang, your superior is too heartless. Why don't you join our North Bio?" Wishful thinking. If you dare to detonate the explosives, you will cause a huge commotion. The whole world will come together to attack you. At that time, you will be finished. Huang Xiuyan sneered. "Pa." Hao suddenly slapped Huang Xiuyan's face. "Cut the crap. We've already blown up one. We don't care about the second or third. The whole world? Humph, who do you think we are giving the Buddha Heart Saraira to? The countries in this world only care about benefits. Everything else is just empty words. You are already in your 40s, and you still believe the words of politicians to deceive children. Ba. Benefactor, the Buddha Heart Saraira carries the power of Buddha's Vajra. Aren't you afraid of Buddha's reprimand for your tyranny?" Abbess Yu Lian said righteously. "Stupid nun, shut up. I only believe in the gun in my hand." Hao said as he slapped Yu Lian's face again. A red mark immediately appeared on Yu Lian's face. Master Zhao and the other monks at the side shouted Ba and looked at Abbot Xu Lian worriedly, but no one dared to make a sound. Ahau looked at his watch and called out to the military commander. It's already 4.5 minutes. Looks like you are very curious about which area we will detonate first. Wait. The military commander shouted. We agree to your request. But you are not allowed to hurt the hostages. Everyone in the venue must also ensure their safety. Cut the crap. If you agree, then get out of the way and drive the vehicles over. Ahau shouted fiercely with a face full of beard. He looked like an unruly Middle Eastern gangster. The people in the military could only grit their teeth and drive the military trucks that were originally loaded with soldiers over. Ahau sent a few of his subordinates to check the trucks with the equipment they had prepared beforehand. After making sure there were no dangerous devices, he led the people into the trucks one after another. More than 20 hostages were escorted into the 3 trucks. They were all pointed at with guns. There was no chance of a one-off rescue. The military watched the 3 trucks drive away, but there was nothing they could do. In such a short time, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the bombs in various areas of Seoul. It was simply impossible. Moreover, among the hostages, Abbot Xu Lian and the other monks had countless believers. Most of the women were from rich and powerful families. None of them could die easily. After Yangqing saw the vehicles leave, he followed them from afar. Although the speed of the trucks was fast, Yangqing could still catch up easily. On the way to Han River, the people in the military only dared to watch from afar. They did not dare let the North Bio people think that they were being hunted. On the Han River, 2 yachts were already waiting. Although the South Korean military helicopters in the sky had already discovered them, they did not dare to launch an attack. Ahau led the remaining North Bio people out of the trucks. After boarding the 2 yachts with the hostages, they headed in the direction of the estuary. Watching the yachts leave from afar, Yangqing could not help but grit his teeth. The South Korean military was still watching. Although he could snatch the Buddha Heart Saraira, it would not be convenient for him to take it away openly. From the looks of it, he could only follow them to the high seas. After all, even if the military came to surround them, there was no need to worry about taking away an ownerless object in the high seas. Of course, if he could find more people from the North Bio, killing them all would be a good way to avenge Jane. The high seas, that was a long distance away. He could not use spatial laws, and he would have to follow them secretly. He needed to be fast enough. Yangqing looked at the water of Han River and sighed. Fortunately, his physical fitness was at a freakish level. It was just swimming to the high seas. There was no problem with his stamina. After checking that there was no one around, Yangqing took off his clothes and threw them into his spatial ring. Then, he jumped into the river with a splash. Yangqing was like a human-shaped submarine. His speed was not as fast as running on land, but it was fast enough for him to catch up. The yacht's spiral motion produced a faint sound underwater, but it was enough for Yangqing to follow. Even after the North Bio people left, the South Korean officials did not relax. They continued to search every corner of Seoul for the bombs that had not been detonated. Before confirming that the bombs had been cleared, the military did not dare to take any action. As for this incident, they covered it up and lied about it. The government was also very busy. Compared to the face of the country, the whereabouts of the Buddha Heart Saraira and the hostages were a small matter. 4 hours later, the 2 yachts had entered the high seas. The sky had darkened, and a crescent moon was already hanging in the sky. A Russian-made Type 956 destroyer was already parked on the high seas. When the 2 yachts approached, the personnel were transferred to the destroyer. After Ahau led the North Bio people onto the ship, a white general wearing a New Zealand Navy cap shook hands with him and said in English, "Chief Hao, you have done a great service this time. I believe the chief will reward you handsomely." "Thank you for your kind words, General Mason. I have troubled you to bring a ship here at the last minute," Ahau said politely. "This is all for the chief. Without the chief, I, Mason, would not be here today. I am happy to help. You have done much better than your predecessor, Chief Kochuk. I have high hopes for you," Mason said. "Him? Humph, General, don't joke with me. He is just an idiot. I will send the Buddha Heart Saraira to the chief's room now." Aha was very pleased with himself. Mason looked at the Buddha heart Saraira. He did not understand why the chief would go through so much trouble to get this thing. However, he did not think too much about it and told Aha which room to go to. Mason then looked at the hostages on the deck and said, "Lock these women in warehouse number 4, and the Buddhist people in warehouse number 7. Wait for the chief's orders." The well-trained Marines were all Mason's trusted aides. They immediately detained more than 20 hostages in the warehouse at the back of the ship and sent several soldiers to guard the door. After the North Bio crew had completed their mission, they began to relax on the ship. Some of them rested, some of them had fun. At this time, no one noticed that a North Bio man in a South Korean military uniform walked alone to the back of the number 4 warehouse where the hostages were held. "Friend, what are you doing here?" "This is where the hostages are held. The rest room is in the front cabin door." A Marine guarding the door pointed and said. The North Bio man lifted his cap, revealing a sloppy and ordinary Asian man's face. Just when the 2 Marines at the door wondered if this guy didn't understand English, the man suddenly rushed forward and hit the throats of the 2 Marines with 2 knife hand strikes. The brains of the 2 Marines went blank for a while, and then their throats were broken by the man's strong finger force, and they immediately stopped breathing. The man's movements were very neat, and after confirming that no one was attracted, he immediately opened the cabin door. In the dark warehouse, Zhang Ru, Huang Xiuyan, and a dozen other female hostages were huddled in the corner, shivering because of the cold. Seeing someone come in, they were shocked at first, and then Zhang Ru showed a look of shock and astonishment. "Old husband?" Jiang Xiaobai threw his cap away, and seeing that Zhang Ru was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rushed up to help his wife up. "Don't say anything first. While there are not many Marines guarding behind, I will take you out of here. I just saw that there is a lifeboat behind that is enough to seat more than 20 people. Let's take advantage of the dark sky and escape quickly." Zhang Ru was so excited that tears rolled down her cheeks, and she kept choking. She never expected that Jiang Xiaobai would appear here. When her life was hanging by a thread, and when she was alone and helpless in a foreign country, the one who risked his life to go undercover among the enemies to save her turned out to be her husband, who she had always thought valued work more than herself. Zhang Ru was filled with great guilt and did not dare to ask more. She nodded vigorously and translated Chinese into Korean to tell Huang Xiuyan and others about the escape plan. Huang Xiuyan and the other female hostages were overjoyed, and they didn't care about the danger anymore. It would be great if there was a chance of survival. Jiang Xiaobai took the lead and walked outside to take a look. After confirming that no one was coming, he waved at the women. Zhang Ru and others followed closely behind, while Huang Xiuyan saw 2 dead Marine corpses and took a rifle from one of them. "What are you doing? Hurry up and keep up." Jiang Xiaobai turned back and frowned. Huang Xiuyan smiled. "I'm a police officer and I know how to use a gun. I can fight with you." Jiang Xiaobai saw the police sign on Huang Xiuyan's shoulder and knew that she was a police officer, so he nodded. "We have to hurry up. No one is patrolling here now." Jiang Xiaobai took the lead and rushed to the rear of the cabin. Bang bang. 2 gunshots suddenly sounded from behind Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai groaned and suddenly slipped to the ground. His left calf and thigh were shot, and blood instantly dyed his pants red. "Huang Xiuyan? What are you doing?" Zhang Ru screamed and glared at Huang Xiuyan, who was firing the gun. Huang Xiuyan's face had become incomparably gloomy and strange. This 40-something-year-old policewoman was now like a witch from hell. "Humph, what a good skill, good consciousness, it should be a special agent specially trained by Huaxia." Fortunately, the chief was smart enough to prevent someone from sneaking into the ship to save the hostages. "I didn't expect that I would really wait for it, and it's even a friend of Huaxia." Huang Xiuyan sneered. At this moment, everyone looked at Huang Xiuyan in horror and understood. You are also from North Buyu." Jiang Xiaobai's face was covered in cold sweat, and it was extremely difficult for him to stand up. Huang Xiuyan proudly said, "It's too late to know now. Do you think we can kill all the troops and police in the shortest time with more than 100 people? Without my reasonable array, how can we complete the task so easily without any damage?" Zhang Ru ran to Jiang Xiaobai's side in grief, and saw her husband's leg was bleeding, and cried, "Hubby. It's all my fault. If I didn't come to Korea willfully. You wouldn't." Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "Xiao Ru, don't talk nonsense. I don't blame you. This is fate. TSK, what a loving couple." Huang Shouyan walked up to Jiang Xiaobai and pointed her gun at him. "Tell me, do you have any accomplices on board?" She kept Jiang Xiaobai alive to ask if he had any accomplices. Jiang Xiaobai sneered, "Do you think I'll tell you? It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I'll take you to see our chief. She will naturally have a way to make you speak." At this time, because of the gunshots, many soldiers had already run over. Huang Shuyan ordered people to lock the hostages back in and sent more people to guard them. Then, she personally escorted Jiang Xiaobai and Zhang Ru to see the chief. At this moment, in the most luxurious command room in the cabin, Ah Hao stood respectfully in front of the desk, his head lowered, his face full of anticipation. In front of him, sitting leisurely on the leather chair, was Abbess Yu Lian. Yu Lian held a special glass box in her hand, and the Buddha heart saraira inside exuded a red-gold auspicious luster. "Very good, Ah Hao. You've done a very good job. Your acting skills are perfect. I was worried that you would be too soft-hearted to hit me, but you didn't disappoint me." Yu Lian still maintained her dignified appearance, but her tone was filled with coldness, without the slightest bit of mercy. Ah Hao said modestly, "It's all because of the chief's teachings and leadership. Ah Hao only did a little bit of his strength and didn't dare to take credit. Hitting the chief deserves to die 10,000 times." Yu Lian nodded with satisfaction at this flattery. "I'll leave the rest to Huang Shouyan. Let her be a hero and bring those women and those monks back to Korea. This way, she should be able to rise by 2 levels and be of great use in the future. I've already hypnotized those monks. Later, bring those women here as well. I'll hypnotize them. Then, you can act with Huang Shouyan. That way, I can return to the country perfectly, and the Buddha heart saraira will belong to us." Ah Hao understood and nodded with a sneaky smile. Just as he was about to say something, the door was pushed open and General Mason walked in. Chief, Deputy Minister Huang Shouyan caught the spy who sneaked into the ship. Yu Lian narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly, "There really is someone who is not afraid of death. Let her bring people in." Huang Shouyan immediately brought Jiang Xiaobai and Zhang Ru in. Jiang Xiaobai had already lost a lot of blood and was thrown to the ground, unable to move. Zhang Ru had already cried into tears. However, when the two of them saw that Yu Lian was actually sitting in the leader's seat, they were still shocked to the point of suffocation. You are..." Zhang Ru couldn't say anything. "That's right, I'm the chief of the North Buyu." Yu Lian sneered, "What a pity that such an interesting mystery has been solved by you, but there's no chance to walk out of here alive." Yu Lian slowly walked up to the couple. "Chief, he is Hua Xiao's man, Zhang Ru's husband. He should be Hua Xiao's spy. Even if he isn't, he has an official background. I'm worried that he has an accomplice on the ship. I hope the chief can use his eyes to check and not kill him." Huang Shouyan reported. "You did a good job." Yu Lian praised and her eyes fell on Jiang Xiaobai. "If you don't want your wife to die in front of you, you'd better cooperate with me obediently and don't resist. Otherwise, your wife will be taken by the Marines on the ship and then dismembered by the sharks in the sea." You she-devil!" Jiang Xiaobai roared hysterically. Zhang Ru gradually understood at this moment why Jiang Xiaobai had always been mysterious in the past. Her man turned out to have such an excellent ability. He was probably one of the secret agents in the national legend. But now, I've become his burden, and I've even dragged him down with me to die here. At the thought of this, Zhang Ru was extremely sad and she was too ashamed to look at Jiang Xiaobai's pale face. At this time, Yu Lian took advantage of Jiang Xiaobai's anger and instability and began to hypnotize him, gradually controlling his thoughts and making his eyes gradually become empty. "Say, who are you? How did you get on the ship? Do you have any accomplices?" A ghostly call lingered in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Jiang Xiaobai was in a daze and instinctively wanted to resist the tide of thoughts, but it was difficult to control himself and he finally lost himself. I'm Jiang Xiaobai, Deputy Section Chief of the Special Agent Section of the Ministry of State Security. I'm temporarily the Deputy Director of the West District of Zhonghai City. My wife, Sharu, angered a dangerous person. I was very worried about her. So I temporarily flew to Korea to see her. I was afraid that she wouldn't like to see me, so I secretly watched her. Today, Sharu was at Shaoxi Temple and happened to encounter the turmoil in North Bio. When I saw that Sharu was arrested, I sneaked into the North Bio. I want to wait until it's dark and take them away on a lifeboat. I'm acting alone, there's no one else. Jiang Xiaobai revealed all his background, confirming Zhang Ru's guess, but also letting Yu Lian and others breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it's not the Huaxia Ministry of State Security looking for trouble, things will be much simpler. After all, although Korea is arrogant internationally, in terms of real strength, it is not even as good as a finger of the low-key Huaxia Ministry of State Security. Zhang Ru burst into tears at this moment. Jiang Xiaobai must have sneaked over after hearing her phone call, and foolishly protected her in the dark. Yu Lian noticed a detail and asked, "Who is the dangerous person you mentioned?" "He is. It's me," a somewhat stuffy man's voice suddenly came into the room from outside, sounding bored. Everyone in the room was shocked. How could someone just barge in without anyone knowing? Yu Lian's hypnosis was broken, and Jiang Xiaobai came back to his senses. He didn't know what happened, only seeing his wife Zhang Ru looking at him with deep love. Ah Hao, Mason, and Huang Shouyan all picked up their guns, and their nerves were tense. "Who is it?" Yu Lian asked coldly. She felt like she was being teased. The door of the room was directly kicked open from the outside, and Yang Qing, wearing only a pair of big underpants, bare upper body, with some seaweed on his skin and wet hair, swaggered in. Behind Yang Qing, the corridor was filled with corpses. All of them had been pierced through the chest or had their necks broken. Yang Qing was also holding a half-eaten fish in his hand. No one knew where he got it from, but he was gnawing on it. "Sorry, swimming was too boring. I was thirsty on the way here, so I caught a fish to drink some fish blood and eat some sashimi. I'm a little late." Yang Qing mumbled to himself, then looked at Jiang Xiaobai who was about to cry tears of joy on the ground, and grinned, "Hee hee, you actually treat me as a dangerous person, you deserve to suffer a little. Looks like it's not too late. You're pretty good, kid. I didn't even notice you sneaking in. When did you come to Korea? Oh, looks like you care about your wife. Mr. Yang. Young Master Yang." Jiang Xiaobai felt as if he had seen his own father, and he almost fainted from happiness. Previously, he was still wondering why Yang Qing didn't come to deal with this matter when he was clearly participating in the conference, but he didn't expect him to appear at this time. He still roughly understood Yang Qing's abilities, and his heart was at ease. "It's actually you, even if you can deal with my hypnosis, you're finished this time. You're walking right into a trap." Yu Lian sneered. Yang Qing threw the rest of the fish to the side and clicked his tongue. "This fish tastes okay, but there are a lot of bones." "Did you hear me?" Yu Lian said angrily. General Mason frowned and whispered to Yu Lian, "Chief, I think he said, he swam, and followed us." Listen to his bullshit. How can a person swim for more than 4 hours and still catch up with the yacht? Yu Lian was furious. "What are you waiting for? Kill him." As soon as Ah Hao, Huang Shouyan, and Mason heard the order, they immediately fired at Yang Qing. Two. Automatic rifles and pistols fired continuously, raising a burst of sparks on Yang Qing's body. When Yang Qing saw that there were a few holes in his pants, he immediately became furious. This was something that Lin Ruashi bought for him. Now that the woman was gone, even his pants were gone. With a big leap, he rushed in front of the three of them, stretched out his big hand, and pinched Ah Hao's cheek. With a speed as fast as lightning, Ah Hao couldn't dodge at all. At the same time that he was shocked that Yang Qing couldn't kill him with bullets, his cheek had already been pinched by Yang Qing. Ka. As the cheekbones on both sides of the skull caved in, Ah Hao's head was directly crushed, and his vitality was cut off. Yang Qing's other hand was not polite, and he slapped Huang Shouyan's right cheek hard. Yang Qing's slap did not make a loud sound, but he directly treated the woman's head as a tennis ball, and his hand slapped back. As soon as it hit, the head was smashed into pieces, and the brain and eyeballs and other organs scattered out in a bloody color. Yu Lian and Mason were scared witless when they saw a human weapon made of flesh and blood. Yangqing didn't care whether they were shocked or not, and kicked Mason's crotch with another leg. Bang! Mason's lower body burst into a bloody flower, and his whole body was violently split from the middle. Yangqing's foot kicked all the way to the inside of his lower abdomen, and then his whole body was kicked into the ceiling, and half of his body was inserted into it. The bloody and extremely violent killing method almost made Jiang Xiaobai faint, and Zhang Ru had already been scared unconscious by Huang Shouyan's eyeball that rolled in front of her. Yu Lian swallowed her saliva, trembling as she retreated to the table, and kept shaking her head. Don't come over. At this time, the soldiers outside rushed in, and seeing the tragic scene, the soldiers were panicked and at a loss. Yangqing didn't care at all, and walked straight to Yu Lian, and said, "Are you the leader of North Bio?" Yu Lian nodded stiffly. "You dare to fight with me for the Buddha's heart relic, you deserve to die 1,000 times. Give me the information of all the important people in North Bio, and I will leave your corpse intact." Yangqing was worried about South Korea, especially the remaining people around Xianxia, so he tried to investigate as much as possible. "So you also want the relic, humph. Aren't you afraid that after I die, all the bombs buried in Seoul will explode? Even if they can find some of them, they can't remove all of them in a short time, and then... Fuck you." Yangqing directly slapped Yu Lian in the face. "So many people die in the world every day, why do I care about those Koreans? They're not my parents. Cut the crap, are you going to hand it over or not?" Yu Lian was stunned. She looked at the 3 corpses, and finally understood. The man in front of her was a butcher, and he didn't care about the lives of the tens of thousands of people in Seoul. "Don't you guys like to count? I'll count to 3, if you don't hand it over, I'll pull off one of your fingers. If you don't, I'll pull off another." Yangqing said lightly, and grabbed one of Yu Lian's hands, and pulled off her thumb like a garlic. Ah! Yu Lian was on the verge of fainting from the pain, and screamed. The soldiers had wanted to attack Yangqing, but when they saw the scene inside, they didn't dare to touch Yangqing. Seeing this, they all ran out. Yu Lian's eyes flashed with a final burst of fury, and she screamed loudly, "Master! Save me!" When Yangqing heard this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "Master?" Without waiting for Yangqing to think further, the group of soldiers who had escaped all let out wails. Yangqing suddenly turned his head, and his gaze instantly froze. Those soldiers were actually bitten by a group of strange black mosquito-like poisonous insects. In the blink of an eye, they were gradually eaten away, and even their blood and qi were sucked dry, leaving behind a pile of white bones. Yu Lian's eyes revealed joy, while Jiang Xiaobai was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of strange scene was this? "Humph, a bunch of good-for-nothings. I might as well feed my children instead of raising you." A voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Yangqing came in from outside. Following that, a slightly short and fat monk wearing a monk's robe walked into the room. This gloomy monk was actually Master Zihao, who had been following behind Yu Lian, the director of the Buddhist Association. Zihao looked at Yangqing disdainfully. "Although I don't know where you came from, you're simply courting death by chasing after me so relentlessly." Yangqing clicked his tongue in admiration. "No wonder. I was just saying, this nun only has this much ability, how could the people of North Buyu dare to have any ideas about Jane? So you're her master, you're the real boss? You sure hit it well." Yangqing was actually very surprised. Even if he didn't have his divine sense, he should have been able to sense the aura and pressure of someone with a high cultivation base. But he hadn't sensed anything special about this Zihao from the beginning. It was only when he displayed a cultivation base that was clearly higher than the soul formation stage that he noticed him. Could it be that this monk had some kind of treasure or technique to hide his strength? Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for him to move around outside of Huaxia. "Humph, so what if you know? Your body is very extraordinary. This is the first time I've seen your spirit, blood, and qi. If I feed your flesh to my children, they will definitely improve by leaps and bounds." Zihao laughed sinisterly, like a ghost wailing or a wolf howling. "You're a cultivator. Shouldn't you be in Hongmeng? Don't you know the risks of leaving Huaxia? Zihao said, I can kill you in the blink of an eye. I know what I'm doing. Yes, yes, master, come and save me. Yu Lian was so happy that she forgot the pain in her hand. Zihao said disdainfully, you useless thing. You've enjoyed enough all these years. I've given you so many nourishing things to eat. Your flesh just happens to have enough nutrients. Today, you and him will feed my children. As he spoke, a swarm of black poisonous insects emerged from behind Zihao and bit at Yangqing. This swarm of black skeleton-like poisonous insects drowned Yangqing and Yu Lian in an instant. Yangqing snorted coldly. Since the other party was a cultivator above the soul formation stage, although he estimated that he was only at the fire tribulation stage, he could still use the law of space to defend himself. He directly threw the rain lotus to these poisonous insects, and then used spatial law to directly isolate these poisonous insects from space. Yu Lian screamed miserably in fright. In an instant, she was eaten by the poisonous insects and turned into a skeleton. Before she died, she looked at Zihao with hatred and confusion. She didn't understand why her master had given up on her. In fact, Zihao only wanted to focus on killing Yangqing. Yangqing's body was a great treasure to him. As for a chess piece like Yu Lian, he could train her whenever he wanted. Huh? Could this be the legendary spatial laws of the gods? You're the main god. Zihao didn't pay attention to Yu Lian, instead staring blankly at Yangqing. Yangqing used space maneuver to move Jiang Xiaobai and his wife to the deck of the ship. It was already a mess outside. The North Buyu soldiers were all thinking about escaping and had no time to care about them. On the other hand, Yangqing opened up the spatial isolation belt and teleported towards Zihao. He was prepared to take his life before he could react. But Zihao was prepared. Out of nowhere, he summoned a swarm of poisonous insects that were even larger than before. They were the size of a thumb and looked like the heads of flies. They spread out and enveloped Yangqing. When the poisonous bug touched Yangqing's spatial barrier, it actually penetrated through and directly bit Yangqing's body. Haha, you call yourself a god with this little ability? My meridian green moonglow fly can carry true essence and penetrate your spatial laws. Yangqing discovered that after his body was bitten, a large amount of sour and stinky venom was secreted from the meridian green moonglow fly's body, and then tried to pour the venom into his body through a thin straw. What a vicious spell. If it wasn't for Yangqing's abnormal physique, which was almost impenetrable to all poisons, this venom would probably be able to kill ordinary cultivators very quickly. Yangqing shook off a spatial fluctuation, shattering these poisonous insects, and then attacked Zihao. Zihao couldn't help but be surprised. You're actually not affected by my meridian green moonglow fly's venom. What kind of monster are you? Although his cultivation wasn't particularly outstanding, his poison was definitely not ordinary. Even if it was a cultivator 2 or 3 levels higher than him, if they were accidentally poisoned by his poisonous insects, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose half their lives. Insignificant skills, you want to win against me with just these stinky bugs. Zihao couldn't help but admit that Yangqing's impenetrable body was his nemesis, causing him to clench his teeth in anger. Seeing Yangqing's continuous attacks, wave after wave of spatial laws, and his body constantly approaching him, Zihao continuously threw out a large black mass of colorful poisonous insects, wrapping Yangqing up into a ball, making it difficult for him to quickly break free. At this moment, the entire destroyer had already been riddled with holes by Yangqing's spatial laws, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Those soldiers were either dead or injured, and there were quite a few who had escaped into the sea. Under the curtain of night, the desolate sea breeze whistled. The two of them exchanged blows, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Zihao felt that if this went on, the gods would be attracted sooner or later, and he couldn't expose his identity. Looking at Yangqing's incomparably nourishing body, he could only give up for the time being. 1,000 spiders and 10,000 poisons. The true essence around Zihao's body flickered with a bewitching green light, and another huge rainbow-colored spider the size of 2 palms shot towards Yangqing. This time, Yangqing didn't bother to defend himself. In any case, the poison had no effect on him. However, the moment those spiders arrived in front of him, they all exploded one by one. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. Yangqing was infuriated. The poison cloud was secondary, but it was mixed with true essence energy, causing Xianxia to be sent flying dozens of meters away. This old monk will accept this Buddha heart Sarira. We'll meet again someday. Zihao laughed complacently. His plan had succeeded. He snatched the Buddha heart Sarira box that had fallen to the deck and was about to fly away. Xianxia was extremely anxious. This guy was able to hide his aura and cultivation. If he let him escape, then he might never be able to find him again. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It wasn't easy for him to find a treasure that had a great chance of restraining the primal chaos. Xianxia's anger had already burned to his bones, his eyes emitted an ominous glint that was enough to silence the night, as if he was a ferocious ancient beast in the night. Damn you. It's rare for me to want something. Who did I provoke? All of you want to snatch it from me, and even a bald donkey like you dares to snatch it. How preposterous. All of you deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces and sent to the 18th level of hell. After Xianxia's brain lost control for a moment, the cultivation that he hadn't dared to use in his dantian was finally activated. If he was crazy, then he was crazy. So what if he went berserk and slaughtered thousands of people? Whoever dares to stop me, I will destroy them. Boom. It was as if countless atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs had exploded in his dantian. The surging true essence turned into a turbulent wave of heaven and earth energy that seemed to drag the entire world into it. And the chaotic and fierce power of chaos also burst forth at this moment, trying to control Xianxia's dantian and fight fiercely with Xianxia's spirit. Evil creature, just you wait. Once I take that Buddha heart Sarira, I will subdue you. Xianxia relied on his anger at this moment to concentrate his high level of mental power. He temporarily suppressed the primal chaos and controlled the cultivation in his body. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia's figure traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. His speed far exceeded that of Master Zihao, who was running away proudly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Zihao's originally joyful face turned pale and ashen. In the vast and boundless night sky, a huge hand condensed from the violent power of heaven and earth enveloped Zihao like Buddha's five-finger mountain. Boom! Zihao used all his skills. His true essence of the fire calamity could not fight back at all in front of Xianxia's void hand. It was instantly shattered. Zihao spat out a mouthful of blood. His skilled hand was captured. In midair, he looked at the man in front of him who exuded a terrifying aura like that of a demon king from hell. His heart trembled. You are also a cultivator. No. How is this possible? This cultivation. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you are at the peak of the weak water realm? Because the 9 heavenly thunder calamity had almost become a legend in the current cultivation world, Zihao subconsciously thought that this kind of cultivation could only be achieved by cultivators at the peak of the weak water realm. In fact, Xianxia now had his own original power of heaven and earth. After the chaos absorbed a large amount of power of the purple and blue divine thunder, he had truly reached the great perfection of the Taiqing divine thunder realm. However, Xianxia could not fully control it. So although he had the cultivation, the power he displayed was almost the same as the peak of the weak water realm. If one day he could step into the Xianxia divine thunder realm, then he could truly suppress all the cultivators at the weak water realm. At this moment, Xianxia did not have the time to pay attention to Zihao's surprise. He was about to lose control of the chaos. He hurriedly waved his hand in the void and snatched the box of the Buddha's heart relic. With a light flick of his finger, the box that was condensed from countless high-tech materials shattered. The Buddha's heart relic floated in front of Xianxia, emitting auspicious red and golden light. Feeling that the Buddha's heart relic was in front of him, the chaos in his body was particularly violent. It seemed to be worried that Xianxia would really use the power of the Buddha's heart relic. At this moment, because Xianxia had recovered his cultivation, and even his cultivation had been raised to an unprecedented height, his perception of everything had greatly improved. On the Buddha's heart Sarira, there was indeed a powerful energy that surprised Xianxia. It was a kind of pure and auspicious energy between heaven and earth. It was compassionate, the energy of Buddhism tempered by the fire of karma. The more the chaos was afraid, the more useful this thing was. However, Xianxia suddenly thought of a problem, this thing, how to use it. Zihao in front of him was already so scared that he was about to collapse. Yangqing did not expect him to know how to use this thing. After thinking about it, time was running out. He might as well go all out and put it all into his body. With the idea of risking it all, Yangqing opened his mouth and directly swallowed the Buddha's heart relic. When the Buddha's heart entered his throat, Yangqing did not feel anything. He quickly swallowed it into his stomach and activated the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, digesting and absorbing it crazily. Yangqing was pleasantly surprised by what happened. The Endless Resolve Restoration scripture used the power of heaven and earth as a medium to extract the Buddha heart Sarira's vast and mighty power of Buddha. The faint reddish gold pure power of Buddha merged into his limbs, bones, meridians. The one who benefited the most was Yangqing's soul, which was forged by the Vajradharma of Buddhism. It was exceptionally strong and indestructible, and the chaos could no longer be easily shaken. When the energy field was injected with the peaceful power of Buddhism, the power of the chaos was suppressed layer by layer. Phew! Yangqing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which seemed to be mixed with a large amount of spiritual qi from heaven and earth. These monks were indeed not useless. He did not know which senior monk left this Buddha's heart Sarira, but it must have been an ancient deity with a high cultivation experience, for it to have such great power. Yangqing felt extremely comfortable at this moment. His cultivation experience was calmed down, and he could control it freely. The chaos was no longer as aggressive as before, and it could harm his spirit. At this moment, Yangqing clenched his fist. The power of heaven and earth and the power of chaos were actually very similar. Therefore, he had successfully suppressed the chaos, and the power of chaos had also merged with his own power, and was converted into the power of heaven and earth. The Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder trial had reached the full circle. In the past, he thought that the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder trial was an unattainable dream, but at this moment, he could faintly feel some mysterious changes. Although chaos still existed, it was like a dog that had been shackled. It could not affect his spirit and soul, so there was nothing for him to worry about. It was just a cultivation ATM that he could control at his will. He did not expect the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture to have the ability to absorb and decompose spiritual treasures. Yangqing was even considering if he should search the world for other treasures with spiritual qi. Whether or not it was edible, he would swallow it. Now that his cultivation base was back, Yangqing thought of this joyous event. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. After he had vented all the stress he had been feeling, Yangqing, who was brimming with confidence, looked at Wizard Zihao, who was under his control, in a mocking manner. Zihao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What kind of people were these? He knew that the Buddha heart relic was a treasure, but he had always been thinking of ways to use schemes to obtain the relic without exposing himself before studying it. But this fellow came out halfway, snatched the relic, and ate it. That was the heart left behind by the great Buddha. Perhaps, among the immortals and Buddhas who had fallen in the ancient times, there wouldn't be a second one left behind such a treasure. But at this moment, Zihao couldn't think too much about it. All he could think about was whether or not he could survive. Resisting was impossible. The man in front of him could kill him with a single finger. They were on completely different levels. Seeing that Yangqing was looking at him strangely, Zihao thought that Yangqing was thinking about how to torture him, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Great Immortal, your cultivation base is really earth-shattering. I am ignorant, please let me live. Zihao began to cry and beg for mercy. Yangqing said calmly, if you answer my questions honestly, I will consider letting you live. Please ask, Great Immortal. Zihao didn't dare to hide anything. He knew that the difference between his cultivation base and Yangqing's was too great. Lying would be easily detected, and it would be hard to deceive him. Yangqing thought about it and asked, who are you? Where are you from? How did you become the leader of North Buyu? And why did you plot to steal this Buddha heart relic? Also, what did you rely on to hide your cultivation base? Great Immortal, my real Dharma name is Master Bug. Zihao is just a pseudonym. I was originally a Huang-class cultivator in Hongmeng. More than 100 years ago, as a Hongmeng emissary, this little monk traveled the land of China. One day, by chance, I discovered a magic treasure that had been passed down from ancient times in the Kunlun Mountains. This little monk called it the blinding leaf. Because this magical weapon can hide one's cultivation base and aura, and change one's appearance and body shape, even those who are much more powerful than me can't detect it. That's why I wanted to escape from Hongmeng and go abroad. Following Master Bug's narration, Yangqing had a rough idea of what he had experienced. Master Bug knew that there were a lot of treasures abroad that could be used for cultivation. It was much better than being suppressed by the higher-ups in Hongmeng. Therefore, Master Bug decided to go abroad. When he arrived in Korea, he met the former leader of North Buyu. Master Bug then thought of taking over the power of North Buyu and using the connections of North Buyu to help him build his own power and search for spiritual materials around the world. Master Bug spent more than 100 years developing North Buyu while hiding his identity. He had been using the puppet leader to do things for him, and he had been using all kinds of means to earn money, buy spiritual materials, and rob spiritual materials. With the help of North Buyu, Master Bug, who was not very talented, entered the fire trial. However, it was very difficult for him to improve further. The Buddha heart relic was what Master Bug needed. Although he was good at spells, he also knew a lot about Buddhism. He wanted to study the Buddha heart relic to find an opportunity to break through. However, he didn't expect that Yangchen would need the Buddha's heart sarira as well. Hundreds of years of hard work went to waste. After listening to Master Bug, Yangqing asked, "So, you have collected a lot of treasures in the past 100 years?" Master Bug immediately understood what Xianxia meant and nodded. "Yes. Great deity, I have a treasure vault. If you want my treasures, you can take them all. I just hope that you can spare my life." "Good. At least you're sensible enough. Other than your treasures, you'll have to hand over your blinding eyes to me as well. Also, give me the names of all the important people in North Bio." And I can't remember anything else at the moment. Let's talk about these first." Master Bug was about to cry. "What else do you want? I have even taken off my underwear to give it to you." However, since Yangqing wanted money, Master Bug felt that he still had a way out. Although it was hard to hide the Buddha heart relic, as long as he behaved himself and did not use his cultivation, it should not be a big problem. For example, when he fought with Yangqing, the spiritual qi in the sea was turbulent, but it did not attract any overgods or cultivators. What Master Bug did not know was that the reason why no overgods were attracted was because of Yangqing's presence. If Master Bug was alone, he might not be so lucky. Yangqing first asked Master Bug to hand over the magic treasure that he was very curious about. The Buddha heart relic should be something similar to the missing artifact helmet of Pluto, kunai. It was really a small leaf, but it was golden. Its whole body was shining with a brilliant golden luster. Although it did not have any attack power or defense power, and was considered a low-grade magic treasure, its function was magical. When Yangqing carried the golden Buddha heart relic with him or put it in the space ring, it could actually hide his cultivation and aura. He could also adjust the cultivation level that he needed to show according to the different input of true inner force, and change his appearance and body shape. Yangqing could not help but secretly laugh. This was a good treasure. Think about it, others thought that you were only at the middle stage of weak water realm. Who would have thought that you were at the peak of Tai Ching heavenly thunder? Wouldn't you die with a grievance? Yangqing did not want to be too loud, so he directly lowered his cultivation to the early stage of Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation, which was the level before he entered the 10,000 demon realm. Then, Yangqing returned to the destroyer. Jiang Xiaobai's leg was slightly treated and the bullet was taken out. It quickly healed. Yangqing injected a strand of heaven and earth energy into him, and Jiang Xiaobai was full of energy again. It's best not to remember too much about what happened tonight. I can save you and kill you. Take your wife and the others back to Korea. I still have things to do. Yangqing did not care about Jiang Xiaobai's grateful look and let Master Bug lead the way to his treasure vault. After losing the Buddha heart relic, Master Bug returned to his original appearance. He was a skinny old monk with a wretched appearance, which matched his poisonous insect very well. After all, it took him more than 300 years to reach the fire tribulation, so his body was already relatively old. Master Bug's treasure vault was built on an uninhabited small mountain in Korea. This was actually Master Bug's private territory. In a small mountain, it was a treasure vault that was hollowed out. Great Immortal, all the spirit materials that I have collected over the years, including spirit herbs, spirit fruits, black iron, spirit spring water, and so on, are all here. A small portion of them have been used by me to cultivate and feed my children. The rest are all here. Master Bug explained as he walked all the way to the inside of the cave. He activated a thick bronze door with his Jin Yuan and opened it. It was quite easy for a tribulation-passing stage cultivator to open up a cave. The space inside. The cave was quite large. As soon as Yangqing stepped into the cave, he felt a strong spiritual energy rushing towards him. There were all kinds of bottles and jars placed around him in an orderly manner. Most of them were made of jade and contained some spiritual spring water. Spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits were kept very well. Yangqing had only heard about many of them from Xiao Qiqing. Some of them were rare materials from the Tushan Golden Elixir record, which could be used to refine powerful elixirs. On the other hand, a large amount of dark iron was placed in a corner. There was frost iron, flame iron, and even some rare dark iron like nether iron and crimson gold. They were resplendent and breathtaking, and they were materials that could be forged into high-grade magic treasures. If Master Cheng's strength was not limited and he did not have a good cauldron to forge iron, he would have many magic weapons in his hands. However, there were many things that made Yangqing frown. In a corner, there were human skeletons piled up like a mountain. There were at least thousands of human skeletons. Judging from the shape of the skeletons, almost all of them were female. What's with those skeletons? Yangqing asked. At this moment, Yangqing's cultivation level had increased greatly. He did not deliberately hide it. The pressure he exerted was so great that Master Cheng felt that every word he said was like thunder striking his heart. Naturally, he did not dare to hide anything. Reporting to Great Immortal, those are the corpses of young women that I absorbed in order to refine my children. Yangqing frowned. He had heard that there were some Dao techniques passed down from ancient times that were evil and crooked. They were cultivated by the blood of living creatures. These devil cultivators were not the ones that Yangqing had met in the demon realm. Devil cultivators were reluctant to let go of their inner demons. Instead, they tempered their inner demons and walked the path of using violence against violence. That was why they became devil cultivators. On the other hand, the demonic Dao committed crimes against the heavens, harming others in order to achieve their own goals. They were similarly in defiance of the heavens. One was upright and brave, wild and unruly, while the other was sinister and vicious, committing all sorts of crimes. Master Bug had been in South Korea for over 100 years, and these girls must have been taken by him from time to time. Especially during the war, human lives were more valuable than grass. Not many people would know that he had taken dozens of girls at once. Unknowingly, there were already thousands of girls. Master Cheng was afraid that Yangqing would kill him because of this, so he immediately defended himself. Great Immortal, my goo spell was passed down from generation to generation in my sect. I also want to learn a superior spell. Unfortunately, this is not the ancient times. It is very rare to have a spell that can help one reach the level of deity stage. Seeing that I'm willing to hand over everything here to Great Immortal, I beg Great Immortal to let bygones be bygones and let me live. Yangqing said in a low voice, bring me the name list of the North Bio people. Master Bug nodded and in a blink of an eye, a small booklet appeared in his hand and he handed it to Yangqing. So that's a space ring in your hand. You have a lot of good stuff. Hearing this, Master Bug smiled bitterly. He took off the space ring and handed it to Yangqing. Originally, he wanted to hide the fact that there were many precious spiritual materials in the space ring. But this time, he had to hand it over to save his life. Yangqing used his divine sense to check the space ring. It was about the same size as the summer ring he gave to Hui Lin. He could give it to other women. Of course, the rare spiritual materials in the space ring made Yangqing even more satisfied. With this loot, he could refine a lot of top-grade pills that Hong Meng and the hidden families did not even dare to dream of. He could use them to help his women improve their cultivation. Great Immortal, I've already given you everything. Can I leave now? I promise that I will never do anything evil again, and I will never appear in front of you again. Master Chong said as if he was about to run away from the scene. Yangqing played with the space ring and said with an evil smile, "You have to leave one more thing here." WH. What is it? Master Bug searched his belongings. Only a string of sandalwood beads was worth some money, but it was just an ordinary item. Your life. After Yangqing said these 3 words, Master Bug felt like he was going to collapse. Great Immortal. How can you go back on your words? You said that I can give you these. Haha, I am not a great immortal, and I am not a great hero. I only know that you are a heartless monk who has killed thousands of women. I will not let you live. Master Bug realized that he had fallen into Yangqing's trap. He was so scared that he wanted to run away. But Yangqing wasn't going to give him a chance. He opened his hand, and a strong wave of heaven and earth energy gushed out. Like a huge silver dragon claw, it pinched Master Chong's entire body. Ah! Master Bug's body was surrounded by a dark mist. It was countless poisonous insects trying to fight back, trying to escape. However, Yangqing's heaven and earth energy was now fused with the devouring attribute of chaos. He didn't reject anything and absorbed all the spiritual energy stored by these poisonous insects. I will not let go of you. You. Before Master Bug could finish his words, his body started to wither. The body of a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage was broken into pieces and turned into spiritual chi. Also, he had lost his chance to become a ghost. His 3 souls and 7 spirits had been devoured. His body and soul had been destroyed. In just a few seconds, Master Bug disappeared into thin air. A large amount of spiritual energy filled Yangqing's dantian and turned into a silver-gray heaven and earth energy. Yangqing was surprised. He did not know why the heaven and earth energy had merged with the chaotic devouring attribute. He absorbed Master Bug without thinking about it. In other words, he did not need to use the chaotic cauldron anymore. He could absorb the spiritual chi from heaven and earth. Also, because of the chaotic energy, he did not need to worry about his ethereal force being too chaotic. Chaotic energy was the ultimate form of chaos. Of course, this was also because Master Bug's cultivation was much higher than Chen Fan's. If his opponent was very powerful, his ethereal force would be much more condensed. It would be much more difficult for him to absorb the ethereal force. Yangqing was not arrogant enough to think that he could be invincible with this method. After killing Master Bug, Yangqing carefully sorted out the wealth left behind by Master Bug. Master Bug had been controlling North Bio for more than 100 years. Therefore, most of the money that Master Bug earned had flowed into Chen Fan's pocket. Although he had used a lot of it, Master Bug had also saved a lot of it. According to Yangqing's preliminary calculation, there were about 100 billion US. This did not include the gold that Master Bug had exchanged for and stored in the safes of banks all over the world. Yangqing couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had just lost tens of billions of dollars by sending a large amount of oil to the Chinese government. Immediately, there was a sucker who replenished his coffers. This was what it meant by kindness begets kindness. As for the name list of North Bio, Yangqing glanced at it. He did not find anyone who was close to Xianxia. He thought that the Gong family would be the biggest suspect, but it seemed that he was overthinking. Yangqing did not plan to touch the people on the name list. After they lost their leader, they would definitely fight among themselves. The only one who would be hurt would be the Korean government. Yangqing was interested in the wealth of North Bio, but he was not interested in these Koreans. As far as the eye could see, the entire cave was filled with a dazzling array of exotic flowers and herbs, as well as the black iron spiritual spring. Yangqing's interest was aroused, and he immediately began to sweep through them, putting these precious cultivation materials into his space ring. There were many things that Yangqing knew, but there were also some strange things. Yangqing could feel the abundant spiritual chi on them, but he did not know what they were. He planned to bring them back for Xiao Qiqing to identify. When Yangqing saw a jade bottle made of superior jade, containing a crimson fruit that was like dripping blood, Yangqing was stunned. Could this be? Yangqing was stunned for a while. He hurriedly took out the Tushan Jindan record that Yu Xuaning gave him and looked at the fruit in the bottle. He could not help but suppress his ecstasy and immediately put it into the ring. There were many things that Xianxia did not have time to look at. He put them all away and then confirmed that there were no treasures in the cave. Xianxia then left. Flying into the sky, Xianxia exerted a violent heaven and earth power, like a heavy punch from top to bottom on the top of the mountain. Boom! The entire mountain was crushed into a pit, and the sea water quickly submerged the small island. It was really the power to move mountains and fill the sea. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction and returned to Seoul while humming a tune. The alarm in Seoul had been lifted and a large number of bombs had been defused using various high-tech means. Celebrities and dignitaries were also safely protected and most of them had returned home, not daring to step out. The wedding that the Park family originally planned to hold with the Kim family at Xiaoxi Temple had become a little difficult due to the unexpected situation. Inside the Park family's mansion, Park Cheon hung up the phone with a sour expression on his face after his call with the officials. Around Park Cheon were the Park family and the Kim family. From Park Cheon's expression, they knew that the officials would not allow the wedding to continue using Xiaoxi Temple as a venue. Lawyer Kim was very understanding. "President, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, no one expected a terrorist attack from North Bio. I think we'll just have to postpone it another day." "That's right, grandfather. Tomorrow is too rushed and the red alert has just been issued. It might not bode well for us to hold the wedding." Xianxia seized the opportunity and said excitedly. She could not wait for the wedding to be ruined. Kim Jip, on the other hand, looked calm as if he did not care about the wedding. Park Cheon saw the unconcealable joy on Xianxia's face and thought of something else. He could not help but grit his teeth and frown. "No way. The invitations have already been sent out. Besides the venue, everything else has been set up. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. We'll have to go ahead with the wedding." Many in the Park family had expected this and were not surprised. When Park Cheon wanted to do something, he was not one to be easily compromised by external forces. Xianxia was aggrieved. She stomped her foot unwillingly. "Grandfather, why are you in such a hurry to marry me off? I don't like Kim Jip." "Shut up. How dare you do this in front of the Kim family?" Park Cheon reprimanded angrily. Lawyer Kim chuckled. "It's normal for Miss Xianxia to dislike my blockhead son. President, you don't have to take it to heart. How many children of big families get married willingly? After all, feelings need to be nurtured slowly." "Humph, aren't you going to thank Lawyer Kim and Kim Jip for their understanding? When will you understand your responsibilities as the heir of the Park family?" Park Cheon shook his head and sighed. Xianxia gritted her teeth and glared at them. "I hate you all." With that, Xianxia ran back upstairs with a thud. Seeing that the young mistress had run up, Eunjong followed her worriedly, calling out, "Young mistress, young mistress." Kim Jip, who had been silent all this while, glanced at the second floor with a strange look in his eyes. "Dad, if we can't use the Xiaoxi monastery, where should we use it?" "Do you need me to contact them?" asked his second daughter, Park Ji-yeon. After the incident with Park Jong-yoon, no one in the Park family dared to show any rebellious thoughts. Park Cheon was now as healthy as a pine tree, and the eldest granddaughter, Xianxia, was almost certain to be the next successor of the Park family. They had no chance at all, so it was better for them to stay put and guard their own land, lest they were subjected to Park Cheon's rule. "Send someone to contact all the guests and tell them that the wedding will be held at the Park family's Starry Moon Villa. Move all the wedding supplies overnight. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Park Ji-yeon immediately agreed and rushed out with her husband to handle the matter. On the second floor, in Jinxia's boudoir, the girl threw herself on the bed, slapping the bedsheets like a madwoman. She was so angry that she was on the verge of tears. Eunjong stood at the door with a helpless and conflicted expression. She knew that there was nothing she could do but watch as her mistress vented her anger. Suddenly, Xianxia sat up, tidied her bangs, walked to the desk, and picked up the phone. "Young mistress, who are you calling?" Xianxia said as she dialed the number. "I want to ask if Brother Young is back. I want him to take me away." In the lobby of the Hilton Hotel, Jane sat on the sofa, bored to death. She had been waiting for the whole afternoon. Halfway through, she took out her tablet and drew for a while. She even bumped into a few rich young men who tried to strike up a conversation, but they were all sent away. Jane wasn't too worried about whether Xianxia was in danger or not. Perhaps it was because of the admiration she had for this man since she was young. Even if they became lovers, she still wouldn't worry too much. She had absolute faith in Xianxia to overcome all difficulties and return safely. Finally, after Jane covered her mouth and yawned for the umpteenth time out of boredom, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Xianxia? Jane saw Xianxia standing in front of her with a calm expression and a joyful expression on his face. She keenly sensed that something was different from before. She exclaimed in surprise, "Darling, your cultivation has recovered." Xianxia laughed and hugged the woman tightly before kissing her delicate pink lips. "I've made a fortune this time, little Jane. As the saying goes, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. I think God still appreciates me." Xianxia smiled proudly. Seeing her beloved man beaming like a naughty child who had tasted honey, Jane couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Tell me, what happened?" Jane was very curious. Xianxia didn't hide anything, so he told her everything he had seen and encountered. Jane's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She said, "That Zihao, oh no, Master Bug, he's really good at hiding. He even fooled us. It's mainly because of his blindfold Dharma treasure. I can use it to easily change my cultivation from existing to non-existent, and it can also change my appearance and body shape. It's really uncanny workmanship." Xianxia exclaimed. Just when Xianxia was about to talk about the powerful spiritual materials he found, his phone rang. Xianxia picked up and asked, "Xianxia? What's up?" "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Xianxia asked first. "Yes, of course I'm okay." Xianxia smiled. This girl still cared about him. She even pretended to be indifferent to him during the day. "That's great. Brother Yang, can you take me away? I really don't want to marry Kim Jip. Grandpa wants me to continue marrying him. I don't want to marry him." Xianxia's words were mixed with sobs. Xianxia was silent for a while with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said, "Xianxia, I'm just an outsider. Although I want to take care of you, your grandpa is your family after all. Your grandpa won't harm you. He wants to leave everything to you. You should also think about him and try to understand Kim Jip. He's not a bad person." "I don't want to hear it. Brother Yang, you're the same as them. You don't understand me at all. I hate you." Xianxia angrily hung up the phone. Xianxia shrugged. His originally excited mood was suppressed by Xianxia's phone call. He was in a deep dilemma. You really won't regret it? Even if you feel that you shouldn't accept her feelings for you, you don't have to let her marry someone she doesn't like. Jane sighed and persuaded. Xianxia touched his forehead with a headache. To be honest, I don't know what kind of feelings Xianxia has for me. Sometimes I think she's a sister. Sometimes I think she's still a child. Sometimes she suddenly becomes very mature. I can't guess what she's thinking. You also know that I can't give her a complete love, nor can I give her any status. If her feelings for me are just vague feelings because I'm indebted to her, then if I mess up her life now, wouldn't I be a sinner in her life? Besides, I'm carrying enough emotional debts. When Hui Lin was with me, Ruashi scolded me as a beast. I feel the same way. I can't imagine how guilty I'll feel if Xianxia wants to stay by my side. In the end, you still care about Lin Ruashi's feelings. Even if her marriage with you only exists in name, you can't ignore her. It's very depressing." Jane pouted. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "When there are too many emotional debts, I naturally feel guilty. How can I make you, my confidants, trust me? Moreover, the enemies I may face in the future are all unfathomable. If Xianxia is with me, she will inevitably encounter many dangers and hardships. I got the information from Master Chong. According to the Kim family, the Park family, the Kong family, and the other families that are close to Xianxia, there are no North Bio people. Therefore, even though I know that she doesn't like Kim Jip now, I don't want to break up this marriage. At least this kind of life is stable for her." Jane certainly didn't want Xianxia to have more and more women around him, so she didn't say much. She took the man's hand and wanted to go upstairs. She wanted to see what good things Yangqing had looted. But Yangqing said, "Little Jane, go back to your room first. I have to go back to Zhonghai and ask Qing'er to identify something. I'll be back after that." The item that Yangqing wanted to get Xiao Qiqing to appraise was naturally the blood-red fruit stored in the jade bottle. If this thing was the same as what he had in mind, then it would be extremely useful. For Yangqing, who had recovered his cultivation base, it only took him a short while to return to Zhonghai from Seoul. He landed on the second floor of Xiao Qiqing's home. It was already late, and the woman was already asleep. However, Yangqing's heart was racing, and he couldn't help but knock on the glass door on the second floor. Xiao Qiqing woke up in a daze. She turned on the light and saw Yangqing grinning from ear to ear outside the window. She thought she was dreaming, and she rubbed her sleepy eyes to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. Barefooted, Xiao Qiqing got off the bed and opened the door. "Hubby, why are you here?" Then, Xiao Qiqing exclaimed in surprise, "You've recovered your cultivation base?" Yangqing nodded. He pulled the woman's hand to the bedside and told her about his trip to Seoul. "In the end," he said, "I can recognize most of the spiritual materials I obtained. Many of them can be used to refine high-grade elixirs, and some can be used to refine high-grade artifacts. However, I don't know how to refine artifacts yet, so I wanted to start with elixirs first. Among the spiritual materials, I found this thing. I wasn't sure if it was the kind of fruit I had in mind, so I rushed back to have Qing'er appraise it." As Yangqing spoke, he took out the jade bottle and placed it in Xiao Qiqing's hand. Under the light, the jade bottle appeared very transparent, and one could vaguely see the red fruit inside. When the bottle was opened, one could immediately feel a wave of refreshing spiritual energy gushing out. When Xue Jiqing saw what was inside, her beautiful eyes did not even blink. She held her breath and stared at it for a while. Then, she sniffed the bottle. After a long time, Xiao Qiqing took a deep breath, but she couldn't hide her joy. "Hubby, I never expected such a fruit to exist in this world. This must be the phoenix blood vermilion fruit. It really is the phoenix blood vermilion fruit?" Although Yangqing had already guessed it, he still jumped up from the bed in shock when he heard Xiao Qiqing's confirmation. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there were dragons and phoenixes. The phoenixes were the real dragons, and they were the ancestors of the dragons in the demon realm. The phoenixes were immortal and could be reborn from the flames of the phoenix tree. The only thing that could make the phoenixes enter the cycle of reincarnation and suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation was when the phoenixes shed tears when they were touched by something. The phoenix's tears turned into phoenix blood, and when it touched the fruit that the phoenixes ate, the fruit would transform into a phoenix blood vermilion fruit, and from a spiritual fruit to a divine fruit, it is far superior to other spiritual materials. Xiao Qiqing said, "I don't know where Master Chong found this phoenix blood vermilion fruit. I'm afraid he didn't even know what it was. He only knew that it was filled with spiritual energy, so he stored it in a jade bottle. One phoenix blood vermilion fruit contains enough spiritual energy to increase the cultivation of a cultivator above the soul-forming stage by more than 100 years. He must have wanted to know more about it before using it, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't have the chance to use it. We had to rely on the gods to come to earth. Otherwise, Huaxia's cultivators would have found this treasure a long time ago. Why would it be left overseas for that monk to get his hands on it? Hee, this is a good thing for me. With this phoenix blood vermilion fruit, I can concoct the highest grade medicinal pill from the Tushan Golden Pill record, the Dragon Transformation Pill, to help you break through from the Hotian stage to the Xiantian stage." Yangqing was overjoyed. When he first saw the method to concoct the Dragon Transformation Pill, he was very tempted. After all, it would take too much time for his women to break through to the Xiantian stage with their own efforts. However, the Dragon Transformation Pill could forcefully open up the conception and governing vessels, strengthen the body, and step into the Xiantian stage. There would be no side effects, but it would strengthen the body. The only drawback was that during the breakthrough, the body would be cleansed of the meridians and marrow. Unfortunately, he had all the precious materials needed to concoct the Dragon Transformation Pill, be it dragon bone, dragon blood, or something else. However, the phoenix blood vermilion fruit only existed in the legends. What? Hubby, you want to concoct the dragon transformation pill? Xiao Qiqing furrowed her brows. Yang Qing asked curiously, what's wrong, Qing Er? Is the dragon transformation pill not useful? How can that be? The dragon transformation pill is a legendary pill that has been lost in history. Its effects far exceed the highest grade medicinal pills. It can be said to be a heaven-defying immortal pill, but... Xiao Qiqing sighed, I think hubby, if you can consume the phoenix blood vermilion fruit and increase your cultivation by 200 years, you will have a chance to break through the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder and enter the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder. At that time, even if Hong Meng and the hidden families are your enemies, they will have to consider who is stronger and who is weaker. But if you concoct the dragon transformation pill, although the sisters can break through to the Xiantian realm, the demigod realm is dependent on fate and comprehension. If they only reach the Xiantian realm, other than prolonging their lifespan, they will not be able to fight well and will not be able to help hubby. Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng's gaze softened. He caressed the woman's hair and said, I know you are doing this for my own good. But what's the point of me becoming stronger and watching all of you grow old? I don't live just for myself. Furthermore, I was lucky enough to survive the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder. With the power of the Heavenly Thunder, I'm afraid the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder will be 10 or even 100 times stronger. Even if I can survive the Heavenly Thunder, I might not be able to survive it. It's better for me to accumulate my strength and prepare for the Heavenly Thunder. Xiao Qiqing had a knowing look on her face. She pouted and said, this is what you said. I don't want to grow old. You have to think of a way to cure my 9 terminal meridians. Yang Qing was speechless. Why? Even the dragon transformation pill can't change the constitution of your 9 terminal meridians? Xiao Qiqing smiled bitterly and said, the dragon transformation pill can only be withstood by a physique at the peak of the acquired realm. I can't cultivate. If I eat the dragon transformation pill, I will only die after the spiritual energy surges into my body. If I want to cure my 9 terminal meridians, I will need a cultivation technique that can dispel the 9 cold qi or a treasure of extreme yang. However, I can't see either of these in the current cultivation world. Although she was full of theories and knowledge, she could only watch silently as the man she loved and her other sisters gradually entered one realm after another. Xiao Qiqing could only endure this misery and helplessness. Yang Cheng's heart was heavy as well. He gently hugged the woman in his arms and said, don't worry. You're still very young. Your husband is very lucky. Sooner or later, I will come across a treasure that can cure Qinger. As Xiao Qiqing listened to Nuanyuan's words, tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. She hummed and nodded. After chatting with Xiao Qiqing for a while and making the woman smile again, Yang Qing returned to Seoul. He still had to attend Xianxia's wedding. This was also a farewell to the girl. He hoped that one day, she would realize that an ordinary life was actually rare and precious. Xiao Qiqing watched as Yang Qing left. She stood on the balcony of the second floor and watched the starry sky as the cold wind blew. Her smile gradually faded, leaving behind a sense of loneliness. The next day, Seoul Hilton Hotel. Yang Qing held Jane's hand and walked out of the room. The two of them did not sleep last night and discussed the specific itinerary. When Jane learned that Yang Qing had a way to quickly advance everyone to the innate realm, she was naturally excited. However, she also proposed to make a careful plan. It would not be good if someone coveted such a heaven-defying pill like the dragon transformation pill. It was better to move everyone to the Forgotten Kingdom and let Yang Qing protect them while they broke through together. Therefore, almost in the middle of the night, Yang Qing was talking to the women on the phone. He asked An Xin, Li Jingjing, and Tang Wan to prepare to rush to the Mediterranean Sea. Lan Lan also followed them to stay on the island for a few days. Anyway, there were still a few days before kindergarten started. It would not delay the chubby little girl's favorite school. Finally, when it came to the problem of Lin Ruashi, Yang Qing had a headache. He always wanted to send good things to her, but he was afraid that Lin Ruashi would not accept it at all and would be angry with him. The two entered the elevator. On the way down, they stopped in the middle, and a young couple came in. The wife's face was full of the sweetness of a little woman, holding her husband's arm tightly. But when the couple saw Yang Qing and Jane in the elevator, their faces suddenly stiffened. Especially when they saw Yangqing, they laughed awkwardly. Zhang. Is this your husband? Jane saw the secret between the couple at once, and her tone was very ambiguous. Zhang Ru immediately nodded and replied, yes, Teacher Jian, his name is Jiang Xiaobai. Tsk tisk. Yangqing exclaimed solemnly, so soon, it seems that Jiang Xiaobai has successfully recovered the lost land. As soon as this was said, Jiang Xiaobai and his wife became even more embarrassed. After returning to Seoul last night, the joy of surviving the disaster and the realization of the separation of life and death made the husband and wife finally let go of their past grievances and understood each other's sincerity. Almost for the entire second half of the night, the husband and wife were in the room. After Jiang Xiaobai's injury was healed by Yangqing, he was full of vigor, tormenting Zhang Ru. It was as if he wanted to make up for the lack of sex in the past few days when they were separated. That was why Zhang Ru was teased by Yan Chen and Jane, who still had a face full of lust in the morning. However, the husband and wife were still grateful to Yangqing. If it weren't for Yangqing, they would have been buried in the sea. Naturally, what happened last night would not be told. When they went downstairs, Yangqing learned that the couple planned to go through Zhang Ru's resignation procedures and then go back to Zhonghai together. Jiang Xiaobai was a little hesitant, but he still asked Yangqing to come to a corner alone and bowed to Yangqing very seriously. You don't have to thank me. If I kill someone in Zhonghai in the future, don't give me any trouble. Yangqing laughed. Jiang Xiaobai grinned and said, Young Master Yang, I am a citizen of the country. I thank you, but I will still distinguish between public and private affairs. Although you may not care about my gratitude, I still want to formally thank you. Thank you, young Master Yang, you made me believe that as long as I really love my wife and always treat her well, she will definitely understand my intentions. Yangqing was slightly startled, then shook his head and said, Not necessarily, it's just that both of you actually miss each other in your hearts. Jiang Xiaobai said, Maybe, but if there are no feelings at all, how can we be husband and wife? No matter what, from now on, no matter how angry Xiaoru is at me and misunderstands me, I will always treat her well. No matter what she thinks, at least I have this determination. Yangqing looked at the confident Jiang Xiaobai and couldn't help but think of himself and Lin Ruoxi. That's right, no matter what she thinks, it's my freedom to treat her well. I'm happy about it, so why should I think too much about it? After sending off Jiang Xiaobai and his wife, Yangqing listened to Jane and went to a Giorgio Armani store and bought a suit to attend Xianxia's wedding. In order not to steal the bride's limelight, Jane chose a plain white BV dress, which matched well with Yangqing. After everything was settled, the two rushed to Xingyue Villa. It was a luxurious leisure villa built by Xingyue Group in Seoul. It covered a large area and was usually visited by the rich and powerful. All kinds of infrastructure could be used for the wedding without much preparation. Park Cheon was chatting with some important South Korean officials and businessmen. When he saw Yangqing and Jane, he immediately left those people and rushed to greet Yangqing. He was one of the most powerful figures in South Korea. Others might not know what happened at sea last night, but he had heard about it. It was said that when the South Korean army chased the two yachts, they also encountered a New Zealand warship. Abishu Lien, Hao, and the others were found on the ship and they were all in a miserable state. Some of the arrested North Bio rebels revealed that only one person broke into the command room alone and completed all this. They were all scared out of their wits. Park Cheon thought of Yangqing's previous deeds and felt that even if it was not Yangqing's doing, Yangqing must have something to do with it. Such a person was a true powerhouse, so of course, he had to try his best to build a good relationship with him. Mr. Yang, Dr. Jane, you're really late. I was worried that you wouldn't make it, Park Cheon said warmly. Of course we have to attend Xianxia's wedding. President, please go and entertain the other guests. We'll just walk around, said Yangqing. Park Cheon looked displeased. Mr. Yang, do you think that a businessman like me who reeks of money is not worthy of your discerning eyes? How can the other guests here be compared with Mr. Yang's magical means? Yangqing frowned slightly. This old man must have thought that he was the one who committed the crime at sea. He smiled noncommittally. Park Cheon tried to probe further but Yangqing pretended to be confused. What a joke, if he admitted it, wouldn't it mean that he had taken the Buddha heart relic? Although he was not afraid of trouble, it was better to have less to worry about. Park Cheon could only smile dryly and walk away. After asking for the bride's room, Yangqing and Jane went to meet the heroine of the day, Xianxia. When they arrived at a small white bungalow in the villa, they were stopped by the bodyguards outside. Eunjong ran out from inside and said with a guilty expression, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, Miss Jane, she said she doesn't want to see you." Yang Cheng's warm welcome was met with a cold reception. Although he was prepared, he was still disappointed. However, he could not bring himself to be angry. He felt that he had let Xianxia down. The two returned to the lawn in the middle of the villa and sat in the front row, waiting for the wedding to begin. On the other side, Xianxia, who was dressed in a snow-white wedding gown, sat in front of the dressing mirror. She looked like an exquisite Barbie doll, allowing the maids to do the final touches for her. However, anyone could tell that Barbie's expression had always been unpleasant, especially her watery eyes, which were bloodshot from not having a good night's sleep. Eunjong walked in and reported, "Miss, according to your instructions, Mr. Yang and the others were not allowed in." Xianxia responded faintly, but her heart was full of resentment. She had said that they were not allowed in and they were not allowed in. Was she really that indifferent? With this in mind, Xianxia's heart felt as if it was soaked in ice water. The sense of defeat made her feel suffocated. Yangqing, who had returned to his seat, felt uneasy. The thought of Xianxia getting married made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Jane saw the man's abnormality and shook her head slightly, but she did not point it out. Finally, with the sound of a gun salute, the wedding officially began. The lawn in the center of Star Moon Villa was decorated with a sea of pink and white flowers. An orchestra specially invited from Vienna played the wedding march with great momentum. The guests present, regardless of whether they liked or disliked the Park family, wore sincere expressions as they watched the newlyweds walk toward the stage where the priest stood. Yangqing was a little muddle-headed. After Jane pulled him up from his seat, he saw Xianxia, who looked like Snow White, walking gracefully with her bridesmaids and Park Cheon leading her to the front. Flower petals fluttered in the wind and the air was filled with the sweet smell of joy. However, it seemed to be far away from Yangqing. Yangqing felt as if he was in a vacuum at that moment. He could not smell or hear anything. All he could see was Xianxia's gradually approaching figure. Xianxia wore a fine mesh veil that covered her delicate and youthful face. Even her expression could not be seen clearly. However, from the way she walked, one could see a trace of difficulty, as if she was taking one step at a time. Kim Jip was already waiting at the bottom of the stage. His expression was as cold as ever. He wore a white suit and stood tall and straight as if he was not the one getting married and he was merely the groom's bodyguard. Finally, with Park Cheon's help, Xianxia arrived in front of Kim Jip. The girl's face tilted slightly in Yangqing's direction before turning back. Park Cheon wore a relieved expression as if he was thankful that nothing had happened along the way. He was ready to hand Xianxia's hand over to Kim Jip. However, something unexpected happened. Xianxia's legs suddenly gave way. Her entire body seemed to have been stripped of all her bones as she stumbled and fell to the ground. Whoa! The crowd was shocked and many people screamed. Park Cheon, Lawyer Kim, Kim Jip, and everyone else were dumbfounded. Xianxia. Yangqing was the first to react. In a flash, he rushed to Xianxia's side like a ferocious tiger. He removed the girl's veil only to find that her lips were pale and her breathing was labored. Her pupils were convulsing in pain. Xianxia. My child. You. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Park Cheon cried and threw himself to Xianxia's side. His old face was filled with panic. Get out of the way, I'm a doctor. Jane squeezed through the crowd and rushed to Xianxia's side. She lifted Xianxia's eyelids and examined her carefully. Her eyes were cold. She's been poisoned. Poison? How is that possible? Park Cheon was furious. Jane could not be bothered with his doubts. She said to Yangqing, "Honey, take Xianxia to a quiet place." Yangqing could not care less. He carried Xianxia in his arms and sprinted to the nearest villa. He was as fast as the wind so that Xianxia, who was in his arms, would not feel unbearable. Jane quickly caught up with him. As soon as she entered the house, she said to Yangqing, "Based on my experience and knowledge, Xianxia's symptoms are potassium cyanide poisoning. Potassium cyanide is heated in the air, absorbing water and carbon dioxide, and releasing a highly toxic gas, hydrocyanic acid. This will cause convulsions throughout the body, making it difficult to breathe. Paralysis of the circulatory system will lead to death. Yangqing placed Xianxia on the sofa. He watched as Xianxia could not control her body at all. Her body kept convulsing, and his eyes gradually widened. He asked loudly, no matter what kind of poison it is. How do I remove it? Jane frowned and thought for a moment. She said, there's no time to use any medical measures. Honey, why don't you use the endless resolve restoration scripture and your elixirs to inject spiritual energy directly into Xianxia's meridians? This will increase the activity of her cells. As long as her cells are strong enough, her body will be able to resume its metabolism and expel the poison. Yangqing knew that there was no time to waste. He had done detoxification before, but he had never encountered such a tricky poison. So, he quickly took out a Longsho elixir. He did not care that it was a precious top-grade elixir. As long as it could save Xianxia's life, he would give it to her even if it was an immortal elixir. If the cultivators saw this, they would definitely curse Yangqing for wasting God's gift. The Longsho elixir could strengthen the body and speed up the refinement of the body with spiritual energy. It was perfect for this. After feeding the Longsho pill to Xianxia, Yangqing circulated the endless resolve restoration scripture to help Xianxia slowly dissolve the medicinal properties of the pill into her 8 extraordinary meridians, circulating it rapidly in her body. At this time, the people of the Park family and a large number of guests ran over. Simple walked to the door alone and blocked everyone. Guild leader, if you trust us, then don't go in and disturb them. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. At this moment, Jane was exuding the majesty of an ancient noble descendant. She was like a Western goddess, making many people feel awe and fear. No one dared to approach her. Park Cheon's wrinkled face trembled. He wanted to go in and see what was going on, but when he thought of Jane's brilliant medical skills and Yangqing's miraculous abilities, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, no one is allowed to go in." The Park family's bodyguards immediately sealed off the scene. Naturally, the guests would not ask for trouble. "President, I suggest that you seal up the place where Xianxia has been. Everyone here is a suspect. Once Xianxia is out of danger, we must find the culprit," Jane said calmly. Park Cheon's mind was in a frenzy. He only remembered after hearing this and quickly ordered everyone to do it. "Dr. Jane, Xianxia is my life. Nothing can happen to her. I beg you and Mr. Yang to save her." As he spoke, Park Cheon was about to kneel before Jane, tears streaming down his face. Jane helped him up and comforted him, "Don't worry. According to my observation, Xianxia did not ingest a large amount of poison. That's why she did not die immediately. There's a high chance of recovery." Jane did not dare to be too confident. After all, a deadly poison like potassium cyanide was too crazy. In fact, if Yangqing had not been there, she would not have been able to save Xianxia. The person who poisoned Xianxia was determined to kill Xianxia. In fact, he wanted her dead for sure. Jane suddenly thought of something and said to Park Cheon, "President, I need some tools and drugs to investigate the scene. I know someone from the Chemistry Research Institute here. Can you send someone to help me get the things?" Park Cheon knew that Jane wanted to find out where the culprit had poisoned Xianxia, so he agreed immediately. He wanted nothing more than to cut the culprit into pieces. As time passed, the originally festive wedding venue began to turn gloomy. The symphony orchestra stopped playing, and the gorgeously dressed waitresses stood on the grass in a daze, trembling in fear. The guests had not yet left. Although they all looked worried, they each had their own thoughts. Some of them had business relationships with the Park family, so they naturally hoped that the Park family would have a smooth sailing. Some of them were ambitious and secretly rejoiced that this could cause a huge blow to the Park family. No matter what, they were all waiting for news from Xianxia. Beside the sofa in the living room of the bungalow, Yangqing was fully focused on helping Xianxia to recuperate and detoxify. After several rounds of treatment and detoxification, fine black blood seeped out of Xianxia's body. In addition to the chemical toxins, the other toxins in her body were also expelled by Yangqing. A foul smell filled the room. Yangqing breathed a sigh of relief because Jinxiu's heart rate and breathing had begun to stabilize, and her face was rosy. A surge of heaven and earth force condensed and turned into a layer of water spiritual power. It washed away all the toxins on Jinxiu's body. This was a piece of cake for Yangqing now. Jane, who was guarding the door, saw this scene and knew that there was no big problem. She patted her chest with relief and walked forward and said, "Fortunately, my husband is here. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been doomed today." Yangqing gently reached out and touched Xianxia's warm and delicate cheeks and tidied up her messy hair. It was clearly her wedding day, but she had almost entered the netherworld. When he thought that someone dared to hurt the girl in front of him, Yangqing's eyes were like rolling thunder clouds and black wind covering the earth. "You just went out to investigate the scene, right?" Yangqing asked. "Well, I already know how the murderer poisoned, but I still can't find out who did it." Jane frowned. Yangqing sneered, "This kind of poisoning method can't be used for a long time. The murderer must be the people in the villa today. If we investigate one by one, we will naturally understand." When Yangqing and Jane walked out of the villa, many people immediately surrounded them. When he heard Yangqing say that Jinxiu was fine, Park Cheon was so happy that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yangqing in gratitude. "Mr. Yang, can I go in and see Jinxiu?" Park Cheon asked expectantly. "No." Yangqing flatly denied, "Before the murderer is found, everyone here is a suspect. I forbid anyone to come near this house. Everyone, get lost." Under Yang Chen's order, many of them were disgruntled. "Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you?" Some of the high-ranking Korean officials mocked. Yang Cheng's expression was gloomy. "If anyone wants to come near here, they will be the biggest suspect. You can try coming closer." His words sent chills down many people's spines. They did not know that this was a murderous aura, but many of the experienced bodyguards retreated in fear. Park Cheon knew that Yangqing was telling the truth. He did not want anything to happen to his granddaughter, so he took the lead and walked away. The guests did not want to be suspected, so they obediently retreated to the lawn. At this time, Jane held the wedding veil that had been sealed in a plastic bag and said to the crowd, "Everyone, please take a look. This is the murderer's tool." The murderer smeared potassium cyanide on the veil. When Miss Xianxiu's breath heated the veil, the potassium cyanide on it released a highly toxic hydrocyanic acid. "I've asked around." Since the wedding dress was not strictly guarded, many guests had access to it from the moment it entered the villa to when it was delivered to the bride's room. It is not difficult to carry out the poisoning. So, we need everyone's cooperation to find the murderer. Yangqing walked in front of the crowd and said loudly, "Before the investigation is clear, no one is allowed to leave this place. Who among you has a grudge against the Park family, whether in private or in public, present or past, step forward." What a joke. If you want to investigate, you should investigate the maids and makeup artists. Wouldn't they be the easiest targets? A guest said disdainfully. You don't have to say so much. Of course, they will be investigated. But the maids and makeup artists are the biggest suspects. Would they poison the wedding dress? Yangqing retorted. The guest was at a loss for words. His face flushed red. He said, "If you want to talk about grudges, the Kongs have the biggest grudge against the Park family. Who in Seoul doesn't know that?" Kung Gai-chung and Kung Woo glared at the guest. If they were not from a traditional Korean family, they would have skinned him alive. Unfortunately, they could not do so. The Kongs disdained to do such underhanded things. "Miss Xianxiu may have rejected my son, but my father and President Park Cheon are sworn friends. Our two families have a close relationship," Kung Gai-chung said solemnly. "TSK, who would believe you? Who doesn't know how much you wanted President Park Cheon to fall ill? You pressured the Park family to let Miss Xianxiu marry Kung Woo. Do you think we don't know?" Another guest mocked. At that moment, the crowd only wanted to distance themselves from this matter. They did not want to be implicated. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Park Cheon was burning with rage to attack the other families. Kung Gai-chung and his son knew that the crowd wanted to bully the Kongs, but because of the past, they were the biggest suspects. They were furious. "We said we didn't do it, so we didn't do it. Father, don't waste your breath on them. We'll walk out of here today. Let's see who dares to stop us. Kung Wu said coldly. He did not forget to glance at Yangqing with disdain. Kung Gaicheng laughed arrogantly. That's right. You're just a bunch of mad dogs who bite people to protect themselves. Do you think the Kongs are afraid of you? He pointed at Yangqing and sneered, you're just a Huaxia citizen. What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of the Republic of Korea? If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll have the police arrest you. Gong Jicheng's words reminded the crowd that they were all members of the upper-class society in Korea. Many of them were Asian tycoons and dignitaries. Why should they listen to Yangqing's words? Even if they came to the Park family's wedding, it was only for Park Cheon's sake. The Gong father and son were proud of themselves as they pushed the guests away and swaggered toward the manor's parking lot. The guests felt a little embarrassed. They actually forgot about this just now and got scared by Yangchen. Instead, they were treated as the hero of the Republic of Korea by Gong Jicheng. They all stared at Yangchen in disdain. Park Cheon also noticed this. Everyone present was either rich or respectable. Even he had to give some face to some of them. They were not to be trifled with. How could it be easy to keep them locked up like prisoners and subject them to inspection? As the crowd dispersed, many people began to show off and deliberately discussed where they should go for a drink or two. Their goal was to ridicule Yangqing. Yangqing did not seem to be angry. He silently followed Gong Jicheng and Gong Wu with steady footsteps. The Gong father and son saw Yangqing catch up with them and turned to look at him with a contemptuous smile. What, you want to keep us here? Don't you know that the Republic of Korea is a country ruled by law? You'll have to go to the police for imprisoning citizens. Yangqing ignored them and walked straight to the edge of the lawn where a vintage wedding car decorated with a large number of flowers and ribbons stood. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yangqing's two hands, one above and one below, clasped the front cover of the car. What was he trying to do? Move the car? An absurd thought flashed through the crowd's mind. However, in the next second, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Yangqing seemed to have lifted a huge piece of foam from the ground. The wedding car squeaked as it was lifted over Yangqing's head. The 2-ton iron lump was as light as a feather in Yangqing's hands. All of this was nothing in the eyes of Yangqing and Jane, but in the eyes of the guests, they were like monsters. The Kong father and son finally came back to their senses, their mouths agape in shock as they retreated a few steps. You. What are you doing? Gong Jicheng asked with a trembling voice. Yangqing's face was expressionless. He lifted the car with both hands and took light steps. Just like that, he arrived in front of Gong Jicheng. Because Gong Jicheng was too shocked, he didn't realize that the car had shrouded him like a huge shadow. Roar. A deep and loud sound, like a muffled thunder, smashed everyone's eyes until they almost popped out. Yangqing actually used the old car as a big iron rod, and ruthlessly smashed Gong Jicheng's body. Gong Jicheng's head was immediately smashed into a bloody pulp. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. His body from the neck down was also like a pile of rotten meat. His bones pierced through his body, causing his body to shatter into pieces. Bang! 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 Yangqing completely ignored the screams of a large number of female guests and men present, and didn't care that those people fainted because of the horrible bloody scene. It was as if Yangqing wanted to use Gong Jicheng's body as a piece of pork, and he wanted to use the car as a kitchen knife, chopping it up hard. Gong Jicheng didn't even know how he died. His body had already been smashed into a pile of meat by Yangqing coldly. His bones were twisted and broken. Blood and intestines were scattered on the grass more than 10 meters away, like a bloody chrysanthemum blooming on the grass. Yangqing's body was dyed red and stinky, and Yangqing's face was also dregs of human flesh. When Yangqing threw the old car that had been smashed out of shape more than 10 meters away as if it was nothing, the scene was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's breathing had become extremely difficult. Jane was the only one who was unperturbed by the scene. She had seen too many times in the past how inhuman Yangqing's slaughter was. Yangqing naturally wiped the flesh and blood off his face, licked his scarlet lips, and swept his disdainful gaze over everyone present. Even the usually calm Park Cheon, Kim Jip, and the others, who had always maintained a straight face, were showing signs of hysterical fear. Yang Cheng, on the other hand, was a little distressed. He wasn't pretending to be deep in thought, but his brows were really knitted together. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "I asked you to stay for inspection. Wouldn't it be fine if you just listened to me? Why did you make me angry? The Republic of Korea, the Republic of Korea. Did I ask about your nationality? I didn't have to find the murderer, I could just kill all of you and be done with it, but I endured it. But many of you look like you really want to die." The faces of the guests who had spoken earlier turned pale with fright. One of them even wet his pants on the spot. Yang Cheng's brutality had silenced them. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, afraid that disaster would befall them. Yang Cheng glanced at Gong Wu, who was the closest to him. Gong Wu no longer had his usual cool demeanor. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to cry. His nostrils were filled with the scent of his father's blood, and he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "Let's start with you." Yang Cheng lifted Gong Wu up and threw him into the middle of the field. He ordered Jane to instruct the Park family's bodyguards to search him. The bodyguards dared not disobey Park Cheon's order. They went up to search Gong Wu carefully without waiting for Park Cheon's order. After searching him from head to toe, Jane ran some chemical reagents on his clothes and found nothing unusual. She nodded at Yang Cheng. "There's nothing suspicious on him." Yang Cheng beckoned to the others present. "Those who have a grudge against the Park family, come out now. Those who dare to hide from me will end up like that pervert." This time, the guests had learned their lesson. This guy was a pure lunatic, but they had to think of a way to punish him after they got out of here. For now, they had to cooperate with him. Thus, one after another, dozens of guests who had a grudge against the Park family came out reluctantly. Jane brought people to investigate them one by one and found no signs of foul play. That's strange. Judging from the time and technique, it's impossible for the murderer to poison the thin veil in time. There must be a small amount of powder drifting on his body. Could it really be the maids and makeup artists who poisoned him? Yang Cheng said indifferently, "Everyone is here. I've covered the entire manor with my divine sense. No one can escape. Take your time. If there's no evidence on anyone, we'll search the entire manor." Jane nodded and asked Park Cheon to summon the maids and makeup artists who served Xianxia. As Jane searched them one by one, there was no trace of foul play on them. The matter became even more confusing. At that moment, Yang Cheng looked at Eun Jong, who was standing beside Park Cheon, and said, "Eun Jong, you're also Xianxia's person. You have to be examined as well." Park Cheon, Kim Jip, and the others looked at Eun Jong in astonishment. They did not believe that Eun Jong would be a suspect. After all, she was the maid who had always been on Xianxia's side. Eun Jong pursed her lips and stepped forward to let Jane examine her. Jane put on a pair of rubber gloves, and after searching her body, she used a makeshift potion to stick some dust on her body for the test. When the colorless potion suddenly turned pink, Jane's eyes lit up. "It's potassium cyanide. Eun Jong, it's really you." Everyone looked at Eun Jong in disbelief. The latter seemed to have expected this. She bit her red lips and lowered her head. At that moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they had found the culprit and cleared their suspicions. How could it be Eun Jong? Park Cheon was also shocked. He staggered a few steps back and roared in anger, "Vile spawn. What has the Park family done to you? Why did you poison my Xianxia?" Around Park Cheon, the other Park family members were also filled with righteous indignation. Lawyer Kim and Kim Jip furrowed their brows. Kim Jip clenched his fists as if he was about to explode. Yang Cheng calmed down at that moment. He looked at Eun Jong, waiting to hear what she had to say. Eun Jong raised her head with tearful eyes and smiled bitterly. "President, I'm sorry, but I've been waiting for this day for too long." "What?" Park Cheon thought he had heard wrongly. Eun Jong took a deep breath and a trace of resentment surfaced on her face. "President, you're a man with a short memory. I'm afraid you've forgotten that more than 20 years ago, you once met a woman called Hu Jiwan." Park Cheon sucked in a breath of cold air. His body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. He pointed a trembling finger at Eunjong. You're. That's right, she's my mother. My surname is Hu. My name is Hu Eunjong. No. That's impossible. She said she's already. Park Cheon was at a loss for words as he recalled the events of the past. His face turned purple. Eunjong sneered. Why? You can't continue? Then I'll help you. Back then, my mother was your assistant, but you lusted after her beauty and forced her to marry you. She became pregnant with me, but in the end, my mother had to abort me for the sake of her reputation. My mother couldn't bear it and lied to you that she had already aborted the child. She wanted to wait for my belly to grow bigger and beg you to accept me as your daughter. But at that time, in order to quell the rumors in the company, you gave my mother a sum of money and told her to scram far away from you, never wanting to see my mother again. Do you know that after my mother gave birth to me, she never spent a day with a smile? Her heart was filled with hatred for you for abandoning her. She hated me as well. She beat me, scolded me, asked me to kneel for no reason and called me a bastard. She only told me everything when she was in the late stages of liver cancer due to excessive drinking. She cried and said that she was sorry. But I don't blame her. I only hate you. President Park Cheon. Eunjong's cries filled the audience with a sense of heartache. The complex emotions that were suppressed in the depths of a woman's heart were chilling to the core. Her biological father was the enemy she hated the most. Park Cheon finally couldn't take it anymore and slumped to the ground. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. No one knew if he was ashamed of what he had done in the past. So, you entered this house to avenge your mother? Park Cheon raised his head and looked at Eunjong, who was dressed in a maid's attire. She was his own flesh and blood. According to seniority, Eunjong was his youngest daughter. This caused Park Ji-yeon and the others behind her to react differently. They did not expect this young maid to be his biological sister from the same mother and father. That's right, I practiced taekwondo and learned the etiquette of the big families so that I could enter the core circle of the Park family. It was all for this day, to tear off your pretentious disguise. I'm going to make your most beloved granddaughter, your chosen successor, fall down in the most beautiful wedding in front of you. I will make you pay for what you did all those years ago. Eunyoung screamed, tears streaming down her face. Park Cheon felt as if his heart had been struck by a hammer. His breathing quickened. Child, Eunyoung. I'm sorry. To everyone's surprise, Park Cheon confessed to everything Eunyoung had said without any intention of concealing anything. Park Cheon sobbed, his eyes filled with pity as he looked at Eunjong. All these years, I've been dreaming of repentance for the evil I've done. But God won't give me a chance to redeem myself. I'm too ashamed to see your mother because I'm afraid she'll hate me. I'm old, I know I was wrong. Child, can you give me a chance? If I knew you were my daughter, I would definitely make it up to you 10 times, 100 times. Eunyoung, my child. Can you forgive me, your father? Park Cheon was deeply in love. The guilt he felt for Hu Jiwon had transformed into fatherly love for Eunyoung. He realized that Eunyoung was so outstanding, so similar to her mother, but he had not noticed it for so many years. Of course, even if Eunyoung was ordinary, Park Cheon had already treated her like his own daughter. However, Eunyoung's eyes were still filled with indifference and disdain. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I poisoned your granddaughter, I hate you to the core, but you want me to acknowledge a traitor as my father? Park Cheon suddenly remembered this matter. He jumped up anxiously and ran to Yang Qing. Pleading, Mr. Yang. Please let Eunyoung go. She only hates me too much, she doesn't hate Xianxia. Since Xianxia is safe, I'll take good care of her from now on. This won't happen again. Eunyoung is my daughter, I owe her too much. I can't let her be hurt. Eunyoung's pupils contracted. She held back her tears and refused, I don't need your hypocrisy. If Mr. Yang wants to kill me, I'm more than happy. At least I won't have to see your hypocritical face again. I deserve it. You. Eunyoung, don't be silly. Park Cheon continued to plead with Yang Qing, Mr. Yang, I'll agree to whatever you want, but please don't hurt Eunyoung. Yang Qing pushed Park Cheon away and frowned, I don't care if she's your daughter or not. She has the audacity to hurt Xianxia, so she must die. Everyone was shocked. Yangqing did not take Park Cheon seriously at all. Eun-young was already in such a pitiful state while Xianxia was fine, but he still wanted to kill Eun-young on the spot. Speaking of which, Yangqing seemed to have a heart of stone, cruel and ruthless, but it was all for Xianxia's sake. Park Cheon was pushed away, but he still lunged forward and grabbed Yangqing's arm, crying, "I'm willing to die in Eun-young's place. Mr. Yang, I know none of us can stop you. Why don't you just kill me, this crazy old bastard? I've lived long enough, but Eun-young's life has just begun." At that moment, Park Cheon no longer looked like an Asian tycoon. He looked like a pitiful father who would do anything for his daughter. Eun-young raised her head to stop the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Yangqing was getting impatient. He shook Park Cheon off again and asked Jane to hold him back. "You're so annoying. I'm going to kill your daughter." "What does that have to do with an old man like you?" Yangqing cursed and walked toward Eun-young. Eun-young closed her eyes and waited for her death. She had seen Yangqing's capabilities and knew that she could not resist Yangqing. "You can't kill her." A cold voice sounded in front of Yangqing. Kim Jip suddenly stood in front of Eun-young, his cold eyes staring straight at Yangqing like a cheetah. "You?" Yangqing sneered, "You think you can stop me?" Kim Jip shook his head. "I can't." "Then why are you here to die?" Kim Jip said calmly, "I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to tell you the truth." "The truth?" Yangqing smiled faintly. "No." Eun-young frantically pulled Kim Jip from behind and cried, "Get out of my way. He wants to kill me." "Why are you here?" Kim Jip hugged Eun-young tightly in his arms and shouted, "I'm the one who poisoned Su Zhenxiu. Eun-young is innocent." His voice was like a bell that silenced the crowd. Eun-young buried her head in Kim Jip's arms and cried. She slapped Kim Jip's chest. "Why are you doing this? I'm the one who deserves to die. Why are you doing this?" Sob sob. Everyone present seemed to have sensed something, but their minds were already in a mess. Lawyer Kim's face turned pale when he heard his son's words. He did not know what to say. His heart was filled with rage and he fainted. "Yangqing, you're not someone who kills the innocent. I believe you. Let me tell you now. The person I love is Eun-young. She is the future of my life. For her, I can kill Su Zhenxiu and even the president. I know it's unfair to Su Zhenxiu, but I have no other choice. For Eun-young, I can become a madman. A bastard. But the test results show that Eun-young has poison on her body." Yangqing said lightly. Kim Jip laughed. "Don't you think it's ridiculous? If I were the one who poisoned her, I would have changed my clothes after doing it. I wouldn't have left such obvious evidence. I didn't notice it before, but Eun-young must have seen my bottle of poisonous powder when she was helping me tidy up the groom's clothes, so she purposely let some of it on her. I didn't know that the bottle of poisonous powder had already been flushed down the drain by me." After saying that, Kim Jip gently stroked Eun-young's hair. "Silly woman, why did you do such a thing? This is my choice. I should be the one to die. But I'm very happy. I thought you didn't love me sincerely, but now it seems that I've misunderstood you. I'm so happy that you're willing to atone for my sins." Eun-young shook her head forcefully. "I don't want you to die. I don't want." This pair of pitiful lovers caused many people to sigh in their hearts, and their fear also lessened. But at this moment, Yangqing's eyebrows relaxed. He revealed a mysterious smile and said to Jane, who was pursing her lips and smiling, "Dear, what do you think of my acting? This year's Oscar should be mine, right?" Jane hugged Yangqing and tiptoed to give her lover a peck on the lips. She smiled sweetly. "Of course, it's amazing. Your acting skills are superb. Hee hee, it's all thanks to little Jane's script." Yangqing complimented. "Humph, it's all thanks to the good material you gave me. I was able to write a script like this with these clues." Jane flattered. The contrast between the two men's expressions caused everyone present to be confused and dumbfounded. Jane sighed and poured the pink liquid in the test tube. She shook her head and said, "You guys didn't learn chemistry well in middle school. How can potassium cyanide be detected so easily? Sigh. Park Cheon, Kim Jip, and Eun Young were all stunned. Could this be? Park Cheon wiped the tears off his face and asked incredulously, Mr. Yang, Dr. Jane. You guys planned everything on purpose. Eun Young covered her mouth and exclaimed, so you guys didn't find anything at all? Of course, it's not that easy to test the potassium cyanide powder. I just didn't expect Miss Eun Young to really spill some of the powder on herself. I wanted to check Kim Jip last, but the script went very smoothly. Jane winked with a smug smile. Kim Jip asked in a daze, You knew that I was the one who poisoned him? I didn't know, it was just a guess. Of course, I also had my own suspicions, Eun Young. Yang Qing continued, I didn't just find out that there was something fishy going on between the two of you. Maybe you thought you were hiding it well, but you still let the cat out of the bag. Last year, when I stayed with the Park family, old man Park Cheon said he wanted you to marry Xianxia. You weren't interested in Xianxia at all. Xianxia didn't even look you in the eye. But when Xianxia went upstairs, you looked up the stairs. At first, I thought it was strange that you were looking at Xianxia again, but in fact, your eyes were focused on Yanjing's back. After that, I noticed that you were looking at Yanjing's back several times. As for Eun Young, when Kim Jip was protecting Park Cheon in the hospital, the first thing that popped out of her mouth when she thought of the hospital was not the president's condition, but whether Kim Jip was in danger. As a servant of the Park family, your first concern is not the safety of your master, but the safety of a bodyguard. Furthermore, you didn't call him young Master Kim but Kim Jip. That's why I took note of it. Last time, when they were discussing marriage, Kim Jip said that the tea was too hot for no reason and asked Eun Jing to clean it up. It was clear that he was intentionally throwing a tantrum at Eun Jing. I'm afraid you're angry at Eun Jing. When she heard the news that you're going to marry Xianxia, she didn't care at all and just stayed there without any reaction. After all, that kind of action is very out of character for you. After observing this, I made a guess and sent someone to secretly investigate Yanjing's background information. Yang Qing ignored everyone's dumbfounded expression and smiled casually. Don't doubt my intelligence-gathering ability. It's easy for me to find out Yanjing's background information. I've also known about you being Park Cheon's illegitimate daughter for a long time. However, it wasn't until today when Xianxia was poisoned that I connected all the dots. Everyone, including the astute Park Cheon, looked at Yang Qing with utmost respect. They didn't expect this seemingly reckless and cruel young man to be so shrewd that he was able to capture even the smallest details. In fact, this had something to do with Yang Qing's career as an assassin. Observing everything around him was a compulsory course. After explaining these details and information to Jean, the two discussed the series of scripts to lure the snake out of its hole. Yang Chen continued smoothly, when I found out that Eun Jong was the illegitimate daughter abandoned by old man Park Cheon, I was puzzled. Eun Jong was supposed to enter the Park clan for revenge, but why did she not do anything for so many years? The last time there was an enemy invasion, Eun Jing protected the Park family with her life and even risked her life to protect Xianxia. It didn't seem like she was here for revenge. But when you think about Kim Jip, it's not difficult to understand. Kim Jip is the old man's bodyguard, so he must have his own abilities. I'm afraid that Eun Jing was trying to harm Park Cheon back then and Kim Jip already found out. As Yang Qing spoke, Kim Jip and Yanjing's expressions kept changing, but they both agreed tacitly. The two had indeed developed feelings for each other because of their private struggle. Kim Jip did not tell Park Cheon about Yanjing's identity and Eun Jing listened to him and did not harm the Park family. A large part of the reason Eun Jing continued to stay in the Park family was because she could see Kim Jip often. Kim Jip was the same. Otherwise, as the young master of the Kim family, no matter how close he was to Park Cheon, he would not be a bodyguard. Of the two, one was under pressure from the family and had to be tied to the Park family. She was a beast without freedom. The other was burdened with deep hatred and pain. She could not recognize her loved ones even when she met them. She was a lonely and sad plum blossom. Due to various reasons, they felt each other's preciousness and fell deeper and deeper in love. Finally, they reached this point where they could do anything for each other. It was a kind of romance, but also a kind of sadness. Kim Jip looked deeply into Yang Cheng's eyes. I admire you. But why did you let me marry Xianxia even though you knew all this? You know it's impossible for me to fall in love with her. At this point, Yang Cheng's face showed a trace of helplessness and he remained silent. Jane answered on his behalf, because Yang Cheng believes in your character. Character? Kim Jip frowned. That's right. Jane explained, he thinks that you are a trustworthy man because you have your true nature. You were willing to hide the truth from President Park for Yanjing's sake. This shows that deep down, you are different from those who only care about the family's interests. You are a man who knows how to cherish. As for Eunjong, she was willing to fight to the death for the Park family that night. It was not because of anyone else's presence. Although she hated President Park Cheon to the core, she had already regarded him as her father and the Park family as her home. Otherwise, she would not have fought for the family when the president and you were both in the hospital. From this point of view, you both have a kind nature. You too will hurt Xianxia. Yang Cheng did not expect this. Kim Jip was ashamed and remorseful when he heard this while Eunjing dared not face Park Cheon's fiery gaze. Park Cheon was overjoyed when he heard Jane's explanation. If Eunjing did not care about him as her father, she would have left the Park family a long time ago. Even if she left, Kim Jip could have left with her and it would not have hindered him from being with Eunjing. Therefore, Eunjing's wish to stay in the Park family was the biggest reason. Eunjing, my daughter, so you still recognize me. Park Cheon was trembling with excitement. He wanted to touch Eunjing but the latter dodged his hand. Eunjing looked at Park Cheon cautiously but she was much more restrained than before. Park Cheon smiled and did not disturb her. Yang Cheng let out a long sigh and said, I was too naive and forgot that in this world, love between men and women cannot be judged by common sense. I really did not expect you to poison Xianxia. But since you did it, even if I know you regret it now, I will not let you go so easily. Mr. Yang. You. Are you going to kill Kim Jip? Park Cheon asked in shock. Yang Cheng said matter-of-factly, what else? This is completely unfair to Xianxia. Don't worry, I'll be quick. He will die peacefully and I'll leave his corpse intact. No. A gentle voice came from the back of the crowd, completely dispersing the tense atmosphere. Xianxia? Yang Chen and the others looked over. They didn't know when Xianxia had recovered, but she was already watching everything outside the crowd. Everyone's attention was focused on Kim Jip and Eunyoung, so they didn't notice her. Xianxia walked to the center of the crowd. After Yang Cheng's teasing, not only was the girl unharmed, but her body was also very comfortable. Her complexion was rosy and glowing and she did not look like she had just passed through the gates of hell. Park Cheon and the others were pleasantly surprised. Brother Yang. Xianxia gazed at Yang Cheng, her eyes were moist as she said softly, for the sake of love, they can abandon loyalty, status, wealth, and kinship. They can even sacrifice their lives. I know that's not entirely right, but don't you feel ashamed when you think about them and look at ourselves? Yang Cheng did not expect the girl to question him. Looking at Xianxia's clear and bright eyes, Yang Cheng smiled guiltily. Ashamed? What do I have to be ashamed of? You don't? Xianxia seemed to have expected this. She walked up to Yang Cheng and stared straight at Yang Cheng. All right then, I'll tell you what I'm ashamed of. Su Xianxia. You. Yang Cheng wanted to interrupt, afraid of what the girl would say. However, Xianxia had no intention to stop talking to Yang Cheng. Her eyes were red and her voice trembled with emotion. Brother Yang, I like you. The girl's soft but firm words left Yang Cheng at a loss for words. His face stiffened and he was at a loss of what to do. Xianxia suddenly smiled gently. The girl in the white wedding dress looked like a fairy in the snow. Brother Yang, do you remember when I was studying for my college entrance exam in Zhonghai? You came into my room one night and found me folding frogs. Xianxia blushed as if she was still shy at the mention of this embarrassing incident. Yang Chen nodded blankly. He remembered it, but he was still having a headache over Xianxia's sudden confession. He didn't know what to do. Everyone, including Park Cheon, was dumbfounded. Not only was the bride poisoned by the groom, but the fact that the bride was in love with a man named Hua Xia was also revealed. You must have thought that I was strange at the time. Why would I fold frogs at that time? I can tell you now. At that time, I realized that I had unknowingly fallen in love with you. However, you were Sister Ruashi's husband. I couldn't do anything that would let Sister Ruashi down. So, I could only hide my love for you in my heart. I wanted to study hard, but I kept thinking about you. It made my mind a mess. I had to do something else to distract myself. I tried to write in my diary. It was full of hate for you. No, I quarreled with you so that you would scold me and make me hate you. But I still missed you. So, I thought of using origami to vent my feelings. It seemed that every time I folded a frog, I would miss you less. Xianxia lowered her head in shame and stammered, but I used to play with some boys when I was young. The origami I knew was frogs and ninja darts. But I couldn't put my feelings into the darts. It seemed like I hated you. So I kept folding frogs, one after another. Yangqing had regained his senses. He could not help but laugh when he heard Xianxia's absurd words. However, whenever he thought of the soft back view of the person who was silently folding the frogs under the table lamp, Yangqing couldn't bring himself to smile. Xianxia wiped the corners of her eyes and looked up with a smile. Am I stupid? Of course I am. You're laughing at me in your heart, but that's just how I am. I don't care if you laugh at me because I dare to say it. Xianxia, You don't need to explain, and you don't need to reason with me. Xianxia complained. I slowly figured it out. You've always known about my feelings for you. You're so observant. You even found out about Eunyoung and Kim Jip. How could you have missed me? I was just burying my head in the sand. That night, we were eating instant noodles in front of the convenience store. You knew I wanted to kiss you, right? But you pretended that nothing had happened. When I was in Seoul, without you by my side, every time I thought about this, especially in autumn and winter, I saw leaves falling from the trees. It was as if my heart had fallen with them and drifted away with the wind. It made my heart ache. In Yang Chen's mind, it was as if the girl's life in this familiar yet strange place had also appeared. His heart ached. Brother Yang, you've always used the excuse that Kim Jip is a good man to brush me off. Now, do you still think I should marry Kim Jip? This? Of course not. How could Yangqing be willing to push Xianxia into the fire pit? I just didn't expect him to do such a thing. Of course not, because you like me in your heart too. Xianxia suddenly said confidently, you can kill people for me without hesitation. I can see what's in the depths of your eyes. The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. Girl, you can't say things like that. I see you as my sister. Sister Hui Lin used to be your sister-in-law. Don't think that you can deal with me with such words. Xianxia's almond-shaped eyes widened. Yangqing was at his wit's end. You. That's not the same thing. My feelings for you are. For a moment, Yangqing didn't know how to continue talking to Xianxia. The lines of defense in his heart were on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia seemed to be a little angry. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Brother Yang, are you a man or not? I'm a girl, and yet I dare to say these words in front of so many people. Can't you face your heart calmly? Sister Ruashi wants to divorce you. I haven't done anything wrong to her. I'm free, and you're free too. Why must the relationship between a man and a woman be so complicated? I just want to know your feelings. I don't want you to marry me right now. I don't want you to give all your love to me and stay with me forever. Why are you stuttering like this? Can't you use a short sentence, a single word to explain? Can't you? Xianxia seemed to have reverted to the fierce and hot delinquent girl she used to be. She asked anxiously, do you like me or not? Just say like and I'll willingly become your woman. Even if you don't marry me, I'll have no regrets. This is my choice. If you say no, I'll leave obediently and be your sister. Or, I'll go to a place where you won't see me and worry about me. I'll find a man to spend the rest of my life with. It's that simple. Tell me now. The girl's shriek left everyone speechless. Park Cheon looked at his granddaughter in disbelief. He never thought that Xianxia would have such a selfless side to her. It's not that simple. Ugh. Before Yangqing could finish his sentence, Xianxia had already pounced on him. She hooked her arms around his neck and pressed her thin cherry lips tightly against Yangqing's. Yangqing's mind was in a mess. Before he could even react, this fiery scene had already unfolded. The guests gasped in shock while Park Cheon and the others paled. Xianxia's kiss was forceful and jerky, but she gave it her all. It was as if words could no longer express her repressed emotions. She wanted to give everything she had to him. Yangqing's consciousness gradually became muddled. His mind was in a whirl. The girl's alluring scent was like a drug that intoxicated his brain. In his mind, scenes of the past appeared one by one, like an old movie. At the entrance of the police station, the girl stuffed the crescent pendant into the man's hand. "Uncle, this is for you. My mother left this for me. She said it's a talisman. I'm giving it to you now. How can I accept such a precious thing? Uncle, you're the first person who's willing to step forward to protect me. You've made me feel like I'm being treated well. I used to think that this talisman was protecting me. But now, as long as I have Uncle, I don't have to be afraid." The girl's serious eyes were filled with radiance. On the white snow, the girl sat on the swing while the man squatted in front of her. "Ah. What a beautiful girl. I can't bear to let you go when I see you. Little girl, will you come home with me? Although I'm a little too young to be your father, will you be my little sister? Answer me, will you?" "Yes, I will." The girl cried tears of joy. "Xianxia, if you think that everyone in this world has wronged you, then you must remember that there's one person who will let the entire world down for you." In the dark of the night, the girl fell from the bridge and landed in the man's arms. "I hate you." The man grinned. "Hate me if you want, it's better than letting me down." The girl's eyes were red. She suddenly wrapped her arms around the man's neck and hugged him tightly. "Su Xianxiu, don't ever think that you're a burden to the people who love you. You're the one and only Su Xianxiu in this world. Your life, whether it's for you or for all of us, is the most precious." Yangqing felt as if he had woken up from a dream. He could feel a cool liquid on his cheeks and lips. Xianxiu cried because of Yangqing's indifference. But at this moment, Yangqing's hands were firmly wrapped around the girl's waist. Through the exquisite wedding dress, he could feel her soft skin. Xianxiu's breath stagnated. Her cheeks were flushed red. She blinked her eyes and looked at Yangqing. "I told you that you're still young. Why are you crying?" Yangqing smiled in relief. "Su Xianxiu, I've lost this time. I admit that I like you." Xianxiu's eyes were misty at first, but they gradually turned into ecstasy. In the end, her thin lips trembled and her delicate body trembled, turning into a touch of shyness. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if they would burst at any time. "But, can you give me some time? I've always wanted to treat you as my little sister. But now that you're like this, I know. This is enough." Xianxiu smiled blissfully like a flower. She was like an innocent little girl who had received candy. "No. Xianxiu, you can't be with Mr. Yang." Park Cheon, who had been staring blankly, finally reacted and blurted out in panic, "You're the heir of the Park family. How can you treat your life like a child's play?" Yangqing was displeased when he heard this. "Geezer Park, I don't like what you're saying. Why is it a child's play when you're with me? Mr. Yang, you're my savior, but the Park family Star Moon Group needs a qualified heir. You're a married man. If you're with my Xianxiu, won't you make the Park family a laughingstock?" Park Cheon was furious, but he dared not express it. Yangqing was too unfathomable, and he knew that his identity as an Asian tycoon was insignificant to Yangqing. Xianxiu let go of Yangqing and walked to her grandfather. She puffed out her chest and said, "Grandfather, you once destroyed my mother's love. She lost because my father is not as good as you. But this time I won't let you succeed. This is my, Su Xianxiu's, life. I will love a man you don't like without any regrets, but a man who can defeat you." Park Cheon's face was pale as he recalled the past of Xianxiu's mother, Park Ji. He was at a loss for words. "Xianxiu. Grandfather is doing this for your own good. That's just what you think. But you saw it yourself. You're doing this for my own good, but I almost lost my life here. If it weren't for Brother Yang, I wouldn't have been able to open my eyes today. Park Cheon staggered a few steps back, feeling guilty. He then glared at Kim Jip and Eun-young. Kim Jip had been hugging Eun-young tightly since the beginning. The young pair of ill-fated lovebirds didn't care what others thought of them. They just wanted to hug each other quietly and openly. It's all your fault. I've been so good to you. How can you treat my Xianxia like this? Park Cheon roared at Kim Jip. A trace of guilt flashed across Kim Jip's face, but his gaze remained resolute. He said in a low voice, "I'll do anything for Eun-young." Eun-young looked at the man affectionately. She felt incomparable happiness and satisfaction at this moment. Leader Park. Yang Ching walked to Park Cheon's side, hooked his arm around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Actually, you should be happy right now." Park Cheon snorted coldly. Mr. Yang sure knows how to speak nicely. I thought Mr. Yang was an open-minded and righteous man, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn as to not let my Jin show off. Look at you, saying such stupid things again. The people here aren't stupid. Do you think that after the incident with Eun-young's mother, they would really look up to you, President Park? You and I are actually the same. Men will always have regrets, and there will always be times when they let a woman down. The key is to be responsible. If you do something wrong, then you have to treat the woman better. You have already let down Yanzhong's mother for more than 20 years. Now, Eun-jong is right in front of you. She is your biological daughter, and she has become so beautiful and outstanding. More importantly, Kim Jip is dead set on her. In my opinion, you can still live for more than 100 years. After so many years, don't tell me you can't even give birth to a grandson? Park Cheon's gaze froze when he heard this. He turned to look at Yang Ching with a frown on his face as if he was considering the feasibility of Yang Cheng's words. Indeed, from Yang Cheng's words, it seemed as if Eun-young was more valuable to the family than Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was still too young and her heart was not here. She had lived in Xianxia since she was a child and could not stand the sudden upper-class life, not to mention the family business that she was not interested in. However, Eun-young was different. Although this child came with the intention of taking revenge on her biological father, she did not do anything to harm the family. It was evident that loyalty to the family flowed in her blood. Coupled with Eun-young's ability to endure hardships, she was definitely the best heir to the family. With this in mind, Park Cheon's expression changed drastically. He staggered toward Eun-young and said, "Eun-young, Kim Jip, if you promise me one thing, I will not pursue what you have done to Xianxia today." Kim Jip and Eun-young stared at Park Cheon in disbelief. They could not believe that Park Cheon would let them go. They were the ones who tried to poison Xianxia to death. In fact, they had underestimated Park Cheon. At the end of the day, he was shrewd and ruthless. At the end of the day, he could discard any familial ties as long as his family and his business empire were stable. That was the best choice. "President, what do you want?" Eun-young asked in a trembling voice. Park Cheon's eyes flickered as he stared at Eun-young. "You are my biological daughter. Whether you admit it or not, I will always treat you as my own daughter. Kim Jip is also my right-hand man. I don't object to the two of you being together, but from now on, you must be a member of the Park family. You must devote everything you have to the Park family and Star Moon Group." What? Eun-young and Kim Jip exchanged a look. This was undoubtedly a wonderful punishment for them. "I will teach you how to run the company and manage the family. I don't need you to forgive me for what I did to your mother. I only hope that you can protect the honor of the Park family as the daughter of the Park family," Park Cheon said. Eun-young's eyes were brimming with tears. She had no reason to refuse, whether it was for herself or Kim Jip. She nodded firmly. "Thank you, President." She did hate Park Cheon to the core, but blood was thicker than water. Living in the Park family for many years, she gradually understood how cruel it was to survive in a large family. She also understood that it was inevitable for Park Cheon to make some ruthless decisions. Moreover, Park Cheon was willing to let them go. Naturally, she felt grateful. Park Cheon let out a relaxed smile, revealing the expression of a kind father. "This is what you deserve, my daughter." Park Ji-yeon and the other members of the Park family couldn't help but look sour at this scene. They didn't expect that Eun-young would be pushed to the throne after Xianxia was gone. Jane, who had been watching silently, walked to Yang Cheng's side and teased, "What a good plan. Not only did he get a little beauty, but he also got the Park family in order." Yang Cheng grinned. "Park Ji-yeon isn't stupid. I'm just giving him a heads up. Isn't that good?" "Xianxia, do you really not hate Eun-young?" Jane asked the girl again. Xianxia shook her head. There was only a happy smile on her face. "No, if it wasn't for Auntie, I wouldn't have the chance to ask Brother Yang to confess." "What do you mean by confess?" "I didn't break the law," Yang Cheng said awkwardly. "You've already smashed someone into meat paste. You didn't break the law?" Jane rolled her eyes. The smell of blood still lingered on the grass. At this time, Eun-young and Kim Jip followed Park Ji-yeon to stand in front of Yang Cheng. "Mr. Yang, thank you for sparing our lives." Kim Jip and Eun-young bowed. "You should be grateful to Xianxia. She didn't blame you for leaving all her wealth to you," Yang Cheng said. Xianxia giggled as she stepped forward and grabbed Eun-young's hand. "I didn't expect Sister Eun-young to be my auntie. No wonder you're so close. You have to be with Kim Jip in the future. I've given you my fiancé. You have to have a chubby boy with him so Grandpa will have an heir." Eun-young looked at Xianxia shyly and gratefully. Thank you, Mississippi. You're still calling me Mississippi," Xianxia pouted. "Thank you, Xianxia." Eun-young was clearly not used to the change in her identity. Park Ji-yeon was overjoyed when he saw this. He laughed heartily and said to the guests, "I'm very happy today. My daughter Eun-young is back. Although the wedding didn't go through, I'll soon hold a wedding for Kim Jip and Eun-young. Everyone has been shocked today. I hope you'll come again next time." When he said this, none of the guests responded. They were all awkwardly smiling stiffly. It was obvious that they were frightened by today's bloody scene. Yang Cheng frowned and looked around. "I'm asking you a question. Are you all mute?" The guests immediately responded loudly when they heard Yang Cheng's question. They all expressed their willingness to attend the wedding, afraid that they would be the next target. Park Ji-yeon looked at the people around him with disdain. With his relationship with Yang Cheng in the future, his position in Korea would become even more secure. This was undoubtedly the biggest gain Xianxia had after following Yang Cheng. With Gong Jicheng dead, the Gong family only had the ruthless Gong Wu left. There was nothing to fear. Park Ji-yeon could easily devour the Gong family, and the officials would never offend the Park family for the sake of such a Gong family. Even if someone were to spread rumors about today's incident, it would be a trivial matter. Park Ji-yeon couldn't care less. Power and wealth determined everything. 2 days later, Kim Jip and Eun-young were officially married and the wedding ceremony was held as scheduled. There was no need to rush, but Yang Cheng's mind was set on refining the dragonization pills to help the women improve their cultivation. Hence, he could not care less and ordered Park Ji-yeon to finish as soon as possible so that Xianxia could take care of her family matters and An-chin could go to the Mediterranean Sea to cultivate. Xianxia was just getting started. Although Yang Cheng could help her reach the peak of the Hotian realm in a short period of time, it could not be done in one go. When everything was over, Yang Cheng sent a plane to Zhonghai to pick up Tang Wan, An-chin, Li Jingjing, and the rest. Of course, the chubby little girl was the first to go. As for Xiao Qi-ching, Yang Cheng wanted her to tag along for fear that he would neglect the girls. However, Xiao Qi-ching rejected him with the excuse that she wanted to accompany Mother Wang. Yang Cheng did not force the issue since Mother Wang was indeed lonely and Ma Guifeng had yet to return from her hometown. When everyone arrived at the Forgotten Kingdom, the Kai sisters, Cheng Wei, Mo Chenni, and Lu Mingyu were already waiting at the airport. It was spring and the Mediterranean Sea was filled with birds and flowers. The women were dressed in colorful, island-style gauze dresses. Yang Cheng had not seen Cheng Wei and the other women for a long time. It was inevitable that he would kiss and hug them while reminiscing about them. However, Cheng Wei and Kai Ning were both at the soul formation stage and had their own understanding of the heavenly Tao. Their horizons were broad and they were no longer as sensitive to the feelings between men and women as they used to be. Although Yang Cheng's figure was engraved in the depths of their hearts, they would not show it too obviously. On the contrary, Yangqing was more like a child begging for love, which made women feel a little helpless. Perhaps in front of the person they liked, a man would never grow up. Suddenly, there were 10 flirtatious women on the island, and they were all His Majesty Pluto's women. This made the underground world experts living in seclusion on the island feel particularly interested. There were no secular laws here. As long as they were His Majesty Pluto's women, they needed to be treated with the status of a mistress. This was a principle that the people living here had to understand. Fortunately, these women did not have a bad temper. At most, Choi Yun was more important and would always find those hidden experts to spar with. However, this was only a small matter. No one felt that Choi Yun was very annoying. Lanlan's arrival set off a small wave of excitement on the island because everyone knew that she was the child of 17 and Yangqing. This was extraordinary. Everyone understood what 17 meant to Yangqing, so they all wanted to curry favor with this little princess. All of a sudden, she had so many aunts, uncles, aunties, and grandpas around her. She couldn't help but feel a little happy and troubled because these elders would find delicious food and fun things for her from all over the place. She almost didn't have time to cultivate. If she was slow, her dad would spank her. However, what interested Lanlan the most was the endless sea. She could swim and surf in the sea. There were also many children of the island residents who could play with her. The parents of these children were experts in certain aspects. They were either bandits, cold-blooded mercenaries, or cold-blooded killers. Although they had retired, the first thing they taught their children was survival of the strong. Their children had also received some special training since they were young. They admired the little princess with superb skills from the bottom of their hearts. They all followed behind Lanlan. Even some teenagers listened to Lanlan's words. Lanlan was overjoyed. It turned out that her dad was right. The children in the kindergarten were afraid of Lanlan because they were too weak. These children had some skills, so naturally, they were not afraid of her. Instead, they liked to play with her. Especially when she killed a stupid shark and dragged it to the beach, everyone looked at her with such happiness. The women knew that Yangqing was here to quickly increase everyone's strength. Naturally, they did not want to be a burden. They all wanted to compete with each other. After all, Xianxia, Kai Ning, and Hui Lin had all entered the soul-forming stage. During this period of time, Xianxia and Kai Ning used the pills that Yangqing gave them to quickly increase their cultivation. They had both entered the soul-forming middle stage. There was a huge gap that they had to catch up to. On the first day that Yangqing arrived, he could not be bothered to see his old friends. He went into the basement of the castle and started to refine pills in seclusion. There was only one phoenix blood vermilion fruit. Yangqing did not know how many dragon transformation pills he could make. Furthermore, the ingredients were precious, so he had to make sure that there were no mistakes. Therefore, Yangqing was especially serious when refining pills this time. He was completely focused and meticulous. A pill like the dragon transformation pill, which could be described as an immortal pill, was naturally not something that could be completed in a day. Yangqing continued to condense the samadhi true fire. He used the chaos cauldron to refine it for 3 days and 3 nights before completing one furnace. When the dragon transformation pill in the chaos cauldron was successfully refined, the entire basement emitted a faint dragon roar and a bright light shone. Yangqing was stunned. This immortal pill was indeed extraordinary. It could actually bring out the extraordinary effects of the dragon soul and vermilion fruit. Looking at the Tushan golden pill record that Yu Xuaning gave him, Yangqing could not help but feel grateful. If it was not for the 9-tailed celestial fox, he would not have been able to obtain this top ancient pill refining method. It was a pity that Yu Xuaning's life and death could not be predicted. Yangqing could only sigh. He was not strong enough to care about her life. Yangqing's success in refining the pill had already attracted Xianxia and Kai Ning, who were cultivating on the reef of the island. The 2 women flew to the outside of the castle with excitement and joy, waiting for their beloved man to come out of seclusion. Yangqing walked out and saw the 2 women looking at him with a smile. He deliberately raised his eyebrows and said, "You guys rushed over in such a hurry, I will not give you the dragon transformation pill. This is for me to break through to the Xiantian realm. You two soul formation stage cultivators are not allowed to snatch it. Go, Ning-er and I are not that bad. Xianxia, who was wearing a purple gauze dress, floated to Yang Cheng's side and reached out to touch Yang Cheng's cheek. She said with distress, "Your face is a little pale. 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop samadhi true fire, even you will be injured." Hee, my vitality is a little injured, but Xianxia baby, let me suck some of your nectar. I will recover immediately. Yang Cheng grinned and lowered his head to bite Xianxia's lips. A wet and hot lingering kiss made Kai Ning, who was watching from the side, feel a little overwhelmed. She coughed and said, "Okay, tell me, how many did you refine? Is it enough?" Lips separated, Xianxia smiled and said, "Yo, Ning-er is jealous. You can kiss me too, I won't fight with you." Kai Ning ignored her teasing and pretended not to hear it with a blushing face. Yang Cheng smiled and walked forward, each of his hands hugging a beauty. He said, "There are too few phoenix blood vermilion fruits, I only managed to gather 10. You and Xianxia can't eat them, but the others can break through from Hotian to Xiantian. That's already not bad. Judging from the spiritual energy of these elixirs, they are definitely not ordinary. Xianxia and I have already eaten them, so the effects are not that great. Let's leave them for the other sisters," Kai Ning said indifferently as usual. Yang Cheng smiled and said, "Ning-er, be good. What's so good about elixirs? Don't feel regretful. Your man will definitely use other things to feed you. Speaking of which, it seems like it has grown a little bigger, is it because I developed it?" Kai Ning didn't understand what he meant. Looking at Yang Cheng's lecherous eyes staring at her chest, she was so angry that she stepped on Yang Cheng's foot. Too shameless. However, her heart was palpitating. Ever since the infatuation on Sicily, the two of them hadn't had any intimate actions. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want it at all. After all, enjoying the pleasure of being with the man they loved was too wonderful for words. Yang Cheng joked with the two girls, but he didn't fall into the land of gentleness. Very quickly, Yang Cheng called the women back to the castle. These days, the women each claimed a room. This castle was really too big, so there was more than enough room for everyone to live in. However, in the master bedroom, not a single woman went to live in it. Yang Cheng took out the refined dragon transformation elixir. Inside the jade bottle, the dragon transformation elixir emitted a faint golden radiance. It was as exquisite as a pearl. Tang Wan, Anqin, Choi Yun, Li Jingjing, Lu Mingyu, and Mo Qianni, and Jane each took one. As for Xianxia, because she had only cultivated for a few days, even with the support of a large number of low-grade elixirs given by Yang Cheng, her Hotian true qi hadn't reached its peak yet. Yang Cheng wasn't in a hurry to give it to her because she wouldn't be able to bear it. Out of the 10 elixirs, there were still 2 left. Yang Cheng thought that he should give one to Lin Ruoxi. However, Yang Cheng wasn't in a hurry to give the elixir to Lin Ruoxi. If the women chose to break through, he had to see how they were doing first. Seeing the women's nervous expressions, Yang Cheng said in a serious tone, "Let me say this first. Although this dragon transformation pill is powerful, from what I know, there will be great pain after consuming it. The feeling of cleansing the meridians and marrow is definitely not pleasant. If you don't want to try it, it's fine. I'm not a strict master, but a man who wants you to be beautiful and safe. I'm not forcing you to improve quickly. After all, even if you reach the Xiantian realm, it doesn't mean that you can enter the soul formation stage." Seeing Yang Cheng's serious expression, the women felt both touched and amused. "You speak as if we're 3 years old. Don't you know that us women are willing to endure any hardship in order to maintain our beauty?" Tang Wan smiled. Yang Cheng scratched his head. "The main thing is that I'm not sure how painful the meridians and marrow cleansing process is. If you guys are in pain, my heart will ache. At least you have some conscience. Then take good care of them. I'll be the first to eat it." Choi Yun was the most impatient. She picked up the dragon transformation pill and stuffed it into her mouth. There was no doubt that she wanted to be the first test subject. Her courage was so great that the other women couldn't help but feel nervous for her. "Yanyan. Don't. Aya." As the older sister, Kai Ning's heart was in her throat. Seeing that Choi Yun had already consumed the dragon transformation pill, she quickly carried her sister and flew to the basement. Yangqing followed closely behind. He had to see with his own eyes whether Choi Yan could refine the entire dragon transformation pill. In the basement, Choi Yan sat on a soft woven mat. Her body was covered in sweat. The dragon transformation pill's effect was much faster than expected. From Choi Yan's entire body, one could see pure Xiantian spiritual energy surging unceasingly. One could sense that the dragon transformation pill was flowing through her meridians, cleansing the impurities in her body, stabilizing and expanding her meridians. Kaining was nervous. She was constantly paying attention to the movement of spiritual energy in Choi Yan's body. She was afraid that her meridians wouldn't be able to hold on and would explode. There were a few times when she was in danger. She wanted to transfer her true essence to help Choi Yan. However, Yangqing stopped her. He shook his head and said, "Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't disturb Yonyan." The process of the dragon transformation pill cleansing is the most delicate process of integrating one's body and spiritual qi. If you don't rely on your own efforts to persevere, it will be a great loss to your comprehension, and it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Kaining also knew what was going on, but she was still worried. Fortunately, Choi Yan had an iron temperament. She gritted her teeth and persisted with the cultivation technique that Yangqing had taught her. She circulated the spiritual energy in her body, expelling the traces of impurities. The spiritual energy in her dantian gradually settled down. Even so, Choi Yan was in so much pain that her teeth chattered. She relied on her willpower to persevere. After more than an hour, Choi Yan's body was covered in a layer of black and blood-red stains. It was the result of the large amount of impurities that had been expelled from her body. However, Choi Yan seemed to be much more at ease than before. She wasn't disturbed by the outside world. Instead, she was able to smoothly adjust the qualitative change in her body's true essence. Yangqing's eyes lit up. The other girls also noticed that something was amiss. Yonyan's aura is so much stronger than before? Kaining exclaimed in disbelief. The dragon transformation pill is indeed a celestial elixir from ancient times. When I first entered the innate stage, my true essence wasn't this strong. I'm afraid I've already entered the middle stage of the innate stage, Chang Wei said. Yangqing laughed and said, "Alright, Yonyan has already passed the critical stage. The effect of the dragon transformation pill hasn't ended yet. She must have entered the middle stage of the innate stage because her body is filled with innate spiritual energy and true essence. This is a great opportunity. Let's not disturb her. Let's go out first." The path of cultivation was heaven-defying because it went against common sense. Logically speaking, there were many things in the world that could be made up for by hard work. However, this was not the case when it came to cultivation. More often than not, talent and luck determined the outcome of cultivation. Just like the deceased Master Chong. He only entered the demigod stage when he was over 100 years old. His appearance had already aged and he had to wait for another 100 years to enter the tribulation stage. As for Yangqing, a young man in his 20s, he managed to enter the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder tribulation from the innate stage in 2 years. He was not far from the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder tribulation. Even though Yangchen had his own tenacity, it was undeniable that it was also a great opportunity for him to comprehend the difference in talent and bone structure. It wasn't something that could be made up for by cultivating all day and night. In comparison, Yangqing's girls entered the innate stage and even the demigod stage in such a short period of time. Compared to Yangqing, they had more resources and far surpassed the hidden families and the experts from Hongmeng. After confirming the effect of the dragon transformation pill, Yangqing was not in a hurry to let the girls break through. It was already late at night and it was rare for everyone to get together. As the head of the family, Yangqing naturally had to come for a meal. He had not talked to the chubby little girl for a few days and wanted to see how her homework was going. Yangqing missed her very much. Dinner was served in the dining hall in the castle. The chef hired by Ron quickly prepared a whole table of dishes that combined Chinese and Western cuisines. The dazzling array of food was dazzling and appetizing. Yangqing sat on the master's seat and the girls on both sides were talking and laughing. They seemed to be very harmonious. Yangqing had a slight smile on his face, but he could not help but feel a little regretful. It was a pity that some people might never be able to sit and eat with them. Lan Lan had eaten more than when she was in Zhonghai these days. Her little face seemed to have become rounder, but Yangqing thought that his daughter was beautiful no matter how. He looked at her, so it did not matter at all. "Daddy, when are we going back to Zhonghai?" Lan Lan's seat was close to Yangqing. At this moment, she was grabbing a huge turkey leg and gnawing on it. Yangqing smiled and said, "What's wrong? Not having fun here?" Lan Lan pouted, "I'm happy, but Lan Lan misses the children in kindergarten." Speaking of which, after the novelty of the island, the chubby little girl felt that the colorful urban life in Zhonghai was more interesting. Although the children there were not as good as here, the children on the island were mostly boys. Even if there were girls, they were all tomboys. They did not know how to play house when Lan Lan wanted to play. They only knew how to call her princess all day long. There are still 2 days before kindergarten starts. "Daddy will take you back then." Yangqing touched his daughter's head. "Me too." Mo Qianni was sitting beside Lan Lan. "Auntie Qianni will accompany Lan Lan back and send Lan Lan to school, okay?" Lan Lan immediately smiled sweetly and nodded. At this time, a figure rushed in from outside the dining room like a gust of wind. "You guys are too much. You left me alone in the basement and actually had such a happy dinner." Impressively, it was Choi Yan who had already woken up from her meditative state. Choi Yan, who had already washed her body and changed into a clean set of clothes, looked as light as a swallow at this moment. Her every movement revealed a sense of lightness and agility. Late-stage Xiantian. Yangqing, Chengwei, and Kaining looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The effect of the dragon transformation pill was far beyond their imagination. The women hurriedly asked Choi Yan how she was feeling, but Choi Yan didn't care so much. She rushed to the table and picked up a large fried Australian lobster and started eating. Wait for me to eat something. I'm starving to death," Choi Yan said vaguely. In the process of removing all the impurities in her body, Choi Yan had an empty stomach, so she was naturally very hungry. Lan Lan suddenly cried out and stood up as if she was about to cry. She shouted, "Auntie Yonian, you're so bad." "That's because Lan Lan saved up to eat it. You're not allowed to snatch it from Lan Lan." Choi Yan puffed up her cheeks and said with her glossy red lips, "I doted on you for nothing. It's just a lobster. Auntie, I want to eat it." As she spoke, she even raised her head at Lan Lan. Lan Lan pursed her lips, her heart aching. Her little face was filled with pity. "Ai, Yonian, you're really too much. Why are you fighting with Lan Lan? Can't you just eat something else?" Kaining tugged at her sister's clothes and said helplessly. Choi Yan said righteously, "Sis, you don't understand. You can't spoil a child too much, especially a child like our little friend Lan Lan. Her living conditions are too good, so everyone spoils her. It's especially important to let her know that adults also need to eat. It's not because adults don't like to eat that they let her eat. Otherwise, the child will be spoiled. You're really reasonable. You're clearly fighting with a child." Kaining shook her head and sighed. However, with Choi Yan and Lan Lan joking around, the dinner became especially amusing. Amidst the laughter, time passed quickly. At night, Yangqing naturally wouldn't let go of Kaining and Chengwei, who he hadn't been intimate with for a long time. Both of them were at the middle stage of the soul formation stage. Although their physical strength couldn't compare to Yangqing's, it wasn't a problem for them to last the whole night. Yangqing met his match and used all his tricks. The two women couldn't handle it. It wasn't that their physical strength couldn't keep up, but the heat of embarrassment made them feel like they were about to melt. It made them feel like they were in a dream and they didn't know where they were. In the end, the conservative Kaining also became dizzy and let go of her inner restraint. She intertwined with Yangqing and Chengwei and made some positions that she wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. The two women didn't stop Yangqing's incessant demands. First, they could still handle it. Second, they wanted children too much. Especially after interacting with Lan Lan, their desire to have children was especially strong. However, there was still a big gap between the soul formation stage and Yangqing's. Although there was a chance of getting pregnant, it wasn't high. When the sky started to brighten, Yangqing didn't know how many times he had climbed to the peak with Xianxia. The three of them laid together, naked. Yangqing was in the middle, one hand holding the other. They could feel each other's breath, pulse, and feel the sweet peace. Suddenly, Xianxia's enchanting body twisted and left Yangqing's embrace. She leaned her two white jade legs on Yangqing's thighs. Her full and perky buttocks were pressed against Yangqing's thighs. "What are you doing, Xianxia baby? We haven't seen each other for so long, why don't you let me hug you more?" Yangqing asked with a smile. "It seems like it will flow out if I lie flat." "What a pity. If I lean like this, it won't flow out. Maybe it can increase the chance of pregnancy," Xianxia said. The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. He smiled bitterly at the naive woman and said, "How can there be such a thing? Don't I always rush to the very front? I always get pregnant. There's no harm in trying." Xianxia insisted. "Xianxia, I heard that a man's penis can survive in a woman's body for a day or two. Don't tell me you've been sticking out your legs and butt for the past 2 days? I'll call the other sisters to see you and bring you some food and drinks." Ning'er even knows about this. "It seems like you care a lot about it and went to investigate it?" Xianxia teased. Ning rolled her eyes and turned her head away, ignoring her. Yangqing sighed and said in a serious tone, "Since you guys want children so badly, why don't I sacrifice a little and give you a little more to give you more hope?" "What are you talking about? Poor? That's so unpleasant to hear." Xianxia kicked Yangqing and scolded with a smile, "Later on, you should protect the sisters and help them break through to the Xiantian realm. We must have made a lot of noise last night. They will laugh at us." "What are you afraid of? Everyone is the same. Tonight, I will harm others. I won't let you guys suffer. Let me tell you, Tangwan's voice is actually louder than yours. When the time comes, you can listen to it." Yangqing was very excited. "Dream on, isn't it comfortable to be hugging a woman on your left and right? You're lucky. If you really have the ability, let me and Ning'er go and watch this." Yangqing said seriously, "I will continue to fight for the cause of sleeping together. Just you wait, darling Xianxia." Ning shook her head, "I don't want to see it, and I don't want anyone else to see it either. You two go crazy." "Humph, that's not up to you. Watch me subdue you little traitor right now." Xianxia laughed and suddenly pounced on Ning. Ning did not give in. "Who's the big sister?" The two women laughed and shouted. In an instant, they twisted together. Their white flesh squeezed, their beautiful buttocks rubbed, and their pink thighs intertwined. Yangqing looked at the woman who was fighting on the bed and sighed in satisfaction. If one day, he didn't have to worry about a stable life and could live in seclusion here without competing with the world, then what else could he ask for? In order to better break through to the next realm, the castle did not have breakfast. After the women woke up early, they followed the cultivation technique that Yangqing had given them and adjusted the Xianxia in their bodies. When they were ready, all the girls took the dragon transformation pill in the basement. Yangqing, Ning, and Xianxia stood guard by the side, ready to help the women who could not hold on at any time. Last night, Choi Yun had personally experienced the pain of the meridian cleansing. Thus, when she saw the other sisters forcefully enduring the pain, she felt the same and tensed up all her muscles. Time slowly passed, and the entire basement was filled with the powerful spirit energy emitted by the dragon transformation pill. Yangqing suddenly realized that there was a benefit to everyone taking the dragon transformation pill, which was to increase the density of the spirit energy to a higher level. This had a certain effect on the meridian cleansing. The density of the Hotian Qi also affected the speed of the women's meridian cleansing. At noon, Tang Wan and Mo Qianni both completed their breakthroughs, followed closely by Lu Mingyu and Anxin. In the afternoon, Li Jingjing, who had cultivated for a relatively short time, also successfully passed the critical stage. There were a few times when Xianxia couldn't help but want to help, but was stopped by Yangqing. Fortunately, she passed the critical stage safely. The women who had completed their breakthroughs were excited, as they realized the changes in their bodies. The Xiantian Qi in their Dantian had condensed, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, when they noticed the filth on their bodies, they felt disgusted and quickly ran to wash and change their clothes, just like Choi Yun. When the women had all changed into clean clothes and returned to the basement, they discovered that Jane, who had not broken through in the end, was still sitting there cross-legged, motionless. "Hubby, Jane doesn't seem to be in much pain. Is she in a meditative state like Yonyan?" Anchin asked curiously. Yongqing was also surprised by this. He nodded and said, "Jane is similar to Yonyan. Both of them have undergone very strict training, and their physiques are quite outstanding before they start cultivating. Therefore, the pain of the meridian cleansing is much lighter. This way, they have enough energy to feel the instantaneous changes during the breakthrough. Relatively speaking, Jane has some innate advantages that we don't have. She is very knowledgeable. Even someone like me, who has a photographic memory, doesn't know as much as she does. Because only Jane knows a lot about the universe, civilization, and life that transcend the modern era. We will never know what she is thinking about. She won't tell us because we won't understand. She used to have more contact with Western civilization, but now she has integrated with our Eastern cultivation culture. Maybe she can embark on a special path of cultivation. You see, Jane's meditative state is obviously much easier than that of Yonyan. There are not many painful changes, and she has entered this realm safely. Moreover, her absorption of spiritual qi is particularly fast. It seems to be true. Her current innate qi is almost as thick as Yonyan's. Maybe it won't be long before she will step into the deity transformation realm. Her wisdom is really terrifying," Xianxia exclaimed. The ancient Buddhist Bodhisattva Vimalakirti once said, "Magical power can be used in all directions, wisdom is broad in the sand world. Wisdom is the application of the law, wisdom is the understanding of Tao." In fact, Jane's Tao has long been deeply rooted in her wisdom. I taught her cultivation method just to clear the fog in her heart. Yang Cheng's words were also quite emotional. Yang Cheng had always felt that his talent was the highest among all the people he had met so far, but now looking at Jane, perhaps this woman was almost on par with him. "Let's not disturb her. Let's all leave. Jane may have now entered a deeper level of dhyana than meditative state to comprehend the heavenly way," Yang Cheng said. The women naturally would not object. They were also somewhat envious of Jane's talent, but after all, everyone was different, and they couldn't force it. What's more, entering the innate realm would make their appearance not age for at least decades, which was enough to make them extremely excited. Once Jane entered dhyana, it took a full day and night, and there was no sign of her coming out. Yang Qing went to check on her once and saw that the stains on the woman's body had been cleaned up. This was really strange, and he didn't know how Jane did it in the process of dhyana. But Jane's innate qi was indeed getting thicker and thicker, and it had reached the peak of the innate realm. Yang Qing even felt that she was really going to step into the deity transformation realm, and she only needed an epiphany of Tao. Jane's face, which looked more and more lustrous, maintained a faint and comfortable smile. Yang Qing knew that the woman was immersed in a special kind of comprehension, just like when he saw the ant nest and had an epiphany. It was a mysterious and wonderful experience. In the blink of an eye, another day and night passed. Jane still did not get out of meditation, but the entire basement's spiritual energy had been absorbed, and the surrounding spiritual energy was also constantly being absorbed. Yang Qing was more and more convinced that it would not be surprising if Jane successfully entered the soul formation stage. Moreover, although it was the same soul formation stage, there were different levels. Entering the soul formation stage on the basis of having extremely powerful innate true qi was different from ordinary entering the soul formation stage. The solid innate true qi was transformed into true essence, and the power was greatly different. On the other side, the women who had entered the innate realm began to train their combat skills. They did not expect to be able to kill many people, but they wanted to have a stronger ability to protect themselves. Yang Qing once read a large number of martial arts books of various sects in the Tang sect. After analyzing and sorting them out, he compiled them into a series of comprehensive moves. These moves were not very gorgeous, but they were very practical. However, the women's martial arts foundation was limited, so it would inevitably take some time to learn. The wind was gentle, the sun was bright, and there were no clouds in the sky. In the west, on a beach near the castle, the white sand was endless. Here, Yangqing guided the women in actual combat training, which was actually to prepare for entering the soul formation stage in the future. In the battle above the soul formation stage, although magic weapons and spells occupied the largest proportion, to put it bluntly, it was to transform physical attacks into a large amount of true essence attacks. So as long as they learned these combat skills, the battle of the soul formation stage was also an extended skill. The most important thing was that Yangqing wanted to cultivate the women's fighting philosophy. Moves were dead, but people were alive. A real master didn't care about moves at all. How could they kill the opponent? Anqing baby, you're too soft. If you keep fighting like this, you'll be beaten into the sea by Tangwan. Jingjing, don't always think about suppressing Qinni. Try to defend first, and then look for an opportunity to fight back. Yangqing explained and guided them one by one, and the women were also extremely serious. Kaining and Changwei also assisted from the side. They were all in the innate realm, so they learned very quickly and were not difficult to teach. To Yangqing's surprise, Lu Mingyu's comprehension of the concept of fighting was actually very outstanding. Originally, Choi Yun had Xiantian late-stage Xianxia and was proficient in fighting techniques, but when Lu Mingyu fought with Choi Yun, she did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Relying on the martial arts that Yangqing had taught her, she was evenly matched with Choi Yun. Hubby, did you notice? Mingyu seems to be very good at using force to fight, using softness to overcome hardness. This has something to do with the contents of Tai Chi in the martial arts that you taught her, but Mingyu's usage is very interesting. Yonyan has a fiery temper, and her attacks are accurate and fast, but she still can't do anything to Mingyu. Kaining was quite surprised. Yangqing smiled in satisfaction. Mingyu's temperament is more like yours, but compared to you, Mingyu has a more ordinary heart. Although her comprehension is average, as the saying goes, having no desires makes one strong. She doesn't ask for the best in anything, nor is she obsessed with fighting for anything. She's not anxious or impatient. With this kind of calm mentality, if she breaks through to the soul formation stage, I'm afraid her future will be limitless. Seeing that Choi Yun was a little angry at Lu Mingyu's calmness, Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. Yangqing was naturally happy that his woman had such outstanding cultivation prospects, because this way, he would be more confident. Just when the women were fully focused, a white silhouette floated down from the north. Yangqing, Changwei, and Kaining had long noticed it, and they looked over in surprise. Dressed in a white, pleated dress, she looked like a fairy on the waves, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. It was Hui Lin. Hui Lin was getting more and more like an international superstar, and her otherworldly aura made her look like a lotus flower rising from the water. Hui Lin, why are you here? Yangqing joked. The international superstar is here, and I have to arrange for someone to welcome her. Hui Lin smiled and greeted the women shyly. Big brother Yang, don't laugh at me. I'm just a singer. Why are you talking about me like those people? Hui Lin, who had just released a new album, was already on an international tour. February and March was just in time for the Milan Fashion Week's Autumn and Winter Fashion Week, and she was in Italy to attend some international fashion shows. Knowing that Yangqing and the women were on the island, Hui Lin came looking for them. Using her divine sense, she found this place. Hui Lin, you're the darling of the world's major media now. Aren't you afraid that the staff will go crazy by coming here and going missing? Anqing chuckled. Hui Lin smiled. I used to care about these things, but I don't know why, but after entering the soul formation stage, I feel that these things are trivial, and I don't want to care about the staff's emotions. I told them that I wanted to travel alone for a day, and it's up to them how they want to appease the media. It doesn't matter what the result is. That's because your perspective has changed. Above the soul formation stage, you're truly extraordinary. You naturally have a different outlook on the people in the secular world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators willing to enter Hongmeng. To most cultivators, the charm of the secular world has been greatly reduced. Yangqing said, if you didn't like singing and music, I'm afraid you'd have quit the entertainment industry long ago. Hui Lin nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm only interested in singing and music now. I don't want to go on any programs or do any interviews. You came at the right time. Hui Lin, how about a fight with me? Xiang Wei walked up and said, "You've reached the mid-stage of the soul formation stage, right? I can see that your true essence is not bad. I haven't fought with you yet, and I'm tired of fighting with Ning Er. I'm completely suppressed by my husband, so it's hard for me to find an opponent." Hui Lin was a little hesitant, but when she looked at Yangqing and saw that he was encouraging her, she agreed. Hui Lin had been cultivating with her grandmother, Yun Miao, in Shu Mountain since she was young. In fact, her kung fu had always been good, but girls didn't like to fight and were usually quiet. The girls stopped and watched with interest as Hui Lin and Xiang Wei flew up to the sky and faced each other. "My kung fu comes from Shu Mountain. I'm used to using a sword, but it's not a Dharma treasure. It's just an ordinary sword. If Sister Xiang Wei wants to use a Dharma treasure, it's not fair," Hui Lin said. Although she got the Fengling zither from Yangqing, she didn't plan to use it as a weapon. Firstly, she wasn't good at it, and secondly, she wanted to keep it as a token of love. Yangqing listened by the side, thinking that he should refine some Dharma treasures for the girls in the future. Although he had a handful of mystic water, it was snatched from others, so it wasn't suitable for Hui Lin to use for the time being. It was a pity that he didn't know how to refine Dharma treasures for the time being. He had taken a pile of materials from Master Chong, including dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon skin, dragon tendons, and other rare materials. "Don't worry, I won't use any Dharma treasures. They are all spells that I learned from my Tao of Falling Rain," Xiang Wei said with a relaxed smile. "That's good, I won't stand on ceremony." As Hui Lin spoke, she took out her willow leaf long sword from her mustard summer ring and flew towards Xiang Wei. Xiang Wei twisted her hand, and a mass of water spirit suddenly condensed in front of her, forming a winding chain. It entangled Hui Lin's spinning sword, and slowed down Hui Lin's movement. Hui Lin's long sword emitted a sharp spiral of sword qi, crushing the dense water spirit, and continued to move forward. Xiang Wei flew back unhurriedly, and summoned a large mass of water spirit to condense in midair, forming a dense ice crystal. Like a strong wind of ice crystals, it swept towards Hui Lin. Nebula sword art. Hui Lin turned nimbly, and her true core sprayed out from her long sword, forming a vast cloud of colorful true core. Countless rays of true core turned into sword qi, and shot towards the wind of ice crystals. The fine nebula sword qi collided with the ice crystals, and a series of explosions sounded in the sky, like the rumbling of thunder. In the past, Abbess Yun Miao, who was in the Xiantian realm, had also performed the nebula sword art. However, compared to the nebula sword art performed by Hui Lin, who was in the soul-forming stage, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Xiang Wei skillfully condensed the water spirit into a water shield, blocking the sword qi. She then controlled the large mass of ice crystals to attack Hui Lin from all directions. However, Hui Lin's sword qi was like a dense wall, protecting her whole body. Her sword was like a flower, and she waved her sword, creating numerous sword shadows. She was in a stalemate with Xiang Wei. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Hui Lin condensed a sword qi to protect her body. She passed through the dense mystic water, and slashed apart a few ice crystals, before colliding with Xiang Wei's water shield. Bang! The water shield couldn't withstand the sharp and tearing force of the sword qi, and finally collapsed. Xiang Wei let out a soft cry, and flew back tens of meters. Hui Lin didn't chase after her, as the outcome of this battle had been decided. "Sure enough, I can't beat someone who has been training since childhood. I lost." Rose was a little helpless. Hui Lin was actually a little stronger than Kai Ning. "That's not true." Yangqing explained from the ground, "Xiang Wei babe, your Tao was comprehended from the majestic thunderstorm. It's a vast and boundless Tao, and you're good at overwhelming attacks." Hui Lin used the Shu Mountain sword art. She's better at concentrating her attack power in a one-on-one battle. The sword is a weapon that balances offense and defense, and the sword art is the same. So it's normal for you to lose. Just as Yangqing was about to say something, he was stunned. He suddenly looked towards the direction of the castle, and said in shock, "Jane, broke through." A brand new aura of a soul formation cultivator came from the castle. Without a doubt, it was Jane who had entered the soul formation stage. This aura was something Yangqing had never felt before. It was much more powerful than Xiang Wei, Hui Lin, and Kai Ning. Yangqing felt it was even more powerful than when he entered the soul formation stage. What he cultivated was the genuine endless resolve restoration scripture, a top-notch cultivation method that could allow him to directly enter the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. Even 20,000 years ago, it was rare. What Jane practiced was just a summary of her own cultivation method, which was essentially different from the endless resolve restoration scripture. However, Jane used this cultivation method to reach the soul formation stage in one go. Amazing, the spiritual energy in the surroundings is rushing toward Jane. Her cultivation level should be at the early stage of the soul formation stage, but she has already surpassed Xianxia and I. With her current speed, it won't be long before she enters the early stage of the soul formation stage. Kaining exclaimed. Jane's Tao is probably much more mysterious than ours. That's why she can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an exceptionally fast speed. The Tao of wisdom is indeed an esoteric cultivation method. Yangqing couldn't help but sigh. As the women clicked their tongues in wonder, Jane finally flew out of the castle and landed lightly on the beach. Her amber hair danced in the wind. She was tall and graceful, and her perfect and noble face had a hint of holiness and mystery. At this moment, Jane was like Kristen, Aphrodite, who had been released from her seal. She had become the goddess of beauty in the Western world. Little Jane, you don't have to scare me like this. This speed of breakthrough is too shocking. If this goes on, I'll have to rely on you to protect me. Yangqing sighed bitterly. Jane smiled gently. I'm still far from it. I've only just understood some of the supreme laws of heaven and earth. After entering the soul formation stage, I feel like the world in front of me is extraordinarily vast, and the world I need to explore is extraordinarily mysterious. Jane, what did you learn? Kaining asked curiously. It's hard to explain. Sister Ning you can give it a try. Jane's azure eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Kaining subconsciously knew that she would not be Jane's opponent, but she also wanted to have a look. So she rose into the air and condensed the sharp aura of stars around her. Like countless flashing electric lights, she instantly fell towards Jane's position. It was Kaining's forte, a true essence spell derived from the shower of flowers hidden weapon technique. Jane did not make any big movements. Her true inner force surged, and a special space suddenly appeared around her body. When the true inner force condensed into sharp metal chi entered the space, its speed actually slowed down. Just like a slow-motion replay, everyone could clearly see that the beam of sharp metal chi had turned into fine threads. It's actually a domain. Yangqing was stunned. He had seen the masked man perform the ultimate skill of Northern Sea Ice Soul, Mystic Ice Realm in Australia, but Jane's realm was much more powerful than that. Time was actually slowed down inside, and the space inside seemed to be distorted. Kaining, who was in midair, was stunned. Then she realized that the countless fine, sharp metal chi was actually shooting towards her in the opposite direction. Kaining's body movement technique was extremely fast, and she easily dodged it, but it still caused her face to be filled with shock. Jane casually retracted her realm, and said rather happily, "This is something I've learned from my many years of thinking about the relationship between space and time. It's still very immature, but it can still be used. This is not the law of space. The law of space is driven by mental strength, but this kind of realm of yours is a simulation driven by true inner force. It's all based on your understanding of space and time. If in the future you can borrow the power of heaven and earth to complete this kind of realm spell, I'm afraid that no one will be able to easily get close to you, and any attack will be very difficult to succeed," Yangqing praised. Jane's achievements made Yangqing overjoyed, as if he himself had broken through the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder trial. He was extremely proud of his own woman's achievements. Unknowingly, February had ended. For the rest of the time, Huilin returned to Milan early to work, and Yangqing did not have much time to be intimate with the women. In fact, the women were also busy practicing, and it was not good to disturb their enthusiasm. Even Jane, who had a great desire to break through previously, was attracted by this new realm, and could not care about Yangqing. This made Yangqing pretend to be indifferent, but in fact, he was very regretful in his heart. The Yunhua kindergarten that Lan Lan attended had already started school, and the chubby little girl could not wait to go to the children. Yangqing asked the women who wanted to go back to Huaxia together. Most of the women were willing to stay on the island to continue to take the panacea and seek a breakthrough to the soul-forming realm. No one wanted to be left behind. The women did not care much about those mundane things in the country. Even if Anqin and Tangwan needed to manage such a large family business, they could also rely on today's technology, and their work could be completed online. Of course, there were also those who were not particularly obsessed with practicing, or had other important things to do. Mo Chenni wanted to go back with them in order to take care of Lan Lan, and at the same time, she missed Ma Guifeng a little. Li Jingjing received a notice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia, and officially went to Yanjing to serve as the assistant of the deputy director of the Department of Information. To put it bluntly, it was used as a springboard to get closer to the spokesperson of the Department of Information, increase her influence, and pave the way for the future ministerial cadres. For Li Jingjing, secular power was actually more attractive. Everyone's life experience was different, and she had enough of the oppression of the privileged class. Li Jingjing's inner ambition was obvious. Yangqing did not think that there was anything wrong with Li Jingjing's desire for power. It was the same as his pursuit of beauty and strength, as long as she was happy. When they returned to Zhonghai, it happened to be night time, and the mansion in the western suburbs was brightly lit. Yangqing held Lan Lan in one hand, and Mo Chenni in the other. When he walked to the door opened. "Oh, my precious son, you're finally back." Guo Shuihua suddenly walked out, her face full of joy. She even touched Yang Cheng's face, as if she was afraid that her son would lose a piece of flesh. "Mom? Why are you here?" Yang Cheng was surprised. "What's wrong?" "I missed you, son, and wanted to stay with you for a few days." "Can't I? I didn't disturb you when you were abroad, but now that you're back, can't you let me see you more?" Guo Shuihua laughed and scolded. Then, she took Lan Lan from Yang Cheng's arms and said happily, "My good granddaughter, is the island fun? Oh, why is your face rounder? You ate a lot of delicious food." Lan Lan was best at pleasing the elders. She giggled and called grandma, and rubbed her fat and tender face against Guo Shuihua's face, making Guo Shuihua very happy. Although she liked Lan Lan very much in the past, she naturally felt different when she treated her granddaughter. Guo Shuihua pulled Mo Chenni and asked about her well-being. She mainly asked what Yangqing had done and where the other women went. Only after she understood clearly did she stop. "Mom, you came here to live. Is everything okay in Yanjing?" Yangqing asked. Guo Shuihua hugged Lan Lan and replied, "Your father is now reinstated in the Jiangnan military region. There is nothing wrong with me living in Zhonghai. Son, you are the best. Not only did you suppress the Meng family, but you also made our Yang family in the limelight. Your father didn't say it, but he must be very happy in his heart. This is all thanks to you." Yangqing didn't care whether Yang Pejuan was grateful to him or not, as long as he didn't make things difficult for him. Suddenly, Guo Shuihua asked Mo Chenni to take Lan Lan upstairs to rest. When she was alone with Yangqing, she asked with concern, "Son, what happened to you and Ruashi? Did you ease up a little?" "I asked Minwan some things, but she said she didn't know." "What else could it be?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. "She just signed the divorce agreement." "How could this be? The daughter of the Ning family is too stubborn. Ning Guanyao, as her father, doesn't care about it." Guo Shuihua pushed the resentment to Ning Guanyao. Yangqing hoped that Ning Guanyao would not interfere in Lin Ruashi's life. Then he took out the Fengxiang bracelet from his space ring and handed it to Guo Shuihua. He said, "This is what Ruashi returned to me. Mom, you keep it first." Guo Shuihua returned it to Yangqing and said, "Since Mom has passed it on to my daughter-in-law, there is no reason to take it back. Even if Ruashi completely divorced you in the future, this bracelet must be left to other women around you. No matter who you choose to be your wife, Mom will believe in you." Yangqing gently sighed. He understood what Guo Shuihua meant. Truth be told, Guo Shuihua had always been dissatisfied with Lin Ruashi as her daughter-in-law. In her eyes, perhaps the virtuous and sensible Mo Chenni was more suitable, or she could even choose the Kai sisters. However, Yangqing felt that if Lin Ruashi was no longer his wife, then there's no need for him to marry other women. That's because those women weren't following him for status. but right now, it would be unfair to the other women if he married anyone. However, since Guo wasn't willing to accept it, Yangqing did not force her. He placed the bracelet back into his interspatial ring and replied, "Mom, I won't sign the divorce papers. At least in the eyes of the law, she's still my wife. I often feel that there's a reason why Ruashi left me, but I can't see through it. She's not willing to be honest with me, so I've already made up my mind to treat her well, regardless of whether she acknowledges it or not. My foolish son. In my view, there are only two reasons for a woman to divorce you. Firstly, she doesn't love you, and secondly, you can't give her the love that she wants. Regardless of which one it is, you can't change it." Guo sighed. Yangqing fell into silence. Perhaps Guo was right, but Yangqing wouldn't give up until the last moment. The next day, Mo Qianni drove Lan to school. Right now, she was only doing housework and taking care of Lan. At the same time, she also made use of the time to cultivate, so she didn't have to go to work. On the other hand, Yangqing purposely went to look for Xiao Qiqing. For some reason, Yangqing felt that he owed Xiao Qiqing for not going to the Mediterranean Sea. Thus, he brought Xiao Qiqing around the city for a day and had a sumptuous meal. Xiao Qiqing was more or less happy and worried about Mother Wang's doting. She told Yangqing the interesting things that happened between her and Mother Wang these days and was never tired of it. Yangqing could feel that although the girl complained that Mother Wang was controlling her too much, her heart was very sweet. This made Yangqing feel less guilty. In the evening, Yangqing sent Xiao Qiqing home and ran to the entrance of Lin Ruashi's house, waiting for Lin Ruashi to get off work and come home. He wanted to give the dragon transformation Dan to the woman. This was an extremely important item, and he did not dare to casually send it over. However, he could not go to the headquarters of Yulei International. After the incident with Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu spread, going to the company would only cause trouble for Lin Ruashi. Actually, Yangqing also had the key to the house. Mother Wang was also in the house, but Yangqing did not go in. He was worried that Lin Ruashi would be unhappy. Speaking of which, he was quite a coward, but he could not bear to make a woman angry. After waiting for almost half an hour, Lin Ruashi's red Bentley slowly came to a stop outside. Stepping out of the car, she revealed a pair of black crystal heels on her slender calves. Her red knee-length pleated skirt swayed in the wind, and she wore a short-collared white blouse, which added a sense of competence and simplicity to her appearance. The woman's hair was tied up in a bun, and she was as cold and unruly as she was when they first met. Her face was flawless without any makeup, and her figure was as perfect as a work of art created by God. Yangqing was initially calm, but when Lin Ruashi appeared, he did not know why his heart started beating faster. It was as though he was a young man who was about to meet a woman he admired. This made Yangqing feel like he was laughing. This was the woman he had been with for 2 years. How could she be so spineless? But when he saw Lin Ruashi's cold and elegant figure walking over her expressionless face, Yangqing's heart tightened. He swallowed his saliva, and could not help but feel a tinge of sadness. A sense of distance. Yes, a sense of distance that Yangqing did not expect. The way Lin Ruashi looked at him was as though he was a stranger. She looked at him very naturally, without any excess emotions. Her beauty seemed to be a little better than before. If she was still at the same level as Jane before, after a few days of not seeing Lin Ruashi, she had faintly surpassed Jane. It was not that her appearance had changed. This was a kind of mysterious temperament that emanated from the inside out. Yangqing did not know what kind of inner changes Lin Ruashi had experienced, but the woman's temperament had really entered another level. It was as though in the past, she was a snow lotus carved out of ice on a snowy mountain, pure and flawless, beautiful and moving. But now, the snow lotus was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairy lotus in the Yaoqi. However, this was not what Yangqing wanted to see. A Lin Ruashi who made him feel that he was getting farther and farther away. "What are you doing here?" Lin Ruashi stood about a meter in front of Yangqing. She was neither too far nor too close as she asked indifferently. Yangqing was stunned for a moment before he remembered something. He smiled unnaturally and took out a jade bottle from his interspatial ring. He handed it to Lin Ruashi and said, "This is the dragon transformation pill that I refined. It's a type of pill that surpasses the highest grade and can be said to be an elixir of the immortal level. After you consume it, you will be able to cleanse your body and break through to the Xianxia realm. I don't need it. Leave it for someone else. Lin Ruoshi did not even look at it as she turned around and walked back into the house. Her icy cold attitude was even worse than the Cold War she had with Yangqing in the past. Yangqing suddenly turned around and grabbed the woman's arm. Let me finish. Let me go. Lin Ruoshi's almond-shaped eyes glared at Yangqing angrily. Her watery eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Mr. Yang, my contract with you is over. I don't have the leisure to play with you. But how could Lin Ruoshi break free from Yangqing's strength? Over? How? I haven't divorced you yet. In the eyes of the law, we are still husband and wife. I will not give up on you until the very last moment. Yangqing said with a burning gaze. Don't you think you're a joke? Lin Ruoshi revealed a mocking look. I've never thought that I'm nobler than my woman. You can think that I'm petty, shameless, and ridiculous. But you can't erase my kindness towards you. I'm happy to give you all the good things. Yangqing revealed a bright smile. We're over. You said that you're willing to let me go. Lin Ruoshi turned her head away. Yangqing lowered his head and chuckled to himself, as if he was laughing foolishly. He raised his head and raised his eyebrows. Yes, but you also know that I'm a very thick-skinned person. I can tell you that I'm regretting it again. Lin Ruoshi, you're getting more and more beautiful and feminine. You also know that I'm a big pervert and a big bastard. How can I give such a beautiful wife to someone else? If I don't keep you by my side, my heart won't be at ease. I hate it when my woman is taken advantage of by other men. Instead of killing people all over the world, I'd rather have you as my wife. You're simply unreasonable. Shameless. Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her eyes were about to spit fire. You're finally a little human. I thought that you'd become an immortal just now. Yangqing chuckled. No matter how ugly you say it, I'll accept it. When I went to South Korea, I met a couple who were having a conflict. The man told me that no matter what happens in the future, he must treat his wife well because he believes in their love for each other. I think he's right. You can say that I'm narcissistic or crazy, but I feel that you love me, and I also love you. Whether you're a substitute for 17 or Lin Ruoshi, I just like you. I love you. I want you. It's none of your business. You. Lin Ruoshi's chest violently heaved. She was powerless against Yangqing's shameless confession. If she really hated this man and wanted to cut all ties with him, it would be fine. However, she was acting. Facing this man's sincere confession, her heart couldn't help but soften. In fact, she didn't care about 17 or what substitute she was. The two of them had been through thick and thin for more than 2 years. How could she not know Yangqing's feelings for her? Yangqing brought the dragon transformation pill in front of the woman and sternly said, "Eat the dragon transformation pill and enter the Xiantian realm. It'll give you an extra layer of protection and also greatly increase your lifespan. This is what I care about. I might have to face enemies that my subordinates can't handle. If you want to be safe, you have to rely on yourself. There are only 10 dragon transformation pills in this world. You have to eat it whether you want to or not. If you resist, I'll knock you out and let you eat it. At worst, I'll help you break through. But, you have to think carefully. After you faint, you won't know what I'll do to you. You also know what I like to do the most." Yangqing was naturally lying. If he really knocked Lin Ruoshi out, she would unconsciously control the qi in her body and break through to the Xiantian realm. However, Lin Ruoshi believed him. She was really afraid that Yangqing would knock her out. Not only would he eat the pill, but he would also send her to bed in a daze. She was also bitter in her heart. She tried her best not to let Yangqing see the true state of her heart. She wanted this man to leave her life, but she was already holding back her true feelings. If Yangqing forcefully took her to bed, what if she couldn't control herself and cooperated with the man when the passion was strong? If Yangqing found out that she didn't reject him, wouldn't all her efforts from New Year's Eve be in vain? When she thought of that nightmare, Lin Ruoshi was extremely unwilling to reveal her true feelings. Okay. I'll eat it. Lin Ruoxi tried her best to show a trace of anger and said with tears in her eyes. She could only muddle through this time and think of a way to make Yangqing give up. That's a good girl. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he managed to deceive her. If it was someone like Xiao Qiqing who knew how to cultivate, it would be difficult to deceive her. Unbeknownst to them, the husband and wife were both deceiving each other, Anqing deep in thought. Can you let go of my hand now? Lin Ruoxi said with a cold frown. Yangqing revealed a silly smile, looking extremely honest. He let go of Lin Ruoxi's hand, not forgetting to take a whiff. How fragrant. Even without perfume, it smells so good. Yangqing didn't care whether Lin Ruoxi liked being teased like this or not. In any case, he was already shameless in front of women. Lin Ruoxi turned and walked back into the house, not wanting Yangqing to see the flash of red on her face. Mother Wang saw Yangqing actually followed Lin Ruoxi into the house, and almost thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Just as she was about to ask, she was interrupted by Lin Ruoxi. Mother Wang, don't think too much. I'm just doing something. After saying that, Lin Ruoxi put down her bag and walked to the gym. Yangqing winked at Mother Wang, giving Mother Wang a glimmer of hope. She gave Yangqing an encouraging look. When they entered the gym, Yangqing handed the jade bottle to Lin Ruoxi. Although this dragon transformation pill is miraculous, it's extremely painful to cleanse the meridians and marrow. You have to be mentally prepared. Now that it was about serious matters, Yangqing's tone changed, becoming very serious. Lin Ruoxi didn't reply, just lightly nodded, and she didn't hesitate to swallow the dragon transformation pill. When it came to doing things, Lin Ruoxi was much more decisive than Yangqing. It was as if she couldn't wait for Yangqing to leave as soon as possible. The dragon transformation pill quickly displayed its powerful effects, and Lin Ruoxi instantly felt the meridians in her body begin to fill with an incomparable surge of spiritual qi. After sitting down cross-legged, Lin Ruoxi began to circulate the cultivation method taught by Yangqing, rapidly absorbing the medicinal effect. Yangqing carefully guarded her from the side. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he gradually discovered that Lin Ruoxi was actually able to endure more pain than he had imagined. Other than the fine beads of sweat on the woman's face, she did not even frown. After more than an hour, Lin Ruoxi's true qi finally transformed into Xianxia true qi, stepping into a whole new realm. Yangqing felt a little incredulous. Lin Ruoxi's breakthrough was actually so smooth. It was really strange. It wasn't like Choi Yan and Jane, and it wasn't a sudden dangerous situation either. It was like a play that had been rehearsed countless times, just going through it once. The woman opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at the dumbfounded Yangqing. In a calm voice, she said, "All right, I've already entered the early Xiantian stage. You can go now. Don't be in such a hurry. I still have some Rosy Dawn pills and Dragon Glory pills here. They're both mid-grade and high-grade goods. Take good care of them. They can help you reach the peak of the Xiantian stage in a short period of time and break through to the deity transformation stage." Yangqing took out 2 bottles of pills from his ring and placed them in front of Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi didn't refuse this time. She directly said coldly, "Put them on the ground. You can go. I'm going to clean up." Yangqing didn't stop her. It was already very rare for Lin Ruoxi to take the pills and say these words to him. He didn't want to force a woman too hard. It might backfire. When he walked downstairs, Mother Wang walked over with a smile. "Young master, after chatting for so long, could it be that Miss has changed her mind and you two are going to reconcile?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. "Mother Wang, how can it be so easy? I just sent something to Ruoxi. Ah, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Since you two separated that day, Miss has been burying her head in work. I can see that she is actually not happy. There are a lot of things in her heart," Mother Wang said. Yangqing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Mother Wang, why don't you be my spy? Tell me anything about Ruoxi so that I can grasp the information at any time." Mother Wang covered her mouth and laughed. "It's really unpleasant to hear. You make me sound like a spy. Don't worry, I also hope that you two can reconcile. I will definitely call you if there is any situation. However, no matter what happens in the future, don't treat my Qing'er badly. Mother Wang didn't forget to say a few words to her daughter. Yangqing naturally patted his chest and agreed. He was not a person who was particularly partial to one and discriminated against the other. Walking home, as soon as he arrived at the door, Yangqing heard the chubby little girl shouting in the hall. No, no. Lan Lan has to do it herself. Lan Lan was shaking Minwan's arm at this moment as if she was begging for something. Minwan's arm was about to break. "Io, my little lady, there are so many children at the entrance of the kindergarten. Isn't it good to be like them?" Minwan said helplessly. Yangqing stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? What do you want to do yourself?" Minwan saw the savior and explained to Yangqing, "Mr. Yang, you are back. The kindergarten has a group kite flying. The teacher asked the children to prepare their own kites. The kites that they make can be specially displayed. Lan Lan has been asking me to make a kite on the way back. But I don't know how to." Yangqing scratched his head. It was March. It was indeed the season to fly kites. He had seen kites, but he had never made one. He picked up the chubby little girl and said, "Lan Lan, be good. Daddy will buy you a very, very big kite, okay? Daddy will buy you whatever you like." "Humph, no. Lan Lan wants to make a beautiful kite and use it to compete with everyone." The chubby little girl pouted and looked stubborn. "But Daddy and Aunt Minwan don't know how to make one." Yangqing felt that it was easier to make a bomb. Lan Lan pouted and looked pitiful as if she was extremely disappointed. After all, she was still a child. Even if she was talented, she still had the temperament of a child. She always wanted to show off in front of other children. "Auntie will make it for you. Don't cry." Mo Chenny came down from upstairs at this time and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a kite? What does Lan Lan want to make?" "Auntie will make it for you." Yangqing looked at the woman in surprise. "Little Xianxia, you know how to make a kite?" "Of course, all the children in our mountain village can do it. When I was young, I didn't have the money to buy a kite. I used plastic paper, bamboo sticks, or newspapers to make it. It's not difficult." Mo Chenny said matter-of-factly. Lan Lan was overjoyed when she heard that. She threw herself into Mo Chenny's arms and kissed the woman's face a few times. Her saliva was dripping out. "Wouldn't it be better if you came down earlier? I've been despised by my daughter." Yangqing curled his lips. Mo Chenny glared at him. "I'm on the phone with my mother. She said that she wants to do farm work in her hometown for a few days and doesn't want to come back for the time being." Yangqing secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Actually, it was a rather depressing thing to have a mother-in-law at home. Mo Chenny also didn't know the man's thoughts. She carried Lan Lan to the living room and asked the chubby little girl what kind of kite she wanted to make. The chubby little girl was very happy and said a lot of requests. Mo Chenny agreed to them one by one, but she found that there were no materials at home, so she took Lan Lan out to buy. Just as the woman went out with the child, Yangqing heard his cell phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was Mengyu. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Yangqing's mouth. He picked it up and asked, "How is it going?" Mengyu respectfully said, "Thank you, master, for your elixir. 2 days ago, I successfully entered the Xiantian realm. The family's attention to me suddenly surpassed Meng Zhilong. If there is no accident, it won't be long before I can replace my father and become the deputy leader. I will prepare to become the leader of the Huanan gang and the patriarch of the Meng family. Your cultivation is at the peak of the Hotian realm. It's not strange for you to break through. What I want is to find out the details of the Meng family as soon as possible, and what the Meng family's spiritual treasure is. The secular forces like the Huanan gang are not attractive to me, do you understand?" Yangqing frowned. Mengyu quickly responded, "Master, please calm down. I also know that this progress is too slow, but my grandfather is a very scheming person. Only the patriarch can know the secrets of the Meng family's background. I have no way to get the relevant information." "You mean, you need me to help you?" Yangqing asked. "Master, please understand. With my strength, there is no way to control the Meng family in a short time. If Master can help me and eradicate my grandfather, then no one in the family is more qualified than me to take over the position of the patriarch. Even my father will be excluded because his strength is not as good as mine. Then, the next step will be much easier. At this moment, Mengyu was standing in a dark meeting room, holding a phone in her hand. Opposite her sat Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Qi with sinister smiles on their faces. On the phone, Yangqing pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, tell me your plan, I'll see if I can help you." Mengyu immediately replied, "Thank you, master. My plan is like this." Following Mengyu's narration, Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Qi looked at each other and smiled. After Mengyu hung up the phone, she heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Qi. "Grandfather, elder, Yangqing has already fallen into our trap." "Haha. My good Yuer, you are truly my good granddaughter. This time even if Yangqing wants to quibble, he won't be able to do anything. Wait until the day after tomorrow, we will detain him and force him to return the spirit treasure. Then, we will make a huge profit." Meng Kaiyuan said happily. Meng Qi nodded, "That's right, this Yangqing is vicious and scheming, yet he still wants to retaliate against our Meng family, what wishful thinking. This time, not only do we want his spirit pills, we also want his cultivation technique. In any case, he was the one in the wrong in the first place. With this phone recording, even if he wants to deny it, it's useless." Meng Kaiyuan agreed and said, "We only need to hand over the recording to Chief One. The reason is on our side. Even if we kill Yangqing, we only need to say that we accidentally killed him. I don't think the Yang family has the guts to fight us head-on." "Hee, this plan is very good, little girl Mengyu, you have done very well, but before we succeed, we must not leak the news. Yangqing's intelligence network is extremely strong. If he finds out, it will be very difficult to trick him again, and if he escapes overseas, it will be very difficult." Meng Qi was very vigilant. Mengyu nodded solemnly, "Yuer knows the importance. Elder, then I'll have to trouble you to make another trip to the clan and request for the assistance of the clan's experts so that we can capture that shameless brat Yangqing." Meng Kaiyuan said carefully. "Naturally, Yangqing only has an outstanding physical body. This old man will go to the clan to ask for instructions, and then send 2 transcending tribulation stage elders. This old man will definitely beat this Yangqing into a sorry state." Meng Qi laughed sinisterly, and a gust of black wind swept out of the meeting hall. Meng Kaiyuan was proud of himself. He looked at Mengyu with approval and said, you did very well. Grandfather is very happy. You have such loyalty to the Meng family. You are much better than your 2 useless younger brothers. Back then, Grandpa was unable to save you from the hands of that villain. Grandpa has let you down. Fortunately, you were quick-witted. Not only did you escape from his hands, but you were also able to plot against him. Grandpa is truly gratified. After we retrieve the treasure, Grandpa will promote you to deputy clan leader. You will be on equal footing with your father. In the future, Grandpa's position will be yours." Mengyu sweetly smiled and said, "Grandpa, in fact, I was just saying. Yuer knows that Grandpa's actions are all for the family. Yuer also wants the family to prosper for a long time. Anyone like Yangqing who wants to use me is looking down on the children of the Meng family. He should be dismembered into 10,000 pieces. That's right. We must make this brat beg for death. Last time, he escaped, and for no reason, we lost 3 elders. This caused Grandpa to be unable to raise his head in the family, fearing that the family would punish him. This time, we can finally hold our heads high after obtaining the treasure. Then Yuer will congratulate Grandpa in advance." Mengyu stepped forward and pulled Meng Kaiyuan's arm with a tender smile. For a time, the meeting hall was filled with Meng Kaiyuan's heroic laughter. On the other side, Yangqing did not take this matter to heart. After hanging up the phone, he watched TV in the living room, waiting for Mo Qianni and Lan Lan to come home and have dinner. Mo Qianni had always been meticulous in her work. Even when she accompanied Lan Lan to make a kite, she was very serious. She bought a lot of materials from the stationery store. During this season, many people in the south of Huaxia made kites, so it was not difficult to buy them. The chubby little girl put all her attention on the kite. She did not even eat as much as usual for dinner. She pulled a Mo Qianni and was about to start. In the living room, Mo Qianni accompanied the chubby little girl to cut bamboo strips and thin colored oil paper. While doing it, she also taught Lan Lan how to do it. Lan Lan learned very seriously, just like when she learned the endless resolve restoration scripture with Yang Qing. As long as she was interested in something, she could quickly immerse herself in it. Yang Qing sat on the sofa and watched Mo Qianni and Lan Lan finish making a kite little by little. He felt unusually satisfied and warm in his heart. "Daddy! Lan Lan's kite is done." The chubby little girl took the kite and ran to Yang Qing excitedly to show him, as if she was showing off her masterpiece, showing off and showing off. She was extremely proud. Yang Qing looked at the fiery red kite in Lan Lan's hand. It had 2 big eyes and patterned legs. It was a grinning cartoon animal image. He frowned and asked, "This is a frog?" Lan Lan nodded vigorously and said, "Other children say that they want to be swallows or birds because they can fly. Lan Lan is not like them. Lan Lan will make a frog kite." Yang Qing wanted to say that frogs should also be green. How could it be a red frog? But after thinking about it, it was fine as long as the child was happy. "Look at you. Why are you so anxious? The kite still needs ribbons. Come over." Mo Qianni waved at Lan Lan. The chubby little girl immediately ran back and looked at Mo Qianni attaching 2 red ribbons to her red frog kite. Her 2 big eyes were full of sparkling light. When she was done with the kite, she ran upstairs to practice her kung fu. Finally, the house was at peace. Mo Qianni tidied up the messy table. Yang Qing walked behind her and hugged the woman. He bit her ear and said with a smile, "Little Xianxia, if you give birth to a child in the future, you will definitely be a good mother." "Really?" Mo Qianni blushed and asked shyly. "At least, I won't make a kite for my daughter," Yang Qing said. Mo Qianni snorted, "That's because you didn't grow up in the mountain village. What's so strange about it? I can only do this kind of small thing. I can't help much else." "How is this a small thing? I can feel that you really love Lan Lan. You make Lan Lan very happy." "Thank you," Yang Qing said sincerely. Mo Qianni bit her red lips and held back her smile. She turned around and rolled her eyes at Yang Qing. She said softly, "What's there to thank? I'm angry if you are so polite. In fact, it's not just me. All the sisters love Lan Lan like their own daughter. But, although Lan Lan is still young, she knows very well that we are her aunts. She won't call us mother. I think she is waiting for you to let her mother come back." Yang Qing sighed and said with an embarrassed smile, "I also want to, but before things are clear, I'm afraid Ruashi will not change her mind. I can only take one step at a time. After all, there are many other things. The Meng family and the Hidden family have not given up their evil intentions. I can't just sit still and wait for death." With that, Yang Qing reached out and pinched Mo Qianni's plump buttocks. Then, he patted the plump soft meat with his other hand. "Leave the tidying up work to Minwan. As a reward, I will sow seeds for my little Xianxia early tonight." Mo Qianni's tender body quivered. After entering the Xiantian realm, her body's sensitivity has greatly improved. Being teased by her lover, she was somewhat unable to bear it. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her breath was like orchids. She softly fell into Yang Qing's arms. Yang Qing carried the woman horizontally, jumped to the 2nd floor like a gust of wind, and went into the room. At the same time, in a small town near the sea in the south of Zhonghai, the night was as cool as water. The galaxy was dancing. The beach was full of huge reefs. Except for some fishermen's lights in the distance, there was no sign of human habitation. Surprisingly, a young girl carrying a large pink backpack, wearing a cartoon yellow long-sleeved shirt and cotton-cropped pants was sitting on a large reef. She was holding a bowl of spicy hot pot bought from a roadside stall. She was eating alone while facing the tide. On the girl's sweet and lovely face, there was a touch of sadness that couldn't be dispelled. Her bright eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes that her peers didn't have. Suddenly, a man's clear voice came from behind the girl. It was extremely abrupt. "If not for the soul mark, I really wouldn't have been able to find you in such a quiet place. This is not like you, Xiao Xiao." Luo Xiao Xiao was startled for a moment. She suddenly got up and turned around. Her almond eyes widened. Brother! On the beach, a handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s was standing there with a charming smile on his face. He was dressed in a white shirt and jeans, had black hair that fell to his ears, and had red lips and white teeth. Behind the beautiful youth, there was a gray-haired old man in a green robe. He seemed to be following the youth's shadow in the dark and was extremely inconspicuous. Grandpa Luolei is also here. Why, are you guys here? Luo Xiaoxiao asked carefully. This elegant youth was Luo Xiaoxiao's elder brother, Luo Heng, Xiao Qiqing's fiancé in name. However, because Luo Heng had long since entered the realm of retaining his appearance, he looked similar to Luo Xiaoxiao in age and didn't look like an elder brother at all. My little sister, you should have enough experience in the mortal world. I've come under father's orders to do 2 things. One of them is to bring you back to the clan and begin closed-door cultivation. Luo Heng walked to the seaside and turned to Luo Xiaoxiao with a charming smile. In terms of appearance, Luo Heng could be said to be a beautiful woman. Some people would not doubt it. Her facial features were simply too exquisite. Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before she shyly ground the sand under her feet, but I've only been in the mortal world for less than 3 years. I haven't even graduated from university yet. How can I be so fast? Father said it's enough, so it's naturally enough. I can see that you're much more mature than before. You don't need to say anything more. Just do as father says. Luo Heng's tone was inviolable. Luo Xiaoxiao's heart was in a mess. She bit her red lips and didn't reply. What? Are you going to disobey father? Luo Heng raised his brows. No, brother, I want to take care of some matters before returning to the clan. Can you wait for me for 2 days? Luo Xiaoxiao begged. Luo Heng's face immediately darkened as he coldly said, Luo Xiaoxiao, you'd better know your place. I've never been a patient person. Figure out who you are. You want me to wait for you for 2 days? What could be more important than father's orders? Could it be that you're still clinging to the mortal world and don't want to go back to see father? Luo Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled as she looked up at her brother and said pitifully, Brother, it's not like that. I'll go with you. Humph, you should have done this long ago. Luo Heng looked at the girl with disdain and said with a cold smile, Father told me to bring you back because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Yes. Xiaoxiao knows her mistake. The girl lowered her head even more, her chin almost touching her soft chest. Luo Lei, who had been watching from the side, acted as if he hadn't heard or seen anything. After Luo Heng left, he followed behind him and continued on his way. Luo Xiaoxiao secretly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and quickened her pace to catch up. Brother, where are we going now? Luo Xiaoxiao asked with a bright smile, returning to her lively self. Luo Heng snorted lightly and said without turning his head, Recently, the spies planted in the Ning family have received information that Xiao Qiqing, that bitch who escaped the illusion, is near Zhonghai. This time, I'm here to capture her and let her have a taste of how it feels to betray me. Ah! Luo Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Luo Heng turned around and frowned, What's wrong with you? You're so surprised. No. It's nothing. I'm just surprised that sister-in-law is actually in Zhonghai. Luo Xiaoxiao lowered her head, not daring to look Luo Heng in the eye. She knew very well what would happen to Xiao Qiqing if she fell into the hands of this handsome brother of hers. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to resist the marriage alliance with him, even if he didn't really intend to treat Xiao Qiqing as his official wife. Without a doubt, Xiao Qiqing's escape had caused him to lose face in the family and in the illusion. He must hate Xiao Qiqing to the bone. Luo Heng didn't pay much attention to her. Instead, he said with a dark face, Luo Xiaoxiao, you better understand. She's a whore. She's worse than a prostitute. If you dare call her sister-in-law again, I'll slap your mouth until it's rotten. At this moment, Luo Heng's handsome face was filled with ferocity like a jackal. He didn't care that the person in front of him was his sister. Luo Xiaoxiao trembled and held her breath in fear. She kept nodding, but her eyes were filled with worry. The next morning, the sun rose and a faint golden light covered the balcony of the courtyard in the western suburbs, shining into the large bedroom. In the warm room, on the big bed, Xianxia reached out in a daze to touch the man beside her, only to find that it was empty. Xianxia opened her eyes and rubbed them sleepily. She frowned. Yangqing was actually not here. In the past, she would wake up first and the man would lie on the bed for a long time before getting up. But today was really strange. She slowly sat up, and a thin silk blanket slid down from the delicate white skin of her chest. A pair of proud peaks trembled, and two captivating red spots were like ripe red cherries, extremely provocative. Xianxia stroked her black hair and yawned. She inadvertently saw that there was a note on the bedside table. She took it and saw that it said, "Little Xianxia, I'm going out to do something. It might take a few days, or I might be back tomorrow. Tell your other sisters that if there's an emergency, send me a message." Xianxia helplessly pursed her lips and smiled, "So mysterious, I don't know what to do." She also knew that since Yangqing said this, it must be something that was inconvenient for him to take them out to do. "Aunt Xianxia! Aunt Xianxia!" At this time, the chubby little girl's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Without waiting for Xianxia to react, the chubby little girl rolled into the room like a ball. Lan, who was already dressed neatly and carrying a school bag, was still holding the red frog kite in her hand, full of fighting spirit. "It's time to go to school. Aunt, quickly send Lan to school." Lan couldn't wait to show off her kite. Xianxia looked at the time and realized that she had unknowingly slept over. It seemed that she was too tired after being tossed around by Yangqing last night. She couldn't care less about being naked in front of a child. She quickly got up and ran to find clothes. Lan, wait a moment. I'll be done soon." The chubby little girl tilted her head and looked at Xianxia's curvaceous back, then looked at her flat chest. She pouted as if she was very depressed. Xianxia also didn't see this scene. If she saw it, she would definitely not be able to hold back her laughter. This child was a little too precocious. At the same time, in the distant southeast, above the high seas of the Pacific Ocean, the sky was clear and the blue sea was like the sky. Yangqing was suspended in the air, sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out the surrounding aura. Yangqing no longer needed to exercise to improve his power. Endless resolve restoration scripture was circulating in his body all the time, absorbing and transforming aura into the power of heaven and earth to enhance his cultivation. At this moment, Yangqing just wanted to understand a kind of Xianxia that he couldn't understand through his perception of being integrated with heaven and earth, weak water. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Yangqing knew that his strength must be strong enough to face the possible enemies. Although he was now at the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Great Perfection, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the illusion. God knows if there was someone stronger than him. Otherwise, why didn't Athena save Zeus openly with her abnormal strength? Moreover, even if it was the weak water stage, it couldn't be underestimated. According to Xiao, a cultivator at the weak water stage was actually not worse than the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Just like a cultivator at the karmic fire stage would not be much worse than a cultivator at the Kuei water stage, their strength was very close. Moreover, the stage did not completely represent the strength. Regardless of magic treasures, spells, and elixirs, if there was a large gap in the strength of the true inner force, to a large extent, it could conquer opponents with a higher stage. This also meant that in terms of absolute strength, even if Yangqing was at the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Great Perfection, he might not really be invincible against a cultivator at the weak water stage. After all, there were too many old monsters in the illusion. Xiao was just a little girl who was not even 20 years old. She had never heard of many hidden masters. Along the way, from Nanmingli fire, Samadhi true fire, Kuei water, karmic fire, and later Ming water, Yangqing had gradually mastered them. Now that he was at the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Great Perfection, although he had not yet touched the level of the Xianxia Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, it was reasonable to say that he should have successfully mastered weak water and Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder. At that time, the mysterious old man used his body at the early stage of the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation to display the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder. It showed that he could do it, but he did not have the opportunity to comprehend it. If he could comprehend weak water as soon as possible, then he would be much more confident in fighting against a cultivator at the weak water stage. And that time in Korea, in the process of devouring Master Insect, Xianxia also used the devouring characteristic of chaos to absorb a large number of poisonous insects of Master Insect. These poisonous insects were very corrosive. They were all fed with various poisons and women's yin yuan. It could be said that they were the most yin and poisonous things in the world. But it was the characteristics of these poisonous insects that made Xianxia have a certain perception of the weak water that he had never comprehended. In a trance, it seemed that there was only a thin layer of thin film that he could touch if he pierced it. Xianxia raised his left hand and ignited a red karmic fire. Red lotus karmic fire, burn the souls of all living beings, purify the world. With a flick of his right hand, a dark blue fog of Ming water, like a long whip, curled around the tip of Xianxia's finger. The netherworld water, however, corrodes the heart and the marrow, leaving no bones. Xianxia carefully pondered, and suddenly had an idea: if I combine Ming water and karmic fire together, what will happen? They are both transformed by my power of heaven and earth. Could it be that they will be combined by different means? Xianxia had never thought of this before. He could not help but curiously start to slowly touch the two different heavenly fire and mystic water together. Swoosh! Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound was heard. When the dark water and hellfire came into contact, two extremely repulsive forces were produced, as if they regarded each other as mortal enemies. *T. Xianxia screamed in his heart. The dark blue and crimson energies of heaven and earth in front of him were suddenly out of his control and began to expand violently. It was as if a nuclear bomb was rapidly forming in front of his chest and then exploding. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated in the sky, creating a surging shockwave. The blue, black and crimson nether water and retribution fire formed a dazzling but terrifying ring of death. Xianxia's clothes turned into dust in the blink of an eye. His body was also sent flying by the explosion, and he only stopped after flying for several kilometers in the air. If Xianxia's body was not as strong as a monster, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Xianxia steadied himself and gulped. Looking at his bare and dusty body, he smiled bitterly. Damn it, what was the creator of the endless resolve restoration scripture thinking? This cultivation technique can transform the energy of heaven and earth into heavenly fire, dark water, and heavenly thunder, but it didn't say that it can't be mixed. This is too dangerous. It's a pity that I can't control this technique. I'm afraid it's not suitable for fighting. Xianxia shook his head and thought that it was lucky that he was strong enough. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured before he could understand the weak water technique. Wait. An idea suddenly flashed across Xianxia's mind. I'm using the last third stage of the three yang fire, the hellfire, which matches the second stage of the six frost water, dark water. What if I use the second stage of the samadhi true fire? Will it be different? Xianxia murmured to himself and fell into deep thought about cultivation. The temperature in the sky was below zero, but this also helped Xianxia to calm down and think. Fortunately, there were no aircraft passing by in this area. Otherwise, if someone saw a naked man with a dirty face standing in the sky and thinking about something, they would probably faint. Gradually, a feeling in Xianxia's heart became clearer. Although he didn't like being blown up, Xianxia really wanted to give it another try. He wouldn't die anyway. Thus, without caring about changing his clothes, Xianxia summoned a platinum-colored true samadhi fire and condensed a ball of dark blue Ming water. Slowly, he fused the two balls of energy together. Suddenly, the two masses of energy had a subtle reaction that was completely different from before. The platinum samadhi true fire seemed to be very attractive to Ming water. Since ancient times, water and fire were incompatible, but this time, Xianxia saw a completely different concept. The dark water and the true samadhi flame were like two dyes that had been mixed together, gradually forming a blue-golden energy. This was also pure power of the heavens and earth, but combined with the scorching heat of the samadhi true fire and the powerful corrosiveness of the Ming water. Blue flame. Xianxia looked at the dancing flame in his hand in amazement. He used such a large amount of Ming water and true fire, but it only condensed into such a fist-sized blue flame. The power contained in it could be imagined. Xianxia was overjoyed. Could this be the mystery of the endless resolve restoration scripture? Ming water and true samadhi fire seemed to be incompatible, but they contained the same characteristic, which was corrosion. This corrosion was not in the ordinary sense, but the corrosion of matter and living souls. In other words, Li fire and Kuei water, although one was burning and the other was solidifying, didn't they both represent a destructive power? Xianxia held back his excitement and condensed a ball of Nanming Li fire and a pool of Kuei water, slowly fusing the two together. When the red Li fire and the azure Kuei water mixed together, they really quickly condensed and fused. This time, it was a dancing purple flame. Its power was stronger than Li fire and Kuei water. Even if it was a Kuei water stage cultivator, if his body was burned, it would be difficult to avoid turning into powder. Purple fire, blue fire. Xianxia grinned. I understand, the 3 Yang true fire tribulation and the 6 frost water tribulation actually have the same characteristics, it's just that the starting point is higher and lower. At this point, Xianxia suddenly thought of a question that he had never thought of before: why, in the end, would there be these 3 kinds of heavenly tribulations? Could it be that this was all predestined and there was no logic to it? Or could it be that this was an inevitable rule? With this thought, Xianxia felt as if he was in a dark room and suddenly saw a window open in front of him. Light, through the window, directly into his heart. In the past, he only followed the footsteps of the creator of the endless resolve restoration scripture and cultivated step by step. Although he found his own Tao of heaven and earth with his own talent and comprehension, he still stood on the footsteps of the predecessors. Until this moment, Xianxia began to look at the laws of heaven and earth from the perspective of an outsider. For a moment, Xianxia felt that the world in front of him became more and more mysterious and novel, as if there were countless treasures waiting for him to explore its deepest mysteries. Haha, cultivation is really an interesting thing. This is the way for human beings to pursue the origin of the universe. No wonder the group of guys in the illusion are so obsessed with cultivation. The creator of the endless resolve restoration scripture was probably already standing outside of heaven and earth, overlooking the sea of suffering for the common people to be able to create this cultivation method. I don't know whether such a person was from the War of the Gods tens of thousands of years ago, or those immortals in the primitive age. A trace of admiration arose in Xianxia's heart. This was a kind of respect for the ancestors. He stood quietly in the sky for a long time with emotion, and before he knew it, it was already evening. Xianxia suddenly remembered that he had planned to comprehend the weak water before, but now he laughed and had a card up his sleeve. Since the 3 Yang true fire and the 6 harmonies cold water have such similarities, then the weak water should also have the same rules as the hellfire. The confusion that Xianxia had before was now easily solved. After thinking for a while, he reached out his hand to summon the power of heaven and earth, and slowly condensed it in his hand. From the most basic power of destruction to the deep power of corrosion, and finally, it should be the power of purification into nothingness. A grey mysterious power gradually appeared in Xianxia's hand, as if it was wriggling with life, exuding a dangerous aura that wanted to engulf and devour everything in the world. The weak water is just SOSO. Xianxia looked up at the dark sky and said to himself, could it be? Tai Ching heavenly thunder is. The cold wind swept through the sky, and the subtle words were blown into pieces by the wind. Zhonghai, at the gate of Yunhua Kindergarten. An endless stream of cars slowly drove past the gate. It was the time when the children were out of school, and naturally a large number of parents and nannies came here to wait in line. When a group of children dressed in colorful clothes ran out shouting, one of them wore blue overalls, had a round face, and 2 pigtails, and was particularly eye-catching. Firstly, the child's skin was fair, and her facial features were delicate like some of the little stars in advertisements on TV. She was extremely cute. Secondly, the little girl was holding a red frog kite with a hole in it. This was Lan Lan, but the chubby little girl was pouting at the moment, and her face was full of displeasure. A red frog? The parents all felt that the kite maker had a unique taste. Lan Lan, what's wrong? Is the kite broken? A fashionable girl wearing a knitted gray sweater, a black short skirt and lace stockings walked forward and squatted down to hug the chubby little girl. Naturally, it was Mo Qianni who came to pick up the child. The people around seemed to understand. They all regarded the woman as Lanlan's mother. They felt that it was understandable for a mother to have such a beautiful daughter. Lanlan nodded her head and said unhappily, "It was trampled by Xianxia in class." As soon as Mo Qianni heard it, she immediately asked, "Is it a boy? Did he bully you?" Lanlan shook her head. When Lanlan was collecting the kite, he was chasing other children. He happened to run over and trampled on it. Phew. Mo Qianni breathed a sigh of relief and pinched Lanlan's face. "That's good. Anyway, I have let him go. I will make it for Lanlan in the future." Humph. Lanlan was angry. She kicked Xianxia's butt. He ate a few mouthfuls of mud and didn't dare to fight with Lanlan. "A boy? Useless." The chubby little girl said proudly. Mo Qianni smiled helplessly. "Who can beat you?" She was really spoiled by Yangqing. The little boys in the class were probably bullied by Lanlan. Even the teachers were afraid of Yangqing. Suddenly, Lanlan's little head looked behind Mo Qianni. She blinked her big eyes and said, "Mom is here." "Mom, is Ruwashi here?" Mo Qianni was stunned, turned around and searched for a while. However, she didn't see Lin Ruwashi at all, only the crowd and some small vendors. "Lanlan, are you mistaken? Mom's car isn't here either," Mo Qianni said. The chubby little girl pouted and pointed to a newsstand across the road. "It's true. Lanlan can feel it, Mom was there just now." Mo Qianni looked again, but she still didn't see Lin Ruwashi. I'm afraid Lanlan missed her mom too much, so she accidentally saw the wrong person. Mo Qianni sighed and thought sadly in her heart. Looking at the chubby little girl in front of her, she was especially pitiful. "Okay, let's go home." Aunt made Lanlan's favorite braised pork trotters and bought a whole roast goose. Mo Qianni held Lanlan's hand. "Oh." The chubby little girl didn't seem very excited. She looked at the newsstand with some confusion and disappointment, and followed Mo Qianni to get on the car. The back of the two beauties, one big and one small, attracted a lot of attention. "Did Lanlan's kite fly high today?" Lanlan's red frog is more powerful than their big bird and big fish. Heh, our Lanlan is really amazing. Hee hee, if they dare to fly higher than Lanlan, Lanlan will break their kite string. Ah, you, don't kick other children casually in the future, they didn't mean it. Then they should give Lanlan a lot of delicious food, if not, they still want to kick. Hey, don't be like your dad, how can you bully others like that? Lanlan only kicks boys, she has a good relationship with girls. Why only boys? Dad said, other than Dad, all boys are bad children, as long as they don't die. Under the setting sun, Mo Qianni and Lanlan got on the Audi and slowly drove on the road, leaving the kindergarten. Behind the newsstand on the opposite side of the road, there was a small gift shop. At this time, a woman wearing sunglasses and a beautiful uniform walked out. It was Lin Ruwashi. Lin Ruwashi took off her sunglasses as she stared at the car driving away. Her eyes were slightly red, filled with longing, pain, entanglement, and love. After a long time, when the car was no longer in sight, Lin Ruwashi took a deep breath. With a determined look, she put on her sunglasses and turned to leave. Late at night, at the Ning family in Yanjing. The study was brightly lit. Apart from the sparse sounds of insects outside the room, it was extremely quiet. Ning Guangyao sat on a mahogany chair in the study, facing a photo frame on the desk. He looked at it attentively, and a rare look of confusion appeared on his face. This was a family photo taken with Luo Xueishan and Ning Guodong. At that time, he had not yet sat in the position of Prime Minister. Luo Xueishan was still a charming young woman, and Ning Guodong was still a student in Yanjing High School. The young and pure time had passed. Now, in front of him, other than this photo of a family of three, there was something that could not be erased from his mind. Luo Xueishan's mournful face before her death, and Ning Guodong's ferocious face before his death. Ning Guangyao subconsciously picked up the teacup on the desk, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. Cold, icy cold. Unbeknownst to him, the tea had already lost all its warmth. On a warm spring night, the study seemed to be air-conditioned, which made Ning Guangyao want to put on a coat. He had been riding high in the political arena all these years, and he thought that power would bring him an unimaginable sense of satisfaction. But now, he realized that it was not entirely the case. As time passed, Ning Guangyao felt that the silence in the house was terrifying every night. He was a little annoyed, and he hated this feeling of being alone. But he had to bear it. Because his wife and son were pushed into the abyss that he would never see again. He protected the position of clan leader and prime minister, and gave up the mother and son. Ning Guangyao did not think that he had done anything wrong. If there was anything wrong, it was because they should not have been arrogant and provoked trouble that they should not have provoked. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, and Ning Guanyao's thoughts were interrupted. He put the photo back into the desk drawer, and Ning Guangyao sat up straight. He said in a calm voice, "Come in." A man in a suit walked in. He was a trusted aide of the Ning family. "Prime Minister, this is the report on young Mrs. situation for the past 3 days. The man placed a document on Ning Guanyao's desk. Ning Guangyao nodded, took the document, and started reading. The content of the document roughly recorded Lin Ruoxi's specific daily itinerary and what she did. There were even some photos taken with some high-tech equipment, including the woman going to and from work, and when she inspected some of the companies under the company. Ning Guangyao looked at the dazzling woman in the photo, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He had not become a person. He had given up the stupid mother and son, but he still had an outstanding daughter. Although Lin Ruoxi had not officially changed her surname to Ning, with his own means, sooner or later, he would be able to make the outside world and Lin Ruoxi admit that she was a member of the Ning family. That way, everything he did would be perfect. He flipped through every page of information. When he reached the last page, Ning Guangyao frowned slightly and asked, "Ruoxi went to kindergarten?" "Yes, but young Miss deliberately stood very hidden. She only looked at young Lanlan from afar, and did not come into contact with young Lanlan and Mo Qianni," the man replied. Ning Guangyao smiled and murmured in a low voice, "It seems that, my daughter does not really want to cut off this fate." Many thoughts flashed in his eyes. Ning Guangyao turned his head and said, "Help me make the arrangements. In 3 days, I want to go to Zhonghai for at least half a day." "Yes, Prime Minister." The next day, on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, Yangqing quietly sat cross-legged in the air, immersed in a peaceful enlightenment. An entire night of enlightenment did not allow Yangqing to grasp the Tai Ching heavenly thunder. The path of cultivation was full of contradictions. He had clearly grasped the window paper, but he could not break through it no matter what. Yangqing was not in a hurry. After all, this was not a scientific research. Even if he understood the theory, he might not be able to get the results. Moreover, this was a mysterious thing. Opportunity, he only needed an opportunity. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Although he was on the high seas, Yangqing's phone used a special global satellite system, so it did not affect his communication. The call was from Kai Ning, which surprised Yangqing. He picked it up and asked with a smile, "Ning, what's wrong?" "Hubby, can you accompany me to the Tang family fortress?" Kai Ning said softly. "The Tang family fortress?" Yangqing was puzzled. "You don't even go back to your home in Yanjin. Why are you thinking about the Tang family fortress?" Kai Ning sounded worried. "Master contacted me, saying that there's something urgent. She wants me to go with you to see her. I asked her what's the matter, but she refused to tell me. I'm worried that something bad might have happened to her." Yangqing pondered for a while. Seeing that the Meng family wanted to meet him at night, he agreed. "All right. You go to the Tang family fortress. I'll wait for you on the way." Kai Ning happily agreed and hung up the phone. Kai Ning, who was fast to begin with, arrived at the Chuan province from the Mediterranean Sea in just a few minutes. Yangqing used his divine sense to meet up with the woman. Hand in hand, they rushed to the Tang family fortress. Master said to look for her at the bamboo forest where she lives. There's no need to alert the other martial uncles of the Tang family fortress. Kai Ning was dressed in a white blouse and baggy brown breeches. She looked like an elegant British horseman, graceful and beautiful. Yangqing's curiosity was piqued. To think that this was a private meeting. He wondered what Tang Lui was up to. They arrived at the bamboo forest where Tang Lui lived. The door was open, waiting for the two of them to enter. As the two of them entered the room, they found Tang Lui, dressed in a navy blue tunic dress, sitting gracefully in front of the dressing mirror. Her long, black hair was draped over her shoulders as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes, her lips, and her fair, mature face seemed to be in a trance. "Master, we're here." Kai Ning called out softly. She was surprised that Tang Lui did not notice the two of them. It was inexplicable for a Xianxia full-cycle expert like Tang Lui. After all, neither of them had deliberately concealed their presence. Hearing Kai Ning's voice, Tang Lui was jolted awake. She turned around and looked at Kai Ning and Yangqing with a conflicted look in her eyes. Here you are." Tang Lui's voice was trembling as she spoke with a smile. Kai Ning felt that something was amiss. She walked up to Tang Lui and grabbed her master's hand. "Master, your hand is so cold. What happened? Please don't scare me when you called me and Yangqing here." Tang Lui looked at her most beloved disciple. The concern in Kai Ning's eyes was genuine, and she was touched. But every time she thought about it, her heart would ache. Tears welled up in Tang Lui's eyes as she reached out to caress Kai Ning's cheek. "My child, I'm sorry." "What do you mean?" Kai Ning was puzzled. Tang Lui turned her head to look at Yangqing. She walked up to Yangqing and stopped about 2 feet away from him. Under the shocked gazes of Yangqing and Kai Ning, Tang Lui was on her knees. "Master?" Kai Ning exclaimed. Yangchen was also stunned on the spot, forgetting to stop them immediately. When Yangqing regained his composure, he rushed over to pull Tang Lui up. Ninger's master." "Master Tang, I say, beauty? Big sister? Auntie? Why are you kneeling before me?" Yangqing tried to pull Tang Lui up. But Tang Lui refused to budge. She knelt down again, and banged her head on the floor. "Child Yang. Please save my daughter. I beg you." Sob. Tang Lui cried out in agony. "Your daughter?" Yangqing looked at Kai Ning with a puzzled expression. The woman was equally bewildered. "Master, how did you suddenly have a daughter? I've never heard of this before." Kai Ning walked up to Tang Lui to help her up. But Tang Lui refused to budge, shaking her head and refusing to get up. "Ning don't pull Master. Master should be kneeling to you. Master, no matter what it is, please get up and explain it to me." Kai Ning channeled a surge of ethereal force to pull Tang Lui up. Tang Lui looked at her disciple in shock, blinking her teary eyes. "Little Ning, you've entered the demigod stage?" Kai Ning nodded. "Yes, I'm close to the final stage of soul formation. It's all thanks to my husband's help. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me to increase my cultivation in such a short time." Good. Tang Lui smiled. "You have chosen the right person. Master is very happy." "Master, what's going on? Hurry up and tell me." I'm getting anxious." Kai Ning rarely got agitated. Tang Lui sighed as she looked at Yangqing. "It's a long story. I'll have to start from 20 years ago." Tang Lui's eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions, as if she had been transported back in time. 20 years ago, Tang Lui was still a young lady of the Tang family fortress. After mastering the art of Skyflower Rain, she thought that she was invincible, and began to challenge the martial arts practitioners of the various martial arts sections. Some of the martial arts practitioners, seeing that she was a woman, would give in to her. As for the older generation, they would not even bother to entertain her. In her 20s, Tang Lui was brimming with confidence, and began to seek out martial arts practitioners from all over Huaxia. Until one day, when Tang Lui was passing by the outskirts of a city in the Central Plains, she came across a robber. Eager to be a heroine, Tang Lui chased after the robbers. The robbers were so desperate that they pulled out their pistols and opened fire on Tang Lui. Tang Lui was still young at the time, and did not have much experience with firearms. She was shot in the abdomen, and was in grave danger. Right at that moment, a young police officer descended from the sky and apprehended the group of criminals. He then carried Tang Lui away from the scene of the crime. Tang Lui was in awe of the young police officer's skills. The scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress was a fatal attraction to young girls of that era. After the incident, Tang Lui quickly took a liking to the young man named Wang Xing, and was intrigued by his exquisite martial arts techniques. Wang Xing seemed to care for Tang Lui, and when she was hospitalized, he would often come to visit her. Tang Lui slowly came to know that Wang Xing was an orphan. After enrolling in the police academy, he graduated and became a young police officer. His martial arts were taught to him by a nameless old man in the orphanage. No one knew where he came from. Tang Lui, who had never once thought of romance, quickly got together with Wang Xing. She did not think too much about Wang Xing's past, fearing that he would be sad about his orphan background. The old master of the Tang fort was disgusted by this relationship, and thought that Wang Xing's background was suspicious. But for Wang Xing's sake, Tang Lui decided to elope with him. A year later, Tang Lui and Wang Xing's daughter was born, named Wang Shu. At first, Tang Lui thought that it was all worth it. Looking at her daughter, looking at her husband, she felt that she had the whole world in her hands. Even if she were to be despised by the people of the Tang fort, she did not care. However, one night, Wang Xing suddenly took his infant daughter, Wang Shu, and quietly left. Wang Xing only left behind a piece of paper and a small pill. The note read, "The fate of the mortal world has come to an end, the old friend has gone with the wind. I will bestow upon you a low-grade Bodhi pill to replenish your lasting energy. Take care." At first, Tang Lui did not realize what was going on. But when she came to her senses and realized what the Bodhi pill was, she suddenly remembered that her father had once told her about the hidden family. At that moment, Tang Lui felt as if her entire world had crumbled. Her daughter, her husband, they were all just an illusion. After a year of depression, Tang Lui finally returned to the Tang fort. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Tang fort. She had the support of Tang Dianshan and the other brothers. Furthermore, after her tragic love affair, Tang Lui's kung fu had improved tremendously. No one in the Tang fort dared to oppose her return. However, from then on, Tang Lui would only look at men with cold eyes. Her disgust towards men grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, she decided to live in the bamboo forest, seeking peace and quiet. Later on, she took Kai Ning as her disciple, and treated her like her own daughter. Although she taught her strictly, she loved her deeply. As he listened to Tang Lui's story, Yangqing rubbed his chin. No wonder Tang Lui did not like him back then. It was because he had been abandoned by a man from the hidden family. Back then, at the Tang fort, Kai Ning had also mentioned Tang Lui's tragic love affair. Little did he know that it involved the hidden family. No wonder she had a strange look on her face when she mentioned the hidden family. This was similar to Mother Wang, but Mother Wang was even more pitiful, for she had no idea who Sorrowless was. Perhaps it was because Tang Lui was a martial arts practitioner, and came from an ancient martial arts family, that the man named Wang Xing had left behind some information. After all, Mother Wang would not be able to comprehend the information even if Mother Wang did not. As for the Bodhi Dan, it was not that precious to a member of a hidden family. Teacher, that's not right. If that man was from a hidden family, aren't there only the Luo, Xiao, and Ning families? How could his surname be Wang? Could he be an anonymous person? Kai Ning asked suspiciously. Tang Lui wiped away her tears and nodded. My father once told me that most of the hidden families would change their names and move about in the secular world. However, that was not the case. Generally speaking, although there were only 3 hidden clans, there were actually more than 3. However, as time passed, some of the smaller clans attached themselves to the 3 great clans as vassal clans. After all, every clan has their own strength, and none of the 3 great clans would dare to swallow them all up. It doesn't matter if it's a real name or not. I just want to know what happened to your daughter. Yangqing asked. Upon hearing the word daughter, Tang Lui's face contorted into a pained expression. She took out a green jade pendant from her bosom, on which was a lifelike carving of a pear blossom. Last night, someone threw this pear blossom jade pendant, along with a piece of paper, into my room. Tang Lui placed the jade pendant in front of Yangqing. This is the jade pendant that I gave to my little Shu. I've carried it with me since she was a child. It's a top-grade Kunlun jade, I would never mistake it for someone else. Then, Tang Lui took out a yellowed piece of paper and handed it over to Yangqing. Yangqing took the note and looked at it intently. His brows furrowed and a hint of suspicion flashed across his face. I know that Wang Shu is the daughter of you and Wang Xing. She is now in my hands and has been poisoned by a parasite. If you want your beloved daughter to be safe, bring me the endless resolve restoration scripture that Yangqing possesses. We'll meet at the top of Hengduan Mountain tomorrow afternoon. If you don't, Wang Shu will definitely die. Kai Ning read out the words on the scroll and looked at Tang Lui in astonishment. Teacher. You called us here because... Tang Lui lowered her head and whispered, I know. You're putting all of you in a difficult position. But I can't take the risk. Even if I know that person is lying to me, I can't. I can't not believe it. Where is the Hengduan Mountains? Why haven't I heard of it? Yangqing was calm. It's in the northern part of the Hengduan Mountains. I know that place. It's just a small hill with no one around it. If that's the case, if we don't come, you won't be able to get there in time. The person seems to be confident that you'll let us come. Yangqing grinned. That's strange. They used to rob me, but now they're using their brains to threaten me. I wonder which family they are from. Why don't we ask Xianxia? She might know if there's a Wang family. Kai Ning suggested. Yangqing agreed. He took out his phone and contacted Xiao Qiqing, asking her if there was a Wang family in the illusory realm. Xiao Qiqing asked curiously, Hubby, how do you know there's a Wang family in the illusory realm? The Wang family is one of the more powerful vassal families of the Luo family. They have quite a number of highly skilled practitioners. Then, Xianxia, have you heard of Wang Xing and Wang Shu? Wang Shu is the daughter of the Wang family. I've heard of her. But her father is the current head of the Wang family, Wang Mian. As for Wang Xing, I've never heard of him. Xiao Qiqing replied. Both Tang Lui and Kai Ning heard Xiao Qiqing's words. Tang Lui's face lit up when she found out that there was indeed a Wang family in the illusory realm. It looks like, it might be true. I just don't know who kidnapped Wang Shu and how they know about what happened years ago. Yangqing said after he hung up the phone. Besides, the Wang family was a vassal family of the Luo family. This made Yangqing suspect that the Luo family was behind all of this. Tang Lui gritted her teeth and knelt on the ground. Child Yang, I know that I'm shameless. I know that the endless resolve restoration scripture is your most important secret, and I know that it is a secret of Shu Mountain sect. But I can't let my daughter die in front of me. My poor girl, I don't even know how she grew up. I. 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 Tears streamed down Tang Lui's cheeks as she sobbed uncontrollably. To be able to make such a prideful woman lose all sense of dignity, it was a testament to the power of a mother's love. Even a daughter who had not seen her for 20 years would be moved by the slightest bit of worry. Yangqing helped her up and smiled bitterly. Don't kneel. You're Ning Er Shifu. Ning Er treats you like her mother. Your daughter is like a sister to Ning Er. How could I not save her? If I can use the endless resolve restoration scripture in exchange for your daughter's safety, I will not be stingy. I don't want to sacrifice the lives of my friends and family to protect a scripture. Tang Lui's breath caught in her throat as she looked at Yangqing in disbelief. Really? You're willing to do it? Yangqing's answer was so quick that she could not help but ask. Hubby. You don't have to be so anxious. We can think of another way. Kai Ning said with concern. Yangqing shook his head and said, Of course, I'll have to see the situation clearly before making a decision. But if that girl is really your daughter, then it's worth it to trade the scripture for her life. This endless resolve restoration scripture is not something that just anyone can cultivate. Otherwise, after so many years in Shushan, only my master and I have been able to achieve this. If I were to abandon you and your daughter for the sake of this scripture, I would look down on myself. That would not be my goal to become stronger. Thank you. Thank you. Child Yang. Tang Lui finally believed him. She suddenly realized that she had been prejudiced against Yangqing. This man was a man who could distinguish between good and evil. Although he had a vicious side to him, he was very considerate towards those he cared about. Kai Ning's face was brimming with gratitude and tenderness. It was because of her that Yangqing had treated Tang Lui and her daughter differently. After all, he was not a goody two-shoes. This made Kai Ning feel very satisfied. Little did she know that Yangqing's heart was in turmoil. Damn it. The more women he had, the more happiness he would have in bed. But at the same time, the more trouble he would have to face. Although Tang Lui was in her 40s, she was as pretty as a flower and had a voluptuous body. But he had never touched her before. Moreover, she was Kai Ning's Shifu. If he did not help Tang Lui, Kai Ning's heart would be cold. When a woman was sad, he would feel sorry for her. Fortunately, he had just gained a new understanding of his cultivation. His reliance on the endless resolve restoration scripture was not as strong as before. Even if he were to hand it over, he would still be able to accept it. Of course, he could not say this out loud. Looking at Kai Ning's eyes that were filled with affection and adoration, Yangqing's ego was satisfied like never before. In the first place, was it not for men to have such an experience in front of women? Now, his image would be much, 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 much higher. Yangqing unconsciously straightened his back to make himself look like a man of honor and justice. That person made an appointment at noon. There's still quite a bit of time left. I'll write down the endless resolve restoration scripture now. I'll borrow the ink and paper in your room. Yangqing pointed at the desk by the window. The Tang family fortress was well versed in the use of ink and brush, even in this era of high technology. Tang Lui immediately thanked him and left the bamboo hut, much to Yangqing's amusement. It seemed like the endless resolve restoration scripture was a rather important cultivation technique to outsiders. But then again, if not for the fact that it was a new understanding of the scripture, he would not have agreed to hand it over so easily. Yangqing sighed as he walked to the desk and picked up a wolf hair brush. Kai Ning thoughtfully began to grind the ink and asked hesitantly, "Hubby, do you want me to write a fake skill for the man? I know you're doing this for my sake, but I don't want to jeopardize your safety and everyone else's." "There's no need for that. Since he dared to make an exchange with me, he must have a way to verify the authenticity of the scripture. Creating and modifying a skill is a difficult task. It can only fool those who don't know the ropes, but not the experts. Besides, you can't risk the life of your master's daughter," Yangqing said. Kai Ning smiled. "I'm done grinding the ink. I'll go out now." "Hubby, you can write it." Sigh. Yangqing held her back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "You're just like your master. What's the rush? Did I ask you to go out? You're my woman. If you want to learn, I'll teach you the endless resolve restoration scripture. It's just that it's not suitable for everyone. Just stand by my side, there's no need to hide." "How can I do that?" "This is a secret of Shu Mountain. It would be unfair to the elders of Shu Mountain." Kai Ning shook her head. Yangqing laughed heartily. "If that's what you say, then do as you please." Kai Ning glared at him and walked out of the house. Yangqing looked at the white paper and murmured, "The world is drunk, but I'm the only sober one." Sigh, the endless resolve restoration scripture. Hee. If you want it so much, I'll give it to you. After a quarter of an hour, Yangqing kept the scripture in his space ring and walked out of the house. Kai Ning and Tang Lui were waiting for him. Tang Lui's face was pale, worried for her daughter, whom she had never met before. "Let's go. Ning take your master and lead the way," Yangqing said. Kai Ning nodded and held on to Tang Lui's hand. Together with Yangqing, they took to the skies. Yangqing had a sudden epiphany and purposely used the one leaf to conceal his cultivation level. This way, if they were to run into an expert, the opponent would not dare to make a move, and he would have the upper hand. Under Tang Lui's guidance, the three of them soon arrived at the top of a barren mountain. The Hengduan Mountain stretched for hundreds of miles, surrounded by dense, dark primeval forests. The scenery was breathtaking. However, the three of them were not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. At noon, when the sun was high in the sky, a silhouette was galloping from the northwest. As the newcomer drew closer, he could see that it was a man dressed in a yellow ancient martial outfit. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he wore a custom-made metal mask. The mask was black in color, as if a layer of black iron had been plastered over his face. It was hideous, but it covered his face well. On the man's back was a large sack. From the shape of the sack, one could tell that there was a person in it. A dark water stage cultivator. Xianxia could tell the man's cultivation at a glance. What surprised Xianxia even more was that the person in the sack was also a connate perfected stage cultivator. Good, you're eager to save your daughter. The man in the iron mask looked at Xianxia and sneered. You must be Xianxia. Have you brought the endless resolve restoration scripture? Xianxia muttered to himself. Why was it that he kept running into masked men? The masked man in Arnhem, then the black-robed man in the iron mask, and now this yellow-robed man in the iron mask. It's me. I brought the endless resolve restoration scripture. Is that Wang Shu in your sack? That's right. If you want to see it, I'll show you. But you'll have to show me the scripture. Xianxia took out the scripture and waved it in his hand. The man in the iron mask did not ask for it to be shown to him. He seemed to be very confident. He shook the sack in his hand, and a petite woman fell out onto the muddy ground. The woman was dressed in a white long-sleeved shirt and light-colored cropped pants. Her hair was short, and her oval face was very similar to Tang Lui's. There was light makeup on her face, and even though she was covered in dirt, one could tell that she was a natural beauty. Her attire was contemporary, which was understandable. After all, people in the fantasy realm had changed with the times, and not everyone liked to wear ancient clothes. However, the woman was currently in a state of unconsciousness, as if she was suffering from some great pain. Even though she was unconscious, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her body was curled up. She has been poisoned by my heart-loss insect. This kind of insect is connected to the caster's body. If I want her to die, she can die at any time. And if I accidentally die, the insect in her body will instantly sense the death of the mother insect in my body and explode in her heart. She will definitely die. Moreover, you don't need to think about using any means to remove the mind-disoriented parasite from her body, because there are only two ways to remove this parasite. One is for me to summon it with the insect queen, and the other is for her to die naturally after 49 days. It has already been 30 days. In less than 20 days, she will be safe and sound. The iron-masked man laughed coldly. What an insidious insect poison. Kai Ning reprimanded coldly, she is unconscious and in so much pain. How can we believe your words? Hee, little girl, I didn't ask you to believe me. I didn't come here today to argue with you, nor did I come here to fight you to the death. I just want to use Wang Shu to exchange for the endless resolve restoration scripture in your hands, the iron-masked man said confidently. Tang Lui's eyes reddened the moment she laid eyes on Wang Shu, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ning Er. That child. Does he look a lot like Master? Tang Lui's mind was in a whirl. She could not help but ask a silly question. Tang Lui knew better than anyone else whether they looked alike or not. Kai Ning could not deny it. Indeed, the shape of the face, nose, and mouth are very similar to Master's. After Tang Lui confirmed it, she was overwhelmed with emotions, and could not help but want to run forward to have a closer look. However, before she could do so, the iron-masked man waved his hand, and a surge of ethereal core pushed her back. Kai Ning caught Tang Lui in her arms, and glared at the iron-masked man. Why did you touch my master? Can't she get a closer look? If you want to look, then look. Don't push your luck. I'm not even asking for the endless resolve restoration scripture. Why are you so impatient? Tang Lui was not angry, or rather, she did not dare to be angry, for fear that she would cause Wang Shu to suffer. Tang Lui turned to Xianxia, and begged, Child Yang, please save that child. Xianxia knew that Tang Lui had already regarded this girl as her own daughter. Indeed, this girl bore a striking resemblance to her. Having lost her daughter for almost 20 years, Tang Lui could not help but feel a surge of motherly love when she found a girl who looked so much like her. Since I'm here, I'll save her. Yang Qing raised the scripture in his hand, and said to the iron-masked man, "The scripture is right here. I can assure you that it's genuine. What do you want in exchange?" Hee, good. Very good. The iron-masked man said confidently, "I'm not afraid that you're up to no good. From what I know, your cultivation level is quite high. But I can't detect any signs of it, so I'm guessing you're using some kind of method to hide it. But that's fine, I'm prepared to die here. Worst comes to worst, I'll take Wang Shu down with me. Come over here, give me the scripture, and take Wang Shu with you." Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. This man seemed to know a lot about him, and this was all part of his plan. Yang Qing wondered which hidden family this man came from, or was he from Hongmeng? The enemy was in the dark, and he was out in the open. Yang Qing felt helpless, but he had no choice but to approach. As he approached the iron-masked man, Yang Qing felt that he had countless ways to kill him. But if Wang Shu were to die as well, he would not be able to answer to Kai Ning. After giving the scripture to the iron-masked man, Yang Qing picked up Wang Shu from the ground and walked back. As he walked, Yang Qing used his divine sense to check the location of Wang Shu's heart. Sure enough, there was a colorful and ugly goo worm entrenched in her heart. Yang Qing gritted his teeth. It seemed that there was really a goo worm, but he didn't have time to ask Xianxia about the mind-loss goo. He couldn't take the risk. The iron-masked man opened the Xian paper and laughed. Good, it seems to be the real endless resolve restoration scripture. I'll give Wang Shu to you, and I'll leave now. Wang Shu will wake up in an hour. For the next 20 days, she'll be no different from a normal person, but don't even think about touching the mind-loss goo. Wang Shu is a Xiantian full-circle cultivator, and she knows the power of this poison. If you try to remove it, I don't care if she lives or dies. With that, the iron-masked man leaped up and shot straight into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Yang Qing didn't chase after him, but calmly handed Wang Shu over to Tang Lui. There's indeed a goo worm in her body. I'll ask my Qing about it. Tang Lui could not care less about that. She hugged Wang Shu and wept her heart out, calling her Shuer softly. Kai Ning, who was watching from the side, wiped away her tears as well. Yang Qing waited for the two women to calm down before he brought Wang Shu back to Tang Lui's bamboo hut. The first thing Yang Qing did was to call Xianxia to ask about the mind-loss goo. It was a vicious and insidious goo worm. Usually, only when there was a large gap in cultivation between the two, would the goo worm be able to be used. This was because the mind-loss goo worm had to be controlled before it could be used. The solution was exactly as the iron-masked man had said, which was to wait for the next 49 days to pass. About an hour later, Wang Shu finally woke up. When she saw Tang Lui by her bedside, the girl's eyes were filled with confusion. Tang Lui took out the Kunlun jade pendant and asked in a trembling voice, "Child, is this jade pendant yours? Is your name Wang Shu? Where am I?" "Madam, how did you get my jade pendant?" Wang Shu asked in a low voice. Tang Lui couldn't control her emotions. She hugged her daughter tightly. "Shuer, I'm your mother." "Mother?" Wang Shu was confused. Her hands were stiff as she looked around the bamboo hut. It was as if she had just woken up from a dream. When she saw Yang Qing and Kai Ning standing behind her, Wang Shu was even more confused. She didn't know where to start. Yang Qing pulled Kai Ning's hand and gestured for her to speak outside. He wanted to give the mother and daughter some time to reunite. Kai Ning obediently agreed. Outside the hut, Kai Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "It looks like this girl is really my Sifu's daughter. Hubby, it's all thanks to you." "Well, she's my Ning Sifu." Yang Qing smiled and shook his head. But you're really something. To be able to come up with a skill manual in such a short time." Kai Ning smiled, "I was almost fooled by you." Yang Qing laughed involuntarily and slapped Kai Ning's butt. "What are you talking about? How could I give him a fake cultivation technique? How could I joke around with the life of your master's daughter?" At this moment, Kai Ning's smile froze. After a moment of astonishment, she exclaimed, "What? You really gave it to him. Seeing that Yangqing didn't seem to be joking, Kai Ning immediately revealed a shocked expression. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a fool. If I can't give it to him, I naturally won't. But if they want the endless resolve restoration scripture, it doesn't matter if I give it to them. Yangqing smiled casually. What do you mean it doesn't matter? This is the biggest capital you have right now. Give them the endless resolve restoration scripture. What if they use this cultivation technique to deal with you? There will definitely be many young geniuses in the illusion. If they also get this cultivation technique, do you really have the confidence to fight against them? Kai Ning felt that Yangqing was crazy. Yangqing opened his arms and hugged the woman in his arms. He patted her back and said gently, Ning Er, my silly Ning Er, I told you not to get too excited. I know you are thinking for me, but you have to believe me. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. What reasons? If you don't explain clearly, I won't be able to explain it to the other sisters. If it's because of this matter that you are in danger or hurt, wouldn't I be a sinner? After all, if I didn't beg you to see my master, you wouldn't have handed over the cultivation technique. Kai Ning's eyes were filled with tears. She felt that she was dragging Yangqing down. She had always tried to avoid this, so she worked hard to cultivate. She didn't expect this to happen. Yangqing sighed and raised his head to look at the clear blue sky. Ning Er, have you ever wondered why the ancient cultivators, the first cultivators before the War of the Gods, were able to possess such great power? You mean, the first ancient immortals from hundreds of thousands of years ago? Kai Ning asked. That's right. This naturally has something to do with the abundance of spiritual energy and the large number of rare treasures on Earth at that time. Kai Ning analyzed. Yangqing nodded, what else? Also, their cultivation technique must be very powerful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many immortals who could cross the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. Yangqing smiled faintly and said, that's the problem. Think about it, why did so many cultivators successfully enter the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation in the ancient times, but only a few of them entered the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation 20,000 years ago when the gods first came to Earth? And why is it that until now, among the cultivators I've met and heard of, only my master Song Tianqing and I have entered the Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation? Kai Ning was stunned. She frowned and thought, isn't it because I and your master have the endless resolve restoration scripture? But my master and I were not the first to possess the endless resolve restoration scripture. This cultivation technique has been passed down in Shushan for many generations. Rumor has it that this cultivation technique originated from the enlightenment of the predecessors of Shushan. Then why haven't I heard of the predecessors who created this cultivation technique having any achievements? Yangqing asked. Kai Ning guessed, could it be, because of fate? After all, this kind of epiphany, other than talent, also depends on fate. Yangqing shook his head and said, even if you insist on explaining it with chance, there are too many strange things. Could it be that those ancient immortals could only rely on the endless resolve restoration scripture to enter the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation? Could it be that they all cultivated the same cultivation method? I don't think that's the case. They also had their own inheritance. Since they wanted to inherit, they would naturally pass down everything they had learned in their lifetime. Why would they be stingy with their descendants? No matter where they went in the end, whether they still exist in this world or in this universe, there was no need for them to hide. Be it the hidden clans, the people of Hongmeng, or the inheritances of the ancient martial arts sects, could it be that the cultivation methods passed down could not bring them into the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation? If that's the case, aren't the ancient immortals too narrow-minded? After hearing what Yangqing said, Kai Ning was also puzzled. She lowered her head and pondered deeply. Indeed, before Yangqing entered the Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation, he actually did not have that many rare treasures to help him. The density of the spiritual energy on Earth also did not have any special help. In that case, those conditions to enter the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation were actually not important. And naturally, the ancient immortals would not only cultivate one cultivation method. If they wanted to pass down, they would not only pass down one cultivation method. Otherwise, there would not be so many cultivators who could reach the Tai Ching or Shangqing heavenly thunder tribulation 20,000 years ago. Could it be that, in this world, the cultivation methods that could allow one to enter the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation are actually not limited to the endless resolve restoration scripture? Kaining came to a conclusion that surprised her. However, Yangqing nodded approvingly. That's right. Yesterday, when I was comprehending the heavenly Tao alone, I had some enlightenment and suddenly thought of some questions that I had never thought of before. Why, in this world, are the cultivator's tribulations divided into 3 types, 3 suns, 6 harmonies, and 9 heavens? Who made this decision? If this is heaven's will, then what is the intention of heaven's will? Do these 3 types of tribulations really only represent the strong and the weak? Are there no other connections between them? Yangqing's series of questions made Kaining's eyes widen and she could not help but be stunned. To her, Yangqing's questions were too unimaginable. This was completely a way of thinking that was looking down from an extremely high point of view. Although it sounded simple, but as a cultivator who was extremely talented, Kaining had other mysterious insights. It seemed that in a short period of time, Kaining felt that many questions that she could not figure out had suddenly become clear, but it was difficult to put it into words. Yangqing spoke with fervor and assurance. Ming'er, have you ever thought that I can control heavenly fires such as Li fire, true fire, and karmic fire, as well as Kuei water, Ming water, and Rua water? Right now, I am only separated from the Tai Ching heavenly thunder by a thin layer of paper. If I have a slight understanding, I can break through at any time and master the heavenly thunder. These great powers of heaven and earth are originally difficult obstacles that other cultivators encounter when undergoing tribulations, but in my eyes, they are means that I can control, and they are my intimate partners. Could it be that those ancient immortals are inferior to me, and their means are weaker than mine? Not necessarily. Then it can be foreseen that, to them, the so-called 3 yang true fire tribulation, 6 harmonies frost water tribulation, and even the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation, are actually not obstacles on the path of cultivation. Because the power of these tribulations is not sent by God to obstruct us, but to let us understand and even possess them. Boom. Kaining only felt a loud noise in her head. Her entire concept of cultivation had been subverted. The heavenly tribulation is not an obstacle, but a way to understand the mysteries of heaven and earth. Yangqing paced around and fell into his own thoughts. He sighed in a low voice. Now, I finally understand what that mysterious old man said when I was fighting against Yan Buan. Heaven and earth are vast, and all living things are intelligent. The body cultivates the power of heaven and earth, and manifests the power of heaven and earth. To borrow the power of heaven and earth, it is better to be one with heaven and earth, and become one with the universe. Power is not power, sincerity is power. Yangqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. My cultivation is still too shallow. I originally thought that I have already mastered the power of heaven and earth, but now that I think about it, I have only just entered the threshold. The supreme existence on the mountain top is still covered by countless clouds, and I have not even seen it. If that old man is really still on earth, then I'm afraid his strength has already reached a level that we can't even imagine. I really want to meet him. How powerful must he be? Kaining's eyes were also filled with yearning. She smiled and said, Hubby, I know why you handed over the endless resolve restoration scripture. Oh? You've thought it through? Yangqing turned around and raised his eyebrows. Yes. Kaining said softly, because real experts rely on themselves, one step at a time, to reach the real peak. Cultivation techniques, elixirs, these are not the main factors. Just like you did not eat many elixirs, but your cultivation improved very quickly. Although we all practice the same cultivation technique, everyone's Tao is different from each other. For example, when Jiani entered the soul formation stage, Xianxia, Huilin, and I together were not her match. This shows that the root of the problem is still us. Yangqing nodded and gestured for her to continue. Kaining smiled faintly. The cultivation techniques of the hidden clans might not be inferior to the endless resolve restoration scripture. However, their ancestors were able to reach the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation, but they couldn't. Whether it's talent, temperament, or bone structure, it's not inevitable that they couldn't reach the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. It's just a sad coincidence. Therefore, even if we give them the endless resolve restoration scripture, they might not be able to cultivate anything. They might even feel that this cultivation technique is not as good as their own ancestral cultivation technique. That's right. Yangqing didn't forget to praise, Ning Er, you're really smart. However, the endless resolve restoration scripture is definitely an extraordinary cultivation technique. In my opinion, it's more difficult to understand than some of the more profound cultivation techniques. However, the heavenly Tao doesn't change for everyone. Cultivation techniques are just different paths, but different paths lead to the same goal. If they can really comprehend something from the endless resolve restoration scripture, it's also their own ability. Yangqing sighed. To be honest, I really yearn for the era of the ancient immortals. It must have been an era of competition and geniuses because the cultivators of that time were more focused on comprehending the heavenly Tao and weren't tied down by too many worldly things. From the fact that they were willing to work together to seal the primordial chaos and create the ancient formation, it can be seen that the cultivators of that time were not like now, fighting openly and covertly and forming factions. They must have been honest with each other for the sake of achieving their own orthodoxy. That kind of honesty is the true expert. They have the heart of the expert and firmly believe in their own path. They don't mind others imitating them and don't mind others' success or failure. They don't believe in external things and only believe in themselves. Now, in the illusion, even if the cultivators have the same cultivation technique, their state of mind is very different. They are selfish and always think that they can be invincible in the world and crush the void. However, they use unscrupulous means to exclude other cultivators. Naturally, it's difficult for anyone to reach the height of their ancestors. If I hadn't experienced countless life and death situations and tasted the warmth and coldness of the world, I wouldn't have broken through again and again in just a few years. Perhaps it's because I persevered and God rewarded me. Kai Ning covered her mouth and chuckled. Hubby, you seem to have become a lonely expert. You feel that no one in this world can compare to you. Haha, I didn't say that. Although my Tao doesn't allow me to sever my ties with the mortal world, that doesn't mean that others' Tao is the same as mine. Therefore, it's hard to say that there are some hidden experts that I just don't know about. Moreover, I have yet to break through the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder trial. In terms of ability, compared to some of the weak water stage cultivators, I'm afraid I'm not that far ahead. I might not even have the depth of their cultivation experience. If I want to fight alone and seek defeat, I'm still far from it. At this moment, Kai Ning was no longer worried about the matter of the cultivation technique being leaked. She felt that this confident man was even more charming than before. When I go back this time, I'll have a chat with my sisters. Perhaps it'll be of some help to everyone. In the end, cultivation still depends on oneself. It's useless to say too much. There's no need to listen to me. My understanding might not be the only one, Yangqing reminded. Kai Ning smiled and said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. But as you said, the path of cultivation still needs to have exchanges in order to promote everyone's progress. Yangqing reminded, I'm not saying this to stop you from taking the medicinal pills that I refined. These things, if you can work, don't force it out. Let nature take its course to get the greatest effect. I know. You're like an old granny chanting scriptures. There's no lonely expert demeanor at all. Kai Ning joked. Yangqing's face was embarrassed. He pretended to be angry and said, well, your man is here to teach you a lesson, and you dare to tease me? Let me teach you a good lesson. Yangqing grabbed Kai Ning and said with a smile, cultivation is important, but life can't be lacking. Ning-er, why don't we have a wild battle in the bamboo forest that you grew up in? Don't you have to deal with the Meng clan? Don't. Kai Ning noticed that Yang Chen's hand had reached into her chest and pinched a big ball of powder. She couldn't help but scream. Yangqing was startled. Seeing that it was about time, Xianxia withdrew her fragrant hand and pointed to her mouth. Then I'll let you go this time. Give me a kiss before you go. Kai Ning glared at him, but still kissed him on the lips. Yangqing's interest waned. He sighed and told Kai Ning to say goodbye to Tang Lui before flying away. Kai Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she remembered that Yangqing still had things to do in the bamboo forest. Otherwise, she would not be able to accept it. But thinking of Yangqing's unfathomable words, and finally asking for a kiss like a spoiled child, Kaining could not help but giggle. No matter how profound his cultivation was, this man's nature was hard to change. But it was this kind of man, flesh and blood, that was the Real Yangqing that she liked. 10,000 miles in an instant. After leaving the Tang fortress, Yangqing headed straight for a resort hotel outside the north ring of Hanzhong City, Qiangyue Villa. Halfway up the mountain, European-style hotels stood in great numbers, and several open-air hot springs surrounded it. From there, one could have a bird's-eye view of the city below. After dusk, the lights would be intoxicating, and the mist would be rosy. It was like half a fairyland on earth. As one of the properties of the Huanan clan, this hotel was well guarded. Usually, rich businessmen and politicians from all over the world would not leave any records that could be checked. This was why many officials were willing to come here to enjoy themselves. But today, the hotel was not open for business as usual. A large number of Huanan clan elites were stationed at various locations for the Huanan clan's internal gathering. As soon as Yangqing arrived above the hotel, his lips curled into a sinister smile. In this hotel, in addition to the familiar pressure of a soul formation cultivator, which came from the guardian elder Meng Qi, there were also two more pressure of crossing tribulation stage cultivators. They were karmic fire stage and water kuei stage. The Meng clan's background was really good. So far, there were already 5 crossing tribulation stage cultivators. In Hongmeng, they could be considered as profound stage cultivators, or even earth stage cultivators. At the same time, in the center of the hotel, an open-air banquet was arranged in a strange atmosphere. The people around the table were Meng Kaiyuan, Meng Ke, and other direct descendants of the Meng clan, as well as several people in charge of the Meng clan's important halls. However, sitting at the head of the table were a man and a woman, wearing a gold-threaded black robe. They were the elders of the Meng clan, as well as the guardian elder Meng Qi. Meng Qi raised his cup and said to the 2 elders, "This time, I invited Elder Han Yu and Elder Wu Meiyue to come out of seclusion and disturb the 2 elders' peaceful cultivation. I am truly ashamed. Meng Qi will punish myself with a cup." The elder named Han Yu was also old. He smiled and said, "Elder Meng Qi, you don't need to be like this. We, husband and wife, are the opposite sex elders of the Meng clan. For decades, we have been taken care of by the Meng clan's main family. This time, we can help the Meng clan behead this shameless child who dared to steal the Meng clan's spirit treasure. This is our honor." "That's right. Elder Meng Qi is being too polite." The beautiful woman, Wu Meiyue, who looked to be in her 40s, said with a smile. Although their cultivation was higher than Meng Qi's, they were, after all, not surnamed Meng. To put it bluntly, they were some loyal subordinates of the Meng clan, or the descendants of subordinates. They worked hard for the Meng clan since birth. Previously, when Meng Ke and the other 3 elders came out of seclusion, they ended up missing. The Meng clan was afraid that such a situation would happen again, so they sent 2 elders with different surnames. Even if they disappeared, it wouldn't have much impact on the Meng clan. Meng Kaiyuan and the others also followed to toast Han Yu and Wu Meiyue, but the 2 elders were relatively indifferent towards Meng Kaiyuan and the others. After all, in their opinion, these people's seniority was too low. Even if they were from the main family of the Meng clan, they didn't have much weight. Why hasn't this Yangqing come yet? Didn't you send someone to meet him at the back of the hotel? Why haven't I seen anyone bring him in?" Meng Kaiyuan asked the silent Meng Yu. In Meng Yu's plan, she claimed to Yangqing that she would pretend to secretly arrange people to bring Yangqing into the center of the hotel. Then, she would arrange a group of her own trusted aides to give Yangqing enough time to kill Meng Kaiyuan and the others. Finally, she would use a bomb to destroy the hotel and announce to the outside world that she only needed to push the responsibility to some hostile people, such as some powerful gangs from other provinces. Meng Yu, who was only slightly injured, would be able to get rid of suspicion. But in fact, Meng Kaiyuan and the other 3 elders were present. They believed that they could catch Yangqing like a turtle in a jar and take back the spiritual treasure. As for the bomb, there was no need to place it. Yangqing took the initiative to come to the door. Even if the matter was sent to the ears of the number 1 chief, it would seem that Yangqing was looking for trouble. Meng Yu also felt strange. According to the time, Yangqing should have come. "Grandpa, maybe." Boom. A deafening loud noise directly awakened the ears of everyone present. They only saw a large piece of the building's powder brick scattered from the mid-air in the northeast corner. Everyone was shocked. Including the three elders of the Meng family, they also looked at the northeast direction in a daze. There was originally a Baroque tower designed for the sake of beauty. But now, a layer of it had been sent flying by a tyrannical brute force. The solid concrete was sent flying like plastic foam. And the building debris fell dozens of meters away near the open-air banquet. Everyone fixed their eyes and saw that a figure had unknowingly stood on the top of the broken tower. Yangqing. When Meng Kaiyuan saw this figure, his face turned red and he roared. Meng Qi, Han Yu, and Wu Meiyue revealed a strange expression. Because Yangqing's method seems to have good cultivation, but they don't know why they can't perceive the depth of Yangqing's cultivation. Even before Yangqing appeared, they didn't know when he came. And according to the previous information, Yangqing only has an extremely strong physical quality, but he doesn't have any cultivation. Yangqing stood at the top of the pagoda, overlooking the Meng family and sneered, "You guys are quite punctual, coming so early to wait for me to take your lives. It seems that you are tired of living." "Humph. Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Today, Elder Han and Elder Wu are here, the three of us will definitely capture you. This time, you can't call those shameless warship missiles again. Why don't you just surrender and hand over my Meng family's spirit treasure?" Meng Qi stepped forward and proudly said. Yangqing squinted his eyes and took out the black ball from his spatial ring. It was the Meng family's spirit treasure. "You've reminded me. You guys actually treat this thing like a treasure, but no matter how I look at it, it's just trash. Tell me what this thing is, and I'll spare your dog life today," Yangqing said with a mysterious smile. This was indeed something that Yangqing couldn't understand. After he recovered his cultivation, he even made great progress, but he still didn't know what this black thing was. The Meng family tried every possible means to take it back from his hands. It must be a treasure, then he must absolutely not let them take it back. Unknown things have a strong attraction for Yangqing. This is simply whimsical. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We have recorded your conversation with Meng Yu. As long as we hand it over to the number one chief, this time it will be your fault. Our Meng family will take back our things. It is only right and proper. No one can stop us. Don't think that we won't dare to make a move. If you don't obediently hand over our clan's spiritual treasure, then even if you're a member of the Yang clan, it'll be useless. Don't blame us for being impolite." Meng Qi shouted sternly. Yangqing sneered and said, "I think it's because you don't know what this thing is used for. In that case, use whatever means you have. I'll use the three of you as the touchstone for my new magical power. Elder Meng Qi, let's not waste time talking. Let's go and capture him, take back the spiritual treasure, and search for all the elixirs and cultivation methods on him. When the time comes, the clan will definitely remember us." Han Yu said coldly. Meng Qi nodded. With the two tribulation passing stage cultivators of the Hellfire and Water stage here, he felt that he only needed to freeload off some merit points. Naturally, his face was full of smiles. "Boy, angering the Meng family will be your irreparable mistake." The beautiful woman, Wu Meiyue, was the first to be unable to endure it any longer. A long sword with a willow leaf appeared in her hand. It was a low-grade magic treasure, transparent and sparkling. "Eat my crescent moon sword art." Wu Meiyue leaped up. Her whole body was surrounded by Kuei water true elemental energy. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Yangqing. A sword light swept across, bringing with it a crescent moon-like light blade filled with Coldine true elemental energy. Under the illumination of the night light, the blade of the true elemental energy reflected a glazed dazzling brilliance. It was sharp and deadly. But for Yangqing, this kind of trick was child's play. He opened his big hand, and the true elemental energy was directly torn apart by Yangqing's physical strength. The burst of true elemental energy scattered in all directions, directly blowing the broken tower where Yangqing stood into pieces. Flying stones fell, injuring many of the Meng family's guards. Wu Meiyue was shocked. She continued to chop down several thicker and larger crescent moon-like sword chi. A strong explosion occurred around Yangqing. It was as if hundreds of flowers were blooming. What a coarse and thick monster. How come he's not even injured? Han Yu snorted angrily. Seeing that his wife's attack had no effect, he also flew up. Meng Qi was afraid that Yangqing would escape, so he also followed and shouted, Pai Shan Palm. He used his special palm technique. His true elemental energy turned into a sky full of palm shadows. For a moment, Yangqing was fiercely slapped in all directions. Wave after wave, it was like the invasion of the sea. Han Yu didn't know when, but there was a ring boxing glove on his hand. It was flashing with a blazing flame. It was obviously cast from a rare flame attribute black iron. It was very compatible with his fiery true elemental energy. Fiery collapse. Han Yu's true elemental energy surged. His whole body turned into a fireball. From the top of Yangqing's head, he bombarded Yangqing's skull. Like a fiery meteor falling from the sky, he was bound to smash Yangqing into pieces. Yangqing didn't dodge. He raised his hand and punched Han Yu, sending him flying dozens of meters into the air. At this moment, Meng Qi's palm fell on Yangqing's back. However, Yangqing simply ignored it. Meng Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was a deity transformation stage cultivator, but he couldn't even break Yangqing's defense. In desperation, Meng Qi could only create as much trouble as he could for Yangqing. However, the main attack was still from Han Yu and his wife. The people of the Meng family below didn't know what was going on. They were just watching the thrilling scene. The three elders were attacking from all directions, blooming with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating half the sky. Good. As expected of the experts of the family. Today, I will make Yangqing die without a complete corpse. In his heart, Meng Kaiyuan blamed the death of his son and grandson on Yangqing. It could be said that he hated Yangqing to the bone. The other people of the Meng family and the big shots of the Huanan gang also applauded, thinking that Yangqing would die this time. Meng Yu's eyes flickered, but she was neither sad nor happy. No one could see any emotion. At this moment, Yangqing, who was being attacked by countless chaotic flows of true essence, didn't feel anything. These attacks were like scratching an itch. If his cultivation hadn't recovered, he might have been beaten into a sorry state. But now that his body was protected by the power of heaven and earth, this drizzle of true essence was simply not enough. A large part of the hotel building beneath them had been razed to the ground. Charred pits were everywhere, and the ground was in a state of desolation. Another crimson beam of light, like a sharp arrow, shot toward him from the side. Yangqing finally had no interest in watching their methods. He casually reached out his hand and grasped the air. The power of heaven and earth forced Han Yu, who had turned into a flaming arrow, to reveal his true form. The raging true essence was blown away. Han Yu's pupils shrank. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Yangqing's figure flew to the side, his hand already covering Han Yu's forehead. More than half of your attacks have exploded elsewhere. The power isn't much to begin with, and yet you still want to waste your true essence. Although it looks gorgeous, it's actually extremely stupid. Yangqing looked at him mockingly. As he finished speaking, a grayish-white liquid, like a wriggling living creature, started from Han Yu's head, wrapping most of his body. This is... Wu Meiyue and Meng Qi were shocked. Yangqing had so easily captured Han Yu. Could it be that he hadn't used his true strength at all? Moreover, why couldn't they see through Yangqing's cultivation? Han Yu's eyes were wide open. Just as he spat out the word weak, he opened his mouth but couldn't make a single sound. Weak water could corrode a person's soul. Han Yu's cultivation was only at the hellfire level, so he couldn't withstand the power of weak water, which was almost 3 levels higher. His soul was instantly swallowed up by weak water. Strangely, Han Yu's body didn't change at all. He was just like an ordinary dead person, but Wu Meiyue and Meng Qi in the distance could feel that even Han Yu's soul had disappeared. This meant that he had truly disappeared from the world. How is this possible? Could it be that you're at the weak water stage? No. I've never heard of anyone at the weak water stage being able to use weak water. Wu Meiyue's thoughts were in a mess. She stopped her attack in horror. She realized that coming to kill Yangqing was simply courting death. Yangqing didn't care about their doubts. His figure quickly moved forward as a ball of purple fire ignited in his hand. It was the combination of Li fire and Kuei water. Wu Meiyue didn't even have time to react to what kind of powerful force this was. Yang Cheng's fist had already pierced into Wu Meiyue's abdomen with a destructive force. Puchi! With a hurried sound, Wu Meiyue's body had already been pierced. The purple flames quickly corroded the body of her water celestial tribulation stage cultivator, and in the blink of an eye, she was burnt into powder that drifted away with the wind. Yangqing was quite satisfied with his two brand new powers. Although the opponents were a bit weak, it was still the power of a single blow. This effect was very good. Just as Yangqing had thought before, he was afraid that those below the weak water stage would not be his opponent. These three opponents were not strong enough. He did not even have the interest to use the power of primal chaos to devour them, so he simply killed them. Below, the people of the Meng family were already dumbfounded. Why were they fighting so well just now, and Yang Chen was surrounded and beaten until he couldn't even see his figure. At this moment, two elders were inexplicably killed. Meng Kaiyuan, Meng K, and the others all had faces as white as paper, while Meng Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment and complicated thoughts. Han Yu's corpse fell from the sky, and Wu Meiyue's corpse did not even remain. Only Meng Qi was left in the air, his body trembling. He could not believe his own eyes. No. How could this be? Meng Qi's face was filled with panic. Because of fear, his old face twisted, he screamed crazily and flashed to escape. Yangqing was too lazy to look anymore. In midair, he condensed a long rope of blue flames and wrapped it around Meng Qi. Meng Qi was only at the soul formation stage. Whether it was speed or divine sense, they were all too weak. It was impossible for him to escape the range of Yang Cheng's mental control, and there was nowhere to hide. Letting a soul formation cultivator like you die under my blue flames is also your honor. Yang Cheng said lightly. Meng Qi was unable to perceive what was so special about this blue flame because the gap between his cultivation and the blue flame was too big. The fusion of Samadhi true fire and dark water melted Meng Qi as soon as it came into contact with him. It was as if the human body had turned into a ball of liquid and then evaporated in the air. In 3 simple moves, Yangqing had already cleaned up the 3 Meng family elders. If not for the large number of broken walls on the ground, no one would even think that a battle had just happened. In front of the frightened eyes of the Meng family and the South China gang, Yangqing lightly landed on the ground and looked at Meng Kaiyuan and the others with an evil smile. Absolute strength left Meng Kaiyuan and the others in despair. They didn't know how to resist this strange and powerful Yangqing. In the end, Meng Kaiyuan could only pretend to be calm and tough. Yang Chen, you'd better think it through. Our Meng clan is more than this. If you dare to hurt us, you'll have to bear the wrath of our ancestors. If you let it go today, I swear that I can have a good talk with you, and I won't pursue what happened today. Yangqing laughed and said mockingly, are you negotiating with me? I thought you would obediently kneel down and kowtow to me, or at least have some backbone and don't let me dirty my hands and shoot yourself. Don't you dare humiliate me. My Meng family's descendants swear to die unyieldingly. Meng Kaiyuan's eyes reddened as he roared. But at this time, Meng Yu suddenly leaped up, arrived in front of Yangqing, and respectfully knelt down. Master. Congratulations, Master, for winning and avenging the grievance of that day. Meng Kaiyuan and Meng K were about to collapse. Meng Yu. You actually betrayed us. Meng Yu was cursed by a group of people with all kinds of dirty words, but she was unmoved. She still looked at Yangqing with a charming expression. Yangqing swept his eyes back and forth between the Meng family and Meng Yu. Oh, are you really happy that I won? Of course. Meng Yu's face unexpectedly flushed, and she shyly said, please forgive me, Master. You really can't fight with Master, but my heart has been worried. Fortunately, Master is unscathed. Shameless. Bitch. My Meng family simply raised an ugly she-wolf. Meng Kaiyuan's blue veins were bulging. Meng Yu immediately turned around, her face cold and sinister. Humph. You really think that I will help you and betray my master? Long ago, when you didn't care about my life and death, I swore to exterminate your group of despicable so-called relatives. You were the first to let me down, so don't blame me, Meng Yu, for turning hostile. I will personally kill you, you evil woman. Meng Ke was infuriated, and rushed forward with a thundering kick towards Meng Yu. Meng Yu had entered the Xiantian realm, so she was not afraid of her father. Similarly, she swept her leg and sent Meng Ke flying. After landing and rolling a few times, Meng Ke was so angry that he directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and pointed at Meng Yu speechlessly. Meng Yu arrogantly looked at the group of Huanan people, and turned to Yangqing and respectfully said, Master, because that old thief Meng Kaiyuan was too strict, Yu was unable to set up the explosives. I ask Master to avenge Yu and kill these old things. From now on, Yu can control the Huanan group, and serve Master better. Yangqing calmly smiled, and pulled Meng Yu over, and flew into the air. Meng Yu did not know what Yangqing was going to do, and her heart was beating in panic. These people, to me, are just ants. There is no need for me to kill them one by one. Since you did not set up the explosives, then I will give them a quick death. Yangqing was not interested in wasting his breath on Meng Kaiyuan and the others. The gap was too big, and these people were not on the same level as him. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. He stretched out his hand and summoned a hugely fire dragon. With a roar, the Li fire dragon surrounded the entire Chongyue villa halfway up the mountain. To these people who had not even reached the soul formation stage, the Li fire dragon was an absolutely destructive blow. Not long after, the Li fire dragon began to wreak havoc in the central area. Meng Kaiyuan and the rest of the Huanan group could only watch helplessly as they were corroded by the flames, covered, and burned to ashes. Screams rose and fell, resounding through the mountain forest, mixed with cries and wails. The scarlet flames lit up the sky above the mountain as if it was daytime. Yangqing could not help but sigh in his heart. Tonight, he had killed hundreds of people again, but his mood was very calm. However, Meng Yu, who was being carried by the side, was not calm. Even if she did not treat these people as her family, seeing that almost all of her family had died in an instant, her entire body still trembled. She felt a huge chill in her heart, which made her feel that Yang Chen was a devil through and through. He killed hundreds of people as if he was chopping vegetables. Yangqing did not care about what the woman thought. His figure flashed, and he arrived at a nearby deserted mountain top and put Meng Yu down. Now, do you still want to say that nonsense? Yangqing asked with an unfathomable smile. Meng Yu's delicate body trembled, and she squeezed out a fawning smile. She took the initiative to kneel on the ground. Master, what are you saying? Do you really think I'm an idiot? 2 elders were invited, and you didn't tell me in advance. Don't you want to see who will win? I'm afraid you can't wait for both sides to suffer. If I lose, you will make a contribution. If I win, you can also become the patriarch of the Meng family. In any case, no matter who wins or loses, you will benefit, right? No. No. Meng Yu hurriedly shook her head. Master, Yu didn't have time to inform you. They are watching me too closely. Oh? Then how did they know that I have a spirit pill on me? I told you to keep it a secret. Did they know that you took a spirit pill when you were cultivating? It can't be such a coincidence. Yangqing asked with a sneer. Meng Yu nodded. Yes, that's it. I was accidentally discovered by them. After all, my progress is too fast. Oh, Yangqing suddenly understood. So these are all my guesses. Because there is no evidence, I can't determine that you betrayed me? Meng Yu clenched her teeth, nodded and said, Yes, Master, Yu swore to follow Master and be loyal. Unfortunately. Yangqing walked in front of Meng Yu and looked at the woman condescendingly. You don't know 2 things. First, if I, Yangqing, want to kill a person, I don't need evidence. I only need suspicion, that is enough. Second, I don't believe that a woman who can disfigure herself because of hatred, a woman who can kill her loved ones because of hatred. Meng Yu's face was pale like paper. Cold sweat dripped down. Her body almost fell to the ground as she cried and begged, Master. Please don't kill Yu. Yu can give Master anything. With that, Meng Yu suddenly tore her black lace skirt, revealing her white body. Her 2 snow-white peaks were visible, and the red grapes were tender and beautiful. Meng Yu's eyes were filled with tears. She looked extremely pitiful. She looked at Yangqing with innocent eyes and pleaded, "Master. Take Yu'er. Yu'er is clean. Master can definitely feel Yu'er's sincerity." In order to survive, Mengyu had already abandoned everything. Twisting her enchanting body, she stepped forward and hugged one of Yangqing's thighs. 2 lumps of pink flesh rubbed against Yangqing's thighs through his pants. The skin on Yangqing's thighs could feel the 2 hardened grapes constantly rubbing against his thighs. Mengyu, with her disheveled hair, exuded a glamorous charm like a dancer under the dim light. This woman's looks were above 80 points. Coupled with the fact that she had lived like a princess, her skin was delicate, and she knew how to seduce people. Needless to say, she must be a stunner on the bed. But what kind of person was Yangqing? Not to mention the women he had played with, the beauties in his base camp were not inferior to Mengyu. They were all outstanding beauties, and women with peerless temperament often slept by his side. If she wanted to seduce him with her beauty, it was indeed possible, but the premise was that Yangqing did not dislike this woman. Obviously, Mengyu was blinded by greed and shamelessness, which made Yangqing feel that it was beneath him to play with her. If she had her own persistence and scrupulously upheld the last bit of her dignity, Yangqing would still look at her a few more times. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Yangqing sneered, "Even if you break open the peach under your buttocks, I have no interest in seeing the quality inside. Do you think that a beautiful sow can hook up with a man?" The vicious words made Mengyu's tender body tremble. She shivered, and tears rolled down her eyes. Although she did want to sell her body in exchange for a temporary life, and had already abandoned her own self-esteem, receiving such naked sarcasm, she still felt that death was better than living. "What, are you angry because I poked your sore spot?" Yangqing asked in a playful tone. Mengyu's eyes flashed with resentment, like a man-eating monster, but she was quickly suppressed. When she looked up at Yangqing again, Mengyu's face had already become a pear blossom in tears, looking delicate and pitiful. "Why would Yu'er be angry with Master?" "Master, please believe Yu'er. Yu'er has never been touched by another man. Yu'er only wants to follow Master." Yangqing was a little regretful. He let out a long sigh and said, "It seems that you can't be saved. But that's good. It saves me the trouble." Mengyu didn't know what Yangqing meant, but in the next moment, Yangqing shot a wisp of true essence into her faint acupuncture point. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Yangqing grabbed the half-naked woman and flew towards the east. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the ocean and arrived in Tokyo, Japan. Under the gorgeous and dazzling Tokyo Tower, the bright lights were as bright as day. The buildings were scattered like stars in the sky, and the endless stream of cars was like the rhythmic pulse of the city. Yangqing breathed in the cold wind and arrived at the top of a skyscraper. Many rich people in Japan would choose to live on the top floor of a building and transform the top floor into a variety of entertainment facilities. On the top floor of this building, there was a huge swimming pool, a green landscape, and an extravagant open-air hot spring. Yangqing suddenly landed with Mengyu. Dozens of ninjas in black who were hiding on the top floor suddenly appeared from the bushes and surrounded Yangqing. "Oh, not bad. They're all at the peak of the acquired level. It seems that Hanya's ability is stronger than Noriko Okawa." Yangqing didn't care. "Who are you?" the leader of the ninjas asked carefully. At the same time, like the other ninjas, he looked at Mengyu, who was thrown on the ground with a strange expression. Yangqing stood with his hands behind his back and said with a relaxed smile, "Hanya, come out." Yangqing's voice wasn't loud, but he had actually used some of his true essence to permeate the entire floor. Soon, Hanya, who was wearing a dark red pajamas with golden threads and half of her breasts were exposed, rushed out from the exit of the rooftop. In a flash, she knelt down in front of Yangqing and said respectfully and pleasantly, "Master, please forgive me. I couldn't get here in time." "It doesn't matter. I came here suddenly." Yangqing squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Now that you've entered the middle stage of the innate realm, you can do some things for me." The surrounding ninjas heard that. Their leader actually called him Master. Doesn't that mean this person is Pluto? Ever since Hanya took control of the Yamata sect, it had been included in Yangqing's territory in the underground world. The ninjas were all aware of this. For a moment, they were all drenched in cold sweat, afraid that Yang would punish them. Yang saw that these ninjas were all trembling and smiled helplessly. It seemed that his fierce reputation was quite famous. He waved his hand and said, "All of you can leave. I don't blame you for doing your duty." The ninjas felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly disappeared into the night. Xianxia then stood up and looked at Mengyu with a puzzled expression. She asked, "Master, why is this woman from the Meng family here?" Yang didn't hurry to explain. Instead, he walked to the side of the hot spring and looked at the steaming open-air hot spring. Then, he started to take off his clothes. The weather was comfortable. Yang remembered that he hadn't soaked in the hot spring for a long time. It was a good time to relax. When Xianxia saw this, she naturally went behind Yang and helped Yang change his clothes. Although she wasn't really enjoyed by Nariko Okawa, as his goddaughter and a female ninja, she had served Nariko Okawa before. She helped a man change his clothes gently and comfortably. Yang felt Xianxia's gentle hands and her delicate palms carelessly brushed past his body. He couldn't help but enjoy it and let her do as she pleased. After taking off his clothes and pants, Xianxia's two slender hands touched the edge of Yang's underwear. There was a big thing inside. This time, Xianxia looked up at Yang in inquiry. Yang smiled and nodded. Xianxia's elegant oriental beauty face was immediately tainted with a blush. This moment of bashful posture made Yang feel a little dizzy, because from top to bottom, he could still see the deep ravine between her towering breasts at the collar of Xianxia's pajamas, as if it was a black hole that could suck in one's gaze. Xianxia gently knelt in front of Yang and took off her underwear. The big thing inside jumped out impatiently. Even if it hadn't entered the battle state, it had already made Xianxia blush and her heart beat faster. To put it bluntly, she was still a virgin. It was just that the cruel Nariko Okawa used his hands to poke through a thin membrane. All these years, she kept her chastity and wanted to dedicate herself to Yang, his great benefactor. However, she was repeatedly rejected by Yang. Tonight, she felt that it was a great opportunity. However, when she saw Yang's weapon, she was a little afraid. How could she withstand it? Back then, when Okawa brutally penetrated her with his hands when she was young, she still remembered the heart-wrenching pain. This was also why she didn't have any thoughts of befriending men other than Yang. Yang didn't mind if a woman glanced at his penis from time to time. He grew up abroad and lived his life on the edge of a knife, so he was quite open-minded in this aspect. Lightly walking into the hot spring, Yang sat on the cobblestone. He felt the hot water soak through his abdomen and reach his chest. He let out a comfortable sigh. How comfortable. Xianxia, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Yang smiled. At this moment, Xianxia's almond-shaped eyes were sparkling. Her body was about to turn soft. One of her hands shyly touched the sensitive area between her thighs under her nightgown. She felt that part of her body was getting moist because of the stimulation. However, she came out in a hurry and didn't wear any underwear. She was worried that if the water droplets came out, it would make Yang think that she was a loose woman. Master. Master, you flatter me. This is a gift given to me by the cabinet minister in order to get promoted. This place is close to the other branches, so I moved here. As Xianxia spoke, she clamped her two slender, round, and jade-like thighs together. Even though Yang's back was facing the woman, he could still sense what was going on with her. He sighed and said, "You come down too. Accompany me in the bubble." Hearing this, Xianxia was both shy and happy. Her heart thumped wildly, like a young girl in love. Xianxia responded softly and untied her nightgown, revealing her flawless, white, and proud body. She walked down the hot spring with graceful steps. However, she didn't dare to easily lean on Yang's side. She obediently sat beside Yang. Amidst the white mist, Xianxia's erect breasts were soaked in the hot spring. They were dyed with a layer of pink, and her breasts were especially beautiful and eye-catching. The steam wet her black hair, making her face as beautiful as a peach and her eyebrows as curved as a willow leaf. She was especially charming and moving. Yang didn't avoid his gaze. He even subconsciously glanced at the woman's thighs under the water. With just a glance, Yang revealed a trace of a naughty smile. Japanese women really knew how to serve. She was always ready. It was obvious that Hanya had taken good care of it. She cleaned that place very well. Not even a trace of black grass could be seen. There was only a faint touch of bright red. Hanya was scanned by Yanqing. There was some indescribable excitement and joy in her heart. If one looked carefully, one could see that from her pink peach garden, there was a trace of cool water trickling out. Her sensitive physique made Hanya unbearably numb. It was as if thousands of insects were crawling in her heart. It was so itchy that she was about to cry out. Fortunately, those ninjas were tactful. They knew that Yanqing was here, so they hid far away. Otherwise, if they saw the current leader, their eyeballs would definitely fall out. Yanqing didn't make any substantial movements. Instead, he opened his arms and lightly said, "Hanya, you don't have to be too nervous. I'm not a rash young man. It's true that I'm looking at your body, but it's just appreciation. I don't want to do anything to you. If Master wants, Hanya can do it any time." Hanya's eyes were filled with ripples. Her mood was filled with expectation. Yanqing shook his head. "I don't lack women. You are actually a pure woman. Moreover, you have done a lot of things for me. I know what you have done behind the scenes. In fact, if you hand over Yamada sect to a trustworthy person, I will support you to become an ordinary woman. You can be a good wife and a loving mother. I will support you." No, in Hanya's eyes, except for Master, I can't trust other men. Hanya firmly said. She was like a stubborn little girl. She was even somewhat childish. Yanqing was surprised. He sighed and didn't try to persuade her anymore. This female ninja's way of thinking was traditional to the point of feudalism. She was silly to the point of being cute. "So," he said, "you must want to know why I brought Mengyu here. It's like this." Yanqing roughly explained what happened before. As soon as he talked about business, Hanya immediately tightened her nerves. The flush on her face also faded. "Then, what does Master want Hanya to do?" Hanya curiously asked. Yanqing glanced at the still unconscious Mengyu. The Meng family has suffered heavy casualties. The only core character left is Mengyu. Of course, I'm talking about the Meng family's South China gang. This time, I killed so many people of the Meng family. It will certainly cause chaos within the Meng family and the South China gang. This time, I killed so many people of the Meng family. It will certainly cause chaos within the Meng family and the South China gang. 2. The South China gang of to of to be. 2. 2 2 2 2. 2. 2 2 2 2 of to the G family. 2 of it of. By, and of. 2 2, he to say. Originally, Mengyu is a good leader. She can quell this matter because she is a direct descendant of the Meng family. She is also the Red Flower Hall's hall master and controls the Central China industry. However, this woman, Mengyu, is too scheming. After a few tests, I discovered that she has no bottom line at all. I will not use such a person. At best, she's just a bitch who thinks she's infallible. Hanya thought for a moment and said, "Master wants me to send a ninja to pretend to be Mengyu and then enter the Meng family? Smart." Yanqing smiled and praised, "You have the experience of sending people to take over the Lu family. Although it is quite difficult to take over the Meng family, I think you can do it. Of course, if the cultivators of the Meng family come out of the mountain and see through you, I will help you deal with them. I'm afraid that if they don't come, we won't be able to find their base." Hanya said, "It is indeed difficult. The relationship of the Meng family is too complicated. I have to get a lot of information from Hanya and then remember it one by one. I can't make any mistakes. I think I will personally disguise myself as Mengyu. I don't give you much time. So many people died tonight and Mengyu is missing. I'm afraid there will be trouble tomorrow. You must get enough information from Mengyu before dawn tomorrow. Then, I will take you to the Meng family first. You can send other ninjas with good skills to sneak into the Meng family and eradicate those thorns for you. As for the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, I will contact General Kai Yunqing and ask him to let the ninjas of your Yamada sect go. With my relationship, it won't be a big problem. After all, they won't want the Meng family to be in chaos. Yangqing had a well-thought-out plan. Hanya knew that the situation was urgent and didn't dare to stay any longer. She suddenly stood up from the hot spring. The water flowed down from her smooth and tall twin peaks. The two pink balls of meat trembled. The water trickled down her delicate white and tender body, endlessly charming. Master, after asking the things, do you want to kill Mengyu or keep her for other use? Yangqing grinned and said, it is impossible to ask everything in one night. Keep her first. If there is anything you need to know in the future, you can ask slowly. Of course, in order to guard her, I will abolish her cultivation base and turn her into an ordinary woman. I think you should have a lot of ways to deal with a spoiled rich girl. Hanya revealed a devilish smile. I can see that she is still a virgin. I believe that many of the hotels under our Yamada sect in the Rainbow Light District will be willing to nurture her as a high-class courtesan. Maybe her first time can be sold for a good price. Haha, this is for you to think about. My request is only one. Tomorrow morning, I want to see a qualified Mengyu played by you. Yes. Master. Hanya nodded. There was only pure obedience on her face. For Yangqing, abolishing Mengyu's cultivation base was just a blink of an eye. The rest was left to Hanya to deal with. In a dark room, the light shone on a small area in the center. Mengyu, who had just woken up with disheveled hair, found that there was no true qi in her body. She also found that Hanya was in front of her. She was surrounded by a mass of naked, strong men wearing black headgear. Where is this? Where is Yangqing? Where is Master? Mengyu felt a chill and was at a loss of what to do. Hanya was wearing a sexy leather suit. She held a whip in her hand and lightly tapped it. She looked down at Mengyu. Listen carefully, you are now a cripple. If you want to live, then answer whatever I ask you. If I see the slightest hesitation in your eyes, you can rest assured that I will not take away your virginity. However, among the men here, there will be one who will put a thick hot rod in your back. There are more than 30 strong men here. You don't have to worry about them not having enough energy, so you better obediently cooperate with me. Mengyu almost suffocated. She felt the world spin. Her eyes immediately rolled back and she directly fainted. A trace of disdain flashed in Hanya's cold eyes. After losing her cultivation and status, this woman was actually so weak. Indeed, she was not worthy of being her master's servant. However, it was also good. It was easy to break down her psychological defenses. After ordering people to pour cold water on her to wake her up, she officially began the interrogation. Zhonghai, it was late at night. The courtyard in the western suburbs was already silent, except for the sparse sounds of insects. A black Audi A8 stopped in front of a mansion. Ning Guanyao, who was wearing a black casual jacket, got out of the car. After taking off his formal clothes, he looked like an ordinary elder, amiable and approachable. Walking to the door, Ning Guanyao pressed the doorbell. Mother Wang's voice came from inside. Coming. After a while, the door opened, and the sound of a drama came from the living room. It was obvious that Mother Wang was watching TV. When she looked up and saw the person at the door, Mother Wang sucked in a breath of cold air. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, and her voice trembled. Premier. Premier Ning? Mother Wang never dreamed that Ning Guanyao would come here at this time. She had heard that the father-daughter relationship between Ning Guanyao and Lin Ruashi was already an open secret, but she didn't think that such a scene would appear. Hello, Mother Wang. I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night, but I really don't have time during the day. Is Ruashi here? Ning Guanyao said with a humble smile. It had to be said that having the dignified premier of a country speak so politely and softly, Mother Wang felt some indescribable joy in her heart. Although she knew that Ning Guanyao had done some things that let Lin Ruashi down, it was still difficult for her to hate this handsome middle-aged man. Miss, she. Before Mother Wang could finish, a cold voice came from the living room. Mother Wang, who's here? Ning Guanyao's face lit up with joy as he peered into the room. Lin Ruashi, who couldn't hear Wang Ma's reply, happened to walk out at this moment. She was wearing a simple yet elegant cream-colored pleated dress with her hair tied up. She didn't look cold and aloof, but more like a gentle housewife. When she saw Ning Guanyao, Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but stand rooted to the ground, a little dazed. Perhaps because she was too surprised, her feet were stuck to the ground as if they were magnets, not moving at all. Ruoxi, it's good that you're still awake. Dad won't be unhappy to see you so suddenly, right? Ning Guanyao asked with a warm smile. Lin Ruoxi's body trembled when she heard the word dad. She pursed her lips and looked at him with a complicated expression. Premier Ning, what's the matter? Ning Guanyao blushed with shame. I wanted to come earlier, but I had a meeting with the government of Zhonghai City and it ended very late. Thinking that I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow, I couldn't care less and decided to come and see you. You've seen him, please go back. Lin Ruoxi nodded indifferently and turned to leave. Sigh. Ning Guanyao said with a begging expression, Ruoxi, Dad knows that you might not like to see me, but I really have something to talk to you about. Can you accompany Dad to sit out and eat something? I haven't had dinner yet, my stomach is empty. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi still didn't respond, Ning Guanyao could only say, consider it Dad, please, I beg you, daughter. Lin Ruoxi bit her lips with her back facing him. Her beautiful eyes were glistening and her heart finally softened. A premier of a country begging you, she felt that it would be cruel if she didn't agree. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath to clear the mist in her eyes. She then turned around and walked out of the house. Mother Wang, I'll be back later. You should rest if you're tired. Mother Wang nodded nervously and responded with a stiff smile, but there was some worry in her eyes. Ning Guanyao's face was full of joy. He didn't have the dignity of a dignified premier at all. He led Lin Ruoxi to the Audi. After boarding the car, Ning Guanyao said to the driver, to Bailu Plain. The car quickly got on the road, shuttling through the cold night on the suburban road. Ning Guanyao looked at his daughter beside him. Lin Ruoxi was looking out of the window with an indifferent expression. She had no intention of speaking, so he broke the silence with a smile. Ruoxi, you know the Bailuyuan clubhouse in Zhonghai, right? It's actually one of the properties of the Ning family. I often go there when I'm in Zhonghai, and there won't be any disturbances. It's very quiet. Premier Ning, the Ning family is the Ning family. I am me, and my surname is Lin. Lin Ruoxi replied lightly. Ning Guanyao shook his head and sighed. I know it's hard for you to accept me as your father, who has done so many wrong things. It's also hard for you to return to the Ning family as the daughter of the Ning family. But you also know that I don't want to hide our relationship from the outside world anymore. I've realized that I can't give up on my own flesh and blood. Now, many big families in Beijing and Zhonghai know that you're my daughter. To be honest, I'm proud of you, no matter what others say. I know that I've done and said many hurtful things to you. I blame myself until late at night, and I often have nightmares about you looking at me coldly and disdainfully. Every time I wake up from my dreams, I'm filled with regret and heartache. But I don't dare to contact you because I'm afraid that you'll despise me even more. I feel so useless. When the Yang family was in trouble last time, I couldn't wait to bring you to the Ning family's mansion. But I had to consider the overall situation of the family, and I was also afraid that you wouldn't agree. So, I could only hope that Yangqing could resolve the crisis. You have no idea how nervous I was at that time. Ning Guanyao seemed to be talking to himself, but his words were sincere and touching. He was like a father who had done many wrong things and was constantly repenting. But at the same time, he was also like a helpless man who was feeling sorry for himself and had no one to rely on. Lin Ruoxi didn't respond. She looked at the neon lights outside the window, but her eyes gradually turned red and her pink neck straightened. Ning Guanyao spoke intermittently for more than 20 minutes before the car stopped outside a clubhouse at the junction of the western suburbs and the city. This clubhouse was called Bailuyuan. Usually, only VIPs could enter, and only a few VIPs could enter. Today, when Ning Guanyao arrived, the clubhouse closed early. In fact, he was waiting for Ning Guanyao to bring Lin Ruoxi over. They entered an elegant, antique private room. Ning Guanyao had people serve more than a dozen different dishes. Surprisingly, they were all Lin Ruoxi's favorite foods. There were even glutinous rice balls that were obviously from the Zhao family. They must have been bought by someone during the day. How is it? Dad asked someone to do it. It's the first time we've had dinner together. Oh, I should say supper. I specially prepared your favorite foods. Do you think it's strange that I know what you like to eat? Haha, Ruashi, I've actually been paying attention to your growth since you were a child. I remember clearly what you like to eat. Ning Guangyao didn't mind Lin Ruashi's cold expression at all. He was very happy to say it. Following that, Ning Guangyao sent someone to deliver a bottle of Lafite and a bottle of high-strength Wuliangya. The Lafite was prepared for Lin Ruashi, while he poured himself a glass of white wine and drank it himself. Come, Ruashi, have a glutinous rice ball, and this okra, steamed pork with mildewed vegetables. Oh, right, you don't want to eat meat tonight, right? Then eat more vegetables, just treat it as accompanying dad. Ning Guangyao seemed to be talking to himself as he busied himself with food for Lin Ruashi. When Lin Ruashi saw that her plate was full, she finally picked up her chopsticks, picked up a okra, and took a small bite. Ning Guangyao's eyes flashed with a bit of disappointment, but soon his eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in annoyance. Oh. I almost forgot. This made Lin Ruashi a little puzzled. She looked at him and didn't know what he had forgotten. Come. Ning Guangyao called the dedicated waiter. Go and bring up the white truffles I ordered. After the waiter responded, he quickly brought over an exquisite silver tray with white truffles that had been prepared. There was a ripple in Lin Ruashi's calm eyes. Italian white truffles, like French foie gras and Middle Eastern caviar, were all extremely precious delicacies in the world. White truffles were priceless, and money might not be able to buy them. This was because this kind of fungus would become useless if not eaten within 10 days after being harvested. Moreover, it was produced in Italy, and the quantity was limited. Basically, the most common price was an egg-sized white truffle could be sold for about 5,000 Huaxia dollars. Of course, the premise was that someone would sell it to you. For a fungus, this was an unimaginably high price. However, Lin Ruashi loved to eat this kind of white truffles, but she also liked to eat glutinous rice balls. Moreover, white truffles were extravagant and could not be stored well. Although she liked them, she rarely ate them. She didn't expect Ning Guangyao to know about this. She couldn't help but think of what he said. He had been paying attention to her since she was a child. Lin Ruashi believed most of it. Come, come. Ning Guangyao personally took the silver knife and cut 2 thin slices for Lin Ruashi. He put them on a plate and said, "Try it. I asked someone to fly it from Italy." Lin Ruashi really loved to eat it. Moreover, it would be a lie to say that she was not touched. Thus, she nodded and put it in her mouth. Tasting this kind of indescribable delicacy that seeped into her heart from her mouth and nose, Lin Ruashi finally showed a faint smile on her face. Ning Guangyao sat opposite and seemed to be in a daze. At this moment. After a long time, Lin Ruashi found that Ning Guangyao was staring at her. Her face was slightly hot. She was enjoying the aftertaste of the white truffle and might have forgotten herself. You smiled, Ruashi. Ning Guangyao's eyes were moist, and his facial muscles were trembling. He said happily, "It turns out that I'm not a failure as a father. I can still make my daughter smile." These simple and straightforward words made Lin Ruashi's ice-covered heart finally loosen. It was just a simple smile, but it moved Ning Guangyao so much. Lin Ruashi suddenly felt guilty. Perhaps she was too subjective. Standing in this man's position, he must have a lot of pressure to face. Yes, in this world, there would be no biological parents who would hurt their children for no reason. Deep in his heart, while hurting herself, the condemnation and trauma he received was probably even greater. Thinking of this, Lin Ruashi's expression gradually softened. She took the initiative to pick up another piece of truffle and put it in her mouth. Haha, eat more if you like it. Dad will help you cut some more. This thing has to be eaten fresh. It's a pity that we can't buy too much. Ning Guangyao saw this and went to help his daughter cut the truffles. He didn't care about his own food anymore. Lin Ruashi looked at his busy figure and couldn't help but say, "It's okay. I can't eat too much. You should eat too. Didn't you not have dinner?" When Ning Guangyao heard this, he looked at her excitedly. He smiled foolishly for a while before nodding his head vigorously. "Okay, I'll eat too." Ning Guangyao said and gave Lin Ruoxi a lot of truffles before sitting down to continue eating. He seemed to have a better appetite. Ruoxi, if you like white truffles, I'll send you more later. Ning Guangyao said fawningly. Lin Ruoxi had regained her cold expression and shook her head gently. No need. It's good to eat it occasionally. Ning Guangyao seemed to remember something and said with a smile, yes, I almost forgot. My precious daughter is one of the richest women in Xianxia. Even if it's hundreds of thousands of truffles, it's just a small amount of money. It's my fault. I just want to give you all the good ones. I don't mean anything else. Yes, I know. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. Ning Guangyao was very happy. He drank about 4 liters of Xianxia. His face was flushed and he spoke more and more. Ruoxi, do you know that when you were in junior high, you always failed in physical education? Later, when you were in the 3rd year of junior high, I was afraid that your physical education results would affect your total score, so I secretly arranged for someone to change your physical education results. You don't know that your original score had to be deducted more than 20 points for physical education. Lin Jigua, that old man, would only arrange for someone to protect you. He wouldn't be so meticulous. But your results are good, so it's not a big deal to lose those points. When you were in high school, your homeroom teacher wanted you to perform at the school anniversary, right? He said that the more you practiced, the better you would be. Haha, I know you didn't agree immediately. Later, the homeroom teacher didn't ask you to sing. Actually, I was the one who convinced him. Aya, my daughter, your mother Zijing is a famous mezzo-soprano in the university. Her singing is so good, why didn't she pass it on to you? Oh no, Ruoxi, don't be angry. Dad didn't mean it that way. I just said it casually. You're better than your mom. She doesn't know how to do business, hee. At this time, Lin Ruoxi suddenly put down her chopsticks and asked in a clear voice, Premier Ning, don't you have something to say? If you're almost done, please get down to business. Ning Guangyao was stunned. The originally harmonious atmosphere seemed to have been sucked out in an instant, making him unable to react. After being stiff for a long time, Ning Guangyao smiled bitterly. Ruoxi. You still hate me because I sent people to attack you and Lan Lan last time, right? Lin Ruoxi clenched her fists and placed them on her lap. She couldn't believe that Ning Guangyao had admitted it in front of her. Indeed, when she thought of how Lan Lan had been brutally beaten up by those gangsters, she couldn't suppress her anger. It was just that she had a good upbringing and wouldn't show it easily. Hee. If I said that I was forced to do it, would you believe me? Ning Guangyao sighed bitterly. Our Ning family is a hidden family. Actually, as the so-called premier, the head of the family, I'm actually very lowly. The request from the family is to snatch the endless resolve restoration scripture from Yangqing. Yangqing is very difficult to deal with, so we can only start with you and the child. If I openly disobey, the family will deprive me of all my power. For the hidden family, it will take at most a year to get rid of me. It won't be too difficult. A trace of bone-chilling coldness appeared in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. She said coldly, for the sake of your position and power, you want to kidnap us and beat up a child who is still in kindergarten, right? I know I'm very useless and I don't have the face to say this. But Ning Guangyao's face was full of worry. He said dejectedly, think about it, Ruoxi. Today, I'm the one controlling the Ning family in the secular world. I can control some things. But if it were another day, and another member of the Ning family came to manage the Ning family, then they wouldn't show any mercy at all. The methods they would use would definitely be worse. In order to snatch Yangqing's cultivation technique, they would definitely come to do some things to claim credit from the family. They wouldn't be like me, only acting once because I had no other choice. Humph, in that case, I should be thanking Premier Ning. Lin Ruoxi sneered. Ning Guangyao was speechless. With a flushed face, Ning Guangyao didn't bother to defend himself. He raised his head and gulped down a cup of 5-grain liquor. After drinking 3 cups in a row, the drunken redness on his face deepened. His eyes became misty, and his speech became somewhat unclear. Lin Ruoxi looked at him coldly. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she got up and said, "If there's nothing else, Premier Ning, I'll be leaving." She didn't intend to let Ning Guanyao send someone to send her. She could take a taxi or walk. With her current connate cultivation, going back was very easy. However, Ning Guanyao suddenly slipped from the chair and onto the ground. He reached out and pounced in front of Lin Ruoxi, as if he was kneeling before Lin Ruoxi. "Ning. Premier Ning, you." Lin Ruoxi frowned. She didn't expect this at all. Ning Guanyao seemed to be drunk. "Don't." Ning Guanyao shouted vaguely. "Don't call me Premier. Call me Dad." "Daughter." "Ruoxi, my child. Call me Dad." Lin Ruoxi took 2 steps back. Looking at the drunken Ning Guanyao, she suspected that he was really drunk. She said, "Premier, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Do you think I'm drunk?" "No. I'm not drunk." Ning Guanyao crawled on all fours, approaching Lin Ruoxi. If this scene were to be seen by the people outside, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Ning Guanyao was actually crawling. When he arrived in front of Lin Ruoxi's feet, Ning Guanyao's tears actually fell from his eyes. He pursed his lips and cried. "Ruoxi. Daughter. I'm really lonely. I'm in so much pain, I'm so regretful. Do you know, whether it's your mother, Luo Tsuishan, Guodong? They all left early because of me. I'm the one who harmed them. For my own selfish desires, I've done so many things that are worse than pigs and dogs. I'm a beast." "Beast? Ah." Lin Ruoxi stared at the man in a daze, not daring to believe what she had just heard. However, Ning Guanyao was crying bitterly. He grabbed his hair and held his head. "I'm so afraid to go home now. The entire Ning family is so cold and empty, and I'm the only one there. I really regret it, I know I was wrong." Lin Ruoxi looked at the grieving man, her heart wrenching. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Ning Guanyao lunged forward and hugged one of Lin Ruoxi's calves. He begged, "Ruoxi, listen to Daddy's advice. Please don't divorce Yangqing. I know you're angry at him because of Lin Hui and Lan Lan, but you'll regret the divorce." Hearing this, Lin Ruoxi immediately wanted to break free, but she was afraid that her kick would injure Ning Guanyao. She couldn't help but say coldly, "Let go, Premier Ning. This is my personal matter. My daughter's matter is my matter. I'm your biological father." Ning Guanyao yelled as if he had gone mad. "Ruoxi. You've only been together for 2 years and you're divorcing. Did you marry him for the sake of the divorce? Marriage is not a simple matter. It's easy to live alone, but it's difficult to live with 2 people. I know that you've always had Yangqing in your heart. Listen to me, don't be stubborn. No matter how wrong Yangqing is, at least he can protect you. He really likes you. I can only on-sheen with him by your side. You still don't understand. A child's divorce is the most important thing to parents. Others may not know, but to me, Ning Guanyao, you're my only precious daughter. You're the daughter that my beloved Shui Zijing left for me. I'm proud of you. You're the only thing holding me back now. If you divorce, how am I going to meet your dead mother, your dead grandmother, and the Shui family that I've implicated? Even if I die, how am I going to tell you once you divorce? How am I going to bear it? So, for my sake, please don't divorce me." Lin Ruoxi's petite body trembled. She stood motionless on the spot as tears streamed down her face. She didn't know if it was for the man who had suddenly aged or for the person in the distance. After standing there silently for a long time, Lin Ruoxi gently wiped the tears on her face and freed her leg from Ning Guanyao's arm. Ning Guanyao didn't manage to grab her. He supported himself with both hands on the ground and raised his head to look at her. "The divorce is between me and Yangqing. Premier Ning, if you really want me to live a good life, then don't interfere in all this. I'm afraid that one day in the future, I'll find out that everything you said today was fake. If that's the case, I probably won't say a word in front of you anymore," Lin Ruoxi said faintly. "Ruoxi, you. That's enough." Lin Ruoxi interrupted what Ning Guanyao was about to say. "I don't want to say anything else, nor do I want to hear anything else. Let's end this conversation quietly. I'm leaving. Lin Ruoshi brushed past Ning Guangyao and walked all the way to the door. She stopped and said in a low voice, "You've drunk too much. Rest early." After that, Lin Ruoshi opened the door and walked out of the private room. When the guards and waiters outside saw Lin Ruoshi come out, they all wanted to ask if there was anything she needed. They were all trusted followers of the Ning family and knew that Lin Ruoshi was actually the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Given the current situation, as Ning Guangyao brazenly tried to get closer to Lin Ruoshi, there was a high chance that Lin Ruoshi would take over the Ning family in the future. Naturally, these people were extremely respectful to Lin Ruoshi. However, Lin Ruoshi's beautiful face was covered with frost, which made them shrink back at the sight of it. They silently made way for her when they came in front of her. Many people were puzzled when Lin Ruoshi walked out of the White Deer Playing Clubhouse. Was the eldest daughter going back to the villa in the western suburbs? But when they ran out, they found that Lin Ruoshi's figure was long gone, as if she had disappeared into the night for no reason. In the private room, Ning Guangyao sat on the floor until the assistant opened the door. He didn't get up, but lowered his head thoughtfully. As a trusted aide, he was shocked to see the patriarch sitting on the ground. He hurriedly ran over, wanting to support Ning Guangyao. "Premier, what's wrong? Are you drunk?" Ning Guangyao waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. "All right, don't you know my alcohol tolerance?" As he spoke, Ning Guangyao slowly stood up. Although his face was still red from the wine, his eyes were very sober. "Ruoshi left?" "Yes." The assistant breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Miss walked out of the club by herself. We didn't follow her, so she disappeared." Looks like it's true. She's been trained by Yangqing to be very capable." Ning Guangyao chuckled. The assistant hesitated. "Premier, since Miss agreed to come, she probably wants to get closer to you. Maybe she's just not used to it." Humph. Ning Guangyao looked at him from the corner of his eye. He didn't say anything and continued to chuckle to himself. The assistant felt strange. He didn't know why Ning Guangyao was standing there and laughing. To put it bluntly, it was a little silly. But Ning Guangyao wasn't confused. He walked to the table and poured himself a glass of wine. Raising his head, Ning Guangyao drank it in one gulp. He took a deep breath and seemed to be talking to himself. "Ruoshi, my daughter. Even if you're wary of me, you're still too young. You're soft-hearted, which is the most similar thing about you and your mother. Too much to drink? How could I, your father, drink too much? But the feeling of being cared for by my daughter is really not bad." And at this moment, in a desolate hilly area in the western suburbs of Zhonghai, a nimble and agile figure like a night elf was flying over some tall treetops. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure was graceful. Suddenly, the figure of the woman stopped on an extended branch of a large pine tree. Her feet tapped lightly, and she stood there as steady as a rock. In the night breeze, Lin Ruoshi raised her head and looked at the bright moonlight. Many complicated thoughts flashed through her beautiful eyes. She also didn't know why she had such smooth movements. No one had ever taught her, nor had she ever learned it. But she just knew it, and she felt that it was only natural. Lin Ruoshi didn't care about this. Her deep gaze looked at the night sky in the distance. The sky was full of stars, flowing with deep emotions. "Hubby, my heart softens again. I know that it's fake, but I still can't do it. What should I do? Hubby, where are you now?" The woman's soft voice drifted with the wind. "Thousands of miles away. Tokyo, the top floor of the building where Hanya lived." The man quietly lay on a chair alone. Below him was the gorgeous night view of the city, facing the night sky in the west. In Yangcheng's hand, he pinched the crystal-clear emerald Fengxiang bracelet. He gently caressed it, and his eyes flashed with entangled longing. Sometimes he revealed a happy smile, and sometimes he revealed a helpless expression. Sometimes he furrowed his brows, and his eyes were filled with sadness, pain, and struggle. After a long time, he took a deep breath. Yangcheng looked at the lonely crescent moon in a daze, with a blank expression. Deep in the depths of Chulan, when they met again, they both trembled with tears. After a sad farewell, both of them felt the same, and the most unbearable resentment was in the bright moon. Since ancient times, Kunlun had the reputation of being the ancestor of all mountains. It was also said that it was the place where the Taoist goddess, the Queen Mother of the West, lived. And to the south of Kunlun, the place known as the Chongtang grassland was Kiki Shili. People in the secular world all thought that the desolate Kiki Shili was a forbidden area for life. Except for a few animals, it was difficult for humans to survive for a long time. However, the real Kiki Shili was not like that. Before the ancient deities disappeared, because the ancient formation that was set up still existed, in order to ensure the safety of the formation and not be disturbed by the outside world, the ancient deities worked together to create an illusion that was independent of the parallel space. Because it was independent of the parallel space, the area of the illusion was far larger than the total area of Kiki Shili. There were even some mysterious places left behind by the ancient deities. Because of the existence of the ancient formation in the illusion, the density of the spiritual energy was far higher than that of the secular world. Therefore, it gradually evolved into a place that the cultivators of Xianxia liked to cultivate and live in seclusion. After experiencing the changes of a few tens of thousands of years, along with the rise and fall of the cultivation world, the factions of good and evil fought intensely, and they fought without end. Since 20,000 years ago, the illusory realm had already been controlled by the primordial world and ancient clans. Hongmeng occupied the heavenly island under the formation. There were hundreds of floating levels of 4, namely heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The greatest power was controlled by a few supreme elders of the heaven rank. More than 10 hidden families were gradually integrated and absorbed by the Luo family, the Ning family, and the Shao family more than 2,000 years ago. Each family attached a large number of weaker families, forming a tripod. Whether it was the change of the dynasty of Xianxia or the rise of the heroes, Hongmeng and the illusion had been silently controlling everything, and the hidden families also held great power. As for the gods from overseas who came 20,000 years ago, they did not interfere with the illusion and lived in harmony. To the northeast of the illusion was the Luo family, one of the 3 major families. The Luo family's castle occupied a large area. It was built with white stones, like a palace of immortals, majestic and awe-inspiring. In the Luo family's castle, there was a study on top of a 3-story jade building. There were antique mahogany tables, chairs, and bookshelves, all of which were priceless. But in such a room, there was a dazzling crystal chandelier hanging, and there were even advanced computers, televisions, and other modern equipment. In fact, this was not surprising. The Hongmeng and the hidden families in the illusion had followed the evolution of human civilization and would never reject these advanced things. After all, after a child was born in the illusion, it was impossible for him to immediately become a cultivator above the soul formation stage. He needed to eat, drink, learn, and grow, and also needed entertainment. It was impossible for a child to read books with candles when there was an electric light at night, and it was impossible for a child to go to the library to look up the history of human civilization when there was a computer. Many families and elders would accept these new technologies. Of course, cultivation was the most important. After all, strength determined the rise and fall of a family, and whether they could survive in the illusion for a long time. At this time, in the study, a middle-aged man with black hair combed behind his head was sitting on a chair, wearing a light cyan traditional Chinese costume. He was staring at a piece of white rice paper in his hand with a frown. The man's face was expressionless, like a stone sculpture, but he was angular, especially his sword-like eyebrows, which made him look heroic and charming. Outside the desk, there was an average-looking, long-haired man in yellow martial attire. He seemed to have aged a few years, and he was standing cautiously and uneasily. After a long time, the man in yellow finally could not help but ask in a low voice with a smile, "Master, do you think this endless resolve restoration scripture is real?" End of chapter 1467. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.